Chapter 251-5. Sword intent becomes power? Nascent Soul Sword Lord? There is actually a Nascent Soul Sword Lord sneaking into Linlang Blessed Land? This is impossible. I know this person. It seems to be Feng Shangren, an ordinary casual cultivator in the middle stage of Jindan. How did he suddenly become a Nascent Soul Sword Lord? Bai Xiaosheng watched all this. His expression gradually became dull. The other late Jindan cultivators were horrified and tried to stay away from this peerless villain. How famous are the 6 heroes of the demonic path? This man killed 2 with 2 swords. What nascent soul seeds? The majesty of the nascent soul sect was simply thrown to the ground and trampled. Yu Zhenzi looked at Fang Xing, who was collecting the blood god banner and taking out the divine infant fruit from the blood Yuanzi storage bag, and his eyelids were twitching. He flew a distance away, guarding an escape passage, and pinched his hands. The soul-destroying demon flame surged, like a fire dragon, surrounding him, and 3 black shields appeared to guard the surroundings, holding the god and demon bow. He barely felt a little safe. This person is as brave as a mountain. Yu Zhenzi saw clearly that no matter what this person was like, he could undoubtedly display his nascent soul strength in Linlang Blessed Land. This was a nascent soul sword lord. What was even more disgusting was that as long as this person spoke, both the righteous and the evil would give him a face and hand over a god infant fruit. But this person chose to hide and wait until the righteous and the evil fought each other and almost lost before making a move. It was obvious that the other party was not interested in 1 or 2 god infant fruits, but wanted to buy them all. This was almost impossible. Since the opening of Linlang Blessed Land, no Jindan cultivator could crush them. Not even Yu Zhenzi could do it, even if it was a nascent soul true lord. If he showed such intention, the 10 righteous and evil sons, who were blocked on the road, would fight desperately. Of course, if Fang Xing swore that he only wanted 1 or 2, perhaps they would pinch their noses and accept it. After all, although joining forces should be able to repel a Yuaning Zhenjuan, no one wants to play all their cards and become the price. But now, the situation is different. Both the righteous and the evil have almost played all their cards, and the righteous have even run away. And Xiao Ho will not come back to participate in the muddy water. Even for those casual cultivators in the late stage of Jindan, it is more promising to snatch Xiao Ho and the nameless body cultivator than to fight to the death with Yuaning Zhenjuan. This Yuaning Zhenjuan, is he going to take the remaining shining fruit for himself? Aren't you afraid of offending me, the righteous and the evil? Yu Zhenzi looked extremely solemn and shouted in a deep voice. If I offend? So what? Fang Xing laughed loudly. I have no children, no relatives, no friends. The most important thing is, do you know who I am? Bai Xiaoshu suddenly felt his scalp tighten. This senior is really humorous. He actually stole my words. Yu Zhenzi let out a long breath. Although he couldn't figure out why Yuaning Zhenjuan could enter Linlang Fudi anyway. Even a fake infant is impossible. The Wanxiang sect has a fake infant method, which has been refined more than once in history. Naturally, they have tried to get Linlang Fudi, but failed shamefully. He only knows that if he doesn't take action, he will miss this opportunity to get the nascent soul completely. This man is so insidious. Now even if I go to join forces with Zenkizi, I can't be his opponent. If we wait until our side is completely wiped out, he can easily kill the remaining 3 sons of the righteous path with 1 sword. No, Zenkizi may not dare to come to take the last shining fruit as promised after hearing the news. Yu Zhenzi was helpless, and could only watch another shining fruit fall into Fang Xing pocket. This time, no Jindan cultivator dared to take action, and they all watched helplessly. Not bad. Not bad. Fang Xing took the shining fruit, and was very excited. Including the one I took. That's 3. This time, the 9 Yuan Huaying vine has 6 shining fruits. Is it okay for me to take 5? I even left 1 for them. With 5 as a base, I can go back and think about the alchemy technique. When my golden elixir is perfect, I can use the Wanhua Ding to refine at least 1 pill. Right? The reason why he planned to take a few more is that he was not confident in his alchemy skills. And even if he didn't use so many, it would be worth a lot of spirit stones if he sold it. After all, this is a chance to condense the nascent soul. Even if you don't refine the nascent soul pill, eating it raw has a little effect of assisting the condensation of the nascent soul. Of course, doing so is a waste of natural resources, and it will be struck by lightning. In short, even in the circle of nascent soul true lords, Shinning fruit is a top luxury. If it weren't for the special environment of Linlang Foodie, Fang Xing, even if he was a nascent soul sword lord, would be very lucky to get one even if he was seriously injured. Since this is a God-given opportunity, we must make a lot of money and not be soft-hearted. Anyway, taking one will offend the other Yuanying forces to death, and taking 5 will also offend them to death. So let's just be straightforward and take 5. Fang Xing didn't move, and the other cultivators didn't dare to move either. They could only watch the 5th divine infant fruit mature and be taken into Fang Xing pocket. What to do? There was only one left. I secretly contacted Zenkizi, but Zenkizi ignored me. Yuzhenzi watched Fang Xing easily take the divine infant fruit into his pocket, as if he was watching his own nascent soul go away. The pain in his heart was 10 or 100 times more severe than the inner demon tribulation when he was forming the elixir. I am an immortal golden elixir. Even if I don't rely on the condensing infant spirit, I have a 10% chance of condensing the nascent soul. But failure means death. The difficulty of condensing the nascent soul is 10 or 100 times more difficult than refining the immortal golden elixir. Even he was not very sure. Of course, Xiang Sek still had some nascent soul condensing resources, but these could not all be piled on him alone. Otherwise, if he failed, he would be in tears. This is a painful lesson in the cultivation world. If there is no divine infant fruit, the various resources I have obtained from this sect can only increase my hope of condensing the infant by 10% or 20% at most. If there is a condensation pill, my probability of condensing the infant is more than 50%. This is a battle of the great Tao. With this thought, Yuzhenzi immediately said, "Senior, I only want one divine infant fruit. Please spare me." While speaking, he secretly transmitted his divine sense to let several late Jin Dan cultivators of the demon sect approach him and prepare to form a formation. Too many small moves. Fang Xing was too lazy to listen to this person's explanation, and immediately slashed with a sword. Swish! The flowers in the hall intoxicated 3,000 guests, and the sword light chilled the 19 states. The sword intent in the sky was mighty, and aroused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Like the Yangtze River, surging and almost drowning Yuzhenzi. The few old demons in the late Jin Dan period, who were close to him, were slightly touched by the sword intent. And they didn't even scream, and immediately turned into corpses, and fell from midair. The gap between nascent soul and core formation is like a natural chasm. You are still alive. Not bad. Really not bad. After one sword strike, Fang Xing looked at Yuzhenzi. Although Yuzhenzi was a little embarrassed, and several magic shields in front of him were blown into pieces. The soul-destroying demon flame was still burning. At this time, he did not know what secret method he used, and 2 small green horns grew on his head, like an evil ghost. At the same time, the mana in Yuzhenzi's body began to surge and fluctuate, exceeding the limit of golden core perfection, with the mana amplified by the divine horn's transformation art, plus the god and demon bow, and the soul-destroying demon flame. It is possible to injure the nascent soul cultivator in the early stage. After the senior leaves the blessed land, he will most likely have to face the nascent soul true lord of both the righteous and the evil ways. Why don't you consider it? Yuzhenzi pulled the god and demon bow, opened his mouth, and a dark soul-destroying demon flame quickly fell on the bowstring and turned into a dark arrow. Unlike the 2 previous flaming arrows, this black fire arrow was completely restrained in its power, as if it were real. Wow! At this moment, the last divine infant fruit fell with a bang. People die for money. Birds die for food. Fang Xing flicked his sleeves lightly, and a green light shield immediately appeared, covering his whole body. The black arrow seemed to break through the void and appeared in front of him, but was blocked by the Qingyang cover. A large amount of black flames burned on the black arrow, and even caused a terrible dent in the Qingyang cover. Once such an attack hits, it is indeed possible to severely injure an early nascent soul cultivator. It is even more amazing when performed by a Jin Dan cultivator. Fang Xing exclaimed, and an ancient bronze lamp appeared in his hand. The Wanfa ghost infant in his body moved, and the majestic nascent soul magic power was injected into the Qingyang magic lamp, making the Qingyang cover even thicker. Not only that, Fang Xing flicked a little bit of the blue lamp flower on the Qingyang magic lamp. Blazing, the blue lamp flower immediately turned into a ball of blue flame the size of a head, fell on the surface of the Qingyang cover, and devoured each other with the soul-destroying magic flame. These two are both famous spiritual fires in the magic way. And now they are evenly matched. The blue and black flames intertwined, gradually emerging a hint of dark green. And then both extinguished. What? Yushinzi was shocked when he saw this scene. Aren't you a sword cultivator? Why do you still use defensive spiritual treasures? Isn't it said that sword cultivators only care about emotions and swords? And their defense is weak? What's more, this Qingyang magic lamp and the Qingyang magic fire attached to it are very famous. After all, spiritual treasures are limited. Even a Yuaning sect may only have one or two. Yushinzi knew that this Qingyang magic lamp originally belonged to the Wanxiang sect, and later disappeared with the death of the leader of the Wind Department. Unexpectedly, it appeared here again. A Yuaning Zhenjuan used a defensive magic treasure, and he used his head to break the defense? With this thought, Yushinzi immediately turned around and rushed to the restricted passage behind. But what was faster than him was Fang Xing's sword. He raised his hand and swung his sword. The sword intent was like the Yangtze River, and it was a means of sword intent to become powerful. The sword light was brilliant and glorious, drowning Yushinzi. The next moment, the defensive magic weapons and talismans on the body of this Jindan cultivator all exploded. He himself also fell into the sword energy net, and was cut into pieces by countless whistling sword lights. When the sword light dissipated, only a fist-sized black flame was left in the original place. This is the origin of the soul-destroying devil flame. Fang Xing silently put away the sword. But his consciousness had a different feeling. It seems that he is not dead yet. However, under my 4th level swordsmanship, he will die if he dies. The divine infant was suspended 100 miles away. In a hidden cave, a young man with a pale face and a black robe suddenly hugged his head. I am dead? He fell to the ground and rolled his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Yushinzi turned over and got up. With a trace of resentment on his face, you actually forced me to use the art of replacing a dead body with a dead body. This magic secret art can be regarded as a supreme magical power to save life. It requires the refinement of a disaster body as a backup. Within a period of time, as long as the original body dies, the soul can be transferred to the disaster body. Of course, this kind of heaven-defying art has many restrictions. For example, it is very difficult to learn. Yushinzi's attainments in this art are not deep, and he can only maintain this art for about a month. In other words, if he is fine after a month, then this disaster body will be useless, and another one will need to be found and refined. More importantly, there needs to be a certain distance between the original body and the disaster body. Otherwise this art will also fail. Yushinzi's current attainments can barely extend the range to within 200 miles. If it is farther away, this secret art will have no effect. Damn, that Yuaning sword lord. I will never let him off. Yushinzi checked his body, and his face was gloomy. This time he failed. His vitality was seriously damaged, and his cultivation level regressed, which was a matter of course. It might even delay his condensation of Yuaning. But in that situation, being able to save his life was already very remarkable. That sword. Yushinzi recalled the moment of his death, and a trace of fear and shock appeared in his eyes. The means of Yuaning sword lord were far beyond his imagination. Suddenly, Yushinzi felt a sharp intention coming at him. A sword light suddenly lit up in his sea of consciousness. Is this sword intention? It's like a thorn in the flesh? Ah! A scream suddenly came from the cave. On the Shining cliff, the last Shining fruit fell slowly. But among the Jindan cultivators in the field, no one dared to step forward to fight. Fang Xing conjured up a green hand and took the red divine infant fruit of countless Jindan perfect cultivators into his pocket. He sent out countless sword threads and began to clean up the battlefield. Those who died were all Jindan late-stage cultivators. The storage bag was very valuable, and there were a lot of spiritual herbs in it. After a while, Fang Xing waved his sleeves and wanted to put away the group of soul-destroying magic flames. Huh? He just took out a jade box and saw that the jade box had a tendency to melt before it got close to the pitch-black magic fire. When he put the flame in, the whole jade box suddenly exploded. Sure enough, the 4th level magic fire is so explosive that it is not something that ordinary objects can bear. Fang Xing thought about it, and a magic power was cast, landing on the Qingyang magic lamp. The lamp suddenly shone brightly, and countless bronze runes flashed, like chains, binding the fist-sized pitch-black magic fire. The soul-destroying magic flame trembled. And then a large number of bronze runes were hit. And its size kept shrinking. From the size of a fist, it turned into the size of a pigeon egg. And then the size of a soybean. A black flame the size of a soybean sank into the Qingyang magic lamp and slowly burned. Sure enough, with the power of this spiritual treasure, it is enough to contain the 4th level magic fire. Fang Xing was delighted. Even the Qingyang magic fire and the soul-destroying magic flame are both 4th level spiritual fires of the magic path. I wonder if they can be fused to increase their power. Chapter 252 Bullying the Weak with the Strong. A few days later. Northern Region. Spiritual Medicine Garden. The Ming sisters, Madame Dierwei, and Song Ningjing are working together to attack a restriction. These 4 female cultivators in the early stage of Jindan now get along better and have a taste of friendship. Zheng! As Song Ningjing finally drew her sword, the Qiushui sword turned into a sharp sword light and slashed on the golden restriction. Voila! Countless golden fragments exploded in all directions, and the restriction that originally covered this place disappeared without a trace in an instant. Sister Song's swordsmanship has improved again. Seeing this scene, Madame Dierwei smiled and said, Sister, you are polite. Song Ningjing knew that this person had a special relationship with Master Feng, so she did not dare to neglect him. The Ming sisters were concerned about the spiritual herbs. When the restriction was lifted, they could not wait to fly in. This is just a corner of the Northern Territory's spiritual medicine garden. There are more than a dozen Jindan cultivators entering the spiritual medicine garden with us. In order to avoid more trouble, we should quickly collect spiritual herbs. After the restriction, the coldness hit us. It turned out to be an ice crystal waterfall. 100-year-old cold spring? Song Ningjing saw the waterfall rushing in the ice and snow, and her eyes lit up. This spring water is not ice, but the cold air is better than 1,000-year-old ice. It can be used to refine flying swords. The Ming sisters were also very happy. This environment is extremely suitable for the growth of Jiao Lychee long grass. It should be here. They had searched several places before. Although they obtained some 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they did not have the Jiao Lychee long grass that they were thinking about. The 4 girls immediately expanded their spiritual consciousness inch by inch, searching the area within a radius of several miles. Here, it didn't take long before Ming Xingyu cheered and flew into the waterfall. There is a cave inside the waterfall. Deep in the cave, beside a cold spring, there are several strange red spiritual herbs. Its rhizome is thick, with 9 red lines on it, like a dragon shape. It is the 9-ly dragon-catching grass. Hee hee. Congratulations to you too. Your skills can finally make great progress. Mrs. Dierwei smiled and congratulated. She has been in contact with the Ming sisters for many years, and knows that the 2 sisters are practicing a special mysterious skill. Although it helps to condense the true pill, it is a bit difficult after the pill is formed, and it is impossible to change the skills. You must go all the way. This spiritual herb should be 1,000 years old. Enough to use? Song Ningjing identified it and nodded, according to the previous agreement. My sister Dierwei and I will not participate. Thank you. Sisters. Ming Xingtong was overjoyed. Took out a jade box, picked the 9-ly dragon-catching grass, and put it properly into the storage bag. Then heaved a sigh of relief. Just as the 4 girls flew out of the waterfall, Song Ningjing's expression changed slightly, and the Qiushui sword turned into a sword light, slashing towards a certain place in the void. It's quite clever. A cold snort appeared in the air, and a young man with red eyebrows and hair appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back and flicked his fingers casually. A fire dragon appeared, with amazing power, as if it could burn the world. At this time, the sharp claws just grabbed and crushed the sword light, and the majestic magic power filled all directions, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Late Jindan? Song Ningjing exclaimed. It's Yin Yinzi. When the Ming sisters saw this young man, they felt their hearts fall into the abyss, secretly complaining, why didn't this person go to the central region to rob us in the north? Fortunately, Yin Yinzi is a righteous person. If he handed over all the spiritual herbs, he shouldn't be hunted to death. My Ming family ancestors also had some friendship with Fengshan Valley. For ordinary cultivators, the difference between the devil and the righteous is that the righteous only want money, while the devil not only wants money, but also life. Yin Yinzi crushed the sword light with one hand, and was actually very unhappy. This time, the 5 righteous disciples suffered a big setback. They were killed by Han Yuanzi when they were fighting 5 against 3. After they went out, the immortal cultivation world would spread rumors that the rookies of the righteous were not good, and they would be nailed to the pillar of shame. But they couldn't beat them. Especially Yuanzi, who cultivated the soul-destroying demon flame, was born with the power of Haoran Qi, and could be called the first cultivator of Jindan. The 3 righteous disciples could only barely maintain a little balance and get the qualification to pick the last shining fruit. Originally, things developed like this. But later, when Zenkizi took them to heal their injuries, he got another earth-shaking news. Feng Shangren is the Yuanying Sword Lord. Not only that, he killed all the heroes of the devil with one sword. Even the 4 shining fruits were all in his pocket. Zenkizi decided at that time not to grab the last shining fruit, but to avoid it. Although Feng Shangren seemed to be on the side of the righteous path by killing the demon cultivators, even fellow disciples might draw their knives against each other in front of the shining fruit. Judging from the fact that the other party dared to kill several demon Yuanying seeds without hesitation, it was obvious that he would not give much face to the righteous path, even if it was him. If there were any righteous cultivators who dared to disobey, he would definitely kill them. Therefore, the 3 righteous sons directly parted ways, not fighting for the divine infant fruit, and could only search for other spiritual resources in the central region. As a result, an even more speechless scene happened. That Feng Shangren had no demeanor of a Yuanying senior, and even wanted to snatch the 3rd-level spiritual herbs from them. He was simply not a human being. If it were outside the blessed land, this kind of bullying would have been beaten up by the Yuanying of both the righteous and the evil sides. But the 3 righteous sons could only admit defeat and go to the 4 regions to collect spiritual objects, which was considered to be a barely compensated 1 or 2. As a result, this plan did not go smoothly. Yin Yinzi just got the news today that the powerful physical cultivator, who had previously robbed the divine infant fruit, was also frantically sweeping all kinds of spiritual resources, especially spiritual herbs. At present, he has fought with Zenkizi and Jin Gongzi, and the 2 of the 5 sons of the righteous path could not defeat the other party together, but suffered a small loss. The humiliated Yin Yinzi chose the Northern Territory because there are many exercises in the Burning Sky Valley, and the elixirs are too violent and need cold spiritual herbs to neutralize them. According to his mood at this time, if he encounters obstacles, he might kill the cultivators at will to vent his frustration. But at this time, his consciousness noticed that the original fire dragon on the Ming sisters was stagnant. This seems to be the Ming sisters in the intelligence, who entered Linlang Fudi with that Yuanying old monster. Although Feng Shangren is probably dead long ago and is just a disguise, but this Yuanying old monster is moody. If I touch his harem, I am afraid he will hunt me down in the secret realm. Even in the outside world, Yin Yinzi may not dare to offend a Yuanying old monster completely, unless he stays in the sect for his whole life and goes out after condensing the Yuanying. Similar things have happened in the history of dying Xiuxian. The Yuanying Zhenjuan of the casual cultivators is not afraid of wearing shoes even if they are barefoot. Even the righteous and evil paths dare not provoke them. After all, the Yuanying Zhenjuan has a very strong ability to escape. Even if he can't beat him, he can take crazy revenge on the disciples of the Revengers. Therefore, those Yuanying casual cultivators establish forces and families. Both the righteous and evil sides are very supportive. This is equivalent to holding each other's soft spots, with tacit understanding and bottom line. But now, this Feng Shangren is moody, and may not even be a cultivator from the dying immortal cultivation world. We must be extra careful. Forget it. So it's you guys. I'm sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Yin Yinzi forced a smile, then turned into a flame and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Huh? I didn't expect this Yin Yinzi to be a role model of the righteous path. I thought he would at least take away our spiritual herbs. Madame Dierway patted her towering plumpness, feeling a little relieved after surviving a disaster. The Ming sisters looked at each other and were confused. Yin Yinzi in the intelligence is as hot as fire, and it seems that he is not such a good person to talk to. They don't have an intelligence network at the level of the 5 sons of the righteous path. What's more, these 4 female Jindan cultivators are all in the early stage of Jindan, which is equivalent to the existence at the bottom of the food chain in Linlang Fudi. Occasionally encountering Jindan cultivators, they either fight directly or run away from them, without much communication. He was also focused on searching for spiritual objects in the Northern Territory, so it was understandable that he didn't know what happened in the Divine Infant Cliff. In the blink of an eye, It was the time when Linlang Blessed Land was about to close. In the secret realm, in a cave somewhere, Fang Xing and the master sat opposite each other and smiled at each other. This time, it was really a fruitful harvest. Fang Xing sighed. He took 5 of the most important spiritual objects for forming infants on this trip. Of course, one of them was taken by the master as an unknown and powerful body cultivator. And outsiders didn't know. But even the 4 they knew about was a very amazing number. At the same time, you can imagine how crazy both the good and the evil would be after they left. The safest thing now is to teleport back to Blue Star. Let them find air. Fang Xing smiled. And then hesitated. Because according to the teleportation rules of the Gate of the Heavens that he had figured out, after leaving, he should be teleported back to the original place when he came back. Therefore, if the original body and the immortal clone go to Blue Star, they will still be in the Blessed Land after the Linlang Blessed Land is closed and then teleported back. But the Linlang Blessed Land is open every 500 years. Once it is closed, the cultivators in the Blessed Land will be in danger. At least, there is no example of someone who is still alive after staying for 500 years in the world of immortal cultivation. In 500 years, with the resources of the Linlang Blessed Land, it is even enough to impact the nascent soul. There must be a reason why both the good and the evil sides only set up resource points here, but never sent cultivators to guard them. Fang Xing felt that he could not take risks. Otherwise, if he was locked in the Linlang Blessed Land, he would have no chance to be with the vast world of immortal cultivation. Therefore, the safest thing is for the original body to take all the harvest back to Blue Star first. And the immortal clone will stay here. After being teleported out of the Linlang Blessed Land, he can adapt to the situation. Fang Xing immediately took the storage bag filled with a lot of harvest into his hand. He pondered for a while and waved his hand. An antique 7-string zither emerged. But the end was a little burnt. If the spiritual treasure Jiaowei Qin can be refined, the Xiaoxian clone will have 2 spiritual treasures, and the combat power will be increased. But the Xiaoxian clone injected a stream of nascent soul magic power into the Jiaowei Qin, and immediately felt a sense of resistance. This is the spirituality of the Jiaowei Qin. Resisting is refining. This feeling is very different from the previous easy sacrifice of the Qingyang magic lamp. Chapter 253 Escape. A 4th-level spiritual treasure is only a treasure if it has spirituality. Fang Xing looked at the Jiaowei in front of him and fell into deep thought. This is the real spiritual treasure. The Qingyang magic lamp is actually defective. When I fought with the Lord of the Wind Department, the spirituality was wiped out by the palm of the great sun Tathagata? This is really very likely. He had already tried to refine the Jiaowei, but it had never been successful. This is much more difficult than erasing the mark on the storage bag. It is equivalent to the whole magic weapon resisting himself. Even if you force it, it may not succeed. Even if you succeed, you will permanently lose part of the power of the treasure, which is unbearable for many immortal cultivators. The cultivation of the spirituality of a magic weapon is closely related to its owner. This Jiaowei may be the life magic weapon of the Yuanying ancestor of the Mu family, so it is naturally loyal to the Mu family bloodline. There may even be a special formula for refining the treasure. If outsiders want to rob it, the gains will outweigh the losses. This can also explain why the righteous and evil paths do not take the treasure. The spiritual treasure, combined with the formation, only has the power of a 4th-level attack. And of course, it cannot compare to the Yuanying Zhenjuan holding the spiritual treasure. And a spiritual treasure is considered a good fortune for the Yuanying Zhenjuan. He did not take it by force, so it is obvious that he is unwilling. But he can't. Now Fang Xing is also a little worried when looking at the Jiaowei. He feels as if his own immortal clone can't do anything about this spiritual treasure. Even if it takes 100 years of hard work and slowly burns with the infant fire. In the end, both sides may end up with nothing and both sides will suffer. The spirituality of the spiritual treasure is stubborn. It is almost equivalent to the artificial mental retardation in the previous life. Fang Xing explored and tested again and came to a conclusion. If its spirituality is active and has a flexible bottom line like humans, it would be easier to deal with it, using the life of the entire Mu family to threaten. It is possible to make the spirit compromise. However, the other party does not have such spirituality at all, just insisting on being stubborn. You must have the blood of the Mu family and the special treasure refining formula passed down orally to win the favor of Jiaowei. Fang Xing thought about it and took out the Qingyang magic lamp first. At this time, on this 4th level spiritual treasure lamp, the bean-sized soul-destroying demon flame and the Qingyang demon fire devoured each other and merged. It has gradually taken on a hint of dark green, as if it is about to become a new kind of flame. This lamp seems to have the function of accommodating other spiritual fires and upgrading fires. After absorbing the soul-destroying demon flame, the power of the Qingyang demon fire has greatly increased, and it is no longer suitable to call it by its original name. Fang Xing pondered for a while. Maybe it can be called soul-devouring demon fire? He thought about it, and put the Qingyang demon lamp in front of Jiao Weiqin, threatening, "See, if you don't obey, I will completely wipe out your spirituality. If you obey, I may be able to find spiritual objects in the world like I did with this Qingyang demon lamp to upgrade you." But Jiao Weiqin didn't move. Fang Xing smiled to himself. That's right. If it was threatened, I would have succeeded long ago. Now it seems that either I have to kill a direct descendant of the Mu family and force him to reveal the secret formula for refining the treasure, and then use the 9 infants pearl to simulate the blood breath of the Mu family and try to refine the Jia Weiqin, or just hit it with a move of the great sun to Thagatapam and destroy its spirituality. Because the Jia Weiqin was too rigid, Fang Xing told it the conspiracy in front of it, but it was indifferent. Sure enough, only the wisest and the stupidest are the hardest to fool. Seeing that the Jia Weiqin had no reaction, Fang Xing put away the spiritual treasure in depression, and the original body disappeared with a flash of silver light with all the spiritual objects. A few hours later, the center of the blessed land roared, and a terrible wave spread throughout the land. This is... Fang Xing immortal clone's eyes showed shock, and his figure flashed and disappeared in the blessed land, outside Guishu Mountain. As soon as Fang Xing appeared, he immediately made hand gestures, and used the secret technique of destroying his spirit, energy and spirit, turning into a blood-red rainbow and escaping into the sky. Family knows family affairs. Since you have done it, you must bear the consequences. He did not give face to the 2 paths of good and evil, so it was normal for him to be chased and beaten by the 2 Yuanying. This person must admit his mistakes and stand firm when being beaten. He did not want to be beaten, so he chose to run away. Linlang Fudi will randomly teleport cultivators to a range of 100 miles of Guishu Mountain. This range is not safe, and it is within the range of the consciousness of some powerful Yuanying Xinjuan. Of course, Fang Xing had to run a distance, and then teleport to Blue Star, hiding for a few days to avoid the limelight. Walala. At this time, he released his consciousness and saw that Guishu Mountain, which was originally like an eye in the void sea, suddenly shook. The momentum that was originally swallowing everything suddenly shrank, and then began to erupt fiercely in all directions. In the terrifying meteor shower, there seemed to be a number of jade tokens mixed in. Linlang order? After the Linlang blessed land ends, will new Linlang orders be erupted and scattered throughout the Xiaoxian world? It is indeed a good opportunity. Although, I have to wait for 500 years, Fang Xing said to himself. At this time, his consciousness saw several Yuanying Xinjians each displaying their extraordinary abilities and intercepting most of the Linlang Ling. But at the same time, several more Yuanying escape lights came to chase him fiercely. Who are you? How dare you kill my demon Yuanying seed? An old man in a blood-colored robe, with a sharp voice and amazing escape speed. It seems that he should be the Yuanying true lord of the Blood God sect. In addition, there is an ordinary green-clothed woman, whose spiritual consciousness is so powerful that it can cover a radius of 100 miles. Down you. Please stay. The green-clothed woman followed Fang Xing with lotus steps, and was even faster than the Blood God sect Yuanying true lord. Down you. Is it possible that you are the Yuanying true lord from the vast sea? Or that you carry a spiritual object that conceals the secrets of heaven? With my 4th level divination attainments, it is difficult to detect your aura. The green-clothed woman slowly transmitted her spiritual consciousness into Fang Xing's ears. Fang Xing was too lazy to listen, and was determined to escape. Female cultivator? Yuanying true lord. Should be the blind Tiansha of Xiantian sect. This woman is very calculating. Don't mess with her. Fang Xing didn't answer at all, and the blood-colored escape light was 3 times faster. However, the distance between him and the 2 Yuanyings was still not far or close. Once the secret technique ended, it was very likely that they would be caught up in fight. I was stupid to fight with the 2 Yuanying Xinjians. No. When those Yuanyings of the righteous and evil ways received the Linlang order and heard the news from the disciples. They would definitely come to trouble me, dare to chase me. If I were here, I would reward you with a move of the great sun Tathagata palm to let you know the price of chasing me. Feng Xing hand flashed with a flash of light, and a bronze lampstand appeared, which was the Qingyang magic lamp. In the Dantian Qi, the Wanfa ghost infant opened his eyes. 2 scarlet lights appeared, and the sun wheel between his eyebrows slowly turned. A magnificent Yuaning magic power was injected into the Qingyang magic lamp. On the lamp, the dark green soul-devouring demon fire. It was picked up by Feng Xing fingertips and flicked back. Blazing, the dark green flames exploded in the wind, and in an instant they turned into 2 huge dark green fireballs, rushing towards the blood god Sex Yuaning Jinjuan, you blind heavenly master. Boom! 2 dark green flames exploded, like a slowly blooming lotus, wherever the fire wave passed. Even the void was burned and fluctuated faintly, and 2 deep pits appeared on the ground. Damn it! A flash of blood. The blood god Sex Yuaning Jinjuan appeared again. A little furious, the purple sun Sex soul-destroying demon flame. How did that person get it, and come back to bite me? The soul-destroying demon flame restrains the Howren Qi, and also restrains the blood god Sex skills. Not to mention, now that the soul-devouring demon flame has absorbed the strengths of the Qingyang demon fire and the soul-destroying demon flame, its power is obviously even higher. Blind heavenly master. A magic weapon in the shape of a jade reappeared in her hand, and a clear air descended from it, protecting her whole body. She looked at the direction where Feng Xing left, her face full of doubts. Just now, she resisted the dark green magic fire in a short time, but in this moment of obstruction, she lost her spiritual sense of Feng Xing. She even guessed that Feng Xing was the one who killed Huan Watching that year, so the divination technique was useless. 4th level. Void Talisman? The blind Taoist muttered. So it turned out that this kind of talisman that is very precious to us was used. No wonder he was sure to escape. The Yuaning Jinjuan of the blood god sect nodded with a gloomy face, as if he agreed with the blind Taoist's judgment. Fellow Daoist Shui, it's time to go back and talk. The blind Taoist flew back to Shushan, and as expected, he saw the confrontation between the righteous and the evil. I don't accept it. The supreme elder of the 9 infants sect snorted coldly. How could there be a Yuaning Jinjuan in Linlang blessed land? This must be a trick of your righteous path. We have sworn to each other the great hard demon oath. The Yuaning Jinjuan of the Prajna sect is a kind-looking red-robed old monk. Hearing this, he clasped his hands together and said, I can testify that we have never sought external help. Otherwise the oath would have backfired long ago. Now there are only 4 of us left in the righteous path, and your demon path has been completely wiped out. It seems that we won the bet this time. You demon path, remember those treaties. Chu Guangti glanced at Fu Hongyi and smiled. The truce between the righteous and the demons before was made with great sincerity. At least, all the Yuaning Xinjians have made effective oaths. The backlash of forcibly violating the contract is enough to cause them to suffer heavy damage and need to recover for 100 years. Even the general benefits have been divided up, and there are only some tailwinds. Therefore, it was just a joke that the winner was determined by the benefits obtained from the blessed land. Who could have thought that there would be such a big variable as Feng Shangren, who almost made both the righteous and evil paths bleed? Needless to say, the evil path, except for Xiao Yao Ho, was completely wiped out. What's worse is that Xiao Yao Ho is a casual cultivator. The righteous path barely retained 4 gene and cultivators, but there was not a single shining fruit. In the future, if they want to help achieve Yuaning and cultivate the next generation of Jinjuan, there will be many troubles. Even if they consume their foundation, they may not succeed. With this thought, no matter whether it is the righteous or evil sides, the Yuaning Jinjuan, they all want to eat Feng Shangren's flesh alive. Ahem. We are willing to accept the loss. The Yuaning Jinjuan of Wangu village is an old woman wearing a black and blue cloth skirt and a headscarf. When she heard this, a light flashed in her eyes, and she agreed, but if I don't kill Feng Shangren, I will not be at ease. Chapter 254, Thousands of Flowers and Illusions. Blue Star. Villa number 69. Blue Sea District. Feng Xing received a call from Xiaolan, turned on the video, and saw 2 people standing outside the gate. One was Song Jinggang, and the other was Gu Yun. Since you 2 are here, why bring fruits? He asked Xiaolan to open the gate of the villa and greeted them in person. Haha. This is my first time to visit your villa, Boss. Song Jin Gang looked around and saw a private spaceship behind him. His eyes widened. Boss. Your villa is worth buying. Since the new chief executive took office, the real estate market has picked up. And you have made a fortune. Boss. He was wearing a uniform of the Public Security Bureau. And he looked tall and strong. It was obvious that he had some gossip during his internship. It's a pity that his face looked even older. So he can't find a girlfriend now. Gu Yun, who was standing next to him, wore a black dress and light makeup, which made her facial features look more delicate and gentle. Senior, long time no see. Yeah. Fong Xing smiled and nodded, inviting the two to sit down. Now that they are all about to graduate from college, it is the busiest time. And today is a break from the busy schedule. Boss, you are a Jindang graduate student. Have you participated in the Interstellar First Martial Arts Competition? Song Jindang drank a drink and immediately talked about the hottest topic in the Federation. In order to hold this event, the Federation Holographic Universe Company spent a lot of money on publicity. In addition, it has an immeasurable role in promoting martial arts. And it is not just about selecting a champion. There will be a series of publicity and documentaries, as well as promotional activities in the future. The first place in this competition is a martial arts professional named Lan Shi. I watched his competition video, and he is really strong. Fong Xing said. That Lan Shi gave him the feeling that he was not a martial god or a martial saint pretending to be young, but a true martial arts genius. Yes, it is said that the first prize is that the martial god will personally accept him as a disciple. And in the future, the Federal Holographic Universe Company will fully support Lan Shi to build its own mecha. Song Jinggang said this, his face full of envy. For warriors like us, mechas are just external objects. Fong Xing smiled and shook his head, then looked at Gu Yun. How is your study recently? Very good. The internship is also very good. After graduation, I plan to join the army and go to the battlefield to kill the evil god's followers. Gu Yun's voice was very light, but very firm. I will never reconcile with the evil god. Yeah. Fong Xing scratched his face, as if he was a little uncomfortable. At the same time, in a simple public rental house in the Federation, Fong Xing Immortal Clone was summoning Sunny, a believer of the sect. Great sect master. I have already contacted organizations on 43 planets, and they are willing to continue to follow your leadership. Sunny's words were very humble. In addition, I have already investigated what you ordered before. Recently, among other groups of God's believers, there are indeed prophecies such as the Creator is about to awaken. The Creator sect. Is it just a prophecy? Fong Xing fell into deep thought, and then threw out a briefcase. You did a good job. Keep working hard. Yes. Sunny held the briefcase and felt full of energy. After he left, Fong Xing thought, Red Heart 3. What exactly do they want to do? But it must not be a good thing. Maybe I should leave Blue Star and hide. After sending Sunny away, Fong Xing walked out of the public rental building, changed to another one, and came to the 1132nd floor and opened it casually. He still understood the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Moreover, the public rental housing on Blue Star is a safety net for the poor registered in Blue Star. There are all kinds of people in the public rental housing, and it is very troublesome to check. He walked into the rental housing and disappeared in an instant. The world of immortal cultivation. Yunzhou. The Yuan Yuan of both the righteous and the evil have a lot of things to do. How can they block me every day? Fong Xing's sleeves fluttered, with the style of an immortal. Immediately, he quickly arranged the cave formation and began to count the harvest one by one. Spiritual treasures. Divine infant fruits. 4th level magic fire. Let's not talk about it. The spiritual stones alone are a lot of money. Even, there were 3 boxes in front of Fong Xing, each containing a gray stone, a light golden ore, and a green wood heart. Top grade earth spirit stones, gold spirit stones, and wood spirit stones, plus the water spirit stones from last time. So, the only thing missing from the top grade 5 element spirit stones is the fire element. In addition, the top grade spirit stones and mid grade spirit stones total more than 10 million. Sure enough, if you want to rob, you should rob high level cultivators. That's the best way to get rich overnight. As for magic weapons, in addition to the Jiaowei Qin, there is also a quasi 4th level blood god banner, and a large number of top grade and top grade magic weapons. you can find an opportunity to sell them. As for spiritual medicine, in addition to the Wanyan Shiru, there are also a large number of Lingswizi, Wayanhua, Fiziangwo, and the auxiliary materials are basically gathered. As long as we go to the market to buy some basic materials, we can refine a large number of Lingji pills, Wuyun pills, Tongsui pills. These are the pills used by Jindan cultivators to increase their mana. Ordinary Jindan real people should be thankful to get a few pills. Now, all of them have been collected by Fang Xing, enough to make his mana improve all the way to the realm of Jindan perfection. Of course, the price is that the reputation of Feng Shangren and the unknown body cultivator is completely tarnished, and they are almost like rats crossing the street in the world of cultivation. But Fang Xing doesn't care anyway. Now that I have obtained a lot of resources, I am going to retreat to refine pills and practice. I have everything I need now, except a good cave. If I want to practice to the point of condensing the nascent soul in one go, it would be best if I have a 4th level spiritual vein. It is not easy to go back to the Tianjian sect for the time being, and it is even more impossible to go back to other nascent soul sects. Xiancheng? Most Xianchengs have 3rd level spiritual veins. Only a few places established by Yuanian casual cultivators have 4th level spiritual veins. But I am afraid they do not support outsiders to refine the nascent soul. Wait, in addition to Xiancheng, it seems that the former residents of the Yuanian family can also be considered. Fang Xing immediately thought of the Mu family. The Mu family was once a Yuanian family, so they should have a 4th level spiritual vein. Right? The most important thing is that now that they have fallen, there is no Yuanian Jinjuan sitting in the seat, so they are a soft persimmon. What's worse is that in order to fight, the head of the Mu family has tilted a lot of family resources to Mu Qingluan. And this time, he even brought out the spiritual treasure Jai Weikan. In the end, they were all fed to the dogs. Ahem. No. It was the justice that was done for the heaven. Originally, the Mu family relied on the formation and the magic treasure, and Fang Xing could not sneak in quietly. But now it is hard to say. It just so happens, I still need the blood and soul of the direct line of the Mu family to replace one of the 9 infants' pearls. Fang Xing will definitely not use the identity of Feng Shangren again. By the way, I will search for the ritual formula of Jai Weikan. With this thought, Fang Xing took out the 9 infants' pearl and chose one of the identities. In an instant, he turned into a graceful scholar with elegant appearance and white hair. This deadly scholar is a casual cultivator who is both good and evil. He was secretly killed by Huamaching and became one of his fake identities. It's a good time to plot against the Mu family. The head of the Mu family in the Blessed Land is quite perceptive. He didn't enter the Shining Cliff, so he shouldn't have died. But he will have a hard time after returning. Fang Xing sorted out the sundries in his hands again, feeling a little overwhelmed. It's not a good thing to have too many spoils of war. Even though the storage bags of Jindan cultivators are all fine products with large capacity. He has also been promoted to the 6-bag elder of the beggar gang. There are 6 storage bags full of sundries. Damn. The capacity is still small. The Chamber of Commerce horse team in the world of immortal cultivation deserves to make money. He sorted it out and pulled out another corpse bag. He input a little bit of mana. A black mist flashed, and 5 more golden armored corpses appeared on the ground. Each of these refined corpses is above the 3rd level, which is extraordinary and has its own body. There are flying ikshas, 4 armed golden corpses, and female golden corpses. They were all powerful physical cultivators in the past, but were later captured by the Wanxiang demon sect and refined into the Tianfan golden corpses. There are too many restrictions on these golden corpses by the Wanxiang demon sect, and they must be changed. This is the same as the Wanfa ghost infant. Even if the restrictions of the Tianfan golden corpse are very perfect, it is not made by himself after all. So he is worried. Fang Xing thought about it, and a jade slip appeared in his hand, which recorded a lot of corpse refining techniques. Well, these 5 3rd-level corpses, combined with a large amount of magic materials in my hands, seem to be just right to put together, to make a 5 mixed demons. Although the 5 mixed demons are not as good as the 10 absolute Yin corpses, they are difficult to match the Yuan Jinjuan. But among the 3rd level, they are already considered to be able to kill gods and Buddhas. More importantly, the general steps are equivalent to the Wanfa demon sect completing them for him. So Fang Xing doesn't mind spending a few days to re-restrict these corpses. The best 5 mixed demons are best to be based on the 5 elements of spiritual roots. which can form the 5 Suns demon formation. The spiritual roots of these corpses cannot make up the 5 elements, so we can only think of ways to use the materials for the sacrifice. Blood sacrifice of a large number of 5 elements of spiritual objects is enough to make the corpses have some 5 elements attributes. This principle is similar to the sacrifice of magic weapons. Anyway, it can't be used by living people, and it is easy to be refined to death. But it doesn't matter if it's dead. There are many immortal cultivation families in Yunzhou. The most famous one among them is the Mu family. The Mu family occupies the spiritual vein of Baiwa Mountain, with abundant spiritual energy, and is protected by a family formation. This formation was arranged by Yuaning Zhenjuan in the past, named Wanhuaqian Great Formation, ranked 4th level. Although it has been damaged after several major chaos and degenerated to quasi-4th level, it still has the power of a 4th level formation when combined with the Jiawaikan spiritual treasure. The Mu family has always been the leader of the Jindan family of the righteous path in dying. However, when the news of Linlang Fudi came out, the Mu family immediately looked a bit precarious. If it were any other Jindan family, they would definitely vomit blood if they encountered the death of the Yuaning seed of the late Jindan and the loss of the family's spiritual treasure. In comparison, the Mu family is only slightly unstable, which is already considered to be a deep foundation. Baiwa Mountain. In the Mu family ancestral hall, the head of the Mu family, who was already old, turned white overnight, and it seemed that his end was not far away. In fact, as a cultivator at the peak of the middle Jindan stage, he still had 100 years of life left. This state is the most tragic thing. Dear elders, the head of the Mu family looked at the several Jindan and fake Dan cultivators present with a turbid gaze, and his voice was as dry as a dead person. Qinglan's death and the loss of the family's spiritual treasure are all my fault. I will resign from the position of head of the family immediately. Please punish me. No. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator with a heroic appearance spoke. Head of the family, you are not wrong, but our Mu family is just unlucky. He stood up. His eyes were like lightning, and looked at the other Jindan. Fake Dan cultivators. Dan Jinren, do you remember that 300 years ago, the former head of our Mu family was stupid and lost 12 shops in Lihua Ferry City in a row after gambling with others? It was Brother Wanlong who succeeded in forming a pill and won back the shops one by one on the fighting stage alone. After the bloody fight, all the magic weapons on Brother Wanlong's body were shattered, and he almost became a bloody man. If it wasn't for that incident that injured his vitality, how could Brother Wanlong, with his talent, be only in the middle stage of forming a pill now? And Brother Wanqing, how can you break through the stage of forming a pill? Where did the golden pill come from? Brother Wanlong used the family military merits to help you get it from Qiankuan Dao. As for you guys, you know that the family lacks resources. And it was Brother Wanlong who dabbled in the Dao of alchemy, promoted to the 3rd level alchemist, and trained you. Even Mu Qinglan. It was Brother Wanlong who recognized talents and assisted him in the process of forming a pill, and even gave him the Yifeng pill that was helpful for breaking through the late stage of the Jindan. This time, we held a clan meeting to invite the ancestor Jiawaikan. What's wrong with such a head of the family? The middle-aged Jindan cultivator looked at everyone present with a sharp gaze. A group of Jindan Jiren were also moved. Yes. The fault is not with the head of the family. It's just that we are not destined to have this. Alas. Mu Wanlong's eyes were filled with tears. It's nothing for the family to lose the spiritual treasure. We can work together and revitalize the family in the future. Well, now that the disaster is coming, I will hold on for another 100 years. Head of the family. Elders, something bad is happening. At this time, a foundation building cultivator hurried into the ancestral hall and knelt down to report. An unknown cultivator attacked the Xiaoyuanshan mine. Xiaoyuanshan? That's the last spiritual stone mine of my Mu family. What unknown cultivator? It must be those few families who hired casual cultivators and demon cultivators to test it. How long has it been since the truce between the righteous and the evil? Why are you so impatient? Mu Wanlong was furious. Take 500 clan guards and take the Tinglong spiritual boat. The head of the family will go to the battle in person. After Mu Wanlong left, the atmosphere in the ancestral hall became a little mysterious again. Hee. Brother Wanlong, you are indeed farsighted. Mu Wanqing said with a smile. The head of the family confessed his crime and just went to enjoy his old age. Now he is still in the position. and the family is in turmoil. But he has to take the lead. I wonder how sincere you were in what you said before. Brother Wanolf? Muwal snorted coldly. It's all for the family. Half true and half false. Alas, don't I want to see Qinglan soar to the sky and bring us back to the glory of the Yuaning family? When they thought of this, many real people couldn't help but sigh. After a long time, someone whispered a curse. That damn Gua Banxian, a mere third-level Gua master, is full of nonsense, saying that the phoenix lives in the Wudong tree. Only the head of the family takes it seriously. Chapter 255 Deadly Needle. Xiuyuan Mountain is located in the south-central part of Yunzhou, thousands of miles away from the Baiwan mountain of the Mu family. There is a small spiritual stone vein in this mountain. Although it is a small vein, it can dig out millions of spiritual stones a year, and occasionally produces medium-grade spiritual stones, which is a very important source of income for the Mu family. In the past, in order to seize this vein, Mu Wanlong took Mu Qinglan and wiped out 3 major Jindan forces in one breath, and then firmly occupied this mountain. However, now that the Mu family has shown a slight decline, it immediately attracted covetousness. On Xiuyuan Mountain, in the mine cave, a series of light curtains soared into the sky and turned into a pitch-black tortoise-shell formation. It was the third-level black turtle formation. This formation abandons all attacks and illusions, and the means of displacement is amazing defense. Even a late Jindan cultivator will find it difficult to take it down for a while. At the core of the formation, an old Taoist sat cross-legged, who was the only Jindan cultivator of the Mu family here, Mu Wandao. The enemy has 3 Jindan cultivators, roughly in the middle stage of Jindan. The flying letter to alert the family has been sent. Alas, I hope we can repel them. Now Mu Wandao no longer hopes to kill the enemy. He will be thankful if he can drive them away and show off the strength of the Mu family. At this moment, Mu Wandao's expression condensed, and he looked at the 3 strange lights flying over, and couldn't help saying, "Be alert. They are coming again." The 3 Jindan casual cultivators were all hidden in the heavy fog, covering their bodies. One of them shouted angrily, and a ball of yellow-red flame emerged, turning into a strange beast. Its 4 feet landed on the ground, and it filled up a lot of hills and gullies while galloping, and rushed towards the tortoiseshell formation. Bang! The third-level formation fluctuated slightly, but the strange beast composed of yellow-red flames exploded and turned into sparks all over the sky. Another beam of light fell on the ground, and from time to time, a yellowish earth talisman was hit into the ground veins, obviously looking for the flaws of the black tortoise formation by observing the terrain. The last person was hidden in the mist and did not make much move. 3 Jindan cultivators attacked one after another. I should be able to resist for a few days with the black tortoise formation, as long as there is no formation master, Mu Wandao said to himself. At this moment, a sense of earth-shaking came, as if the entire Xiuyuan mountain was shaken. Not good. Mu Wandao looked at the shaking of the ground veins in horror, causing a huge flaw in the black tortoise formation. The third person, who had been standing still, sneered and threw a third-level formation-breaking talisman. Countless silver rune lines flew all over the sky, as if forming a silver light channel. The man rushed directly into the black tortoise formation without hesitation, looking for death. Although the power of the formation was temporarily ineffective, it only lasted for a few breaths. Mu Wandao immediately slapped his dantian, and a fish scale shield emerged. Thousands of scales suddenly dispersed and turned into a wall of scales. The figure who rushed into the formation laughed and flew out a folding fan magic weapon in his hand. Swish! The folding fan unfolded, and a picture of 5 clouds and green peaks was painted on the front. At this time, the fan's surface flashed with light, and an illusory mountain emerged and smashed on the wall of scales. The terrifying mana fluctuation spread, and a large number of scales shattered. The remaining scales gathered in front of Mu Wandao, and turned into a scale shield that was reduced by half. The magic fan suddenly closed, and a blade like ice stretched out. The unknown monk held the fan handle, as if holding a peerless flying sword, and the amazing sword intent soared into the sky. Swish! The sword light suddenly lit up. Its momentum was like wind and thunder, and it slashed on the scale shield along a strange trajectory. The already damaged magic weapon exploded instantly, allowing a sword intent to enter Mu Wandao's sea of consciousness and start to stir up trouble. With one sword, a Jindan cultivator was seriously injured. Magic weapon. The sword in the fan? Are you the deadly scholar? A trace of despair appeared on Mu Wandao's face. At this moment, a dragon roar seemed to be heard faintly from the sky. A dragon boat flew over at a very fast speed. And the leader was Mu Wanlong, the head of the Mu family. Form a formation and transform into a blue dragon. He pinched his hands, and the family guards in the dragon boat immediately stood at the designated position and injected magic power into the dragon boat. Roar! In an instant, this dragon boat seemed to come alive, turning into a blue dragon dozens of feet long. And the magic power fluctuation reached the late stage of Jindan. Being able to train family members and practice battle formations is also the foundation of the Mu family. Go! Two strange cries were heard. And the Jindan cultivator, who had previously spewed out strange fire, and the formation master, who attacked the ground veins, looked at each other and soared into the sky without hesitation. But at this moment, the dozens of feet long green dragon chased after him. And a dragon swung its tail. The cultivator who spewed out strange fire screamed and spewed out a ball of yellow and red flames. The flame instantly turned into a jackal as big as a mountain. But under the swing of the green dragon's tail, it was still dispersed. The green dragon's tail continued to move forward and landed on the Jindan cultivator, causing his protective light to dissipate, revealing a red-robed and bearded man. Master Zhuhua, how dare you mess with my Mu family? Mu Wanlong's voice came from the Azure Dragon. Master Zhuhua covered his face with his sleeves, and when his sleeves fell, he was wearing a strange red mask. Balls of red true fire were sprayed out by him, turning into countless flaming birds, pecking at the Azure Dragon. At the same time, another formation cultivator casually waved out formation flags and formation plates, and actually arranged a formation with faint lightning. Boom! The fire and lightning almost covered the sky, and collided with the Azure Dragon. After a few breaths, the two Jindan cultivators retreated. The Mu family is indeed extraordinary. And a rotten boat still has 3 pounds of nails. The Azure Dragon also retreated and turned into the original dragon boat. Mu Wanlong's spiritual sense swept across the pale face of the family guard, and then looked at the direction where the two independent cultivators left. These two people are independent cultivators in name, but in fact, one is the illegitimate son of the elder of Finchin Valley, and the other is backed by the Qi Fengzhang family. Otherwise, why would an independent cultivator learn formations? Does he have a formation inheritance? Recently, the family should not make too many enemies, but it must establish its prestige. It just so happens that this deadly scholar has the least background, so leave him to me. He grabbed with his big hand, and a purple flame net magic weapon fell down. The deadly scholar sneered, flashed, and escaped at an amazing speed, avoiding the purple fire net magic weapon. At the same time, an extremely slender white needle came silently behind Mu Wanlong and pierced the Jindan Jinyuan shield. Bo! Mu Wanlong's true essence shield exploded like a bubble, allowing the white needle to pierce directly into his dantian. Hee. The Mu family is so powerful, but they don't know that I am not only good at the sword and the fan, but also have a deadly needle. The deadly scholar laughed twice, but did not pursue the victory, but fled to the distance. Master! Mu Wandao barely flew up, his face full of concern. Are you okay? The deadly scholar, originally unknown. This deadly needle is really amazing. As soon as Mu Wanlong opened his mouth was full of blood, and he secretly sent a message with his spiritual consciousness. I am seriously injured now, and I urgently need a cave and elixir to recuperate. You stay here and don't show any flaws. The current Mu family can no longer afford any failures. Once the turmoil intensifies, those coveters will tear them apart like wolves. Dozens of miles away, the deadly scholar transformed into Fang Xing appearance. He didn't know that things would go so smoothly before. He just went to the Immortal City to inquire about the Mu family news as a deadly scholar. He was immediately considered to have improper intentions towards the Mu family, and was pulled in as a high-level cannon fodder. However, now is not a good time to kill Mu Wanlong, although he must know the formula for refining treasures of Jai Weikan. Fang Xing thought secretly. There are many problems that need to be solved if you want to pretend to be a person from a sect or family of immortal cultivation. The biggest trouble is things like the natal card and the soul lamp. Generally, important figures in major forces will be arranged to light a soul lamp and worship it in the midst of many restrictions as a proof of status and a guide for future rescue. If the soul lamp goes out, it means death. Therefore, if Fang Xing kills Mu Wanlong, Even if the nine infants pearl is disguised perfectly, the person's natal card and soul lamp are gone, which means he is dead. Obviously, he will be exposed as soon as he goes. Therefore, Feng Xing chooses to severely injure Mu Wanlong first. This is reflected on the soul lamp, which is extremely dim, indicating that the injury is difficult to heal or trapped in a desperate situation. It is just a situation that is slightly better than death. At that time, I will use the magic method to split most of his soul. Take his blood, but keep his life, so that he can be exempted from the soul lamp inspection, which will facilitate my infiltration into the Mu family. As for the dim soul lamp, since he was seriously injured, isn't it normal for the soul lamp to be a little dim? Feng Xing has always been a person who avenges grievances and revenges grudges. In the world of immortal cultivation, the emphasis is on punishing the 9 clans. If you provoke an enemy, you must destroy their family and sect. So, Mu Qinglan took the initiative to attack me and Linlang Fudi, which means there is a grudge. I also have a grudge with the Mu family. He walked a few more steps and came to a swamp where Inchi gathered. A black token appeared in his hand, and he kept muttering. Gurgle. A large number of yellow-green bubbles suddenly emerged from the poisonous swamp. Then, a huge head came out. This is a strange corpse, wearing black armor, a cloak, and a pale mask on his face. On the mask, there is an ancient seal character engraved with the word earth. Immediately afterwards, another corpse with the word water engraved on its mask walked out of the swamp. Then, there was the fire corpse, the gold corpse, the wood corpse. The appearance of the 5 corpses changed drastically, and it is guaranteed that even if the cultivators of the Wenxiang demon sect saw them, they would not recognize them. The 5 chaos demons are considered to be refined. In fact, it seems to be a good name for the 5 shadow demon corpses. Unfortunately, there is no wind and thunder. With the help of the 5 sky-changing gold corpses, coupled with the gifts of many demon cultivators, and most importantly, his own nascent soul mana, Feng Xing easily re-refined the 5 chaos demons. According to his trial, each 5 chaos demon is at least equivalent to a 3rd-level middle-grade body cultivator. If combined with the engraved 5-element spells, it will not be inferior to a cultivator at the peak of the middle stage of the Jin Dan. If the 5 mixed demons join forces and form the 5 demon array, they will probably be able to dominate the Jin Dan stage, and ordinary Jin Dan late stage cultivators will not be their opponents. Chapter 256 4th grade middle grade. See you in mountain. Mineral vein. Mu Wandaod gave up his own cave to Mu Wanlong for cultivation. At this time, Mu Wanlong was silently practicing his skills, with an abnormal blush on his face. After a long time, his face changed, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. In the blood, there seemed to be a thin white needle. Death needle, death scholar. Mu Wanlong's expression was fierce. I thought this person was just an ordinary casual cultivator, but I didn't expect that he really had some tricks. One day, as the head of a Jin Dan family, the manpower and resources he can mobilize are definitely beyond the imagination of casual cultivators. Although now is not the time. He will definitely take revenge in the future after suffering such a big loss. Just then, Mu Wanlong's expression changed, and 4 dark palms suddenly appeared under the futon and grabbed him with a bang. Clang! Inside Mu Wanlong's body, his life magic weapon roared, automatically protecting the master, and emitting a fiery red protective light. This light was burning with flames on the dark palm, but it didn't leave much damage. Then, a dark monster with 4 arms appeared. He was wearing a mask with a word earth engraved on it. A 3rd-level middle-grade body cultivator? No. It's a corpse refiner. Mu Wanlong let out a long roar, trying to remind the children of the Mu family outside. But his voice couldn't penetrate this cave at all. It was as if this place had been sealed by a formation. A white-haired scholar appeared, smiled at him, and a great magic power surged. Death Scholar, you are actually a Yuanying? No. You are Feng Shangren. Mu Wanlong's eyes were red with anger. But unfortunately, he could only transmit a sentence, and his Dantian Qi was pierced by the great freedom Xianjin sword Qi, and the whole person fell to the ground. Feng Xing made hand gestures, and the green 9 infants pearl flew out, revealing the 9 infants virtual image. A dragon-like and snake-like head drooped slightly, swallowing a large amount of Mu Wanlong blood. Immediately, he began to perform the dream soul-searching technique again, and began to search Mu Wanlong's soul. Not only that, after searching the soul, Fang Xing casually pointed, and a sword light fell, immediately piercing into Mu Wanlong's sea of consciousness, causing the old man to let out a scream that was not like a human. It is very painful to split the soul abruptly. If I hadn't performed the operation on you with my powerful Yuaning consciousness, perhaps your soul would have collapsed directly. Of course, it's not much better now. After searching the soul once, I got the formula for the sacrifice of the Jiaowei Qin. Not bad. Looking at a red light ball coming out of Mu Wanlong's nose and being swallowed by the 9 infants' virtual image, Fang Xing nodded. Losing such a large piece of soul and a lot of blood, Mu Wanlong would be a vegetable even if he was alive, and could only linger on. Take this person away. The biggest task for the 5 of you now is to keep him safe. Fang Xing gave the order to the 5 mixed demons. The earth demon immediately grabbed Mu Wanlong, performed the earth escape technique, and disappeared. He stretched his body, refined the 9 infants' pearl into his body, and suddenly turned into Mu Wanlong appearance. The appearance is a bit old. Forget it. Fang Xing touched his face, suddenly pinched his fingers, performed the breath-retaining technique, and reduced the fluctuation of mana to the early stage of Dan formation. Then, he withdrew the formation that was originally arranged and let out a long roar. Master! Not long after, Mu Wandao rushed in, seeing Fang Xing, who was seriously injured. He was shocked. Your realm. Damn the deadly scholar. I underestimated him too much. Although the deadly needle was forced out by me, it also seriously injured his vitality, and his realm fell. Fang Xing imitated Mu Wanlong's tone, with a look of disheartened look on his face. Ah, what should I do? Mu Wandao was horrified. First block the news. I have already repelled this wave of attempts. The Xiaoyuanshan mine should not have much problem. I will go back to my clan to heal my wounds first. Fang Xing waved his hand, looking dejected, and remember to keep the news confidential. Yes. Mu Wandao almost had tears in his eyes as he watched Fang Xing leave. Baiwa Mountain. The 1,000 flowers, 1,000 illusions formation? Fang Xing looked at the petals flying all over the sky, took out a token from Mu Wanlong's storage bag, and waved it gently at the formation. Countless petals immediately separated, revealing a passage. He swaggered to Baiwa Mountain and came to the Mu family ancestral hall. At a glance, there were 3 Jin Dan cultivators and 7 Jiadan. Basically, all the Mu family members were here except for the high-level cultivators, who were in closed-door retreat. This Mu family ancestral hall should also have the function of detecting blood. If the 9 infants' pearl cannot be concealed, then kill all these cultivators. Fang Xing felt very relieved and walked into the ancestral hall. Brother Wanlong. Mu Wanlong came up to greet him, with a concerned look on his face. Are you okay? Ahem, I was tricked by the deadly scholar. The deadly needle is really powerful. In order to force out the residual poison, I was seriously injured. Fang Xing waved his hands. No wonder. Your soul lamp dimmed before, and then dimmed again. Mu Wanqing had a lingering fear on his face. In fact, he suspected that Mu Wanlong was almost exhausted. My vitality is seriously injured. I have to retreat immediately to refine healing elixirs. Fang Xing said seriously, from today on, Mu Wanlu will temporarily take over the position of the head of the family. Brother Wanlong, I am not very knowledgeable. Mu Wanlu waved his hands repeatedly. Alas, now I am no longer able to do it. If I don't retreat, I may not even be able to maintain my true elixir. You don't have to worry too much. Fang Xing said seriously. Now in the Mu family, the only ones who can make the decision are these Jin Dan cultivators. Mu Wanlu has the highest cultivation level and good wisdom. He is also from Mu Wanlong faction, so he naturally has to support him. Although this person seems a bit unreliable. What does it have to do with Fang Xing? That's it. After he finished speaking, he did not give the Mu family a chance to object, and went to the 4th level cave with the most abundant spiritual energy. The ancestral hall suddenly fell into silence. After a moment, Mu Wanqing smiled. Brother Wanlong is really amazing. This time, the head of the family has taken the blame for you. Even Mu Wanlong, who was at the peak of the middle stage of the Jin Dan, ended up like this, and even the real elixir was about to collapse. No wonder the soul lamp was so dim, just like a candle in the wind. If Mu Wanlong went, the end would definitely be worse. Alas, I was also ordered in a critical moment. Mu Wanlong said, the most urgent task is to give up some peripheral interests and stick to the core interests. In addition, ask for help from those in-laws. Humph. They are called in-laws. But only the Wang family is a little more trustworthy. It's good that the other families don't take the opportunity to add insult to injury. The Jindan elder, who had not spoken, said, "Yes, I think we can start." Mu Wanqing also spoke, causing Mu Wanyu to frown slightly, knowing that he was not Mu Wanlong after all, with hundreds of years of prestige. At this time, if he wanted to manage the family, he could only compromise and discuss it. By what peak? In a valley. Unlike the colorful flowers in other places, this place is bare. Even with scorching heat waves, Fang Xing flew into it and waved his hand to open a cave. In the cave, the rich spiritual energy was absorbed into his body. The 4th level spiritual vein is really good. I can't even get it in the Tianjin sect. After all, his identity in the Tianjin sect is only the foundation building true transmission. And it is good to have a 3rd level spiritual vein. This Mu Wanlong knows how to enjoy it. Walking around the cave, Fang Xing was very satisfied, especially when he saw a spiritual pool hot spring. The water in this spiritual pool is full of rich spiritual energy, and it is very good for the body of the cultivator to soak for a long time. Of course, in addition to the enjoyment, there are all kinds of training rooms, animal pens, and spiritual medicine gardens. What makes Fang Xing even more satisfied is that Mu Wanlong is a 3rd level alchemist. This cave has an underground fire vein connected to the alchemy room. In the alchemy room, there is also a magic weapon level alchemy cauldron. Although it is not as good as the Wanhua cauldron, it is also very good. Well, after a little familiarity, you can start refining the Ganoderma lucidum pill. Fang Xing looked at the environment and expressed his satisfaction. He was ready to practice in seclusion for a while. He didn't need to come out of retreat until he reached the nascent soul stage. He is not that Mu Wanlong, who is wholeheartedly devoted to the prosperity of the family. As long as Baiwa Mountain is not lost, and no one comes to the cave to disturb him, he doesn't care about the outside cultivators fighting for power and profit. It is just right to announce to the public that Mu Wanlong is seriously injured and dying, and he needs to be in seclusion to heal his wounds. We will find an opportunity later. Let the 5 mixed demons send the real Mu Wanlong to the cave. Set up a formation to imprison him, and then it will be truly foolproof. Fang Xing sighed with satisfaction, and went to soak in the spiritual hot spring first. If the head of the Mu family was not an ascetic monk, he would have wanted to call a few beautiful maids to come in for a massage to relax his muscles and bones. After soaking in the hot spring, Fang Xing sat in the quiet room in a loose green robe. The cushion in the quiet room showed a light purple color. It was woven with 3rd level spiritual grass, and the master of the Prajna gate blessed the spell and refined it into a quasi 3rd level magic weapon. Sitting for a long time can calm the mind and even have a certain effect on eliminating the inner demon. Even for a Jindan cultivator, it is a bit extravagant. But the Mu family is the first family of the righteous path after all, and it was once a Yuanying fairy clan, so it naturally has the confidence. Not only that, the Mu family also has a special spiritual dining hall and a spiritual testing platform. Not only is the probability of having spiritual roots in the offspring higher, the detection is also more accurate than the spiritual testing talisman. This is the foundation of cultivating immortals. We, a small family, really can't learn it. Can't learn it. Fang Xing shook his head, and an ancient zither appeared in his hand. This zither is painted red. The tail is charred black, and has 7 strings. It is the spiritual treasure Jiaowei Qin. This spiritual treasure has always resisted Fang Xing refining. But when Mu Wanlong touched it, he didn't feel any resistance. Past the bloodline verification? Damn. The spirituality of this spiritual treasure is really a fool. Forget it. It's better to be a little stupid. But in the future, when using the spiritual treasure, you must bear Mu Wanlong appearance. Fang Xing eyes moved, and his hands pinched the seal, and complex and mysterious runes were injected into the Jiaowei Qin. This is the ritual formula that was searched for Mu Wanlong's soul. The blood of the Mu family plus the ritual formula is the key to unlocking the Jiaoweikan. Fang Xing could clearly feel that the resistance from the Jiaoweikan disappeared without a trace, allowing him to refine this spiritual treasure more easily. It turned out to be a 4th level middle grade spiritual treasure? Good. Good. Chapter 257 Knowing Too Much. A few years later, Fang Xing, wearing a jute robe, looked relaxed, sitting in front of the Wanhua Ding. Although there was a magic furnace in the alchemy room, he didn't care at all and had thrown it aside. preparing to sell it at a later time. At this time, the Wanhua Ding roared and opened. Streams of medicine overflowed, and 5 colored clouds rose and turned into Ganoderma lucidum. On each of the 5 colored Ganoderma lucidum, there were pills that exuded a strong fragrance. Fang Xing cast a pill collection spell, and one by one, Ganoderma lucidum pills fell into his hand. There were a total of 7 pills, but 3 of them had a circle of black pill poison. One furnace has 10 materials, 4 genuine pills, 3 inferior pills, and 3 waste pills. This result seems to be good among the 3rd level alchemists. At least Mu Wanlong attainments in Ganoderma lucidum pills are far inferior to mine. Fang Xing smiled slightly. Of course, he can also use the mysterious power of the Wanhua Ding to upgrade the 4 genuine pills into top-grade pills. The 3 inferior pills can also be saved and turned into genuine pills. Even if he doesn't eat them, they can be sold for a lot of resources. Back then, Mu Wanlong himself was a 3rd level alchemist, earning a lot of resources for the Mu family and even cultivating several Jinan cultivators. Although it consumed part of the Mu family foundation, it is enough to see how much spiritual stones the alchemists earn. This Wanhua Ding is still powerful, which is very helpful for improving my alchemy skills. What's more, I have Yuaning mana and consciousness, going back to practice 3rd level skills. It is also a bonus. This Wanhua Ding was obtained from Master Wanfo. It can enable him to practice from inferior spiritual roots to perfect Jin Dan and hope to Yuaning. How amazing is it? Although it is not known whether it can purify 4th level spiritual pills, just based on its current performance, it is like adding wings to a tiger for Fang Xing. After all, I'm not that unlucky guy like Wanfo. I'm better than Tian Lingjin. He stood up and walked into the meditation room. He casually took out a cold jade bottle, smeared the 1 yen stone milk inside on his body, swallowed a pill of the top-grade Lingji pill he had refined before, and began to practice silently. Thanks to such a terrifying resource blessing and his own talent, Fang Xing practice progress in the past few years can be said to be rapid. It feels like it won't take long before he can practice to the peak of the early stage of Jin Dan and try to break through the middle stage of Jin Dan. At this speed, the 10 sons of the righteous and evil would cry. Fang Xing was immersed in practice and had long forgotten that time was passing by in the outside world. Baiwa Mountain, Ancestral Hall. Mu Wanlong wore a graceful golden robe, stood with his hands behind his back, and silently looked at a soul lamp. That was the head of the family, Mu Wanlong. Although Mu Wanlong ordered him to temporarily take over the position of the head of the Mu family, as long as he didn't become the head, he would still be a deputy. Master. No. Mu Wanlong has been in seclusion for many years, but his soul lamp is still so dim. I'm afraid the situation is not good. Mu Wanqing stood behind Mu Wanlong, with a hint of heaviness in his voice. What else do you want? He has handed over the power, and is no longer in charge. He just quietly refines pills, and heals his wounds in the cave. Mu Wanlong turned around and stared at Mu Wanqing calmly. Do you think I can't even wait for these few years? Of course I don't mean that. But my Mu family has been suffering in the past few years. Mu Wanqing complained. Mu Wanlong made a mess of things, and he just closed his eyes. Now the Xiaoyuanshan mine is really going to be lost, and our Mu family largest source of income in the outside world will be cut off. For such a big thing, we have to call out the real master of the family and discuss it carefully. Mu Wanlong glanced at Mu Wanqing and said nothing. The head of the family was originally powerful and had many benefits, but after Mu Qinglan died and Mu Wanlong was seriously injured, they were constantly being eaten away by the elders. It's just that Mu Wanlong is still alive, which makes him feel a little unjust and unreasonable. What's more, Mu Wanlong has not produced any elixirs in the past few years. Instead, he keeps urging the family to supply spiritual herbs, although most of them are just some basic materials. It is not a good sign. Isn't it better to wait quietly? Why tear your face? After all, it is a big family. If you can't even maintain this on the surface, the family will decline in the future, and people's hearts will fall apart. It will inevitably start from this. Mu Wanyu sees it clearly. But this is the sadness of people. Even if you see it clearly, it's useless. His Taoist partner, his descendants and relatives will force him to do things he doesn't want to do for the sake of benefits. Forget it. I don't care about this matter. He shook his head and left the ancestral hall. Hee. Brother Wanlu, you are too concerned about your reputation. Mu Wanqing narrowed his eyes. Now the highest level of cultivation in Mu Wanlong family is the guest Gua Banxian, who is in the early stage of Jin Dan and a third-level Gua master. Humph. This person has secretly prepared to leave my Mu family. And it's time to give him a good lesson. Gua Banxian's strength lies in fortune-telling. Because of his practice of fortune-telling, he aged prematurely, and his fighting power is even average. Even Mu Wanqing can easily defeat him. More importantly, this person is from Mu Wanlong family. Now he has the idea of leaving the Mu family. Naturally, he will go to war to punish him and attack Mu Wanlong. Or, the latter goal is more important. A few days later, Fang Xing took a daily walk to inspect the cave and received a batch of basic medicinal materials. Suddenly, a sound transmission note flew in. He held the sound transmission note and frowned slightly. Can it be cured? I have retreated to this step. What else do I want? Although the sound transmission note only said that Gua Banxian had been caught for leaving the Mu family and wanted him to deal with it. But Fang Xing certainly knew that this was forcing Mu Wanlong to cut off one of his arms. If he came forward to deal with it, the other Jindan elders would throw out the evidence of the other party colluding with foreign enemies again. In the final analysis, it is to kill them all. This family cohesion and family tradition are too poor. I have retreated to this point. Could it be that even my fourth-level cave residence is targeted? Recently, I have to try to break through to the middle stage of Jindan, which is really troublesome. There are many turtles in shallow water. Fang Xing came out of retreat with an unhappy face and came to the Mu family ancestral hall. With a glance, Mu Wanl, Mu Wanqing, Mu Wandao, and Mu Qifeng, the four Jindan elders, were all there. This Mu family is worthy of being the first Jindan family. There are so many Jindan cultivators alone. If Mu Qinglan is still there, plus many guest officials, it is indeed a great force. The only thing missing is the Yuaning Xinjuan sitting in charge. Fang Xing saw this scene and nodded secretly in his heart. Mu Wanqing came up to him immediately, his eyes full of concern. Master, your soul lamp has been dimming, but your injury has not healed? I have a third level 9 flower treasure yuan pill here, which is a supreme holy product for healing. Why don't you try it? When these words came out, the expressions of Mu Wandao and Mu Qifeng changed. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is the cultivation level that matters after all. If Mu Wanlong has been seriously injured and has not recovered, he may indeed be abandoned. This is the reality of the survival of the fittest. I am not dead yet. Wandao, why are you here? Fang Xing looked at Mu Wandao. Mu Wandao's voice was a little bitter. The White Crane sect joined forces with the Miaodonlin family to attack Xiaoyuan Mountain. Qianquan Dao was also dealt with, and the spiritual stone vein was completely lost. I see. It's not your fault. Fang Xing came to the position of the master of the family and sat down with a big horse and a golden knife. This scene made Mu Wal's heart twitch. He had worked hard for the Mu family in the past few years, but in the end, he was still the acting head of the family. If the name is not right, then the words will not flow. Then, let's discuss the matter of Gua Banxian. Fang Xing waved his hand. This person is a talent. At the beginning, I spent a lot of effort to make him a guest of my family. He has been in charge of the spiritual measurement platform for many years, and he has always been diligent. Now he wants to spend his old age. Ahem. Head of the family, I received a tip-off that this person may have a connection with the White Crane sect. Mu Wanqing coughed and spoke. What about him? Fang Xing looked around. I have always been in Bangxianju. Mu Qifeng answered. He is from the Qing generation of the Mu family. 1 generation younger than the Wan generation. He has always been responsible for the family internal affairs and is eccentric and taciturn. Since he has not left, I will talk to him later. Anything can always be negotiated and resolved. Fang Xing sighed. Haha. I think that Gua Banxian is just a name. He predicted Mu Qinglan's fate and said that he would live in the Wuthong tree. We foolishly believed him. How many resources have been invested in Mu Qinglan over the years? Although this woman is indeed very talented and has condensed a half-step golden elixir, didn't she still die in Linlang Fudi? Mu Wanqing began to question Gua Banxian's professional level. Fang Xing knew that this was actually aimed at him. First, he didn't know the person well. And second, it wasted a lot of resources. This time, Mu Wal did not speak for Mu Wanlong again. A seriously injured head of the family is really useless. The replacement of the old with the new is the general trend. Fang Xing put himself in Mu Wanlong's shoes. Seeing that the family he had fought for all his life ended up like this, he couldn't help but have a trace of grief and indignation in his voice. The third-level divination skills of Guo Banxian are genuine. He has been accurate in several attempts. It can only be blamed on Qinglan's bad luck. Besides, although the theory of fate is only circulated in Feng Shui and Guo masters, it cannot be disbelieved. But it cannot be fully believed. Thingqi Wudong fate has a great hope of becoming a Yuaning Zhenjuan. It was not Guo Banxian who said it, but he measured this fate, and we found it in the family ancient books. Well, how should this person be dealt with? Mu Wanqing pressed on step by step. I will go to see him again. If he dares to betray the family, he must be killed. Fang Xing closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was immediately murderous. This scene made Mu Wanqing and Mu Wanlong look at each other, somewhat caught off guard. If it was the real Mu Wanlong, he would not have reacted this way, and would not have cut off his own arm. But Fang Xing did not care about that. He would have to withdraw when he should. Those disciples, nephews, and confidants of Mu Wanlong lived a miserable life, which was none of his business. However, his own treatment still had to be guaranteed. I am old. How dare I occupy the position of power? Wanlong, this family will be handed over to you in the future. I want to formally resign as the head of the family. But what about the fourth-level cave? Fang Xing spoke directly, very simply and rudely. Of course you can use it. You have injuries on your body, and the fire refining valley is suitable for recuperating. Mu Wanlong did not hesitate, and he did not want to tear off the last layer of his face. Now Mu Wanlong wants to withdraw completely, and all he wants is a fourth-level cave, and he must agree to it. If he does not agree, the whole family will secretly poke his spine. But he could not have imagined that the old patriarch would retreat so cleanly. Could it be that his origin was damaged and his death was imminent? Okay, let's do it this way. I go see Guo Banxian. Fang Xing flicked his sleeves and turned into a stream of red light, arriving at a third-grade cave residence in Baihua Mountain. Banxian residence? He looked at the continuous bamboo and wooden pavilions and nodded. The layout is elegant. He immediately strode in. In a courtyard, plum blossoms were planted. At this time, the plum blossoms were in full bloom, and the fragrance was everywhere. An old man with white hair and beard, but no wrinkles on his face, was drinking under a plum tree. Patriarch. When he saw Fang Xing, he immediately stood up with a smile and bowed. Brother Guo. Fang Xing looked gloomy. Are you really going to leave the Mu family? When I joined, I made an agreement with you that I could come and go freely. I have worked hard all these years, and have never betrayed the family. Guo Banxian stroked his beard. It's just that the third and fourth branches of the Mu family have been aggressive recently, and I can't stand it alone. I can only resign. Brother Mu, you are old. Guo Banxian sighed. What's more, I made a divination before, and if I don't leave Baihua Mountain, I'm afraid there will be a bloody disaster. Fang Xing, to be honest, he has killed so many cultivators, and his third-level inheritance of the 100 arts of cultivation is almost complete. It's just that he bit off more than he could chew. In addition to refining pills, he devoted himself to studying swordsmanship, and did not dabble in much else. For the third-level divination, it should be quite accurate for Jin Dan cultivators, and those below Jin Dan. But it is a bit confusing for Jin Dan cultivators. And as for Yuaning Zhenjuan, first improve the skills to the fourth level. What's more, the way of divination involves the secrets of heaven, and frequent use will greatly reduce lifespan. He once obtained a set of divination inheritance in the storage bag of the magic cultivator. But after a few glances, he felt that it was like reading a heavenly book, and could not get started at all. What's more, according to the inheritance records, practicing the art of divination requires special talents. Obviously, Fang Xing did not have it, so he let it go. Now watching this half-immortal divination show-off, it feels quite magical. He thought for a moment and said, forget it. We say goodbye today. I don't know when we see each other again. Take care of yourself. Alas, I'm not very good at learning. I calculated Qinglan's fate before, but his fate is no match for fate. Even if he has the fate of a latent dragon, he still can't take off without great luck. Instead, he's worse than a loach in the field. The Guo Banxian sighed again and again. I predicted the fate of the head of the family before. The head of the family is the leader of the revival, and will surely lead the Mu family to achieve glory. But now it's broken halfway. I can only say that Linlang Fudi is worthy of being established by the ancient great supernatural cultivators, and can interfere with the secrets of heaven. Now that fate has changed, I give the head of the family another divination today, so that we can all be together and part amicably. Several copper coins appeared in his hand, and he threw them into the sky, then caught them one by one and held them in his hand. The next moment, Gua Bantian looked up suddenly, with a trace of doubt on his face. Master, you are in a desperate situation. Really? Fang Xing said calmly. I am now in a low state, and my blood and qi are both depleted. My lifespan is greatly reduced, and perhaps my end is not far away. This hexagram is not right. The master luck is closely related to the Mu family. Why is there a trace of life in the Mu family now? Gua Bantian looked at the copper coin, his face full of doubts. Alas, Gua Bantian, have you ever calculated for yourself that there will be a bloody disaster today? Fang Xing sighed softly. Swish. Before he finished speaking, a sword light flashed, and Gua Bantian's head flew up. Gua Bantian die. Cause of death know too much. Chapter 258 Doctoral Studies. Blue Star. Villa number 69. Blue Sea District. That Gua Bantian seems to be just a mediocre knife. The key is that he gave me a divination. Isn't this courting death? Now that Mu Wanlong has completely retired, he has killed Gua Bantian with his own hands and cut off one of his arms. The Mu family has nothing to say. The 4th level cave can be lived in for at least another 100 years. With this, it is enough. As for how Mu Wanlong faction will decline, it has nothing to do with Fang Xing. After all, the two sides are still enemies. Fang Xing stood up, and a layer of red gold suddenly appeared on his body. In his body, the majestic and surging blood is like the Yangtze River, mighty and mighty. And the 72 evil points and 12 gang meridians are all roaring. In the Dantian Chi Sea, the purple-veined Wunsho golden pill turned again, squeezing out a large amount of immortal substances, which made his physique gain another boost. In Fang Xing's spiritual perception, this purple-veined golden elixir has shrunk again, like a grain of rice. But its quality has reached an unimaginable level. The golden elixir has reached the 8th level. It is only one step away from the great Vajra realm. Fang Xing's face showed a trace of satisfaction. He has a solid foundation in martial arts golden elixir, and has accumulated the indestructible magical power of Dragon Elephant Vajra. His cultivation in the Vajra realm is also smooth. In the past few years, he has not been too focused on martial arts, and has not bought any auxiliary cultivation items. But his progress is very fast. Fang Xing's mind moved, and the attribute panel appeared in an instant. In the past few years, he has not done nothing. At least, he practiced martial arts every day, absorbed the essence of the interstellar martial arts competition, and integrated it into his own martial arts. Taking this as an opportunity, Fang Xing removed the dross, and retained the essence of the cross-breathing method, and integrated it into the Star Martial 4 Absolute system. In addition to the cross-breathing method, there is also a simplified version of the Buddha Palm martial arts. Although the set of martial arts has only 3 styles, namely, the Heaven-Covering Hand, the 5-Finger Mountain, and the Immortal Martial Arts 1 Chi Great Handprint, it is enough. In other words, after creating the Immortal Martial Arts 1 Chi Great Handprint, Fang Xing knew that unless his cultivation level made another leap forward in the future, it would be difficult to achieve anything above the simplified Buddha Palm. However, this set of simplified palms can already be regarded as a complete martial arts, integrated into the 4 wonders of Xingwu. After adding 2 unique skills, it is now called the 6 wonders of Xingwu. In the future, there will be various martial arts integrated into it, until all aspects reach a perfect state. By that time, it means that Fang Xing martial arts have truly achieved great success, and he can become a master of the generation. Grandmaster. Is it really the limit of proficiency? Looking at the obviously improved upper limit of the proficiency of the 6 wonders of Xingwu, Fang Xing was thoughtful. The original limit of the Grandmaster was 800, but it has become 1000? This change began after the incorporation of the cross-breathing method and the simplified Divine Palm. The upper limit of the proficiency of the 6 absolutes of Star Martial Arts is 200 more than the original 4 absolutes of Star Martial Arts. With the continuous addition of martial arts in the future, this limit may continue to be broken. Perhaps, when the proficiency of the 6 absolutes of Star Martial Arts reaches the maximum value, it will enter a new realm. What is that called? Grandmaster? However, these are all speculations, and may not be achieved in the end. He looked at the last line and sighed again. Although the gate of the heavens swallowed up some sacrificial vessels of some sects, no obvious changes occurred. As if, these are just a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, I have lived long enough, and I can always wait for that day. Fang Xing looked at his 8-turned golden body, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Time flies, and now he is halfway through his postgraduate studies, and Song Jin Gang and others have graduated. As for those high school classmates, maybe some of them have retired. In the end, I'm still a pink graduate student. Fang Xing circulated the golden elixir, and the golden light on his body suddenly became much dimmer. Using his own characteristics as an immortal warrior, after converting half of his blood and chi into mana, he now looks like an ordinary warrior who has just entered the Vajra realm. And his foundation is not very good. This is the first time that mana has appeared in the main universe. So naturally there are no targeted instruments and detection methods. Using this method to hide one's own cultivation is quite useful. Fang Xing put on the nano suit and came to the back garden of the villa. A private spaceship has been waiting for a long time. Master, Xiaolin is at your service. The hatch of the spaceship opened automatically, and a cute female voice sounded. Let's go to Blue Star University. Fang Xing walked into the private spaceship, and a fluorescent light immediately shot up into the sky. It didn't take long before they arrived at the helipad of Blue Star University. It's actually a private spaceship? How amazing! He must be some wealthy man. Right? No. Look at how young he is. He might be the second generation of a financial group. Years passed, and Blue Star University had a new batch of students. Some of them looked at Fang Xing's spaceship landing with envy. Even if you are the first in the universe, there is always one in the college entrance examination every year. If there are too many of something, it will definitely be worthless. Even if it is the champion launcher, who is known as the first in the 6 realms of combat power. After a few years of popularity, won't he also fade away? Fang Xing has no interest in pretending to be cool. He put his hands behind his back, and a golden sun appeared behind him, making his whole body look like a golden rainbow, and came to a training room. It turns out to be a master of martial arts golden elixir. Those freshmen and sophomores saw this scene and opened their mouths wide. In the training room, an old man in a Zhongshan suit, with a gentle look, looked at Fang Xing. Not bad. Broke through the Vajra realm? He was Fang Xing graduate tutor, the martial Saint Yang. Yes, tutor. Fang Xing bowed slightly. Speaking of which, it was the first time he met this tutor in real life. It's not bad to be able to break through the Vajra realm. Yang smiled, looking very calm, because he could see that Fang Xing foundation was a bit weak. So he looked like he had only turned to the golden body at a low level. If he had accumulated a lot of experience and made sufficient preparations during the golden core period, and rushed to the 3rd or 4th golden core, or even the 6th or 7th golden core, he would be a true martial arts genius. I would also like to thank my mentor for introducing those research groups to me, especially Teacher Gu, who helped me a lot. Fang Xing habitually said a few humble words. In addition, the Interstellar Martial Arts competition also gave me a lot of inspiration and resources. Well, even so, it's not bad to be able to break through the Vajra realm. Yang said, are you going to continue to study for a doctorate? Fang Xing smiled, that's right. I wonder if the teacher is willing to continue to take me as a student. The academic system of the main universe is somewhat different. As the vice president, Yang is qualified to take doctoral students. For the other party, graduate students are equivalent to registered disciples. Doctoral students are formal disciples. Those who can break through the Vajra realm during their postgraduate studies have good aptitude and understanding. Yang said, although breaking through the Vajra realm is a little anxious, it is also very important for warriors like me to make decisions and overcome difficulties. Well, I will continue to teach you. Your martial arts have their own path, and you can continue to improve them. It just saves me a lot of trouble. Thank you, teacher. Fang Xing smiled. After the Vajra realm, it is the martial saint. You have mastered the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible magical power, and your golden body has the potential to turn 7. My expectation for you is to at least practice the 8th turn golden body, and then break through the martial saint. As for the great Vajra realm, the golden body is flawless, so there is no need to force it, Yang said seriously, and, unlike postgraduates, doctoral students can open their own projects, and conduct practical research. Of course, the most important thing is to plan for the future mecha. Mecha? Fang Xing's face showed interest. Below the martial saint, all mechas are standard. You just need to select the appropriate modules and assemble them. Yang said seriously, after the martial saint. Mechas are all tailor-made, which is very expensive. At the same time, warriors are different professions from mecha masters after all. We cannot cultivate the light of the soul. So there are special techniques for operating mechas. These must be trained in advance. Otherwise, on the battlefield, even if the 8th level of combat power is amplified by mechas, it will be difficult to break through the 9th level. Fang Xing looked educated. There are many types of mechas. For example, the martial saint of our Blue Star University is more suitable for the Big Sun series model. Its armor and weapons are the best match for the Tathagata palm. This is distinguished from the system of skills. If it is distinguished from the operator, it can be divided into single flow and group flow. That is, the difference between one person driving a mecha and a group of people driving a mecha. If it is divided from the appearance. There are also humanoid mechas, beast-shaped mechas, etc. All of the above are in the category of technological mechas. In addition, there are also biological mechas made of special materials, and even psychic mechas. Niang briefly introduced it and concluded, the best one is the one that suits you. But how do you know if it's suitable? You can only rely on yourself to get in touch with it and try it. This is a big project. If you have the heart of a martial saint, you must start preparing now. Sure enough, Mecha Master is the favorite profession of the Blue Star Federation. And there are so many inside stories? Fang Xing complained in his heart. But his face showed a look of listening carefully. I understand. A good mecha often accompanies our warriors throughout their lives. If it is a technological mecha, it also requires a lot of logistics and maintenance team support. Niang seemed to think of something unbearable to look back on, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Okay. When you are in the King Kong realm, it is best to seek external assignments, collect resources, and establish a network of relationships, and form a professional mecha team to serve yourself. In addition, you must also learn this secret information. Fang Xing Little Blue immediately reminded him that he had received a secret book. A true mecha master uses the light of the soul to control the mecha. We warriors don't have the light of the soul, so we have to find another way to control the mecha with the secret pattern of will. You must know that any manual action is far inferior to the speed of the mind and will. Yang solemnly warned, a warrior without a mecha is not a strong warrior. You must be proficient in this volume of Secret Pattern of Will. Chapter 259 Evil God Mecha. Will Secret Pattern Diagram? Inside the villa in the Blue Sea District, Fang Xing carefully comprehended a scroll of atlas given by Niang. There was no explanation on it. Only 3 scrolls of pictures. The first scroll was like a starry sky formed by countless three-dimensional light spots, giving people a sense of confusion. The second scroll was more abstract, with countless twisted lines faintly forming a certain pattern. The third scroll was even more bizarre. Fang Xing clearly remembered that he had seen it, but he forgot what it looked like. Will Secret Pattern, a special trick that only martial artists who have born martial arts will can practice. The key lies in martial arts will. With martial arts will, condensed secret patterns, will is originally nothingness. How can it be condensed into patterns? Fang Xing stroked his own eyebrows. After condensing the Great Sun Relic, if we talk about the strength of martial arts will, he is definitely among the best in the Vajra realm. Therefore, most of the secret patterns of will that can be learned by Vajra realm can be learned by spending a little effort. As long as you get started, the attribute panel can be improved. After observing the secret pattern diagram of will with confidentiality level, Fang Xing entered the virtual network again and searched for the secret pattern of will. It was found that there was very little information obtained, which should be subject to certain restrictions. There were only a few recruitment information for secret pattern engravers, and the salary was extremely generous. After all, the mecha of martial artists is different from the real mecha. If you want to control it as you wish, you must undergo transformation. On the mecha, engrave the same secret pattern of will, and then communicate with the secret pattern of the warrior's will to control it. The higher the attainment in the secret pattern of will, the more harmonious it is with the mecha, and the higher the upper limit of the combat power that can be exerted. Combined with what Niang said before, Fang Xing had a general understanding of the secret pattern of will and the mecha of martial artists. But it's still the same sentence. I can't afford it. He complained and started to contact Su Sanyang, calculating the date. This guy should be retiring from the military and then start running for parliament. If you want to build a mecha, it is definitely not enough to have star power alone. You also need channels. Although Fang Xing does not intend to do a big job, he will find it more in line with his character after a little inquiry. Not long after, the holographic image was connected. In a reception room, the windows around are bright. The walls are made of metal, and it is full of sci-fi style. In the middle of the room, there is a rosewood table. Su Sanyang is holding a purple clay teapot and washing tea. Come, sit down. He looked at Fang Xing and nodded. I heard that you broke through the King Kong realm? Yes. I plan to continue my doctoral studies. Fang Xing nodded. Doctoral studies can also exempt military service, and he does not want to dawdle in graduate school for 15 years. For Fang Xing, this is a pure waste of time. Moreover, even if he obtains a doctoral degree, with Su Sanyang here, he may be treated the same as Song Jin Gang with a little operation. That's not right. Maybe I've already become a martial saint before I finish my doctorate. A martial saint is a real high-level official in the Federation, with many privileges. Unless it's a major event like the arrival of the evil god's offspring and the real body, there's no need to take action at ordinary times. Of course, Su Sanyang, who took the initiative to join the army, doesn't count. Fang Xing sat down and picked up a cup of tea. Huh? Why is it soda? Oh, I just made a cup of tea for fun. And what I really bought was orange-flavored soda. Su Sanyang picked up the purple clay teapot and took a sip directly from his mouth. This kind of sensory enjoyment purchased in the virtual space is thousands of times cheaper than in reality, and is the favorite of many poor people. In the virtual network, they can enjoy all the luxury goods of the top dignitaries in the Federation. You want to study for a doctorate. It seems that you are not going to help me run for a counselor. Su Sanyang crossed his legs, looking a little disappointed. You have the support of the Su family, and your position as a counselor has long been secured. And I don't need to mix up qualifications, because after the doctorate is completed, I will definitely become a martial saint. Fang Xing said confidently. I knew you liked to keep things to yourself. Su Sanyang was not surprised. Then why do you want me? To run a doctoral project? That's one reason. And another is that I want to ask about the mecha. Fang Xing said seriously. Mecha, it costs a lot of money. And it's not even about money. There are many control resources. Su Sanyang shook his head. During the years when I was sent to Qishan Mental Hospital, thanks to the financial support from my sister, the original team did not disband. My sister is very good, but she is a big useless. By the way, she was slapped in the face by a bastard in the previous interstellar competition. Fang Xing continued to listen with a calm demeanor. The warrior mecha is different from the mecha master mecha. The key lies in the secret pattern of will. You are also from Blue Star University, so you should have seen the secret pattern of will. Right? If you can't cultivate the secret pattern of will to the second volume of the exotic beast diagram, even if you break through to the martial saint and have a top-notch mecha, it will be difficult for you to exert the combat power of the ninth realm. Su Sanyang revealed a piece of information. The secret pattern of will. Is the second volume a strange beast? I can't tell. Fang Xing answered honestly. Of course, it's too early for you. You need to slowly comprehend even the first starry sky map. The second map looks like twisted lines. When your will secret pattern condenses, and you can see a strange beast in those lines, the second strange beast map will be successfully cultivated. As for the third one, I haven't even started yet. Su Sanyang scratched his hair. I'm afraid I need to wait until I become a martial god before I can comprehend a little. So, Su Sanyang's current realm is the 8th realm of martial arts, the martial saint. But after wearing a mecha, he has the 9th realm combat power. Can he match the martial god without a mecha? Fang Xing had a general understanding in his heart. I understand. I will definitely study the will secret pattern with all my strength. Studying is not very useful. You just need to comprehend. Su Sanyang shook his head. Let's talk about mechas again. To form a mecha construction and maintenance team, you can't hire many talents with just the star yuan. Each one needs a high salary and high treatment. There is also the construction of factories, and the most important mecha raw materials. If your goal is to become a martial saint mecha, at least rock metal, the core power of the mecha needs eternal crystal. Overall, even the most rudimentary version requires a budget of at least 10 trillion star yuan. and many special materials are not available. If you pursue performance, there is no upper limit. Excuse me, if Fang Xing originally just wanted to learn more, now he has completely given up hope. With this kind of cost, and the channel requirements, unless he sells himself. No, even if he sells himself, there may not be a faction willing to take it. Unless, he is now a martial saint. Relax. Even some of the Federation martial saints do not have mechas. If you want to build a dedicated mecha, don't be too anxious. You can have a conceptual project first, study slowly. And when you become a martial saint, I will introduce you to the family. You can reluctantly marry into the family. And maybe the family will support you. Su Sanong smiled and said, how about becoming my brother-in-law? My sister is very good. Thank you. I think about it. Fang Xing had no expression on his face. After all, Su Sanong is a psychopath. Who knows if he is joking? Is there no other cheaper way? He thought about it, but still had some hope. Now it shouldn't be a big problem for the immortal clone to break through the nascent soul. But there are still many problems in the subsequent transformation of the spirit. And even above the transformation of the spirit, even the dying immortal cultivation world cannot meet his resource needs. And he needs to go to the more dangerous high immortal cultivation world. If he breaks through the martial saint by then, and has a dedicated mecha, then he will have the combat power of the martial god. In the immortal cultivation world, he is also a god of transformation monster at least. With the honor of the god of transformation, it will be much easier to collect some nascent soul pills to increase mana, and even the secrets of breaking through the god of transformation, as well as the skills after the god of transformation. In this way, safety is also more guaranteed. It's a pity that this plan encountered great obstacles at the beginning. Don't let your clone become a god. But I haven't even built the frame of my mecha. No. I should have broken through to the martial god. But the martial saint mecha is not built yet. That would be embarrassing. But I heard that the martial saint mecha has many design reserves. Just waiting for the promotion to the martial god in the future. And also upgraded to the martial god mecha. There is a cheaper way. Su Sanong suddenly laughed. The mechas we talked about before were all orthodox routes. There are also unorthodox routes. Of course. Niche means unknown. Means risk. Oh! For example? Fang Xing raised his eyebrows. For example? Biological mechas. Su Sanong showed a strange smile. Its real name should be the evil god mecha. As the name suggests, it is a mecha made with the body of the evil god as the main material. The main material can be the offspring of the evil god, or even some of the remaining limbs of the evil god from outside the domain. They have extremely high regeneration capabilities, and can replace most of the core power and armor materials. Of course, a large amount of inhibitors are required, and they are extremely polluting, and ordinary martial saints may not be able to survive. The best in this regard is the Nine Swords Academy, the mecha of the martial god Jianqiu. The eagle. It was taken from an alien evil god. It is cheap and easy to maintain, but no other martial god can control it except her. If it is an ordinary martial saint, it may be merged into the mecha while driving, and then become a new evil god. Speaking of this, Su Sanong was a little regretful. In fact, Jiujian Academy originally had another project, which was to make a martial god level mecha from part of the body on the moon god. Unfortunately, the research had just begun, and the moon god incident happened. The project had to be overturned and redone. But the advantage was that they had a complete moon god corpse to study. Generally speaking, for a martial saint level evil god mecha, it is enough to use some body materials of the evil god's offspring. Fang Xing listened, and his eyes moved slightly. The sword saint profession of Jiujian Academy is naturally the path that is least afraid of evil god pollution. So it is understandable to choose the evil god mecha. It seems that I am not bad in this aspect. Chapter 260, Outposting. In addition to biological evil god mechas, there are also psychic mechas. The concept of psychic energy comes from the psionic clan in the universe. They are a pure spiritual creature, good at using spiritual energy. After the Federation established diplomatic relations with the psionic clan, it obtained some information in this area and began to study. Now a new profession, the psychic warrior, has appeared. The concept of psychic mechas comes from a sacred object of the psionic clan, which can collect a large amount of spiritual power to build it directly in the psionic space. It does not require any materials or energy, but the power of mind and emotions. Su Sanong smiled and said meaningfully, Human emotions are also very rich. If they are collected, they will be an extremely huge energy source. So, the establishment of the virtual space also has the idea of building a psychic mecha factory? Fang Xing immediately understood. What else? Can it connect many humans and collect emotional power better than the virtual network? It seems that the water behind the Federal Holographic Universe Company is simply unfathomable. According to Fang Xing understanding, from the perspective of the immortal cultivation world, the so-called psychic mecha is actually to collect the power of folk incense and faith, create a god, and then use a warrior to take over and control the god, so as to burst out the power of the martial god. The idea is ingenious, but it is obviously not suitable for me. This incense god road route has too many restrictions and hidden dangers. Fang Xing looked at Su Sanong. It seems that if you want to become a psychic mecha master, you must join the federal government and serve the citizens of the Federation? That's right. Su Sanong nodded solemnly. It's not an ordinary public office, but a very restricted one. It depends on whether you have the determination. I think about it again. Fang Xing sighed, and had already killed the plan of technological mecha and psychic mecha in his heart. Technological mecha is too troublesome. It's better to break through the martial god by yourself. Psychic mecha has too many restrictions. As for the evil god mecha, perhaps there is a way to do it. Fang Xing immediately thought of the long-dead pale mother body, and the evil god offspring in the evil god world. These are all excellent resources for building the evil god mecha. Okay, let's talk about the doctoral students. Are you going to be sent abroad? Su Sanong took a sip of soda. With your current realm, after being certified as a 7th level professional, you are qualified to serve as the highest ruling officer of an ordinary planet. How about it? Do you want me to help you run it and go directly to the Eagle Star to start a project and serve as the captain? Eagle Star. Fang Xing murmured, a little aftertaste, and a little uninterested. That was the hometown of the original owner, but not his. What's more, those familiar classmates and friends, such as Lu Wei, Song Jingang, Gu Yun and others, have either disappeared or left Eagle Star long ago. There is not much point in going back. If you want to live a lazy life, go to a safe planet, such as the Eagle Star. If you need to obtain a large amount of resources, you have to go to a more dangerous place. Su Sanong said, in this world, if you want to get something, you have to give up something. Generally speaking, ambitious Vidra realm doctoral students will choose a planet close to the front line, accumulate military merits and contributions, and at the same time establish a company, collect resources, and then start a project dedicated to mecha. Even the initial design is very resource intensive. Fang Xing nodded thoughtfully. I will think about it again, and I will ask for help from you when the time comes. I am very optimistic about you. The current Federation needs people like you and me to save it. Su Sanong laughed loudly, looking a little crazy. Okay, the mental illness has recurred. No. Why do I have some symptoms of the second disease? Fang Xing rolled his eyes secretly and chose to say goodbye. Inside the villa, Fang Xing took out the quasi-third level enlightenment cushion from the Xiaoxian world and sat on it directly. At this time, he comprehended the first picture of the secret pattern of will, and immediately had some insights. Will is invisible. Therefore, the stars in the sky can be seen as one by one. The most important thing is to find the first coordinate point, and then use it as the core to build a real star map? Although this is not even an introduction, at least there is an idea and specific steps can be taken. Sure enough, understanding is the most important. Fang Xing patted the enlightenment cushion under him. Fortunately, I have a cheat. But this quasi-third level cushion is just average. There are many such enlightenment spiritual objects in the world of immortal cultivation. I can add them to the collection target in the future. Although he should not be difficult if he perseveres, it is naturally a good thing to break through as soon as possible. Next, I will go to certify the 7th level professional, and then consider what topic to start for my doctoral student. Fang Xing relied on the calming effect brought by the cushion to think quickly. Graduate students are just assistants, while doctoral students can already lead a project. According to my actual situation, the doctoral project can directly choose the simplified Tathagata palm. In this way, it is easy to produce results. But it is a bit sorry for Lao Gu, and it is useless for my mecha. Then, evil god studies? Or mecha-related topics? Some doctoral students, who have ambitions to become martial saints, usually start projects related to their own exclusive mechas, even if they just propose a concept and make a plan. They can save a lot of effort in the future. In terms of evil god studies, I am now beyond the scope of a doctorate, and I can lead graduate students. I should start a project related to evil god mechas, and then produce some research results. For Fang Xing, this is still a very simple thing. It can even be said that there are few people in the entire Federation who have more advantages than him. After all, he is the master of the sect. Well, the Gate of Nothingness believed by the sect is very special among the evil gods outside the domain. It is one of the 3 pillars, and its status is second only to the sleeping creator. Even though the Federation has instigated some leaders of the evil god sects, there may not be an undercover agent as high-ranking as himself. When the time comes, just sell the Creator School and take out the research on the Genesis slate. It will definitely be able to connect with the Nine Swords Academy. The Nine Swords Academy has taken the path of the most in-depth research on the evil gods outside the domain. Fang Xing just happens to be able to provide a lot of materials and information. With this relationship, I want some support to come up with a plan for my own evil god mecha. Isn't it too much? Mecha design. This is the first step, and also the most critical step. Even in the previous life, the drawings of an engine could fill several rooms, and the mecha design would only be more. It is not something Fang Xing can do alone. Once the design is determined, it will be simpler. Just find enough materials and manpower, and then start working. Of course, this is just an alternative plan. If I practice too fast, I will break through the realm of the god of war before the mecha is built. That is also possible. It seems that it is not suitable to go to the Eagle Planet. We should go to a more prosperous planet that is more likely to attract the evil gods. It's just right to go out and hide. I always feel that the Creator has sent me to do something big. Fang Xing's eyes are deep, and he has made a decision. As for using the resources of the Xiaoxian world to design a special mecha for Xianwu, although it is very tempting, he gave up because the completion of a mecha involves too many things. To open up a new track from scratch, it requires the participation of countless factories and research leaders in the Federation. In addition, the new Xianwu mecha is only the first generation, with the least mature technology and the most problems. To do this, the entire Xiaoxian world must be exposed to the Blue Star Federation, and many exercises and refining techniques must be opened for Fang Xing. It is a completely thankless task. The mecha is just a prop to add icing on the cake of his martial arts. It's okay to have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't have it. Based on the existing system of the Federation, it will be enough for a transition. As for the future, when he breaks through to the level of the God of War, what mecha will he need? Half a month later, Evil Dragon Galaxy. Evil Dragon Star. There happened to be a wormhole near the Evil Dragon Star, so the Evil Dragon Star became the center of the Evil Dragon Galaxy. Although the Evil Dragon Galaxy does not belong to the Frontier Galaxy, it undertakes part of the logistics tasks of the Federation Corps. So it is one of the main targets of the extraterritorial evil gods attacking from the imaginary space. And battles often break out on many planets. This day, a blue spaceship flew out of the wormhole. Xiaolan. Full screen mode. Fang Xing sat on the soft chair with a drink in his hand. Okay, Master. Xiaolan agreed happily, and many instruments and dials in front of him disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a vast universe and starry sky. A silver planet stood silently, and around it, there was an evil dragon with 8 human arms. Its appearance was hideous, and its head was full of majesty. Its 8 arms were open, guarding the silver evil dragon star in the middle. Group mechanism. Supergiant Mecha 8-armed dragon beast. Fang Xing looked at the 8-armed dragon beast mecha holding the dragon star in its hand, as if it was holding a dragon ball. And a lot of information emerged in his mind. This was specially collected before he set out. The one sitting here should be Zhou Yehua, the martial saint. The group mecha needs multiple mecha masters to jointly operate it, led by the leader of the dragon. And each of the 8 arms has at least a Vidra realm martial artist or a 7th realm mecha master to assist. A martial saint, the 8 Vidras, and the 8-armed dragon beast mecha can exert combat power, which is probably the top of the 9 realms. It is worthy of being the center of the entire galaxy. And the guard force is very strong. At least much stronger than the Eagle Star. Of course, it can't be compared with Blue Star. And there is no way to compare. One is just the capital of the galaxy, and the other is the center of the Blue Star Federation. At least, Fang Xing has lived in Blue Star for many years, and has never encountered any attacks from imaginary space. Well, Except for the Luna disaster. Master, I have received cosmic communication. The Dragon Galaxy officials require us to sail according to the designated route. And there is also a code of conduct. Xiaolon reported. It is normal for different galaxies to have slightly different legal requirements. Do it. This kind of trivial matter can be handled by Xiaolon, an artificial intelligence. So Feng Xing doesn't have to worry. At this time, Feng Xing put down the juice and picked up an authorization document. Carry out my exclusive mecha project on White Bird Star. And take on certain defense tasks at the same time? Feng Xing retrieved the information of White Bird Star. As a logistics planet, White Bird Star is different from the educational planet Eagle Star. It is no longer the principal who decides everything, but the Military Logistics Production Director, the Prevention and Control Bureau, and the Public Security Bureau share power. Moreover, the heads of the three major power organizations on this planet should all be in the Vajra realm. According to Su Sanyang's arrangement, Feng Xing took on the title of Federal Security Consultant to facilitate his work here and do his own private work. Doctoral students at Blue Star University must be sent abroad with certain tasks, such as establishing a company, collecting resources, etc. On the White Bird Star, there is a special resource, the Anti's bird, whose blood contains special ingredients that can extract an inhibitory factor to restrain the regeneration ability of the evil god's followers, suitable for making various types of ammunition against the evil god's followers. At the same time, this is also one of the raw materials for the armor plate in the evil god's mecha. Feng Xing has consulted a lot of information about the evil god's mecha, so he naturally knows that the deck of the evil god's mecha does not necessarily play the main defensive role, but is more likely to be used to limit the regeneration of the evil god's tissue in the body. As a federal protected animal, the Anti's bird has extremely demanding growth environment requirements. All cultivation and cloning experiments in other places have failed, judging that the White Bird Star has a certain cosmic secret realm features. Besides that, White Bird Star is relatively safe. If they want to raid this place, those evil gods or alien armies must at least pass through the Dragon Star where the wormhole is located. Apart from that, they can only descend from the imaginary space. But the Federation's imaginary space defense forces are not to be underestimated. Therefore, it is generally safe. It is unknown how long it took, and a white planet appeared in Feng Xing field of vision. It has two wing-shaped star crowns, which looks like a white bird spreading its wings and ready to fly. Above the planetary orbit, there are even more fortresses. Master, the authentication password has been sent. The other party has confirmed that landing is allowed. Little Blue reported a few words. Military Industry Director Davis wants to invite you to dinner tonight. After all, he is a local snake, and you need to give him face. Agree. Feng Xing nodded. At the same time, White Bird Star, a huge and majestic machinery factory. In the office, Davis is a middle-aged white man in his 40s with scarlet curly hair, federal security consultant, doctoral student at Blue Star University, another child of destiny. He looked at Feng Xing information in his hand and sighed. Why would a martial artist do scientific research? He also wants to cultivate evil god suppression materials. Isn't this too much of a cross-disciplinary approach? Across from Davis stood a young woman in a police uniform. She looked serious, anyway. He is a big shot from Blue Star, and he is following the Su family path. As for the research results, it's not that they can't be transferred. Maybe they are here to gild their reputation. That's right, just follow the convention. Okay. Order the people below to prepare for the banquet, Davis said disapprovingly. It's time to prepare well. After all, the Diamond Realm doctoral students at Blue Star University must start preparing mechas, even with the support of a big sponsor. It's not a small number. The young woman from the police side. When she was young, she had also had this dream. But unfortunately the school was not good. It was not a first-class or super first-class university, and there was no channel for external assignments to obtain resources. Now that this big man who seems to have a strong background has arrived, they, as the original interest group, may have to give up some of their interests. Chapter 261 Banquet. Inside the huge mechanical factory, automatic robots are working in an orderly manner. Countless factories together form a huge industrial group, most of which are automated, and only a few key positions require special technicians to manage. At the gate, Ouyang Qianqian stood meticulously, feeling very bored. In another hour and 17 minutes, I can change shifts. She is Fangxing High School classmate. But she failed the college entrance examination. And her family found connections, and served in the military, and was assigned to logistics. Now her position is to guard this factory, which is equivalent to a security guard. To be honest, this task is actually not bad. Except for being a little boring. It is still safe. Even after several attacks from the imaginary space. The military products produced by this factory can only be considered average, and are not among the key targets. In a few years, I can retire. Then get married. Have children. Is my life like this? Ouyang Qianqian looked straight ahead, sighing in her heart. Suddenly, a communication was connected. Corporal Ouyang Qianqian. You have been assigned a special mission, and are ordered to gather at the designated location within 1 hour. This mandatory mission? Ouyang Qianqian was shocked when she saw this. And then she saw a colleague coming to take over the ship. And she felt a little uneasy. I'm just a big soldier in logistics. I won't be assigned any dangerous missions. Right? Uneasy. She boarded a military transport spacecraft, on which there were other female soldiers, all of whom looked heroic and good-looking. Have you heard? Someone important is coming. It seems that we have been selected to serve as the welcoming guests. Only Davis, the supervisor, can do this kind of thing. When there are so many girls, it is inevitable that they will chatter and discuss gossip. And some of them seem to have some connections, and know a little bit of the inside story. Davis? Ouyang Qianqian was shocked. He was a big shot at the top of the entire Whitebird star. He could easily decide her future, and even her life and death. Indeed, those federal dignitaries like to use real people as waiters. After all, robots make people feel not formal enough. Oh no! If I am favored, should I obey or resist? Just as Ouyang Qianqian was thinking wildly, she saw her colleagues around her taking out makeup mirrors, dressing up carefully, and laughing at themselves. For them, this seemed to be an opportunity they had been longing for. Once they were favored by big shots, they would immediately become phoenixes. In the evening, in front of the magnificent building, the bright red carpet spread out for several miles. Ouyang Qianqian changed into a low-cut bright red reception dress. She felt that her face was a little stiff with a smile. Damn it. How long do I have to wait? Just as she was daydreaming, she suddenly saw a flash of light above the sky. A blue light flashing. And a blue private spaceship was slowly landing. It's actually a private spaceship? It's really a big dog owner, she complained in her heart. And then she saw a middle-aged white man laughing and coming to greet her, which shocked her even more. He is really a big shot who can make Davis so humble. Swish. The door of the spaceship opened, and Fangxing walked out. Haha. Welcome, Fangxing. My friend. Davis laughed and came forward, giving Fangxing a hug. Hello, Director Davis. Fangxing responded with a faint smile, and saw a young woman in the uniform of the Public Security Bureau. Let me introduce you to the Director General of the Public Security Bureau of this planet, Ms. Jiang Yue. Davis introduced Fangxing. Hello. Fangxing stretched out his hand and shook hands with Jiang Yue. The Director General of the Local Prevention and Control Bureau has arranged a capture operation in advance, so he regrets that he can't come. He asked me to apologize to you, Jiang Yue said. Of course. Business is important. Fangxing walked side by side with Davis and Jiang Yue to the banquet hall. When he passed by a receptionist, his eyes condensed. And then he walked over as if nothing had happened. Ouyang Qianqian watched Fangxing walk by, and the smile on her face froze. It turned out to be him. Fangxing? Has he become such a big shot? Ouyang Qianqian looked at the young figure walking side by side with the two giants of Whitebird Star, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. She knew very well that the other party did not stop to say hello for her good, unless she wanted to live under the spotlight immediately. Her ordinary life would be turned upside down in an instant. In the banquet hall, there were lights and wine. Almost all the dignitaries of Whitebird Star had arrived, and gentlemen and ladies gathered together. Fangxing held a glass of juice, occasionally talked to people who came to chat, and then went to the balcony on the side. Haha. Fangxing. Are we Whitebird Star people too enthusiastic? Davis came to his side with a glass of red wine. I have been studying in college, and I am not used to this experience. Fangxing told the truth. Well, you just need to remember that they need to curry favor with us, not us to please them. That's enough. Davis smiled and said, whatever support you need here, our military will do its best. Thank you so much. I'm going to start a company that involves material science, and I need a lot of land for cultivation research. Fong Xing was not polite and directly stated his needs. It would be best if I could get a sample of all the special environments on Whitebird Star. No problem. Your company here will definitely get the most favorable tax treatment. Davis answered without hesitation. Thank you. Fong Xing held out his juice glass and clinked it with the other party. There's one more thing. My doctoral thesis is related to mecha, and I have applied for the federal right to wear armor. So I'm going to apply for a military mecha and do research at the same time. Ordinary external skeleton armor is not prohibited by the Federation, but real military standard mecha is still strictly restricted. At least, ordinary citizens do not have the right to wear mechas, but ordinary guns and the like. No one cares if they collect a whole arsenal. This is the development of the times. In Fong Xing's previous life, collecting armor in ancient times was considered rebellion. But in modern times, no one cares if you collect dozens of them. But what if you collect a tank? Mechas are tanks in the interstellar era. Even aircraft carriers, especially military standard mechas. Each one has a number. Fortunately, Fong Xing is a member of the Federation and a nominal security consultant of the Federation, so he can apply for armor. That is, drive a mecha into battle. That's no problem. The best mecha in the warehouse. You can choose it. Davis patted his chest and guaranteed. After all, the best mecha in the Whitebird Star's arsenal is only the 7th realm. This means that even if you wear it, you only have the combat power of the 7th realm. For them in the Vajra realm, it cannot be said that it is useless. But it does not increase much. And, strictly speaking, this is just borrowing. And the other party only has the right to use it, not the ownership. It's a special fund for warriors with secret patterns of will, Fong Xing said with a smile. Of course. How could I fool you with junk? Davis's mouth twitched, and his smile was a little forced. Okay. The guests should be waiting impatiently. Fong Xing laughed and returned to the banquet hall with a very satisfied look. He was indeed quite satisfied, because both goals were achieved. In addition to mecha, he actually paid more attention to his own company and cultivation fields, because his doctoral thesis chose the aspects related to the evil god inhibitor material, and he was going to research a new material. For many people, this is a whimsical thing. The inhibitor materials that can be found in the Blue Star Federation have basically been discovered. The rest are only material scientists who continue to try one by one like alchemy, hoping for a slim chance to win the lottery. But Fong Xing is different. He has an entire world of immortal cultivation behind him, with unimaginable materials. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are many spiritual herbs and materials with the property of breaking evil. You can bring them here one by one and try them out, and try to see if they can be cultivated artificially. After many choices, Bai Niao Star should be the most suitable. Once I can really research a new type of inhibitory material, I will definitely make a fortune after applying for a patent. There is no hope of becoming a federal giant, but it should not be a problem to make a fortune and obtain the initial startup funds for a dedicated mecha. More importantly, in this way, the main raw materials will be firmly in Fong Xing hands. Even if others want to snatch the patent, it will be useless. So this topic may seem to require luck to outsiders, but I have great hope of success. By then, it will be enough to use it directly as a doctoral dissertation. Well, the federal doctoral program lasts 20 years. After 20 years, I should be able to become a martial saint. Niang has already taught me the tricks of breaking through the martial saint. The key lies in condensing the Dharma phase. The mainstream of students at Blue Star University is to condense the Tathagata Dharma phase. Of course, there are also people like Su Sanyong who open their own way and condense the Sanyong Dharma phase. According to Fong Xing, this kind of Dharma image is somewhat similar to the nascent soul of a cultivator. The rare treasure that the Federation uses to help break through to the martial saint is the refined divine essence. It is said that it requires the spinal fluid essence of the descendants of the evil god as the main material, and adds a large number of cosmic wonders to refine it. It has considerable side effects and dangers. Anything related to the evil god, whether it is a potion or a mecha, is very dangerous. Moreover, generally only martial artists dare to take it. After all, their greatest advantage is the will of martial arts. It can offset a certain degree of pollution. In general, As long as you are in the Great Vajra realm and have a flawless golden body, you don't need auxiliary spiritual medicine to force a breakthrough to the martial saint. For example, Senior Su Sanyang didn't have any auxiliary potions at all, and he broke through directly. Fang Xing was thinking about things while toasting. Outside the banquet hall, the cold wind was biting. Ouyang Qianqian kept her posture straight, cursing in her heart, "Damn it! How long are these guys going to play?" But military orders are like mountains, and she certainly dared not be absent from work before receiving orders from her superiors. The temperature difference between day and night on Bai Niao Star is so great that even she, a martial artist, can't stand it. Chapter 262 Sun God. The next day, Fang Xing came to an arsenal. After several checks and authorizations, he arrived in front of the mecha warehouse. Davis personally entered the password and verified the iris, which made the two metal doors open. Click! Click! The incandescent lamps suddenly lit up, reflecting different warehouses and mechas. Davis personally served as a tour guide, taking Fang Xing to look at them one by one, and explained, "The Tyrannosaurus Rex series produced by Xuanlong Company is 9.6 meters tall, with a built-in mental shield, which can resist the mental pollution of the upper family. Speed is the biggest advantage. And in terms of strength," Fang Xing looked over and saw a row of black metal giants, with sharp barbs all over their bodies, and a strange mechanical tail on their backs, with a sharp tip and dark golden lines. This is a 7-level mecha. A 6-level professional can equip it and unleash the combat power of the 7th level. Knowing that Fang Xing is a martial artist, Davis did not use other more professional terms, but described it in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Fang Xing nodded and looked down. There was also a giant-like blue mecha on the left, more than 30 meters high, deep and heavy. The Giant God series is known for its defense. Davis stroked the Giant God mecha with some emotion on his face. "When I was on the battlefield, I was once besieged by several upper family members. Thanks to the Giant God, I was able to hold on until the moment when the reinforcements arrived." Fang Xing was silent. The 7-level mecha can be said to be the pinnacle of standard mecha. Going up, there are various exclusive mechas, which need to be specially designed and professionally built according to the needs of different martial artists. The cost is huge. In fact, above the 7-realm mecha, there is also an exclusive 8-realm mecha, but ordinary people can't afford it. It is a real second-generation exclusive equipment. Theoretically, the martial saint mecha should be a 9-realm mecha. After wearing it, it can burst out with all its strength and rival the 9-realm. The martial god level mecha is a 10-realm mecha. This is the limit of the martial Taoist mecha. And the real mecha master, by integrating with the mecha, sublimates the light of the soul to the extreme, and can make the mecha burst out with the combat power of the 11th realm, which is the supreme force of the Federation. He thought to himself and said, "Let's not look at these standard equipment for now. Give priority to those with the transformation of the secret pattern of will." "Okay." Davis nodded and stepped on a disc. The disc floated into the air, bringing Fang Xing and Davis to the depths of the warehouse. The mechas here are completely different, and some of the metal decks are covered with a layer of strange patterns. In Fang Xing view, it is the difference between the ordinary version and the Deluxe Plus version. A light shone down, and Fang Xing first saw a scarlet giant sword. This giant sword was as wide as a door panel, 5 meters long, and there were red lines on the sword. It looked like it was prepared for giants. Bloody giant sword. This is a rare liquid metal mecha. As long as you hold the sword and activate the martial arts will secret pattern on it, liquid metal will emerge, wrapping the sword holder's body and revealing the true appearance of the mecha. It has very high requirements for the driver, according to the standards of Blue Star University. At least you need to fully comprehend the Starry Sky map to control it. Of course, after controlling it, the strength will increase greatly, especially suitable for warriors who practice special sword moves. In addition, if you can fully comprehend the secret pattern on the bloody giant sword, it is possible to overclock and activate the final killer move of the bloody giant sword. It is said to be an 8-level sword technique. Of course, after using this attack, the mecha will be greatly damaged and the energy will be completely exhausted. Davis introduced. "Really good." Fang Xing nodded in admiration. This kind of martial arts secret pattern mecha is much better than those standard mechas outside. Even when it bursts out with all its strength, it can actually have an 8-level sword move, which is enough to win unexpectedly. Just like when I slapped the wind department leader to death. Well, for him, this mecha has not increased his strength much. The reason why I applied to the Federation for the right to wear armor is for another benefit. According to the tricks taught by Su Sanyang, owning a matching secret pattern mecha, through continuous driving and understanding in practice, it will help to comprehend the secret pattern of will. This bloody giant sword mecha is mainly used for swords, which is not very suitable for me. Fang Xing shook his head and looked down. A dark green giant python hundreds of meters long was lying quietly in a square. The figures of him and Davis floating in the air seemed very small in front of this giant snake. Snake God. Beast-shaped mecha. With martial arts secret pattern. Suitable for some special environments. Davis introduced a few words, and was directly abandoned by Fang Xing. He is good at martial arts, and has not learned moves such as snake-shaped fists, which is completely incompatible with this mecha. Click! Fang Xing and Davis entered a warehouse, and a light fell, revealing a huge glass jar in front of him. In the glass jar, there was a pair of several meter-long golden wings, each of which seemed to be cast in gold, with a large number of secret patterns attached to the joints. Wings of the Sun God. This is the work of Master Apollo when he was young. Davis's tone fluctuated slightly. Apollo? The mecha master who presided over the construction of a large number of martial saint-level mechas and participated in the design of martial god-level mechas? Fang Xing eyes lit up. Yes. In fact, I think this mecha is very suitable for you. Fang Xing. Because Master Apollo was once a student of Blue Star University, and his early works have a strong Blue Star University style. The will secret pattern on this Wings of the Sun God is the orthodox style of Blue Star University. Davis smiled. Anyway, the mecha belongs to the Federation, and he is using it as a favor, so he must do his best. Oh! Fang Xing eyes lit up. Can I try it on? Of course. Davis entered a string of passwords, and a layer of transparent glass on the glass jar disappeared instantly. Fang Xing waved his hand, and the pair of golden wings fell behind him, and countless golden feathers flew down, covering his whole body. The Wings of the Sun God. The main material is activated monochrome metal, with honeycomb characteristics. Accompanying Davis's introduction, Fang Xing was covered with a layer of golden armor, which looked somewhat similar to the golden holy clothes, full of a gorgeous and brilliant temperament. This armor looks good. Master Apollo understood artistic taste when he was young. Fang Xing raised his hand and felt that he was not restrained at all. Defense? 7 realms. Attack? 7 realms. Fang Xing was covered with martial arts will, and could feel the martial arts will secret pattern on the Wings of the Sun God. But he had just begun to comprehend and could not activate it. He could only vaguely know that there were 3 levels of secret patterns on this mecha. Now I am using only the basic functions. Only when you get started with the secret patterns of martial arts can you realize the will-driven mecha and burst out with amazing power. Not inferior to a real mecha master. As for the 2nd and 3rd levels of secret patterns, they should be like the bloody giant sword. With powerful killing moves, they can burst out the combat power of the 8th realm for a short time, and are definitely the best among the 7th realm mechas. Fang Xing felt it silently and smiled. Thank you, Director Davis. I am very satisfied. That's good. I will transfer the authority for you now. And in addition, this mecha is only for you to use, and the ownership still belongs to the White Bird Star Garrison. Please pay attention to this. Davis smiled and quickly manipulated something in the virtual network. Master. Fang Xing's ears were immediately filled with Xiaolan's voice. The control of the Wings of the Sun God has been transferred. Now Xiaolan is at your service. The mecha is currently equipped with anti-gravity modules, swarm modules, and arrow modules of the sun. They can all be used normally. The energy source is the secondary eternal crystal, and now there is 87.54% remaining. The secret pattern module is closed and needs to be activated by the master himself. Soon. Xiaolan projected a large amount of information in front of Fang Xing. Although the martial arts will secret pattern cannot be used, the mecha cannot reach the peak flexibility. But with the assistance of artificial intelligence, it can also reach the level of ordinary standard mecha. Okay. Choose this one. Let's go! Fang Xing walked out of the warehouse and said goodbye to Davis. Have you applied for flight? The permission has been issued. With the master authority, there is almost no no-fly zone on the White Bird Star. Xiaolan answered immediately. Very good. The golden double wings behind Fang Xing flapped, as if the sun god had descended, and immediately flew to high altitude. In terms of speed, it was only slightly inferior to his Jiandan domain anti-gravity module. It's really good. Fang Xing raised his hand, and a laser suddenly lit up on the golden arm armor. The attached laser cannon is also powerful in the 7th realm. He flew high into the sky, and even continued to rise, coming to the universe environment, overlooking the white bird-like planet. The peak of martial arts Jiandan is already an extraordinary life, which can survive in the universe. Not to mention now, even without a mecha, Fang Xing can cross the outer space in his body. Such an environment is very suitable for rest and reading. Fang Xing turned off the flight function of the anti-gravity module and let himself fall freely. Then, he began to check the detailed information of the mecha. Although he cannot activate the secret pattern module now, the Wings of the Sun God has experienced several masters, and there are always those who have activated the secret pattern. Now that Fang Xing has become the master of the mecha, he naturally unlocked the top secret information of the previous masters, the Wings of the Sun God. There are 3 layers of secret patterns. By learning the secret patterns of the Starry Sky map of Blue Star University, you can activate the first layer of the mecha secret patterns, which will increase the overall performance of this mecha by 50% 100%. After fully understanding the Starry Sky map, you can activate the second layer of the mecha secret pattern function. Release the killer move to block the void. This move combined with the golden core domain is enough to restrict even the martial saint. The third layer of the mecha secret pattern requires the introduction of the exotic beast map. The previous masters did not do it. Master Apollo chose to keep it secret and give this Easter egg to the later ones. Fang Xing's face showed joy. Not bad. Not bad. It is enough to be used as a transition before the martial saint mecha. Chapter 263 Attack. White Bird Star. Above a barren mountain, a meteor suddenly appeared, with flames, getting bigger and bigger. Finally, it crashed into the mountain. Bang! It was like a comet hitting the earth. Countless pieces of stone flew. A huge pit appeared on the mountain, and a golden mecha crawled out of it. A large number of golden parts turned into feathers and fell back on the wings of the sun god, revealing Fang Xing's figure. Well, this defense is good. Definitely the top level among the 7 realms. Fang Xing patted his chest. The comfort level is also okay. He deliberately fell from space just to test the mecha. Now it seems that all the data are quite good, worthy of being a deluxe version. As one of the most powerful people on White Bird Star today, Fang Xing naturally does not have to worry about where to live. In fact, long before he arrived, Davis and his team had done everything, giving him an island with an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers in the ocean, and built a large number of villas. Early morning. The sea in the distance was blue, and the cry of seagulls could be heard. Fang Xing was wearing beach pants, sunglasses, and holding a coconut-like fruit in his hand, occasionally sipping a mouthful or 2 of juice. It's nice to have a vacation here. This is what life is like. This Xingha island has a decent area, and even mini factories can be built. He had already registered the company. Although it was just a shell now, it had all the qualifications it should have. And its name was Shanghai Company. The company's registered address was now on Xingha Island. And it also used intelligent agricultural robots to open up many experimental fields, preparing to conduct cross-border experiments on species in the world of immortal cultivation. Of course, there's no rush for these. PhD students have 20 years. Fang Xing threw the fruit shell in his hand and prepared to go fishing in the sea. In the afternoon, he could go surfing. A few days later, in Fanio City, on a bustling commercial street, Ouyang Qianqian was shopping with her bestie. Even an educational planet like the Eagle Star had a bustling business. As a logistics planet, Bainiao Star has a population of billions. So naturally, the business is very prosperous. Ouyang Qianqian rarely has a vacation with her bestie, so of course she has to relax. Qianqian, I heard that you were on guard as a receptionist last time. Who was the big shot who came? Her bestie asked curiously beside her. If it were someone else, they might have already shouted loudly. But Ouyang Qianqian came back without saying a word. Was she bullied? Or unspoken rules? Her bestie's expression suddenly became serious. No, I don't want to say. Ouyang Qianqian shook her head, and Fang Xing's figure seemed to appear in front of her again. Although they were classmates, she seemed to have been chasing after the others back. But it was getting farther and farther away. When did all this start? She was a little confused. Suddenly, a young man came in front of her. He looked only about 20 years old, wearing a white shirt, and smiled very sunny. Two beauties. Do you want to give me a chance to have a meal together? Fang Xing said with a smile. You? It seems that it is not impossible. The best friend looked Fang Xing up and down. Handsome boy. What's your name? Okay. Ouyang Qianqian pulled her best friend speechlessly. This is my classmate Fang Xing. This is my comrade Ji Weiwei. Ji Weiwei has a pair of big eyes that can speak. And now she looked Fang Xing up and down. High school classmate. Childhood sweetheart. They are all college entrance examination failures. And they are definitely not college classmates. Not childhood sweethearts. But they are indeed friends. I just don't know if classmate Fang Xing still recognizes me. Ouyang Qianqian looked at Fang Xing, with a hint of resentment in her tone. Haha, there were too many people a few days ago. And I believe you didn't want to be the focus. Didn't you come to treat me to a meal to make up for it? Fang Xing laughed. It is indeed a very pleasant thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Fang Xing, who is now preparing to take a good look around by Nyushing, naturally doesn't mind having a meal together since he met a classmate. Okay. You know what's best for you. I'm going to Qianwaila. Ouyang Qianqian snorted. Qianqian? You're so cruel. Qianwaila is the most upscale restaurant on Bainiao Star. It's far from here. And you have to make a reservation in advance. And it's not certain that you can make a reservation. Ji Weiwei stuck out her tongue. No problem. Both of you please. Fang Xing snapped his fingers. And above the three of them, a private spaceship that was originally invisible suddenly appeared. Its blue paint swaying under the starlight. Private spaceship? Ji Weiwei stopped talking immediately. This old classmate of Ouyang Qianqian looks very special. I wonder if he's the son of a wealthy family. It can make her imagine countless bloody plots in her mind in an instant. A beam of light fell, sending Fang Xing, Ouyang Qianqian, and Ji Weiwei into the cabin. Ouyang Qianqian looked around curiously, while Ji Weiwei quickly searched the internet and suddenly screamed, "You are the new big shot? Federal security consultant? Oh my god." No wonder Ouyang Qianqian refused to say anything after she came back. Indeed. It was me. Fang Xing smiled and opened the beverage cabinet. Drinks were alcohol. Soda. Ouyang Qianqian smiled. Weiwei. Don't think he seems to be very rich now. In fact, he has been working part-time in high school. And he has been happy for a long time to buy a bottle of soda after school. Yes. Fang Xing took soda for the two girls and opened a bottle for himself. As a result, I can drink whatever I want now. But I can't go back to the past. Right? Ji Weiwei's eyes flashed, as if she wanted to find some clues between Fang Xing and Ouyang Qianqian. Haha. I'm wrong. But I found that there are many better things to drink. The happiness of rich people is beyond your imagination. Fang Xing laughed and appreciated Ji Weiwei's frustrated expression. Even Ouyang Qianqian couldn't help laughing. You're still as annoying as before. Fang Xing smiled and talked about Ouyang Qianqian's military service. I'm like this. I've been working in logistics. Luckily there's no danger. Ouyang Qianqian said, because the interstellar ticket is too expensive. I've only been back to Eagle Star once in all these years. I also went to my alma mater to see that Principal Lu Guangming has been transferred, and now Teacher Xiao Long is the principal. By the way, Teacher Xiao Long is broken through the martial arts golden elixir. Martial arts golden elixir. Not bad. Fang Xing nodded. What about you? Ouyang Qianqian asked curiously. How is Blue Star University? It's just so. I went to college all the way. Then broke through the martial arts golden elixir. And was recommended to graduate school. Recently I was lucky enough to break through the Vajra realm. And I got a doctorate. And came to White Bird Star to do a project. And by the way, I started a company to earn some star yuan. Fang Xing answered lightly. Ji Weiwei next to him was already glaring at Ouyang Qianqian. As if to say, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such a great classmate? Ouyang Qianqian shook her head. It's great to be admitted to university. If Lu Wei were still here, he would be happy for you. Lu Wei. Fang Xing couldn't help but remain silent when he heard this. After he became the leader of the sect undercover, he was able to obtain a lot of intelligence about the cult. Naturally, he knew about the last time the evil god cult cooperated with the resistance army, and was badly cheated by Lu Wei. The Federation even seized a complete space bubble. The kind that contains the laws of science and technology. Thanks to this, the defense battle of the imaginary space has become more and more handy in recent years. However, Lu Wei's identity is a bit awkward. It is said that he should have been recruited by the Academy of Sciences. From then on, he joined the Federation as a half-peripheral staff and half-experimental product, which can be regarded as barely clearing himself. But his identity is still awkward, and the two sides have never met. The magnetic martial arts of the Academy of Sciences are also expected to break through to the level of martial gods. Since the emergence of the virtual holographic universe, the era of great struggle in martial arts has arrived. I wonder how many people will be able to break through to the level of martial gods in the end. Fang Xing thought to himself. Qianhuila is located in Wanxi City, which is considered the most prosperous commercial city on Binyao Star. After entering this city, not only Ji Weiwei, but even Ouyang Qianqian began to look around excitedly. For them, taking a private spaceship, they can go anywhere in the world and arrive in a short time, which is a very novel experience. Usually, when the logistics camp is on vacation, they only dare to stroll around nearby cities. This time, it is an eye-opener. Well, not bad. Some shops are quite interesting. Fang Xing walked on the street and nodded slightly. For those who have seen the prosperity of the capital, the most prosperous commercial city on Binyao Star is just a little interesting. Okay, let's go to Qianhuila next. It is said that the chef there once opened a restaurant on Blue Star. I hope I won't be disappointed. Fang Xing smiled. Ji Weiwei didn't know why, but suddenly felt a little inferior, and also understood her best friend a little. It was really stressful to have such an old classmate. Just when Fang Xing was reminiscing with his old classmate and having a meal. Public Security Bureau. A piercing red alarm sounded. Here it comes again. An attack from the imaginary space. Jiang Yue checked the surveillance with an unhappy face. Didn't the Academy of Sciences say that the technology of the evil god has been deciphered? Haven't the imaginary space field troops been able to bring in more technological weapons? Why are the defense lines often breached recently? Once the defense in the imaginary space fails, the evil god's followers will descend on the heartland of the Federation. White Bird Star is one of the more important targets, and every attack is not a trivial matter. A planet projection appeared, and 7 eye-catching red dots appeared on it. There are 7? Energy reaction. For servant level, 3 clan level, immediately mobilize the nearby garrisons and security teams. Jiang Yue gave the order while turning into a golden light and arriving in the air. Boom! The open-air swimming pool below tilted. The bottom of the pool opened, and countless water streams fell. A white humanoid mecha rose from the bottom of the pool. Jiang Yue fell into the mecha and rushed to the nearest clan-level attack site. Davis. Lao Lin. The other 2 are up to you. The servant-level attack, with a response from all parties, can definitely be solved. The trouble is the clan-level evil creature. Don't worry. I'm already on the move. The steady voice of a middle-aged man came out. I'm at the scene. Damn. I need some time. The upper clan-level evil creature, the Void Dog, appeared. It's very troublesome. I have mobilized the mecha division to encircle. Davis's voice came out. Jiang Yue knew that this guy had a fast response mecha division unit, all of which were driving the 7th level mecha. Although she was not satisfied with this person's character, she was still very relieved to deal with emergencies. The white mecha was like a stream of light, and it arrived at the scene of the incident dozens of seconds later. Above a city, countless steel turned into ruins, and strands of silk were attached to the ground, and some even pierced the professionals who came to support. The clan-level evil creature that was supposed to appear was nowhere to be seen. No. Turn on the supervision module. Jiang Yue snorted coldly, and 2 dark lights suddenly lit up above the eyes of the mecha. Then, in the video, a white giant cocoon suddenly appeared above the city. It is oval in shape, similar to a silk cocoon. Beautiful as a dream. But it is not something that ordinary people can capture with their naked eyes. But for those who can see it, a strange message emerges in their hearts, and the polluted words spread with it. Dream cocoon. A higher family of pure spiritual bodies. Don't let it hatch. Jiang Yue raised her right arm while manipulating the mecha, and a blade of light suddenly emerged. As the director of the General Security Bureau and a master of the Vidra realm, the mecha she drives is of course the Deluxe Plus version of the 7 realms. At the peak, it can burst out with the combat power of the 8 realms. However, her university academic performance is not ideal. and she has not passed the cultivation of the secret pattern of will. So it is difficult to fully exert the power of the mecha, let alone perform a killing move. Even so, she is still the peak combat power of the 7 realms when she controls the mecha to attack. Ghosts and gods. Knife. A huge white mecha figure flashed in the void, and the light blade was about to fall with a sense of destruction. But the next moment, a flash of sword light rose from nowhere, and it was the first to arrive, blocking the ghost knife. In the void, I don't know when a few weirdos who looked like moss appeared, holding alloy swords in their hands, rushing towards Jianwei. It's the previous security team members. They have been completely contaminated, and there is no hope. Jianwei's eyes flashed with scarlet light, and the long sword came out continuously. The knife light was cold, with a majestic murderous intent, and chopped a Mothman into pieces. Buzz! The sound of wings vibrating sounded. A sword light emerged from the hands of a Mothman. Just an ordinary 7th realm level. But sword lights rose one after another, vibrating together, forming a fixed frequency. This kind of. The frequency directly penetrated the white mecha and entered Jianwei's body. She knew inexplicably that this was a sword technique called Moss Sword, and its secret was to capture an inexplicable vibration frequency. No. This is the pollution of the evil god. My martial arts will never allow it. Jianwei's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, looking at the back of her hand, and found that it had grown a layer of brown fluff similar to the surface of a moth, faintly forming the shape of an eye. Help! She immediately asked for help from all the masters in her address book. This dream cocoon was definitely not simple. Qianweila, Fang Xing, who was eating, was suddenly startled and looked at Ouyang Qianqian and Ji Weiwei. Sorry. Suddenly something urgent. Okay. You go and do it. Ouyang Qianqian was very reasonable. Ji Weiwei next to her had her mouth full of food and had no time to object. I've already paid for it. After you finish eating, you can ask Xiaolan to take you back in a spaceship. Fang Xing flew out of the window, and a pair of golden wings immediately ejected from the spaceship and landed behind him. Countless nanometals covered his entire body, as if he was covered with a layer of brilliant and domineering golden armor. Wings of the sun god. Start. Fang Xing wings spread out, like a golden angel, or like a golden meteor, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Chapter 264 Getting Started. Such strong pollution. Fang Xing came to the sky above the city and frowned. The great sun relic on his forehead slowly moved, and a layer of colorful mist could be seen in the void. Looking carefully, the mist was composed of countless particles, mixed with very fine hairs. They spread out, and even wanted to invade the interior of the wings of the sun god mecha. Xingwu 6 Absolutes Do Qi Transformation. Fang Xing's whole body burned with a layer of transparent Do Qi flames, sweeping away countless hairs and particles in the void. This city, as far as he could see, he found that there was no riot or attack, only an unsettling silence. On the road, a bunch of civilians were lying in a mess, and they seemed to be trapped in a psychedelic dream. The upper family of pure spiritual bodies. Dream cocoon? Fang Xing looked a little solemn. After all, the family related to dreams always reminded him of a sleeping creator. 2 flames burned in his eyes, penetrating through the layers of fog, and saw the giant cocoon and the white mecha that was besieged by the moth monsters. Is it Consultant Fang? Just kill me. Jiang Yu's heavy breathing came out during the communication. Be careful. Pollute. Moths. So many moths. Fang Xing did not answer, but raised his right hand. One by one, golden feathers fell into his palm and combined into a golden bow. Module Sun Arrow is activated. Xiaolan's voice came. Fang Xing slowly pulled the bowstring, and a golden laser condensed on his palm and turned into a golden arrow. As he loosened his hand, boom! The terrifying golden mushroom cloud exploded near the dream cocoon, and the golden flame swept countless moth people in and turned them into ashes. Yes, the combat power of the peak of the 7th realm. Fang Xing turned into a golden light and killed into the remaining moth monsters. With the protection of the wings of the sun god mecha, he is equivalent to a physical cultivator wearing spiritual armor in the world of immortal cultivation. And his defense is even better, as the 6 unique skills of Xingwu were performed one by one. His fists and feet were used together. Those moth monsters were no match for him at all, and were easily torn to pieces. Swish! A sword light flashed, and the moth sword fell on Fang Xing, leaving a futile scratch on the golden mecha. The inexplicable vibration entered Fang Xing's ears, making him seem to think of the vibrating wings of a giant insect in the woods. So, the strongest thing about this family is the pollution that can penetrate the defense of the mecha? Unfortunately, it's useless to me. The great sun relic on Fang Xing's forehead slowly rotated. What vibration? Giant creature in the forest. The secret of the moss sword. Falling into a sea of consciousness. There is only one end. That is to turn into fuel for the great sun furnace. Let's go! He came to Jiang Yue and grabbed the white mecha. This scene looked very strange. After all, the wings of the sun god was a small mecha, while Jiang Yue's pale mecha was more than 10 meters high. It looked like an ant lifting an elephant. Go! Fang Xing threw the white mecha like a Buddha throwing an elephant, and threw it far away. Jiang Yue was polluted to a certain extent, and the most important thing to do now was to stay away from the pollution source. After doing all this, he looked at the dream cocoon. The huge cocoon had become translucent at this time, and there seemed to be a huge moth in it, about to tear the cocoon apart. The moth seemed to be still gestating and undergoing metamorphosis. Its body shape was like an insect, and then it seemed to become a human shape. The human shape had a pointed chin and ears, and a deformed body shape, with an inexplicable beauty. At the moment of seeing the human form, a more terrifying mental shock followed. This level has exceeded the upper family, reaching the level of the projection of the evil god outside the domain, or the level of the evil god's offspring? Fang Xing's eyes condensed. We can't let the dream cocoon continue to breed. Otherwise it may breed a son of the evil god? Even the weakest offspring of the evil god has at least the combat power of the 8th realm. Of course, it is very troublesome to breed such a son of god. This makes the whole city fall into a deep sleep, absorbing the movements of many dreams, which may be a large-scale ritual. As long as the ritual has not been completely completed, there is a chance to interrupt it. No fear. Stay away from upside-down dreams. And finally nirvana. Fang Xing was not affected by the evil god's pollution at all. The 5 fingers of his right hand opened and grabbed out suddenly. The wind and clouds gathered and turned into a huge palm print. The immortal martial arts handprint. A golden handprint fell down, tearing the dream cocoon, causing an extremely huge moth to emerge. It was covered with mucus, and was trying to open its wings, revealing a huge human eye pattern. A superior clan can fight. At this moment, Fang Xing even seemed to have some understanding of the starry sky map of the secret pattern of will, stimulating the hidden power of the wings of the sun god. Countless golden feathers emerged, and the golden bow in his hand suddenly changed into a long sword. Extreme Love Sword. The sword light suddenly appeared. The golden sword light enveloped the world, and it even carried a faint sense of oppression from the void. This is the sword intent of the world of immortal cultivation. Swish. The golden sword light swept past, piercing the wings of the moth, especially its eyes. In the moth's huge eyes, emotions of confusion and pain emerged, and there was even a roar in an ancient foreign language. Hashtag. Fang Xing, who had almost reached the maximum level of evil god studies, immediately understood the meaning. The gods in the dream will eventually come to reality. Dream gods? This is actually an evil god from outside the domain, but its existence form is very strange, similar to human schizophrenia. It's just that he has as many incarnations as the split personalities. These dream gods, seemingly numerous, are actually one, but for humans, their sense of existence has always been very low. If Fang Xing hadn't obtained the memory of the master of the sect, he wouldn't have had this knowledge. Whatever god you are in your dream, die! He put the 5 fingers of his right hand together, turned into a fist, and fell down with a bang. A golden light fell into the giant moth like an arrow. A large number of dense cracks appeared on the surface of the moth monster, and countless golden lights emerged from it. Finally, it exploded and turned into countless fragments. On the private spaceship, Ouyang Qianqian and Ji Weiwei watched the fighter planes flying past one after another outside the screen, and their faces were very solemn. This attack seems to be more powerful than the previous one, Ouyang Qianqian murmured. Fortunately, our vehicle authority is high enough. Otherwise it would have been shot down long ago. Ji Weiwei stuck out her tongue. Xiao Lan, can you tell me the current situation of White Bird Star? Ouyang Qianqian said to Xiao Lan with a smile. Although Xiao Lan's main body is now in the wings of the sun god, it is a piece of cake to separate a sub-body to operate the private spaceship and send it to someone. Of course, Xiao Lan brought up several screens. all of which were live broadcasts of TV channels. Several ruins can be seen, as well as a large number of disaster relief images. Davis, with a big nose, stood in front of a ruin and spoke eloquently. Our military is fully confident and capable of protecting the federal property safety of Whitebird Star. Ouyang Qianqian rolled her eyes and changed the channel directly. The mass coma incident in Dating City has been resolved and confirmed as a new type of attack. The city hall has begun to form a medical team to support. A reporter was reporting on the front line, wearing a safety helmet. This incident was resolved thanks to the strong support of Jiang Yuer's general administration and consultant Fang Xing. The city hall decided to build a full-body statue in the city center park to commemorate the two and grant them the title of honorary mayor. Just as the reporter was reporting, there seemed to be a golden meteor in the sky, which flashed by. Has he reached this point? Ouyang Qianqian looked at this scene and couldn't help but lose his mind. Galaxy Island. After sending Jiang Yuer to the hospital, Fang Xing directly controlled the mecha and flew here. During the battle, he seemed to have some insights into the starry sky map. Of course, he would not miss the inspiration at this time. He immediately came to the practice room and sat on the enlightenment cushion. A light flashed in his hand, and a jade box emerged. After opening it, there was a green spiritual date inside. Tongxian date. Even I only found 3 in Linlang Fudi. It is said that it has a certain effect of opening wisdom, increasing understanding, and calming the inner demon. Although it is far inferior to the rumored 9-eyed Bodhi seeds, it is better than nothing. He swallowed the Tongxian date in his mouth, and his teeth were like a crusher, chewing the date kernel into powder and swallowing it whole. Then, the whole person closed his eyes and began to comprehend the starry sky map with all his strength. At this moment, Fang Xing seemed to see a vast universe in front of his eyes. The great sun relics on his forehead slowly turned, reflecting his own sea of consciousness. In the endless sea of consciousness, a light spot floated up. The first coordinate point of the star map is established. After a long time, Fang Xing opened his eyes, and his face was happy. The key to the star map is to establish those scattered stars. As long as the first one is determined, the next step will be relatively simple. Finally, I have entered the star map. Fang Xing's face was happy, and he looked at the attribute panel. Martial arts will secret pattern. 1/100, entry, very good. As long as you show the blood bar, I dare to give you a liver explosion. He touched his eyebrows, and the martial arts will slowly came out. This time, Fang Xing felt a clear difference, and it felt like a myopic person wearing glasses. The world within the reach of the will suddenly became clearer and more vivid. His martial arts will spread, and came to the wings of the sun god. On the wings that seemed to be cast in gold, a dazzling light emerged one by one, turning into dense patterns, covering the mecha. Click! Countless golden feathers separated and fell on Fang Xing, turning into a set of golden mecha, and a layer of complex patterns emerged on the surface of the armor. The secret pattern module is activated. Xiaolan's voice came. The overall performance of the mecha has been improved. Current increase, 50%. Fang Xing clenched his fists and felt the power coming from the mecha's surge. Not bad. It makes me want to kill a few more dream cocoons. Not only that, I needed Xiaolan to assist in operating the mecha before. But now, my martial arts will is the soul of the mecha. I can operate the mecha at a very detailed level. Chapter 265 Middle Stage of Jindan. A few days later, Xinghe Island. Fang Xing came to a farm that had already been built and casually scattered some seeds from the Xiaoxian world. Xiaolan, the security of this farm will be left to you. I will buy a batch of drones and agricultural robots for you to command. Once an invasion is discovered, all the results can be directly destroyed. Fang Xing gave orders. In fact, he didn't care much about these cultivation fields. He just fooled around a few times to make the paper have a source. The spiritual herbs transplanted from the Xiaoxian world, without spiritual energy, basically all died. If I want them to be half dead, I have to sprinkle some spiritual stone fragments from time to time. These are all exclusive technologies, which are guaranteed to make all the plunderers bleed. Even if the experiment is successful, the real raw material production area must be placed in the Xiaoxian world. It is hard to find a soft spot. This is just a cover. After doing all this, Fang Xing returned to the villa and began his daily practice. His martial arts will was like the blazing sun, constantly clearing the fog in the sea of consciousness. A light spot emerged, and then let another light spot, becoming looming. In the sea of consciousness, there were already 5 such light spots. Barely a shadow of the Big Dipper. Secret pattern of martial arts will. 5 out of 100, beginner. He glanced at the attribute bar, and was very satisfied with the progress. It seems that my martial arts will is too strong and my foundation is too good. After getting started with the star map, the progress is very fast. However, after the star map is perfected, it is another big hurdle to comprehend the second picture of the alien beast map. Maybe some martial arts saints are stuck at this step. Fong Xing stood up and walked into the holographic virtual cabin, ready to play games. Thanks to the efforts of the Federal Holographic Universe Company, communication between galaxies has become extremely convenient, and it has become a common thing for people from different planets to play games online. Before, the cost of quantum communication alone could make people bankrupt. Fong Xing chose a game that has been very popular recently, Ancient Ape Legend, which mainly allows players to play various exotic animals, then learn martial arts and venture into the world of beasts. It is said that the big money behind the sponsor is a martial arts sect that is good at animal-shaped boxing and has done a lot of promotion. Fong Xing naturally followed the crowd and chose a white ape. After entering the game, he saw a white ape man more than 2 meters tall standing up and swinging quickly between the treetops in the mountains and forests. Not long after, he came to a simple mountain village. Various cow-headed horse-faced people, tiger-headed people, came in and out of the mountain village, which seemed very lively. Sure enough, they are all kinds of beasts in human clothing. Fong Xing complained, came to the mountain village, and looked at a wall on which various guilds were recruiting people in PK. Notices for the next copy. His eyes flashed, and he saw a notice, Dragon Pond Tiger Cave Guild Long-Term Collection of Horse Grass. Xianong Iron. Fierce Wind Pearl. A very ordinary notice. It looks no different from other notices. But Fong Xing knew that it was the disciples of the sect who were passing on information to him. Before leaving Blue Star, he had made preparations and asked his immortal clones to agree with these disciples one by one to summarize the information once a week, hidden in public documents in the form of codes, involving dozens of the hottest games at the moment. Moreover, he would never contact them, and they unilaterally exposed the information. It was equivalent to pushing all the risks to those disciples. This was of course unfair. But who made me the sect leader? In order to complete my undercover mission, of course, I need to transfer the risks to my younger brothers, and then sell them all out. Well, each of them worked very hard, and some of them were traitors of the Federal Intelligence Department. The information was very timely. Fong Xing had fun, like an internet-addicted teenager. After a few days, he exited the virtual cabin and had a good understanding of what had happened in the Federation recently. The number of attacks in the imaginary space has increased a lot. It is suspected to be related to the sect where the Three of Hearts belongs. Most of the followers who descended are pure spiritual bodies or dream creatures. Dream gods? Fong Xing knew that he could directly grasp the key of dream gods because he had obtained the evil god knowledge of the master of the sect. It may take time for the Federation to track this down, but this kind of attack is meaningless. The Federation should have a certain advantage in the imaginary space battlefield now. This kind of sporadic breakthrough requires more sacrifices on the battlefield. And, except for angering the Federation, it doesn't have much effect. The Federation has hunted down the ruler. The Dream Gods, an extraterritorial evil god, is not very strong. Once the Federation is targeted, Fong Xing vaguely felt that there was already a sense of impetuousness in the Federation. Many citizens believed that since even the moon god himself could be killed, the Federation could take a more drastic approach to dealing with the extraterritorial evil gods. Last time Blue Star was attacked, many militant MPs clamored for revenge. The impact brought about by this is slowly being reflected in all aspects of society. Three of Hearts. The Creator Sect. The Creator of Dreams. The Gods of Dreams? Fong Xing eyes suddenly widened. Could the so-called Gods of Dreams be related to the Creator of Dreams? Is he his biological son? That's not right. According to Three of Hearts, the Creator gave birth to everything, and most of the rulers are his children. Now that several children have died, he has also jumped up and down to wake up. Unless these gods of dreams are not simple, not just his biological son. Fong Xing took a deep breath. Even if he vaguely grasped the outline of this plan, he couldn't tell the Federation, not to mention the source of the news. If the Federation wants to accept this statement, it must first admit the premise that the Creator exists. I have read the Genesis slate, and obtained the evil God knowledge of the master of the sect to judge all this. But at the Federal Academy of Sciences, the existence of the Creator is still just a speculation. I am a nobody, so my words are useless. And it is easy to get into trouble. Fang Xing sighed. It seems that I have to establish a relationship with the Nine Swords Academy as soon as possible, if I want to attract the attention of the Nine Swords Academy. The best stepping stone is my doctoral thesis. Immortal Cultivation World. Yunzhou. Baiwa Mountain. Inside the cave, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, and his consciousness looked inward at the Dantian Qi. I saw a white golden elixir absorbing the spiritual energy of the world from the 4th level spiritual vein, and the small sword inside made a clear sword sound. Under the golden elixir, the Wanfa ghost infant with a great sun seal on his forehead sat cross-legged and also pinched his fingers. The originally violent spiritual energy of the world instantly became extremely docile, following the operating trajectory of the Great Freedom Xianjin Sword Classic, watering in the body, and finally transformed into solid true essence at the level of Danjia, and immersed in the white gold immortal golden elixir. The platinum-colored sword pill was affected by this, as if it was a tonic, and its size instantly expanded. In the quiet room, Fang Xing opened his eyes. Is it the middle stage of the Jin Dan? Under the combined effects of the 10,000-year-old stone milk, the top-grade Ganoderma lucidum pill, and the 4th level spiritual energy, his cultivation progress was incredibly fast. Ordinary Jin Dan cultivators often practice hard in seclusion for decades, and their cultivation is difficult to improve. But he made rapid progress in a short period of time and reached the peak of mana in the early stage of the Jin Dan. Then, Fang Xing casually tried to break through the middle stage of the Jin Dan. The result made him speechless. The so-called bottleneck did not appear at all, and he broke through to the middle stage of the Jin Dan smoothly as usual. The series of bottleneck-breaking pills prepared by Fang Xing, such as the life-threatening barrier-breaking pill, etc., were of no use at all. This may be because I have a solid foundation, and I am an immortal golden elixir, so my spiritual roots are very superior. Even in the Jin Dan stage, there are very few bottlenecks. In addition, the 4th level spiritual veins also played a big role. At least the spiritual energy supply is completely enough for me to break through, and I don't need to absorb additional spiritual energy from heaven and earth to form strange phenomena. After breaking through the middle stage of Jin Dan, Fang Xing carefully felt that his own golden elixir true essence and mana were more than twice as strong as before. In addition, the spiritual consciousness was nourished by the golden elixir true essence, and it skyrocketed all the way, reaching the limit of about 5 miles. If combined with the Wanfa ghost infant, the range of 70 to 80 miles can be fully controlled. The fluctuation of mana within 100 miles can be faintly sensed. Finally, the rotten iron sword was baptized and also promoted to a 3rd level medium-grade magic weapon. This is a matter of course. The essence of its materials is sufficient, and the 3rd level is wronged. When I truly condense the nascent soul, this sword can be immediately promoted to a spiritual treasure. At that time, its sharpness will surely shock the entire world of immortal cultivation. Fang Xing was very satisfied. He counted the pills on his body, and found that there were not many Ganoderma lucidum pills. It just so happens that I always swallowed Ganoderma lucidum pills before, and my body has some drug resistance, and the effect is getting worse and worse. It's time to try to refine the 5-cloud pill. The main materials of the 5-cloud pill are almost gathered in Linlang Fudi, but some auxiliary materials need to be collected by manpower. I don't seem to be able to command the Mu family now. It seems that Mu Wanlong will recover from his injuries and come out again. A flash of spiritual light flashed in his hand, and the Qingyang magic lamp slowly emerged. In the lamp, the Qingyang magic fire and the soul-destroying magic flame that were originally entangled and devoured each other disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a dark green flame, which was the soul-devouring devil fire. After several years of cultivation, the 2 4th-level magic fires finally merged, not just a little, but the original fire seeds completely merged and turned into the soul-devouring devil fire. This kind of magic fire is best at burning the soul. Even the Yuanian cultivators dare not touch it. At the same time, it also retains the power of the Qingyang magic fire to melt gold and iron, even among the Yuanian true lords. It is an extremely sharp method. Fang Xing tried it a little, and was very satisfied with the performance of the soul-devouring devil fire. He walked out of the cave, and suddenly saw a sound transmission talisman flying around in the formation like a headless fly. Someone actually thought of me? Fang Xing was slightly surprised, and flicked his finger, and a sword energy picked up the sound transmission talisman. He listened to a few words, and a hint of amusement appeared on his face. Chapter 266 Conspiracy. The Mu Family Ancestral Hall. The head of the family, Mu Wanli. The Jindan elders, Mu Wanqing, Mu Wandao, Mu Qifeng, and several fake Dan deacons are all there. The Mu family has been going downhill in recent years, and no new Jindan cultivators have appeared. On the contrary, many fake Dan deacons have been killed. At this time, Mu Wanli was wearing a golden robe and sitting in the main seat, with a majestic look. But there was a lot of worry between his eyebrows. After becoming the head of the family, he realized that this position was like sitting on a volcano, with conflicts between the branches and oppression from external forces coming one after another. Even though Mu Wanli boasted of his wisdom, he was still overwhelmed. If it was a rising family, the benefits gained would be enough to appease the dissatisfaction of each branch. But now the family is going downhill. Fortunately, Mu Wanlong gave in completely, and by cutting the flesh of his faction, the family could barely maintain the superficial harmony of the family. But it couldn't last long. Mu Wanli glanced at him and asked, "Do you want to invite Elder Wanlong to the family meeting?" After the previous head of the family abdicated, he automatically assumed the position of family elder. "I have sent a sound transmission note," Mu Wanqing replied. He was also a little strange in his heart. It was obvious that Mu Wanlong's soul lamp was like a candle in the wind in the past few years. But he just couldn't die and occupied the 4th level cave. That was the cave with the best spiritual energy in Baiwa Mountain. Could it be that he would occupy it until he died of old age? However, the other party was upright and magnanimous before, and took the initiative to give up a lot of benefits, and even cut off one of his own arms and killed Guo Banxian. No one in the Mu family dared to say anything. On the contrary, if he dares to reach out again, he will definitely be stabbed in the back. After all, this is a family, not a gang. Even in the gang, they have to talk about morality on the surface. Ahem. Not long after, Mu Wanlong, who looked old, had gray hair and coughed from time to time, walked into the ancestral hall. Alas, it's a troubled time, and you even have to disturb this old bone of mine. Elder, please take a seat. Mu Wanli stood up and expressed his respect to Fang Xing. This is a smart man who knows that his position as the head of the family comes from Fang Xing legal system. So if you want to keep your seat, you must at least pay attention to filial piety on the surface. This is the only way to maintain the cohesion of the family. Fang Xing sat down tremblingly, listening to Mu Wanqing talking about some of the troubles the Mu family had encountered recently. The White Crane sect seems to be fighting to the death with my family. The White Crane sect's Grand Elder, Master Baihe, has now broken through to the late Jindan stage, which is very worrying. He is just a late Jindan cultivator, so it is not enough for us to discuss seriously, Mu Wanli said. According to the latest intelligence from the family, both the righteous and the evil are interested in a large-scale land reclamation. A large-scale land reclamation? Fang Xing blinked and thought of the years in the wild land, and then showed a trace of trance. It has only been a few years since the war ended, and we are going to start a land recuperation war again? Originally, we should have rested, but it was all because of that damn Master Feng. He alone occupied 4 shining fruits, and killed many Jindan cultivators of the evil way. The righteous way also lost Hun Yuanzi. The key is the Ninging pill. There is not even enough material for 1 furnace. Mu Wanli's face was not good at all when he mentioned Fang Xing. Aren't there 2 more divine infant fruits? Fang Xing blinked. One of the 2 divine infant fruits was taken by Xiao Yao Ho of the evil way, and has long been missing. He should have gone to a secret place to form an infant. And there is no news about the body cultivator at all. Mu Wandao replied, the masters of both the righteous and evil ways have almost turned the cultivation world upside down, but still can't find them. And that Feng Shangren. According to the investigation of many masters, it is confirmed that he should be a cultivator from the foreign domain. And now he has long left dying. Damn it! Fang Xing's face showed a trace of hatred. That person who pretends to be Feng Shangren, who hides his head and shows his tail. I will never let him go. Alas, how can we have the spare energy to avenge a Yuan Yuan now? Mu Wanli smiled bitterly. Even the Ming sisters, Madame Gerwei, etc., are still alive and well. Why? Fang Xing had a hideous face. Alas, isn't it because they are afraid of the consequences? A few female cultivators in the early stage of Jindan are nothing. But if they provoke revenge from Yuanying, it will not be good after all. Mu Wanqing said, what's more, it is said that a demon Yuanying attacked several women and used the searching heart technique. The result was that the real Feng Shangren had already died. And even the real face of the Yuanying was unknown. Those female cultivators were played for nothing. Which was quite unfair. Fang Xing snorted coldly. But his heart moved. Sure enough. A barefoot Yuanying Zhenjuan, who is not afraid of wearing shoes, is still very deterrent. Even the demon Yuanying did not dare to use the soul-searching technique that would cause greater damage to the soul. But use the searching heart technique. This can explain my attitude. The more this is the case, the more I cannot show up. The missile is most deterrent when it has not been launched. Okay, let's get back to business. This time, the righteous and evil sides jointly opened up the wild land, and each chose a general direction. Our Mu family will of course follow the righteous path, and we should be assigned to the jurisdiction of the Qingquan Dao at that time. This time, my Mu family must produce at least 3 Jindan Jinren. This is the intention of the upper sect. Mu Wanl spoke. After the war between the righteous and the evil, they did not rush to cultivate, but chose to open up the wasteland. What happened is that both the righteous and the evil sides agreed. Could it be? Fang Xing stroked his beard. His eyes lit up. What did Brother Wanlong think of? Mu Wandao's eyes lit up. It is rumored that the formula of the Ninging pill has been modified many times. And there is a version that can use the 4th level transformed Demon King Spirit pill to replace the Shining fruit. But the Ninging pill refined in this way, the effect will be slightly worse. And the success rate of the pill will also be reduced a lot. Fang Xing said, now both the righteous and the evil need to cultivate the nascent soul seeds, which is to prepare for the war with the shape-shifting demon kings in the wild land. This time, I am afraid that at least several shape-shifting demon kings will be killed to meet the demand. But the wild land is extremely dangerous. And the 4th level middle grade and even 4th level upper grade shape-shifting demon kings are active. It is even rumored that there are 5th level ancient wild beasts sleeping in the depths of the wilderness. The wilderness is of course extremely dangerous. But when our ancestors crossed the sea and, when they overcame all difficulties, and opened up many immortal cultivation worlds. It is said that there was also a god-transforming venerable from the high immortal cultivation world, who came forward and reached an agreement with the Lord of the Great Wilderness. Beings above the god-transforming level would not take the initiative to attack low-level cultivators. Muwala smiled and said, besides, the area we occupy, even if we count the area that is about to be opened up, is just a drop in the ocean of the Great Wilderness. And it is impossible to alarm the god-transforming venerable. Even so, even if we encounter a random 4th level monster, it is enough to crush us to pieces. Fang Xing shook his head. We are working hard. Can we be rewarded with a Ninging pill? This is a losing business, using the blood of us and the casual cultivators to fill the appetite of the sect. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Jindan real people present were very unpleasant. Although the rewards for this kind of land reclamation are generous, the Mu family is already a Jindan family. Qingquan Dao is stupid to support the Mu family. This time, they fought hard and at most they were given a newly reclaimed 3rd level spiritual land and a Jindan. No more. Even if the military merits are not enough, they may not even get the Jindan spiritual objects. That being said, the order of the sect cannot be disobeyed. Mu Wanqing looked worried. How about the old rules? The so-called old rules are naturally to send a group of old, weak, sick and disabled people. And you can also temporarily recruit casual cultivators to make up the number. Ahem. Fang Xing coughed violently at this time. I am seriously injured. I am afraid that I will die on the way if I go out again. I am afraid I can no longer contribute to the family. Old, weak, sick and disabled? Isn't it Mu Wanlong? If it is the real Mu Wanlong, maybe he will really risk his life for the family and die in the land reclamation. But Fang Xing was stupid to go. He still has to continue his cultivation and strive to break through to the late stage of Jindan within 10 years. Old man, take advantage of your age. Mu Wanqing cursed in his heart. But if Mu Wanlong really became shameless, he had no better solution. You can't force the previous head of the family to die. Right? This is shameless. Invincible. In this case, please ask Brother Wanlong and Wanqing to stay with the family. This time, I will lead the team myself. Wan Dao and Qi Feng will accompany you. Mu Wanlong looked at Fang Xing. Although he was a little disappointed, Mu Wanlong was afraid of death. And this was another major blow to his prestige, which was good for him. In addition, the other party had already retreated. And there was also the old favor. So he decided to tolerate this time. However, Mu Wan was still on guard and transferred Mu Wandao, who was closer to Mu Wanlong, and Mu Qifeng, who was neutral, away, leaving Mu Wanqing on his side to stare at the other party. Mu Wanlong is still in the early stage of Jindan, and it is obvious that his injuries are difficult to recover. Mu Wanqing, however, had great magical power, so it was not a big problem for him to take care of a seriously injured Mu Wanlong. Thank you very much. I am refining a furnace of healing elixir. I need to go back to check the temperature. I am relieved that Wanqing will take care of the family matters. Fang Xing bowed his hands, turned into a stream of light, and said goodbye and left. After several Jindan cultivators in the ancestral hall said goodbye one after another, only Mu Wanlu and Mu Wanqing were left. Mu Wanlong has really changed. If it were before, he would definitely go without saying anything. Mu Wanqing was a little confused. This is also human nature. The older you get, the more you fear death. There are so many old predecessors in the world of cultivation who, once their lifespans are on the verge of extinction, will do anything to prolong their lives. Practice dual cultivation. Practice magic skills. Transform blood. We can master the power of moving mountains and filling the sea. And we can maintain the vitality of our bodies before the true elixir collapses, without illness or disaster, and have endless fun. Who would want to die? Mu Wanlong was very calm and accepted the reality that people will constantly change. What else? Could it be that this Mu Wanlong is fake? If he is fake, his bloodline will definitely be discovered the moment he enters the ancestral hall. The Mu family, a Yuaning family, is very good at distinguishing their own bloodline. Please rest assured, Patriarch. I will definitely keep an eye on that old guy during my time in the family. Mu Wanqing promised. Brother Wanlong has already given up the position of Patriarch, and his faction has been beaten to a pulp. As long as we spread the truth about today's discussion, we will be judged as a coward. What threat does such a Mu Wanlong pose to you and me? Wanqing, you have to look further ahead. Our opponents are always the wolves outside. We can win over one or two of Mu Wanlong now, Mu Wanlong said earnestly. Mu Wanqing looked indifferent, and it was unknown whether he listened or not. A few days later, a barren mountain. The mountains and fields were desolate, with occasional bird calls. A layer of mist appeared at some point, covering the middle of the mountain. Not long after, a green light flew over and fell into the mist. On the mountainside, on a huge green rock, a person appeared at some point. He was wearing a pure white crane cloak, with a childlike face and white hair, 2 long white eyebrows hanging down, and a red mole between his eyebrows. Quite like an immortal. This person stood with his hands behind his back, and next to him was a white crane with a red crown and feathers like swords. It was standing in the stream, stabbing fish with its long beak for fun. The green light fell, revealing a cultivator who was completely shrouded in green light. He bowed first. Greetings, Master Baihe. Haha. My friend can abandon darkness and join the light. It is a great contribution to our Baihe sect. I guarantee that your lineage will never be affected, and there are countless blessings from the immortal way. Master Baihe twisted his white eyebrows and said with a smile, I can sign a 3rd-level spiritual contract with you first. Thank you, Master. The figure in the green light bowed, then raised his hand. A ball of green light wrapped a jade slip and fell into Master Baihe's hands. Good. Good. It is indeed the formation diagram of the 10,000 flowers and 1,000 illusions formation. And the travel date and route of Mu Wanlu and his party? Master Baihe looked at the figure in the green light in surprise. Either don't do it, or do it thoroughly. Master, don't you plan to ambush and kill Mu Wanlu and others? The figure said, as a matter of course. I am naturally prepared to take action. But they are your relatives after all, and such actions still make me a little scared. Master Baihe sighed. There are many kinds of dirty things in the big family. I am sorry to make you laugh. I have no problem at all, as long as you can kill Mu Wanlu and attack the Wanhua Qianhuan formation. You and I will work together to close this formation. By then, the Mu family will only be left with a group of chickens and dogs. The figure in the green light looked at the alien spirit crane playing in the water next to him. I haven't congratulated you yet. This spirit beast is probably at the 3rd grade upper grade. Right? No wonder you dare to plot for the 4th grade spirit vein. But you still need the recognition of Qingquan Dao. Yunzhou belongs to the Qingquan Dao's territory. And such a big thing naturally cannot be bypassed. Otherwise, the anger of the Yuanying sect is not something that any Jindan cultivator can resist. Don't worry. My great-granddaughter has married Wu Xingzi of Qingquan Dao as a concubine. I personally visited Qingquan Dao Master, and he acquiesced to my old bones. After all, I have 2 late Jindan warriors here, which is very helpful for the development of the wasteland. And what else does the Mu family have left? Master Bias smiled. It seems the Mu family will be destroyed after all. The figure in the green light spoke indifferently, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Chapter 267 Attack. A few days later, Baiwa Mountain. Everything of the family is entrusted to you. Wanqing. Mu Wan gave a warning, turned into a stream of light, and flew into a white jade palace. This is the Mu family war artifact. The white jade palace. When it was built, I don't know how many resources were invested. Now there are a lot of Qi training and foundation building cultivators sitting in charge. Especially several fake Dan, and the 3 Jindan real people of the Mu family. Even if they encounter the late Jindan, they can hold on for a long time. This time, of course, the Mu family did not send out all the elites, but recruited a large number of casual cultivators. But they always have to be cautious about public opinion, so they dare not do too much. Probably half of the low-level casual cultivators and family cultivators. Of course, most of those family cultivators are old, weak, sick, or hopeless. Looking at the escape light of the white jade palace disappearing into the sky, Mu Wanqing looked around with a sense of complacency. Now, on Baiwa Mountain, he is the one who makes the final decision. That old man is in seclusion today. Mu Wanqing looked at the valley where Fangxing Cave was located, and a gloomy flashed in his eyes. Of course, he had no way to deal with Mu Wanlong. He clearly didn't want benefits, and he didn't want shame. Even he felt like a rat trying to pull a turtle, with nowhere to bite. Elder Wanqing, I have prepared some wine and singing and dancing in the cave. Please go and taste them. How about it? A fake Danjinring came forward with a smile on his face. The head of the family entrusted me with a great task. How can I indulge in wine and sex? Mu Wanqing refused with a righteous face. After a moment, he heard a telepathic voice. Elder Wanqing, my kabuki are all from Yin Yang He Wan Lu. It would be a pity if you don't go. In that case, Mu Wanqing also sent a telepathic voice. Let's do it tomorrow night. Yin Yang He Wan Lu is very famous in the dying cultivation world. The female cultivators trained there are not only beautiful, but also very helpful for the cultivators to improve their magic power. Therefore, the price of the female servants sold is very high, especially the dancers at the foundation building level. It is said that not only their dancing is amazing, but also their cultivation methods are helpful for the Jindan cultivators. A few days later, inside the 4th level cave, Fangxing was sitting cross-legged, refining spiritual energy and improving his magic power. For him, no matter how chaotic the outside world is, it is not as important as improving his own cultivation. He suddenly felt the vibration of the underground spiritual veins, and he stood up and flew out of the cave. There was chaos on Baiwa Mountain. The Wanhua Qianhuan formation that originally covered the mountain was actually slowly disappearing. A 3rd-level alien spirit crane was showing off its might over the Wan family land. It shook its crane feathers, and white feathers fell from the air, turning into sharp flying swords, beheading all the Wan family cultivators who wanted to kill this monster. Next to the 3rd-level white crane, there was also a fake Dan cultivator floating. Mu Wanlan, how dare you betray the family? A Wan family fake Dan cultivator looked at Mu Wanlan, who was helping the evil, with scarlet eyes. He had a layer of 3rd-level defensive spell 9 Fire Dragon cover on his body. At this time, he roared, and a black Hunyuan stone magic weapon quickly turned into a small mountain and pressed towards Mu Wanlan. Mu Wanlan, is it the fake Dan elder of Mu Wanqing's lineage? Did he betray the family? Fangxing found relevant information from Mu Wanlong memory and was speechless. Where is Mu Wanqing? Did he surrender or die? How did he guard the central token of the formation? He flew to the sky of the clan, looking unhappy. The Thousand Flowers and Thousand Illusions formation was once a 4th level formation. Even if it was weakened, it was still quasi-4th level. It was not something that a mere 3rd level spiritual crane could destroy. The central control token of the formation must have been taken away. This thing was originally kept by Mu Wanlong, and later handed over to Mu Wanlong as the head of the family. Now that Mu Wanlong is going to open up Wasteland, he will naturally hand over the token to Mu Wanqing, who is in charge of the family. Cry! The eyes of the spiritual crane with pure white feathers and red head flashed a hint of teasing. The long and pointed beak was like a flying sword, and the movement was quite sharp, like a Jindan sword cultivator. It spread its wings and fled at an amazing speed. Before Mu Wanlong, it just pecked with its beak, and the mountain-like Hunyuan stone magical treasure was pierced by a white light. A 3rd grade, top grade demon beast? The previous fake Dan Elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and he was even more terrified. The current Mu family, facing such a 3rd grade, top grade demon beast, is likely to be exterminated. This fake Dan cultivator still relies on his family to have a low-grade magic weapon, so he is naturally vulnerable in front of a 3rd grade, top-grade alien spiritual crane. Swish! A series of white feathers were like flying swords, killing the 9 fire dragons one by one. The fake Dan True Man was looking at his own true essence shield in shock, and suddenly saw a black shield appear in front of him, blocking all the crane feather flying swords. So, Mu Wanlong, you betrayed the family, harmed Mu Wanqing, and even took the initiative to open the family formation and invite thieves in? Fang Xing stood with his hands behind his back, his hair and beard standing up like an angry lion. Mu Wanlong sneered. So what? Mu Wanqing stole my opportunity back then, so he could condense the real pill. And you, an old guy, helped to add fuel to the fire. I might as well tell you today that Mu Wanlong and the others are dead. Now we just have to wait for the formation to completely dissipate, and the cultivators from the White Crane sect, Zhang family, Wang family, and Haisha gang will come in immediately and destroy the Mu family. He invited Mu Wanqing to drink and have fun before, which was naturally a cover. He even brought in the 3rd grade superior spiritual crane of the White Crane sect early to plot against Mu Wanqing. As a spiritual beast, the alien spiritual crane can be placed in a special spiritual beast bag, which makes its whereabouts more concealed and powerful. Mu Wanqing was attacked unexpectedly and could not resist at all. He was killed in one blow, and his formation token was also taken away. You are indeed a Langmi, but you are also a member of the Mu family. No. If the Mu family is destroyed, where can I find a 4th level cave? Fang Xing complained in his heart, and an abnormal blush appeared on his face. It seems you have a lot of complaints about me giving the Jindan to Wanqing instead of you. With such a mentality, it's no wonder that you can only condense a fake pill. Old man. Mu Wanlong's eyes immediately turned red. You are a seriously injured and dying old guy. Huzuan, send this man on his way quickly. The next moment, Fang Xing mana fluctuation suddenly became violent. From the early stage of Jindan, he broke through to the middle stage of Jindan. He is even climbing continuously, and finally breaking through to the late stage of Jindan. The powerful mana fluctuations made the alien cranes retreat a few steps, and a very anthropomorphic fear appeared in their eyes. Late Jindan? Mu Wanlong's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Impossible. You are obviously seriously injured. Even before the injury, you were only in the middle Jindan. Today, I will use forbidden techniques to suppress my injuries and break through the realm. I will fight for the family until my last drop of blood is shed. Fang Xing spoke righteously, with a tragic momentum. Master, below, many old people in the Mu family were in tears. In their opinion, the former head of the family had made great contributions to the family, although he was old and ignorant, and afraid of death. But at the moment of life and death of the family, he actually risked his life to fight the enemy. It can be said that he washed away all the stains of the past, leaving only the brilliance. After all, the former head of the family had been seriously injured for a long time, and now he rashly used forbidden techniques to improve his cultivation and suppress his injuries. I am afraid that after the forbidden techniques are over, he will die. Go! Fang Xing didn't care about these at all. He took out a fire dragon staff magic weapon that Mu Wanlong often used. The mana of the late stage of Jindan poured into it, causing this magic weapon to burst out with brilliant red light. In the flames, there was only a dragon roar. A fire dragon emerged, and in the center of the fire dragon was a red wooden staff. The wooden staff was carved into the shape of a fire dragon. At this time, it seemed to come alive, turning into a fire dragon several dozen feet long, showing off its power, and fighting with the third-level upper-grade crane honored. When Mu Wanlan saw the scene, his face immediately changed, and he turned into a stream of light and flew out of Baiwa Mountain. After all, Hizun was not his spiritual pet. He could only request, not order, and would not risk serious injury to protect him. Damn! Who would have thought that the former patriarch could still perform forbidden spells? No, I can't die. As long as I can survive the time when the forbidden spell takes effect, I can join the White Crane sect monks outside. I will definitely be able to. Mu Wanlong's eyes were about to burst, but he saw a flash of fire in front of him. Mu Wanlong's escape light was amazing, and he actually intercepted him directly. Those who betray the family will be killed. Fang Xing's expression was cold, and a golden third-level treasure talisman appeared in his hand. After all, he was not Mu Wanlong. It was okay to use the other party's magic weapon, but if he wanted to perform any unique spells, it would be completely asking for trouble. Fortunately, there are still high-level talismans in the world of immortal cultivation. This gold-attributed third-level Balian Jindo talisman was contributed by an unlucky Jindan cultivator who died in his hands. It is very powerful. The mana of the late Jindan period was injected into the talisman, and a golden knife light flashed, passing over Mu Wanlong's neck at lightning speed. His defensive magic weapon and fake Dan Jinyuan could not resist at all. A bloodline appeared on his neck, and then the body fell from midair. A late Jindan cultivator can easily kill a Jindan cultivator in the early and middle stages, not to mention a fake Danjiren. At this time, the fire dragon was still fighting with Hizun. When Hizun saw the light flash in Fang Xing's hand and took out the formation token seized from Mu Wanlan, his soul flew away. It spread its wings, and a green gust of wind emerged, forcing the fire dragon back. Its body was extremely agile, and it soared into the sky like a crane's cry. But the next moment, the surrounding world had already changed, and countless petals were flying. 1,000 flowers and thousands of illusions. This kind of clan-suppressing formation is naturally easy to open and difficult to close. Even if Mu Wanlan holds the central token of the restriction in his hand, he can only slowly close the power of the formation. But if it falls into Fang Xing's hands, the power of the formation can be quickly restored. Pieces of petals fell, like a colorful cage, trapping the third-level spiritual crane inside. Not good. Looking at the formation on Baiwa Mountain starting again, the miserable crane cry came to his ears. Several Jindan cultivators who were hiding outside the mountain looked at each other and saw their own uneasiness. Chapter 268 Sealing the Mountain. The Thousand Flowers, Thousand Illusions formation. How could this happen? A Jindan Jinren, whose whole body was wrapped in white light, looked at the sky full of petals that once again covered Baiwa Mountain, his eyes full of surprise. It was clear that the formation had been slowly stagnant before. How could it suddenly regain its strength? Not good. Hizun? The Jindan Jinren was very anxious. He was the second elder of the White Crane sect, with the cultivation level of the middle stage of the Jindan, and his Taoist name was Feihe Jinren. Naturally, he knew what kind of status the third-grade upper-grade Hizun had in the heart of the Supreme Elder. If Mu Wanlong's strength was not too strong and the Supreme Elder had to take action personally, he would not have sent Hizun to sneak into Baiwa Mountain. But now, Hizun seemed to have failed. Just as Feihe Jinren was hesitating in his heart, he saw the petals scattered all over the sky, and a road paved with colorful flowers emerged. An old man with an old face and white hair, holding a crane head in his hand, stood proudly on the colorful flower passage. Mu Wanlong? Flying Crane Master was surprised. Late Jindan period? How is it possible? White Crane sect. You actually dared to secretly send a spirit crane to sneak into my Mu family and kill my Mu family Jindan elder. My Mu family must publicize this matter. Fang Xing snorted coldly. The cultivators who hang out in the righteous way always have to pay attention to their reputation. Therefore, the Jindan cultivators who come here must hide their heads and show their tails. Even if their identities are guessed, they must not admit it. After the Mu family is destroyed, the only ones who can destroy the Mu family are the demon cultivators or robbery cultivators. The White Crane sect just took over the Mu family property reluctantly. Of course, now things have gone wrong. This third-level superior alien spirit crane is the biggest evidence. And the White Crane sect can't get around it. Even if Qianquan Dao secretly supports the White Crane sect, it must give an explanation to the Mu family when encountering such a thing. Flying Crane Master didn't say much. And now the White Crane sect and the Mu family are at war. Unless he leads his men into the formation right now, crushes Mu Wanlong to dust, and destroys all evidence. Other than that, anything else is superfluous. But he is only a mid-stage Jin Dan cultivator. And he is even the one with the highest cultivation level among the Jin Dan true immortals nearby. Opposite is the former nest of a Yuaning family, guarded by a quasi-4th level formation and presided over by a late Jin Dan cultivator. No matter how this late Jin Dan cultivation came from, now even a Jin Dan master of Zenkizi's level dare not rush into the Mu family formation. In this situation, only the Supreme Elder with those family ancestors, in conjunction with a 4th level Broken Veins bead, can it be possible to take it down. The key is that those late Jin Dan great cultivators have already ambushed Mu Wanlong. Originally thought that there was an insider, He Zun, and us, dealing with Mu Wanqing, a mere Jin Dan real person, is a sure thing. But I didn't expect that the seriously injured Mu Wanlong has been playing the pig to eat the tiger. Flying Crane real person was particularly unwilling, and finally waved his hand. Let's go! He retreated first and needed to return to the sect to prepare many things. For example, the Mu family appeal. We must let Wak Xingzi of Qianquan think of a way. The 5 elements of Qianquan Dao are the newly selected nascent soul seeds, half-step golden core cultivators, who are regarded as the hope of the next generation after the death of Han Yuanzi. Nascent soul sects like the 10 great sects of righteousness and evil, of course, will not put all their eggs in one basket. In addition to nascent soul seeds, there are alternatives. Although the 5 elements are a little worse than Han Yuanzi, they are also a temporary choice. On the side of the demonic Dao, new nascent soul seeds were also selected. However, it is inevitable that the Yuan Qi is greatly damaged, and there is a lack of nascent soul spiritual objects. It is not very safe to rely on that little sect foundation. That is why there is this big battle of opening up wasteland. True Man Feihe turned into a stream of light and left. The other true man Jin Dan looked at each other and retreated one after another. Elder, seeing this scene, the fake true man Dan who attacked Mu Wanlong at the beginning flew into the air. Quite helpless, just let them go like this. Ahem. Fong Xing suddenly coughed, wiped it with a handkerchief, and it was a deep red. I use forbidden techniques to suppress my injuries and raise my realm. Now I am already at the end of my strength. It's better if I don't fight. If I fight, I'm afraid I will die. In fact, he was too lazy to be the Mu family thug. He just wanted to drive away the enemies of the Mu family. Elder, you are now the pillar of the family. What should I do? The fake Dan Jinren looked terrified. Ahem. Wanong. Fong Xing coughed again, and his breath weakened rapidly. Now that Wanqing is dead, the family has suffered heavy losses. Everything is left to you. Now the Mu family needs to do 3 things. Please give me your orders. Elder. Mu Wanzhong's eyes were firm. He was a cultivator who had been proven to be loyal to the Mu family after a great disaster. The first thing is to notify the head of the family immediately. It may be too late, but we must try to help them return to the family. Fong Xing counted out the second finger. The second thing is to report to the upper sect. This corpse of the spiritual crane is the best evidence. The third thing is that the Mu family will close the mountain. Close the mountain? Mu Wanzhong was stunned and murmured, has it come to this? Although the Mu family declined before, it still maintained the status of the first Jin Dan family. There are still many shops, spiritual medicine gardens, and mine shares in the outside world. Even when some Jin Dan families seek benefits, they must call on the Mu family, who is considered the boss in the circle. Even if they decline later, they are still the second or third. But closing the mountain is completely different. It is to completely abandon all interests in the outside world and only stick to the ancestral land of Baiwa Mountain. This is undoubtedly a very painful thing. The resources of Baiwa Mountain cannot support so many family cultivators. Either dismiss most of them or use the family foundation. If this continues for more than 100 years, the Mu family will definitely decline. Unless during the closure of the mountain, a new Jin Dan real person can be cultivated by God's chance. But this is basically impossible. Most of the immortal cultivation forces chose to close the mountain, drinking poison to quench thirst, and slowly die. Those who can be reborn from the fire are rare cases in 1,000 years. So it is spread more and more widely. Of course, for Fangxing, Mu family slow death is definitely the best, because he only needs to occupy the 4th level cave. The rest are the interests of the Mu family, not his. Naturally, he can give it up without hesitation. This is no longer a heroic act, but the body is cut off together, leaving only the head. This decision still needs to wait for the return of the head of the family, but it is feasible to temporarily close the mountain and fully activate the mountain protection formation. Mu Wanzhong said, "Let the elders decide." Now in the Mu family mountain, there is only one Jin Danjinren left, Mu Wanlong. Moreover, the other party is the former head of the family. Although he had some taints of being greedy for life and afraid of death in the later period of his reign, he stood up today, which was enough to prove everything. Wanong, I used forbidden skills today, which caused the injuries that had not been healed to worsen. I can't hold on for a moment. Now I have to go back to the deadly retreat. The family is left to you. Fangxing waved his hand, turned into a stream of light, and flew back to his cave. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw the formation token to Mu Wanzhong, and took the inner core of the spiritual crane away. This is a 3rd-grade upper-grade demon beast inner core, worth a lot of spirit stones. In the cave, the escape light flashed, and Fangxing figure emerged. He played with a white inner pill in his hand, and suddenly thought, well, after today's battle, Mu Wanlong must be in a deadly retreat. The kind that can die at any time. No one should bother me. Right? Besides, today's outbreak, adding injuries to injuries. The soul lamp must be dimmer. He did not intend to attack the Mu family ancestral hall. After all, there are many restrictions there, and there are many more troubles. The simplest thing is to torture Mu Wanlong again and make his injuries worse. Fangxing pinched a spell, performed the art of escaping the earth, and came to the bottom of the cave. A secret room opened up underground. Strange black-robed masked figures were standing in every corner of the secret room, guarding an unconscious old man in it. It was the 5 chaos demons and the real Mu Wanlong. Torture him again. But he can't die. It really tests my skills, Fangxing murmured. A few days later, Mu Wanzhong stood in the ancestral hall, next to the seat of the head of the family, with a look of numbness on his face. Before, the Mu family participated in the War of Reclamation, and many cultivators had been transferred away. Of course, there were still many elites left, and even several fake Danjinren. But after Mu Wanlong's betrayal that night, not only did Mu Wanqing die, but several fake Danjinren were killed by the 3rd-level upper-grade spiritual crane, and died miserably. Now, he is the only fake Danjinren left in the family. As a last resort, he can only promote the late Foundation building cultivators to the ancestral hall to discuss matters. The head of the family, Mu Wanzhong's voice was dry, like a dead person, chasing the last glimmer of hope. The Long family replied that the remains of the White Jade Palace were found near Tianyun Mountain. There is no news about the head of the family and others. The eyes of a late Foundation building cultivator were red. After all, they are from the same family, and his grandfather is in the expedition team. What a cruel white crane sect! Mu Wanzhong cursed, and then saw a Foundation building cultivator walk in, holding a letter in his hand. Did Qian Kundo reply? Mu Wanzhong took it quickly, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and immediately cursed, shameless! Shameless! What theft of the crane control card? This flat-haired beast, isn't it the natal spirit pet of the white crane sect supreme elder? When? The natal spirit pets are all controlled by the life card? Qian Kundo's response was simply blatant partiality. The white crane sect gave an excuse, and Qian Kundo immediately believed it. This kind of cooperation made Mu Wanzhong's heart cold. The Mu family is finished. I'm afraid we have to close the mountain this time. Now he doesn't even dare to leave the Baiwa mountain area, for fear of dying suddenly. Forget it. Pass the order. My Mu family will close the mountain for 100 years. Mu Wanzhong gritted his teeth and made a decision. Although this means that even if we completely give up the outside world and no longer have the power of a Jindan family, but in the end, we can preserve the family, even if it is only for 100 years. Chapter 269 Capture. Main Universe. Evil Dragon Star. The 8-armed evil dragon beast mecha spans across space, making this planet look like a dragon ball in the claws of an evil dragon. Fangxing immortal clone, wearing a black windbreaker, sunglasses and a mask. Walked into a shop on the black market. Pop! A gold brick was thrown on the table, making a dull sound. Give me 3 communicators. He spoke calmly, his voice low. If you want to do bad things, you naturally can't use Fong Xing identity. So this immortal clone is very useful. Semi-holographic glasses, the latest product. Bearer account. The boss behind the counter took the gold bricks and directly pushed out 3 boxes. Smiling, are you satisfied with the customer? Fong Xing opened the box and checked it with his spiritual sense. It's okay. He took the communicator and walked out of the black market immediately. Boss. Behind the counter. A young man who looked only 13 or 14 years old poked his head out. Is this the first time I see you being so polite to customers? Fuck. If you were a professional above the 7th realm, I would be just as polite to you. The counter owner cursed and took out a contact lens from his eyes. Fuck. I'm scared to death. The data of this detector is off the charts. I suspect he may be more than the 7th realm. 8th realm professional? The young man stuck out his tongue. It seems that there is only one such big shot on our evil dragon star. Right? Could it be that the martial saint who controls the 8-armed evil dragon beast has come? The counter owner pondered for a while, and made a prompt decision. How is this possible? It should be a black warrior. Close the stall immediately. Let's go on an interstellar tour and hide. I always feel that something big is going to happen. There are many smart people in this world. Dozens of miles away. Fong Xing touched his forehead, and withdrew his consciousness that had been monitoring the other party. With the help of the 151ing, his spiritual sensing range is about 100 miles. Which is quite amazing. He rented an apartment at random, walked into it, and put on a glasses-like communicator. Soon, he came to the virtual world, and a large number of columns flowed down like a waterfall. Enter the game. Mech Wars Sky. This is a mecha game developed and tested by the Federation. The slogan is everyone can become a pilot, which satisfies some people's mecha dreams. Fong Xing feels that there should be tasks to test mechas, and even select mecha geniuses. Even if the virtual universe can only simulate the 6th level mecha at most. For those civilians, who are not even 4th level professionals, it is enough to enjoy fun and show their talents. Fong Xing chose a mecha that looks like the Iron Black Bear, and skillfully entered the matching mechanism. He chose the multiplayer team mode. So he directly turned on the adaptation among friends. Soon, a red heart 3 avatar lit up, indicating that this friend is online. This game account was of course opened by Fong Xing immortal clone with a fake identity. And he started to contact without hesitation. Hello. 5 of diamonds. Playing games again today? A spider robot entered the preparation hall, and chatted casually like an ordinary netizen. Yes. I have recently cultivated a very beautiful flower in the garden. I will show it to you another day. Fong Xing was talking nonsense seriously. He and 3 of hearts were communicating completely in code. And Fong Xing hinted that there would be an important item that would be given to 3 of hearts for safekeeping. The important item he prepared was, of course, the Genesis Slate. This is strong evidence of the existence of the Creator. Of course, it is still difficult to make it fall into the hands of the Federation quietly. But this difficulty is nothing to the master of the school. Whether it is the Genesis Slate or the 3 of hearts said by the Creator, they can be sold this time, alas. If I didn't feel that there was danger approaching, I would like to keep fish for a while longer. Fong Xing is going to sell the Creator's sect, and let his men sell it. After all, among his disciples, there are many spies from the Federation. They even come from different intelligence departments, and they don't know each other. This time, give it to the Prevention Bureau. After several rounds of fighting, Fong Xing withdrew from the Mecha Battle Sky and entered another martial arts ancient tour. He came to an ancient city, found the city gate officer, and took out a few gold and copper coins. I want to publish a list. Yes. The city gate officer had a flattering smile on his face. Although he was just an intelligent NPC, he looked no different from a real person. Soon, a notice of buying Tianlong Hard Method Blue at a high price appeared on the Louboutin at the city gate. A large number of players took a few glances and shook their heads. Tianlong Hard Method is a high-end product, and the blue one is even more elite quality. I'd be stupid to sell it to you for 1,000 gold. Not long after, among these players, there was a swordsman holding a sheathed long sword and wearing a bamboo hat, staring at the Louboutin quietly. Escort disciple. He secretly read the ciphertext in the notice. played a few more copies, and then quit the game. Blue Star. In a certain apartment, the holographic virtual cabin opened, and a fat otaku crawled out of it. He was white and fat, with a lot of fat hanging down from his chest, looking like a white fat crab. I'm dying. That sect leader actually asked me to escort and monitor the Three of Hearts. TSK. I didn't know that this disciple was actually sent by the creator. The creator? You are so arrogant. The dead fat otaku put on his glasses. A shrewd look flashed across his face, and he immediately took out the communicator and dialed an encrypted number. General Administration of Prevention and Control. I want to report. I have a major meritorious service clue here. About the leader of that sect. At least give me a high-level merit. Right. After bargaining, he lay contentedly on the mechanical chair made of liquid metal. Behind him, countless metallic streams seemed to have life, lifting every inch of his back, without wasting any effort, and even having a massage function. Hoo-hoo. This is really enjoyable. Alas, as one of the disciples, I am also very sad to catch my own boss. When will you show your true self and let me complete the performance, so that I can really live a life of drunkenness and dreaming without any worries? White Bird Star. On the Galaxy Island. 1 or 2. They are all cunning. Fong Xing's original body has always been conscientious and created an alibi. At this time, he was pulling a spiritual herb from the experimental field and came to a nearby laboratory. Boss! Several researchers in white coats immediately came over to say hello. Well, today we will experiment with this special material. Fong Xing looked at the 2 or 3 cats and kittens in the laboratory, and a smile appeared on his face. On White Bird Star, 2-legged toads are hard to find, but there are plenty of 2-legged doctoral students, especially in the field of material science. You only need to follow a fixed process and conduct a large number of experiments and exhaustive enumeration. If the price is not too expensive, Fong Xing can even buy a real scientific research robot to do the work for him. Yes, I know. The bald middle-aged researcher in the lead pushed his glasses. Please rest assured, Mr. Fong, we must use this mutant material carefully and find the most suitable inhibitor. He was actually just an ordinary laboratory researcher in Binao Star, and was poached by Fong Xing at a high price. After arriving, he felt that this boss was not bad. At least, the salary was high. As for these material experiments, it was also very smooth. Although the previous few types did not have a very obvious trend of inhibiting the growth of the flesh and blood of the evil god's followers, they also had a certain effect. He believed that new materials would be discovered by him soon. This is a research result that is enough to alarm the Academy of Sciences. Blue Star. In the underground bar. The slate of creation? In the box, countless blood plasma dyed the walls red. Heart 3 retracted the mechanical spider legs one by one to her back, and her thick eyeshadow flashed with mysterious purple light. The sect master really gave me a surprise. She was even a little too excited and killed all the guests. However, after obtaining the creation slate, Heart 3 originally planned to give up this identity, so it was okay to expose some of it in advance. The creation slate should be the condensation after the fall of a true god, containing the ultimate secret of the world. What's more, it also involves my lord, which will surely make the sect's doctrine a step further. Heart 3's eyes lit up, and her figure disappeared into the shadows. Half an hour later, a storage counter at the Blue Star Tianhai shopping mall. Heart 3 washed off her makeup and dressed like a high school girl. She walked over casually and entered a password. Click. The locker opened, revealing a black package inside. It's real. The moment she saw the package, Heart 3's eyes suddenly lit up, and her intuition told her that this was the real thing. Action. The next moment, countless hidden field staff received the order. Boom. A light curtain appeared, blocking the inside and outside of Tianhai shopping mall. Above the sky, countless orbital weapons were aimed at this place. In the rear control room of the Prevention and Control Bureau, there was even more chaos. What's going on? Isn't it our arrest operation of the Prevention and Control Bureau? Why are the people from the Public Security Bureau there too? Damn it. The information has been leaked. Immediately send out the mecha team and make sure to catch the person back. Don't let other departments pick peaches. Gu Yun was holding a cup of tea, and suddenly heard the boss's angry roar in the office, and couldn't help shrinking his neck. Xiao Gu, empty the interrogation room A246. It's time to do something big. The colleague next to him came to convey the order. Okay. Gu Yuan had a blank expression on her face and went down to prepare. But soon, she heard the sound of an explosion coming from the gate of the Prevention and Control Bureau. What happened? Gu Yuan was a little surprised. Nothing. Just some departments are trying to snatch people. An old senior said indifferently. There are so many departments in the Federation. And many of them have overlapping responsibilities. And then? You know. I understand. Gu Yuan nodded and continued to sort out the information. But her eyes were a little deep. The school. It was it that caused the last moon god incident. And it hasn't been destroyed yet? When she thought of this, she felt a murderous intent in her heart. Chapter 270 Dinghaishan 10. Dragon Star. In the public rental housing. After Fang Xing finished the game, he took off his holographic glasses and felt quite speechless. I only hinted at the traitors in the Prevention and Control Bureau. Why did so many of them pop up in the end? In the game, with the help of disciples such as Sunny, he had a general understanding of what happened on Blue Star. In general, it was that Red Heart 3 was deceived by many people. Fang Xing thought about it, and felt that there were several possibilities. Either the traitor in the Prevention and Control Bureau was bought by other forces in recent times. Or, Red Heart 3 is surrounded by a bunch of spies. It's worthy of being the Federation. It's really omnipresent. Fortunately, no matter how many of them took action in the end, my mission is completed. As long as the Creation Stone Slab and the sect where Red Heart 3 belongs are exposed, there is no need to fall into debate about the existence of the Creator. Maybe there is still debate, but at least there is strong evidence to prove that the Creator exists. Above the 12th realm, there is an even more terrifying realm. Although this may not be a good thing for the Blue Star Federation, it is better to be prepared than not to be prepared. If luck is good, maybe the conspiracy behind the scenes of the Three of Hearts can also be exposed. In this way, I don't have to worry about it. Fang Xing sighed, and his figure disappeared in an instant. For the Blue Star Federation, his immortal clone is a non-existent person. It is of course extremely difficult to find him. What's more, he just came out to do a dirty job once. And then he will continue to return to the immortal world. A few days later, the immortal world, Baiwa Mountain. In the 4th level cave, the spiritual energy is dense. Fang Xing came to the alchemy room in a green robe. He looked at the temperature of the alchemy furnace and the burning earth vein spirit fire below, and nodded slightly. This furnace of 5 cloud pills is perfectly nurtured, and it should be able to produce 5 genuine pills. Although the earth vein flame here is only the 3rd level, not as domineering as the soul-devouring demon fire. But in terms of alchemy, this kind of mild and continuous spirit fire is naturally more beneficial. Although the soul-devouring demon fire is sharp and fighting, it is really not a good fire for alchemy. Fang Xing, who can now be regarded as a 3rd-level upper-grade alchemist, has a lot to say about this. The spirit vein here is good. It can support me to cultivate all the way to the late stage of the golden core, and even condense the nascent soul. As for the condensation of the nascent soul, naturally, he patted his butt and ran away. Anyway, Fang Xing never regarded himself as the real head of the Mu family. He walked out of the alchemy room and came to the animal pen on the side. I saw a big earth yellow rat lying on the ground and snoring, holding a half-eaten 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum in his arms. This 3rd-level treasure-hunting rat made great contributions in Linlang Foodie, and Fang Xing did not treat it badly. Not only did he give it a 1,000-year-old elixir, but he also gave it some of the Ganoderma lucidum pills that he had left over. This kind of pill that can be used by Gene Dan cultivators to increase their mana is of course also very effective for 3rd-level monsters. The current demonic power of this treasure-hunting rat has reached the level of the 3rd-level middle grade. Fang Xing is thinking that when he reaches the nascent soul stage in the future, he will need more natural materials and treasures. And the treasure-hunting rat is also a great help, so he cannot give it up. As for whether he can be promoted to the 4th level, it depends on the other party's luck. Although the lifespan of rat spirit beasts is relatively short, their growth rate is very fast. Fang Xing is now very experienced in how to take pills for cultivation. Most of the pills for improving mana suitable for human cultivators can generally be used by monsters of the same level, because monsters are physically strong. They even have strong resistance to poison. However, pills suitable for monsters may not be suitable for human cultivators because their physiques cannot withstand it. There shouldn't be many spiritual objects suitable for Yuan Yingyuan to increase their magic power in the cultivated wasteland. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a great Jinjuan in the late Yuanying stage for so many years. In the uncultivated wasteland, there are many 4th level transformed monsters. There should be many 4th level natural treasures. One day, when I condense the Yuanying, I don't have to go to the Hanhai Xioshian world immediately. If I can catch up, I can try the war of opening up wasteland. Fang Xing is still very confident in his own strength. Now he can barely match the Yuanying early stage cultivators with his fake infant and 2 spiritual treasures. When he condenses the Yuanying, it will be equivalent to the magic power of 2 Yuanying early stage cultivators, plus the Yuanying Sword Lord, who is still famous for his killing power. I am afraid that his combat power is only lower than that of Chu Kuangtu in the middle stage of the Yuanying. And ordinary Yuanying early stage cultivators are not his opponents at all. Even Chu Kuangtu may not be able to withstand the siege of himself and his original body, if there wasn't a 5th level monster sleeping in the depths of the great wilderness. In fact, the best plan would be for me to rely on the great sun Tathagata and rush into the wilderness to kill as many people as possible. Fang Xing felt a little regretful. However, a 5th level monster is almost equivalent to a martial god, and Fang Xing can't mess with it now. What's more, his great son Tathagata needs to consume the great sun's divinity, which is not endless. There are only 2 power banks, Basha Purification and Creation Slate. The fragments of the Creation Slate he threw out before, of course, have already absorbed all the divinity and the remaining waste. But many of the information recorded on it still have extremely high value and can be thrown to the scientists of the Federation for research. After inspecting the cave, Fang Xing came to the gate of the cave. Sure enough, a series of sound transmission notes were blocked outside by the formation like headless flies. He picked up one at random and found that it was a Foundation building person from Mu Wanlong faction. He wrote some nonsense to greet him respectfully. In addition, there were several notes from Mu Wanlong, talking about the management of the family. Sure enough, Qianquan Dao has been biased, and Mu Wanlong has no choice but to choose to close the mountain. Close the mountain. This is not just a casual talk. Once the immortal cultivation forces close the mountain gate, even the messengers of Qianquan Dao can only be blocked outside. In simple terms, it means cutting off all contact with the outside world. Without contact, there is naturally no way to contact the interests of the outside world. And it is difficult to keep everything that the Mu family left outside. What do you want and want? There is no such good thing. Of course, according to the unspoken rules of the righteous way, once the Mu family chooses to close the mountain and cut off contact with the outside world, the Qianquan Dao can no longer recruit or order anything. After all, the Mu family has given up everything and only retained a little ancestral land. Even the head of the family died on the road to land reclamation with several Jin Dan and Jiadan cultivators. Although he has not started to participate in the war of land reclamation, he died halfway anyway. There is not even a pension. Fang Xing sighed. If he were the master of Qianquan Dao, he would at least reward a Jin Dan as a token of his appreciation. However, Qianquan Dao did have an excuse to do so, because Mu Wanlong and his men were suspected of being attacked by robbers and demons. Anyway, they didn't die in the mouth of monsters. This means they didn't die in battle. And it's not considered a work-related injury. The White Crane Sect's Grand Elder chose to attack before the other party arrived at the front line. Probably because of similar considerations? Once Mu Wanlong and his men have joined the Reclamation Army, they will be the army of cultivators affiliated with the Qianquan Dao. What's the difference between attacking them and provoking the Qianquan Dao? Sure enough, they cooperated tacitly and were in cahoots with each other. As for not giving them compensation, losing people's hearts? The world of immortal cultivation has such great power that belongs to itself. And people's hearts are worthless. As long as the Qianquan Dao is willing to reward them with the opportunity to form a pill, this time, there will still be a large number of cultivators flocking to the reclamation war. And the Mu family relied on the strength of the first family to form a pill. And their relationship with the Qianquan Dao must not be very good. This is revenge. As an outsider, Fang Xing has the advantage of first-hand intelligence, and he can see through the situation of these families. Now, Qianquan Dao can't attack the Mu family anymore. The White Crane Sect hates the Mu family, but it is difficult to attack the Thousand Flowers and Thousand Illusions array. After all, I am still alive, with a Jin Dan Jinren presiding over it, and a quasi-4th level array connected to the spirit vein. It is just like a turtle shell. If it can't cooperate with the inside and outside, Even if the Yuan Jinjuan takes action, it will take some effort. Even if it were the White Crane sect, it would be powerless. It can only invite several Jindan late-stage cultivators to form an army of cultivators, and use the power of the battle array to continuously wear them down, and then cooperate with the third-level Forbidden Breaking Talisman and high-level Broken Vein beads. But in this way, it will inevitably take a long time and be very powerful. A fool can see that it is not a demon cultivator tribulation, but a battle in the world of immortal cultivation, especially during the preparation period of the War of Reclamation. Xianquan Dao's face will be swollen. Therefore, it is impossible. The rest is nothing more than internal and external cooperation. But this strategy can only be used once. Mu Wanlan line has been purged, and the Mu family has closed the mountain and isolated the inside and outside. There is no other way. The only hope is to survive. Wait until I, the only Jindan Jinren of the Mu family, die. The fake Jindan Jinren presided over the quasi-4th level formation, and it is easy to find a flaw and invade. As long as Mu Wanlong, the Jindan Jinren who once burst out with the power of the late Jindan, is not dead, the White Crane Sect's Supreme Elder will never dare to attack the Mu family. Otherwise, according to the cultivator's thinking, Mu Wanlong will definitely drag the White Crane Sect's Supreme Elder to perish together. Fong Xing touched his chin with some amusement, unknowingly. I have become the core of the battle between the White Crane Sect and the Mu family. The safety of the entire Mu family depends on me. An outsider? How ridiculous. Forget it. Just think of it as the rent I paid for using the 4th level cave. He felt sorry for the White Crane Sect. Everyone in Baiha Sect thought that the ancestor of the Mu family had used forbidden techniques to forcibly improve his cultivation, and that his time would come soon. But in fact, he could still live for at least 450 years. Once he formed a fetus, it would be nearly 1,000 years. Even though the Supreme Elder of Baiha Sect had passed away, he had not. Then just bear it slowly. I like it the most. Fong Xing smiled slightly, and a light flashed in his hand, and a sound transmission talisman appeared, which he threw to Mu Wanzhong, the fake Danjinren. The other party was now temporarily acting as the head of the family. After all, he was the tallest among the short men, and the next one would only be a foundation-building cultivator. Fong Xing sent him a sound transmission talisman, and the content was not important. The important thing was to show that he had not passed away yet, and his condition was still good, and he could live a few more years. In this situation, as long as Mu Wanlong had not passed away, he would be the mainstay of the Mu family. Chapter 271 Success. A few years later, White Bird Star, Xinghe Island. Inside the laboratory. Formula 8961. Experiment A30. Start. A bald middle-aged man in a white coat looked excited, looking at the glass of the biochemical laboratory. Inside the special glass room, there is a scarlet mecha that looks very ferocious. This mecha is like stripping the leather of some animal, leaving only scarlet muscles and fascia, and the purple-black lines twist and wriggle in the flesh and blood, like a snake rolling on the surface of the flesh and blood. There are also pieces of dark red steel decks. Ouch! A chimpanzee was set into the laboratory, and various protective shields were opened at once. Click! Click! The scarlet mecha seemed to have found delicious food, expanding instantly, like a giant beast with a bloody mouth, swallowing the chimpanzee. Click! Click! Countless flesh and blood were derived on the surface of the chimpanzee, making it look like wearing a blood-red armor. Ouch! The chimpanzee kept beating his chest, and suddenly punched the glass hard. Crack! After special production, the glass that even the 6th realm combat power could not break was safe and sound. On the other hand, a string of numbers appeared on the punching force tester next to it. Explosive power. S level. It meets the original design requirements of the mecha. Well, continue the test. The middle-aged bald researcher glanced at the big boss next to him and continued to give orders. Fong Xing crossed his arms and stared coldly at the laboratory. The hatch opened and mechanical hounds were put in. These were specially purchased combat robots, each of which could rival the 4th realm professionals. When they joined forces, their power increased. Woof woof. The mechanical dogs had scarlet eyes and pounced forward like a pack of wolves devouring a tiger. 2 of them bit the mechanical gorilla's arms directly, like 2 pendants, crippling the mecha gorilla's hands. Then, one mechanical dog after another pounced on him, Surprisingly tactical, even with some boxing flavor in every move. A-level martial arts dog boxing? Fong Xing nodded. Technology is developing so fast. Today's 4-level robots can carry the corresponding martial arts will. This is of course the credit of the Federal Holographic Universe Company, being able to simulate the martial arts realm in the holographic universe. It is not a problem to match robots. It is said that robots comparable to the 5-level landscape warriors have appeared and can be mass-produced, greatly reducing the casualties of frontline warriors. Even the 6th-level martial arts Gene Dan model robot is under development. This is the change brought about by human technological progress. It is so fast. It may only take a dozen or even a few years for human society to undergo earth-shaking changes. Bang! Bang bang. Just as Fong Xing was daydreaming, the battle in the laboratory also came to an end. The mecha gorilla threw his hand and grabbed the last mechanical dog, exerting force with both hands. Crack! The head of the mechanical dog fell off, with the steel spine and a lot of oil attached to the back. Ouch! The mecha gorilla threw away the body of the mechanical dog in his hand, and kept beating his chest with both hands, as if protesting to the hateful humans outside. Not bad. Very energetic. Fong Xing gave a thumbs up. The mecha is detached. Yes. The bald middle-aged man immediately issued an order. Crack. The scarlet mecha on the mecha gorilla instantly detached, curled up into a ball of red meat, and the surface was covered with a layer of metallic liquid. After losing the mecha, the chimpanzee suddenly became thin, listless, and fell down. There was a crazy look in its eyes, and its big hands kept rising, as if it wanted to continue to merge with the blood-red mecha. The experimental subject survived? Take blood immediately. I want to see the data immediately. The bald middle-aged man roared. Soon, needles were inserted into the body of the bruised chimpanzee, and a large amount of data emerged. Erosion rate 0.02%. Below the safety line. Success. The middle-aged bald researcher shouted excitedly. All the researchers immediately applauded and looked at Fong Xing with a smile. Of course they knew who the real boss was, and that there were not so many special materials provided by the other party, it would be impossible to successfully develop a new inhibitor so easily. In the previous experiments, the original gorillas could not resist the erosion at all, and they directly merged with the biological mecha and became the followers of the evil god. This time, it was only a little polluted, and the body was thin and covered with bruises was just the ordinary price. Where is the mental analysis report? Fong Xing stared at the chimpanzee, and inexplicably felt that the other party had gone crazy. Obviously, its mental assessment score must be very low. After all, the main users of the biological mecha are powerful martial artists. Only a strong enough martial arts will can offset the mental pollution of the original evil god organization. However, our subject is the inhibitor. Inhibitor. It is enough to confirm that the inhibitor armor effectively prevents the flesh and blood proliferation of the evil god's followers. This experiment is a great success. The bald middle-aged man was excited. In fact, the previous experiments have achieved very good results. Very good. Dr. Wang, I will definitely do what I promised you. First of all, I will give you a bonus of 1 year's salary. Then, the right to author the paper. Fong Xing smiled, walked out of the laboratory, and picked up a bottle of fruit wine. Celebrate. It's my honor. Dr. Wang fetched the cup and clinked glasses with Fong Xing. After all, he knew very well that these materials were provided by Fong Xing, and he just kept trying the experimental formula. To be frank, even a dog could do it. He was naturally very grateful to Fong Xing. Okay, then, tell me about the formula, performance, and application prospects of this inhibitor. Fong Xing took a sip of fruit wine, stood outside the glass window, looked at the scenery outside, and said casually, Dr. Wang sorted out his words. This inhibitor formula mainly comes from the number 36 plant and number 139 mineral specimens provided by the boss, with a ratio of the production process is its performance, I dare to guarantee, is definitely better than the glow inhibitor used by most biological mechas on the market. The research materials applied for by our laboratory are all at the level of the descendants of the evil god. So this new inhibitor can be used in the armor production of the martial saint level mecha. Even the martial god level. Next time, apply for the flesh and blood of the evil god to try. Fong Xing nodded. This, Dr. Wang showed a bit of embarrassment on his face. the flesh and blood of the evil god from outside the domain. It seems that our laboratory does not have the authority to do so, even if a little flesh and blood of the evil god's offspring was used before. It was because of Feng Xing's face that Davis gave the green light. After all, the evil god from outside the domain is very terrifying. Even if there is only one drop of blood left, it is possible to be reborn with it. I know. There must be a stock of the most advanced biochemical laboratory in the Nine Swords Academy. Feng Xing thought for a moment and said, "You can publish some of the results first and submit them to the Nine Swords Academy's God-Killing Journal. They should contact us." "Understood, boss." Dr. Wang was excited. He had too many papers piled up, but they were all suppressed by Feng Xing and could not be published. Now he finally gave in, and the papers to be published were not the results of today's experiments. In fact, the semi-finished products from a few months ago were enough to write more than a dozen papers in top journals. Then step by step, dozens more can be published. When it comes to writing water papers, he is a professional. Please rest assured, boss, I know how to do it. The key data will be blurred. Dr. Wang promised. Just use the A02 experiment. The gorilla in that experiment was only left with one breath after taking off the armor. Even if the scientific and technological means of the interstellar era were used to rescue it, it didn't survive for half a day. However, in the eyes of many researchers, it was still a very successful experiment. After all, at least it didn't transform into an evil creature on the spot. Which means that the inhibitor is really effective. Feng Xing walked in the farmland, looking at the half-dead spiritual herbs. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a sea of purple flowers. Sunrise flower. A term emerged in Feng Xing's mind. This is plant number 36. As for mineral number 139, it is the 9-heart iron mine from the Xiaoxian world. To be frank, plants can be transplanted, but mines cannot be transplanted. Even if it is leaked in the future, it will be difficult for the outside world to imitate, because the raw materials are all here. This is the highest level of monopoly. Feng Xing pondered for a while. With the scientific level of the Federation, it may be possible to imitate, but that can only be used in a laboratory at most. If you want to prepare on a large scale, the cost will be sky high. That's enough. It costs so much. But it only conquered the inhibitor. The inhibitor is just a small branch of the evil god Mecha. It's simply a delusion to want to rely on myself and build a martial Saint Mecha. When I succeed, I might even break through the martial god, or even surpass the martial god. Sure enough, I still have to take advantage of others. Feng Xing looked at the space, with some expectation in his eyes. At this moment, a call came in. Feng Xing. I'm Ouyang Qianqian. I have completed the retirement procedures. In the video, a bright young woman emerged. Although Ouyang Qianqian's college entrance examination results were not ideal, she never gave up martial arts training. Now she is also a 4th-level professional. And with the genetic surgery of the Federation, it will not be a problem for her to live for hundreds of years in the future. Therefore, she still looks very young and full of youthful vitality. Retired? Congratulations. Feng Xing sincerely congratulated. Yes, I am going back to the Eagle Star. And I have already bought the interstellar ticket. Do you want to have a meal together? Ji Weiwei also wants to thank you in person. Ouyang Qianqian invited. Thank me together? Feng Xing touched his chin. Davis and his friends are a group of knowledgeable people. And Ouyang Qianqian has lived a very good life in the past few years. Moreover, she also got an excellent military merit, which is very beneficial to her career development after returning. It is normal to want to thank yourself. Forget it. I have something to do recently. I am very busy, Feng Xing said. He just went to an entertainment planet in the Dragon Galaxy to experience the customs of different galaxies. And there were even alien performances. At present, he really has no interest. Is that so? Ouyang Qianqian hung up the call with some regret, and a look of melancholy appeared on her face. Just treat it as a dream. A few days later, Nine Swords Academy. Forbidden Land. A pitch-black obelisk stands proudly, engraved with a large number of indescribable inscriptions. The inscriptions are connected to each other, like a circuit board, which generates powerful energy and forms a strange effect of isolating the inner and outer space. Under the pitch-black obelisk is an underground laboratory with a depth of unknown kilometers. In the deepest part of the laboratory, a young man with a short haircut is staring at a huge factory below. From his perspective, He can just see a strange huge head hanging up. The skin on the head and face seem to be torn apart, leaving only huge eyeballs and unprotected gums. Even the eyeballs were still moving. Moon God, the dean of Jiujin Academy, Wushan Jianqiu, came to the short-haired young man and sighed. Originally, your mecha was mainly made of the Moon God. But now, we have to work on the Moon God as a whole. All previous designs must be overturned and redone. A part of the foreign evil god and the complete body of the foreign evil god are two completely different concepts. The main raw materials of the evil god mecha are all kinds of evil god clans, descendants, and even the flesh and blood corpses of the foreign evil god. Jiujin Academy has gone a long way in this kind of taboo research. Actually, I'm not in a hurry. Even without the mecha, my sky-breaking blade is enough to cut through everything. Duan Hai, you're too confident. Jianqiu Wushan shook his head. The warrior profession has its limits. The martial gods are only at the 9th level of combat power. With the help of mechas, and even cultivating the secret pattern of will to the peak, they can barely enter the 10th level of combat power. In this realm, the gap becomes larger as you advance. The difference between the 10th level and the 9th level is like the difference between heaven and earth. And the 11th level can even crush all the 10th levels. If you had a mecha during the last Moon Goddess incident, at least the Blue Star Federation would have suffered much less damage. And mechas are not external forces. Jianqiu said solemnly. A true mecha master relies on the light of the soul to finally merge with the mecha and become another mecha life. According to our academy's research, martial artists and mechas can do the same. Perhaps, the opportunity for the 9th realm martial god to break through is to completely refine his own martial god level mecha into the body, so as to achieve the effect of armor and martial arts. If you still want to break through to the 10th realm, this direction cannot be missed. With the mecha master spiritual light as a reference, this route can at least see the hope of success. Maybe. Duan Hai laughed. It is also possible that before other martial gods break through, I have already pushed my Doing Kondo Iwu to the 10th level. There is no way forward for martial arts, so I will open the way. Jianqiu Wushan nodded slightly, and did not say much. When they've reached this level of cultivation, their martial arts will is bigger than a star, and stronger than a neutron star. Those who change their minds, after being persuaded by others, are not true martial artists. Chapter 272 Spring Breeze. Jianqiu stared at the wreckage of the moon god across from him, a thoughtful look on his face. Not long after, a middle-aged man, with a greasy face and a bald head came over. Principal, how is the progress of the mecha? Jianqiu spoke directly. The preliminary design has been completed, but there are several major difficulties in the construction process. The middle-aged bald man is named Han Chufeng, the chief mecha designer of Jiujin Academy. Looking at the huge corpse of the moon god at this time, he also sighed. The body of the god of the outer realm is too active. If it was part of the wreckage before, it would be fine. Now that the moon god has been integrated and unified, there is a wonderful change. Its vitality has increased again, and the original suppression armor is a little insufficient. Rebirth by dripping blood? Jianqiu Wushan was not surprised by this. This is a common ability of the evil gods of the outer realm. Even some evil gods of the outer realm can resurrect from the concept of nothingness, even if their corpses have been crushed to ashes. The power held by the moon god is special and related to gestation. It is normal for her body to have the characteristics of rebirth by dripping blood. Solution? The simplest one is to change to a stronger inhibitor. Other than that, we can only work hard on the design of the mecha. Han Chufeng wiped the sweat off his face. Although he is a martial saint, he still feels trembling in front of the Jianqiu martial god. Do it as soon as possible. Also, how is your research on the Genesis slate? Jianqiu martial god suddenly spoke. The Genesis slate seized by the Blue Star Federation, after many twists and turns, finally landed here at the Nine Swords Academy. After all, the Nine Swords Academy's Evil God Studies is an advantageous subject with the most concentrated resources. Very interesting. Han Chufeng's face flushed with excitement when he mentioned this. According to our test, the Genesis slate is also the remains of an extraterritorial evil god. After sequencing, it should be a lower-level ruler. We have never met his family. Perhaps this ancient ruler fell in the long river of time long before the human Blue Star Federation explored the universe. There are also wars and fights between rulers. It is normal for such a ruler to die in ancient history. I'm actually very interested in the bodies of the fallen evil gods from outside the domain. Han Chufeng said, in nature, the death of a whale will bring about a whale fall, which will benefit a certain sea area. And if no one takes care of the body of an evil god from outside the domain, I don't know what will evolve. Maybe a planet. This is unlikely. The existence that kills the ruler will not miss such a trophy. Jianqiu Wushan said his speculation. In addition to this, the information on the stone slab. I'm afraid it's true. We have previously speculated that there is an even more terrifying existence above the ruler. It can be called the Creator. Han Chufeng said, the arrest of the evil believers of the Creator School also proves this point. But the information revealed by the other party is more interesting. It turns out that the ecology between the evil gods outside the domain is like that. 3 pillars? We must pay more attention to the Gate of Nothingness and the Gate School. Creator. 3 pillars. Upper ruler. Lower ruler. Jianqiu smiled. The people we planted have also made meritorious deeds, and won the creation stone tablet. In fact, I am quite interested in that spider woman. That's difficult. It is said that the Prevention and Control Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, and the Federal Intelligence Bureau are almost fighting to death. Han Chufeng shook his head. And the Gate School. It has revived. The new sect leader is very mysterious, with the combat power of the 8th realm. And is another disaster? Jianqiu Wushan suddenly smiled. I really want to meet this young man. As a martial god, she has lived for a long time. Even the leader of the Gate School at that time was a junior in front of her. After Han Chufeng left, Jianqiu Wushan's expression became a little lonely again. Creator. Professor Han. Editor-in-Chief Han. Han Chufeng walked out of the isolated area of the obelisk and came to a building of Jiujian College. Along the way, many students and teachers greeted him. As a scientific research-oriented martial saint, Han Chufeng actually has a very high status in Jiujian College. And he also serves as the director of the Mecha Department and the editor-in-chief of the God-Killing Journal. After entering the God-Killing Journal building, an editor came forward to greet him. Well, if there are any good papers that have passed the preliminary review, just send them to my email. Han Chufeng casually said a few words. Unexpectedly, a teacher adjusted his glasses. There is really an article. The author is a doctoral student in martial arts at Blue Star University. And there are also a few not-so-famous researchers. Doctor of Martial Arts from Blue Star University? Han Chufeng felt a mixture of laughter and tears. It's interesting. I'd take a look. As both are top-notch institutions, he certainly wouldn't look down on Blue Star University. Of course, he would still privately complain that Blue Star University's mechas were not as good as St. Armor University's, and its evil god studies were not as good as Nine Swords Academies. As a comprehensive university, it can be said that it knows everything, but not everything. Even so, Blue Star University's brand is very famous. Just Doctor of Martial Arts? Shouldn't he focus on martial arts breakthroughs and research related to martial arts? It's very interesting that this kind of martial arts paper was not published in Blue Star University's Martial God Journal, but was published in God Killing. When Han Chufeng came to the office and opened the paper, his eyes suddenly lit up. Huh? It's not a study on martial arts. Development of a new inhibitor? He immediately became interested, made himself a cup of tea, and slowly browsed through it. Time passed by minute by minute. After half a day, Han Chufeng was not tired of reviewing, but full of excitement, indeed. It's interesting. The little guy now is so lucky. It will be done this time. He calculated the final experimental data and confirmed that this route is likely to succeed. And there is no jealousy in his heart. Just a little envious of the good luck of these researchers. Today's research on evil god inhibitor materials is actually a continuous trial and error. You have to find the one with truly superior performance from tens of trillions of different formulas. To succeed, it all depends on luck. Some people can find the right path after 10,000 experiments. Some laboratories have tried tens of trillions of times, but may still not find the right formula. It all depends on whether God will feed them. Of course, Feng Xing is not lucky. After basically locking in several major materials, it is much easier to try. It is equivalent to reducing tens of trillions of experiments to less than 10,000 times. With this premise, researchers who can use intelligent brains and virtual space to simulate basic experiments can quickly produce results as long as they repeat the experiments mechanically. Han Chufeng didn't know this, but he felt that this new inhibitor was very useful. It is very likely to succeed, and even be used on the Luna Mecha. By then, our Nine Swords Academy will have one more treasure. And it was designed and built by me. Han Chufeng felt a little happy, and immediately sent an email to the mailing address below the paper. The other party replied quickly. Han Chufeng glanced at it, and immediately entered the holographic virtual cabin. In a laboratory in the virtual space. With the help of this virtual laboratory, a large amount of experimental consumables in the outside world can be saved. Its layout is almost exactly the same as Fangxing Laboratory. And only key experiments will be carried out in the outside world. Of course, several materials in the world of cultivation cannot be simulated even in the virtual space. But relying on this virtual laboratory, Dr. Wang and his team have come up with several auxiliary formulas of this world, saving Fangxing a lot of star yuan. Welcome Editor-in-Chief Han. At this time, Fangxing came with Dr. Wang to greet Han Chufeng. Student Fang is a doctoral student at Blue Star University. You are really young and promising. Han Chufeng has been able to get to such a high position. And he is also very good at dealing with people. With a smile on his face. After a few pleasantries, he asked, "Thank you for your submission, Mr. Fang. I'm here to confirm the accuracy of the paper. If there is no problem, it is very likely to be published in the first issue next time. Of course, this is Wang Cha, the chief researcher of our laboratory. Editor-in-Chief Han. Please feel free to ask any questions." Fangxing pushed Dr. Wang behind him out and asked him to answer the questions. He drank tea by himself. After waiting for a long time, Han Chufeng came to Fangxing with a smile on his face. "You are really young and powerful. I didn't expect your experiment to have reached this stage." Wang Cha stood behind Han Chufeng with an awkward smile on his face. After all, he was just a small shrimp. Facing Han Chufeng, a double boss in martial arts and scientific research, he still leaped a lot of things unconsciously. Fortunately, the final product could not be displayed in the virtual space at all. So Han Chufeng could only confirm that this laboratory had hidden a lot and could now produce the finished product. He looked at Fangxing and said sincerely, "Student Fang, have you ever thought about transferring to another school? Come to our Jiujian Academy to study for a doctorate? Or come to our academy to teach after graduating with a doctorate? The evil theology of our Jiujian Academy is the strongest in the universe. It's a pity to stay in Blue Star University." "Really? I just have some questions about evil theology and want to discuss with Editor-in-Chief Han." Fangxing showed surprise on his face. Han Chufeng agreed reservedly. He also wanted to ask Fangxing for the latest product of that new inhibitor. After just a few words, he was shocked to find that Fangxing attainments in evil theology were indeed a bit scary. If it weren't for the fact that Blue Star University had tightened student screening since the Moon God incident, he would have doubted the true identity of this student. After discussing with Han Chufeng, Fangxing suddenly realized something. Editor-in-Chief Han. So, if a ruler falls asleep and his subconscious is active, it is possible that he will be revived and become a new evil god? Chapter 273 Starry Sky Map complete. It is indeed possible. Han Chufeng thought for a moment and replied, "Many descendants of evil gods are not only bred by the evil gods from outside the domain, the division of power, the changes of the 4 seasons, and even the mutation of projections, may give birth to the descendants of evil gods. Generally speaking, the derivatives of the evil gods from outside the domain are probably one level lower than the original body. So most of the descendants of the evil gods from outside the domain are at the level of the descendants of evil gods. Of course, it does not rule out that some particularly powerful descendants of upper rulers can be comparable to lower rulers. As part of the evil gods from outside the domain, the subconscious mind may also be activated to become the descendants of evil gods. Moreover, the subconscious mind is messy and disordered. Therefore, even if it is activated to become the descendants of evil gods, it is likely to be crazy and chaotic, and may even have the characteristics of multiple personalities. Han Chufeng is worthy of being a great master of evil god studies, and his analysis is simple and easy to understand." And Fangxing also suddenly realized and solved a doubt in his heart. Dream gods. No wonder it is related to dreams. It turns out that it might be the creator's subconscious manifestation. Once they all die, it is very likely to stimulate the creator to wake up early. Although the subconscious of ordinary extraterritorial evil gods cannot also be extraterritorial evil gods. But the creator is one level higher than the extraterritorial evil gods, and it is reasonable for his subconscious to activate and become the contradictory dream gods. So, Is the conspiracy that the creator sect is weaving deliberately to die? Let the Blue Star Federation destroy the dream gods. And then the creator wakes up and plays GG? Fong Xing originally felt that there was a conspiracy on the side of the Red Heart 3. At this time, he had a lot of information advantages, and finally barely guessed the outline of the conspiracy. Fortunately, as long as the Federation does not take action against the dream gods, the conspiracy cannot be carried out. Unless, the creator sect finds a way to destroy the dream gods themselves. But if it can be done so easily, the creator sect will not have to kill with a borrowed knife. Fong Xing complained in his heart that the creator should continue to sleep. Otherwise, it might not be a good thing for the entire universe. We must prepare for this matter. If the Federation doesn't find out, then let the immortal avatar remind me again. The worst plan is that no matter how to stop it, it will be useless. And the creator will eventually wake up. Then I can only flee to the immortal realm. While he was thinking, Fong Xing saw Han Chufeng on the opposite side hinting frantically. This, Mr. Fong, about the latest inhibitor. Our laboratory has successfully produced a sample, which can be sent to the Nine Swords Academy. Fong Xing smiled slightly. The raw materials are in my hands, and sending the other party a sample is just fishing. With this, my own Wuxing mecha can really start the project. So miserable. I'm almost a King Kong. But the Wuxing mecha is still on paper. Well, it seems that most Wuxings find it difficult to build their own mechas, and they have to sell themselves in the end. In comparison, I'm not bad. A few months later, White Bird Star, Xinghe Island. On the beach, Fong Xing stretched and took off his sunglasses. He looked up as if he had noticed something, and saw a huge silver-white spaceship emerging. A beam of light fell. A bald middle-aged figure slowly walked out of the beam of light. It was Han Chufeng. Professor Han. How come you are here so quickly? Fong Xing smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Han Chufeng. Is there a problem with the sample? No problem. But the data? It's so good. So good that I feel a little unbelievable. Han Chufeng shook his head. This person really has to admit his age. Seeing you young people continue to produce results, I feel that I should retire. Haha. Professor Han. You are joking. In terms of biological mecha, you are the giant in this field. Fong Xing smiled and replied, I also want to build my own exclusive mecha, and I have a lot of questions to ask. Of course, I will tell you everything I know. Why don't you come back to Jiujian Academy with me this time? We will use the best laboratory and the best configuration to design the mecha for you first. Han Chufeng smiled. Since getting the sample and confirming its superior performance, Jiujian Academy has naturally started investigating Fong Xing. He knew that the other party had built a large number of breeding bases on Binyao Star, hoping to cultivate a new material. There were many organizations and companies in the Federation that did this, but he didn't expect Fong Xing to succeed with just a casual try. What made Han Chufeng even more worried was that he secretly investigated Xinghai Company and found that it was no different from a shell company. Even the researchers in the laboratory, one by one, were not worthy of guarding the gate of Jiujian Academy. The main reason they were able to produce results was that Fong Xing provided a large number of special materials. They are indeed very capable in cultivation. And long before the spaceship landed, he used the equipment on the spaceship to scan the White Bird Star. It can be basically confirmed that the main material of the sample inhibitor cannot be found. In addition, Fong Xing is not alone, and behind him stand the Marshal Saint Niang and Su Sanyong. Together, they are the background of Blue Star University and the Su family of the Federation. It is difficult to use any means, and only fair transactions can be carried out. Before, the two sides seemed to be chatting casually, but in fact they were bargaining. Jiujian Academy is responsible for Fong Xing mecha, and Fong Xing will hand over the inhibitor. At least, it must be enough to build the Moon Goddess. Jiujian Academy. Fong Xing sighed. If I had enough money for the trip, maybe I would have taken the Jiujian Academy. Jiujian Academy and Xingjia University are both built in special universe secrets. Fong Xing was indeed unable to catch up with the school entrance examination. He is not the rich woman Zhong Yuxiu, who can still use the wormhole. Alas, what a pity. Han Chufeng sighed. He really thought highly of Fong Xing. How about, let's transfer to another school? Forget it. I'm afraid that Professor Niang will beat me to death. Fong Xing made a joke and followed Han Chufeng into the beam of light. Boom! The silver-white metal giant ship disappeared in an instant. Until then, A mecha landed around Xingha Island. This is really... The mecha mask opened, and Davis looked at the back of the huge spaceship leaving. With a look of surprise and fear. The Federation's flagship Kunping spaceship? Which big shot has come here? Sure enough. Consultant Fong's background is unfathomable. I have received the news. On the communication screen, Jiang Yu, who was recuperating, appeared. Here comes a martial saint. Han Cha-Fong from Jiujian Academy. It turned out to be this big guy? Davis was surprised. Martial saints are very important in the top of the Federation. Not to mention, Han Cha-Fong is not just an ordinary martial saint. He is a scientific research leader. The most outstanding biological mecha designer. Isn't Consultant Fong from Blue Star University? How is he related to the Nine Swords Academy again? Davis seemed to think of something, and couldn't help but take a breath. Is it a dedicated mecha? Is this the real treatment of the top geniuses in the Federation? There are design masters in the Vidra realm who come to design dedicated mechas? Inside the spaceship, the space is very empty. Fong Xing came to a silver-white metal hull, sat cross-legged, and slowly anchored different star points in his sea of consciousness. At this time, in his sea of consciousness, one star after another was lit up. Even his own martial arts will have corresponding changes. After a long time, Fong Xing opened his eyes and glanced at the attribute panel. Martial arts will secret pattern. 1 out of 100, proficient. Has it broken through to the proficient level? He murmured, feeling the galaxy in his sea of consciousness. And a smile appeared on his face. 3 volumes of Will Secret Pattern Atlas. The first one. Starry Sky Map. I should have completed it. Right? Fong Xing thought. And a pair of wings that seemed to be made of gold appeared behind him. Afterwards, countless golden feathers wrapped him, and a large amount of golden liquid metal gathered, making him look like he was wearing a golden holy garment with wings. On the holy garment, there were also secret patterns emerging, bringing a sense of mystery and luxury. Secret pattern module activated. The overall increase of the mecha was 100%. At this moment, Fong Xing felt that he could completely control the wings of the Sun God and perform all kinds of meticulous operations. This Wings of the Sun God is no longer an ordinary metal mecha, but it seems to have become an extension of his flesh and blood body. Hands and feet. Everywhere the martial arts will reaches. It can be meticulous. Not only that, after fully comprehending the Starry Sky Map, Fong Xing put his will into every part of the mecha and activated a new secret pattern. Strands of golden light continue to expand outward along the lines of the Sun God's wings, forming a golden cage. Void blockade. It is indeed a secret pattern type 7th level mecha. As expected, after meeting the requirements, you can activate the 8th level killing move. Fong Xing was excited. Being able to activate the 2nd level secret pattern of the Sun God's wings, blocking the void, means that he has mastered the Starry Sky Map. When the 3rd level of the secret pattern is activated, it means that he has mastered the Beast Map. The Blue Star Will secret pattern becomes more and more difficult. Many martial saints find it difficult to really get started with the Beast Map. But for me, it should be enough to reach the mastery level. Fong Xing carefully experienced the 8th level killing moves on the mecha. This move, the Void Blockade, combined with the Golden Core Domain, is enough to suppress the martial saint to a certain extent. Unfortunately, in the Blue Star Federation, this move is not very powerful. After all, the warriors and mecha masters in the Blue Star Federation rarely have space martial arts and techniques. Unless it is a space power user. And it can only be used a few times before the mecha energy is exhausted, which is actually not very useful. However, in the world of cultivating immortals, the Yuaning Jinju and Yuaning teleportation magic seems to be of the void attribute. I wonder if it will be restrained. Fong Xing fell into deep thought. Chapter 274 Obelisk. Inside the Kunping space battleship, a golden cage is expanding. Suddenly, Fong Xing sensed a huge monster that was breaking into the void. The endless golden ocean combined with the Jindan domain immediately began to suppress it, preventing the opponent from crossing the line. Who is it? He stood up and looked over, and saw a 4-faced and 8-armed statue. Its whole body was red, with 4 faces of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, and each arm held a magic weapon. There were serious things such as diamond bracelets and jade bottles. There were also unserious magic weapons such as human skin drums and gangong. In general, it gave people a sense of seriousness but hidden evil. Fong Xing was very familiar with those four faces, which showed joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. They were Han Chunfeng. Sure enough, the martial saint of the Nine Swords Academy had a crooked path. He complained in his heart, took the initiative to close the mecha field, and looked at Han Chunfeng. Professor Han, why are you here? The four-faced and eight-armed Dharma image suddenly curled up to the back of a bald middle-aged man, revealing the figure of Han Chunfeng. He looked at Fong Xing. With admiration on his face, I sensed the energy fluctuations of the 8 realms in the warship, and came here to see. Are you activating the 8 realms killing move of the mecha? The young are formidable. The 3 volumes of the will pattern of Blue Star. You should have completed the first volume. Han Chunfeng's face was full of regret. Since you have been taught the will pattern of the first department of Blue Star University, you can no longer learn the 9 Swords diagram of our 9 Swords Academy. What a pity. What a pity. This kind of will pattern is a secret among secrets, with a strong factional imprint. The 3 volumes Fong Xing studied were the most orthodox inheritance of Blue Star University. The secret pattern of the will of the 9 Swords Academy is called the 9 Swords diagram, which requires the comprehension of 9 sword mark diagrams, and the comprehension of the 6 swords diagram before one can control a martial saint level mecha. In other words, 3 diagrams are almost equivalent to a volume of Blue Star's Atlas. In the martial arts department of St. Armor University, the Heart Monument diagram is circulated, which has only 2 pictures. The martial arts will atlases of other first and second-rate universities are generally from these 3 schools, or even simplified versions. Oh, I'd like to ask. Fong Xing showed an interested look on his face. This guy is a dignified martial saint. It would be a pity not to take advantage of him. Alas, Han Chunfeng felt a little sorry. But knowing such an excellent student, Blue Star University would not let him go. The will atlas is not about the more pictures, the better. Your current will practice is almost equivalent to the perfection of our Academy's 3 swords diagram. As long as you go up one more level, you will have no problem operating the martial saint level mecha in the future. No wonder you have to start designing your own mecha. Han Chunfeng originally thought that Fong Xing was a little too arrogant, but now he understands. I am just an ordinary person and don't understand the ideas of geniuses. Student Fong, with your current qualifications, it would be a pity if you don't go to our Academy's obelisk for further study. Han Chunfeng's face showed a trace of cherishing talent. Oh! Fong Xing became interested. I'd like to hear more. The obelisk of our Academy is a treasure that assists in body refining. Even if the foundation of martial arts golden elixir is average, it can be forced to push up a few more turns. Han Chunfeng had a hint of pride on his face. As everyone knows, the Vajra realm is the foundation of the foundation. The golden body is flawless. The higher the number of turns, the more benefits you will get after breaking through the martial saint. With an ordinary golden elixir foundation, if there are no external medicines and magical powers, it is difficult to advance to a high-turn golden body and break through the martial saint. He looked at Fong Xing. You registered an ordinary golden elixir, but you have cultivated the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible magical power. After breaking through the Vajra realm, the upper limit is still good. At least the 7th turn is not a problem. With some great medicines and cosmic wonders, you can rush to the 8th turn. This judgment is similar to Yang. Fong Xing nodded. People outside only know that he has cultivated the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible magical power, but they don't know that he has already cultivated this magical power to the perfect level. If it were a normal martial arts golden elixir, it would not be able to do this at all, and it could only barely get started. In this way, after breaking through the Vajra realm, the golden body would still be within the 3rd turn, but the upper limit would be raised, and in the future, it would be possible to practice to the 7th turn golden body more smoothly. But Fong Xing was different. Not only did he have a strong golden elixir foundation, but he had also practiced the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability to the perfect level long before the breakthrough. And his accumulation was incredibly powerful. So naturally, he would be at the 7th turn of the golden body as soon as he broke through. Even afterwards, his practice went smoothly. He had already reached the 8th turn of the golden body without using any resources, and the 9th turn of the Great Vajra was also within reach. Of course, in front of the martial saint, he was still relatively humble, and used the characteristics of the immortal warrior to transform some of his chi and blood. Now he is at the 5th or 6th turn of the golden body. To design a dedicated mecha, physical data must be required. I have heard of this obelisk a long time ago, and it is the dream place of many Vidra realm warriors. It can polish their own golden bodies and promote the operation of the golden elixir. Can I take the opportunity to comprehend it, and then announce that I have broken through to the 8th turn of the golden body? An idea came to Fang Xing's mind. This breakthrough is easy to explain. After all, the obelisk of the Nine Swords Academy is a unique resource of a top-notch university comparable to the Wanling Atlas of Blue Star University. In particular, the fact that it can target Vidra realm monks is enough to attract a large number of high-level warriors. If I have a little bit of talent, wouldn't it be reasonable to break through the limit with the help of this resource? Nine Swords Academy. Kunping stopped at a square. Han Chufeng took Fang Xing down the passage, still a little regretful. In his opinion, Fang Xing is indeed a good seedling, but it's a pity that Blue Star University got it first. Han Chufeng said to Fang Xing, "Your stay permit and pass have been issued, and the authority has been transferred to your artificial intelligence. You take a few days to rest first. After 3 days, we will go to the design bureau together, and I will personally design a mecha for you." "Thank you, Professor Han." Fang Xing thanked him politely. It should be. It's mutually beneficial." Han Chufeng nodded, and called another research monk. "This is my student Guzhen. You can find him if you have any questions." "Student Guzhen." Fang Xing smiled and nodded. "See you again." "See you again." Guzhen looked at Fang Xing, his expression a little dazed. He and Fang Xing were in the same college entrance examination. He was a peerless genius, and was promoted to the external scene before entering the school. Far ahead. As a result, 10 years later, the other party was already a doctoral student in the Vidra realm, and even got to the point where even his mentor had to smile at him. He practiced hard for 10 years, and luckily broke through the 6th realm. He spent an unknown amount of money before he finally became a glorious research monk under the name of Han Chufeng, the big boss, and was ordered around every day, working in many research groups. But his martial arts progress was average. He even felt that he had no hope of directly studying for a doctorate. Looking at Fang Xing at this time, he suddenly felt a strong contrast and a little face pain. "You know each other?" "That's just right." Han Chufeng seemed to have just discovered this. "Guzhen, treat Fang Xing well. You must do your best to satisfy his requests. Understand?" After saying that, he disappeared in a stream of light, probably to continue testing new inhibitors. Fang Xing, welcome to Jiujian College. How can I help you? Guzhen patted his cheeks and smiled a little stiffly. "Oh, nothing. Take me to the dormitory first, and then I want to visit Jiujian College." Fang Xing nodded. "Yeah." Guzhen took Fang Xing to his villa. On the way, some students can be seen occasionally, but there are no bad boys snatching beautiful women, or some blind people bumping into them to bully the weak. The college students of Jiujian College are all proud children of heaven, and they are all very busy. What's more, Fang Xing is a master of the Vidra realm, and he can already beat the teacher to death. Even though Guzhen was once a prominent figure in the Nine Swords Academy, one could tell with a little effort that the person he was accompanying was not a simple person. How could there be a fool who would come up to Fang Xing to show off and slap him in the face? Even if there is such a person, the intelligent computer will remind him how to behave. This purple light garden covers an area of 87 acres. I wonder if it is enough. Guzhen took Fang Xing to the dormitory door and introduced. The facilities inside include a virtual room, a stadium, a gymnasium, a private cinema, a private restaurant, and a team of 1,642 housekeepers. Yes. Fang Xing sighed. Nine Swords Academy and St. Armor University are really luxurious. Unlike our Blue Star University, which only occupies such a small place. Guzhen was speechless. Do you think the land price on Blue Star is exaggerated? Even if the dormitory you live in is sold, it can buy several planets. To be able to set up a school on Blue Star is a real local tyrant. Okay. By the way, what exactly did you come to Nine Swords Academy for this time? After talking for a while, he found that Fang Xing was easy to talk to, and finally couldn't help his curiosity. "Oh, nothing. Professor Han promised to design a set of Wuxing mecha for me. I come and see, learn a little, and then take a look at your Jiujian Academy's library and obelisk." Fang Xing told the truth. Guzhen, he regretted it. He shouldn't have asked this. Others have started preparing Wuxing mechas, And he hasn't even reached the 7th level. Isn't this asking for trouble? I take my leave first. This is my virtual number. If you have anything, contact me directly. Gu Jin felt his face hurt even more, and hurriedly said goodbye and left. Hee. Looking at Gu Jin departing back, Fang Xing smiled unkindly. Master, what are you laughing at? Xiao Lan's voice came from his bracelet. His back looks like a loser. Fang Xing said something that Xiao Lan couldn't catch up with, and then said, have you received the map and authority of Jiujin Academy? Yes, Master. Xiao Lan answered quickly. Professor Han Chufeng gave you very high authority. You can pass through all places except a few forbidden areas. Well, let's go to the library first, and then go to see the famous obelisk. Fang Xing stretched. There are not many opportunities to study at Jiujin Academy. The next day, Fang Xing got up early, had breakfast in the private restaurant of Jiujin Academy, and then went to the cafeteria in the public area. It felt different from the cafeteria of Blue Star University. Immediately, he plunged into the big library of Jiujin Academy. In the reading room, Fang Xing held a thread-bound book in his hand. The paper of the book was yellowed, and there was an indescribable touch when he touched it. And it also had a faint herbal fragrance. The Traceless Fist Manual. Swish. As he turned the pages, human figures emerged one by one, with an inexplicable artistic conception. Sure enough, the words and pictures on this ancient book were written by martial artists with great effort, and they have a magical quality. Ordinary martial arts secrets are like this, and those that are more advanced need not be said. There are also works about evil gods. Research introductions. Even a picture is not suitable for being put on the internet. Even Fang Xing had to admit that the large library of the Nine Swords Academy gave him a sense of eye-opening. At this time, he walked into the more advanced reading area and took a book from the bookshelf. On the cover of this thick book, which was as thick as a dictionary, there was also a picture of a black obelisk. On the top of the obelisk, there was a dark red pattern, which seemed to be dyed with blood. If it were ordinary people, just seeing this kind of picture would give them a sense of sacrifice and antiquity, and they would even be addicted to it unconsciously. Obelisk? Fang Xing became interested and turned to the first page. It turns out that the obelisk of Jiujin Academy comes from alien technology. The Kuai tribe, who are suspected of worshipping the evil gods from outside the domain. Using the obelisk, they can perform incredible operations such as space isolation, energy infusion, extraction, etc. The obelisk of Jiujin Academy should be a holy object that was robbed after the destruction of that tribe. It once suppressed the corpses of several evil gods from outside the domain for research. It turns out that under the obelisk is the highest level laboratory and factory of Jiujin Academy. Fang Xing looked at Xiao Lan's permission map and found that he could only move on the obelisk at most. The underground is a prohibited area. To practice with the obelisk, it should be on top. No need to go deeper. He nodded, put the book back, and prepared to see the magic of the obelisk. Student, are you going to the obelisk? Just then, a low voice came over. Fang Xing looked up and saw a girl with pigtails and round-framed glasses. She looked at the book Fang Xing put back, thinking, yes, you are a graduate student or a doctoral student at the college, so you can come to the advanced reading area? Fang Xing felt the surging power hidden in the girl's body and asked with a smile. Nandong Shui, a doctoral student at Jiujin College. I like to study those evil gods from other regions that were once ancient but eventually disappeared. Nandong Shui pushed her glasses and said enthusiastically, if you want to go to the obelisk, we are on the way and can go together. This woman has some problems. Fang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, and then showed a sunny smile. Okay. Chapter 275 Training Room. Deep in the Nine Swords Academy, an obelisk with its tip stained red with blood stood proudly on the horizon. As Fang Xing approached, he realized that the obelisk was terrifyingly large, at least 10,000 meters high, like a huge mountain. And the closer he got to the dark body of the obelisk, the stronger the pressure he could feel. Fang Xing glanced at Nandong Shui next to him, and found that this doctoral student was worthy of being in the 7th realm. No matter how fast he accelerated, the other party could easily keep up. I wonder if you are a doctoral student admitted from society, or directly from the doctoral program. He didn't know why this woman was interested in him, so he asked tentatively. I was originally a graduate student at the Nine Swords Academy. I was lucky to pass the doctoral program in my last year. Nandong Shui answered with a slight smile. Although she looked a little rustic, she was actually a child of destiny back then. Like Gu Zhen, she didn't have the confidence to break through to the Vajra realm during her graduate studies. After graduation, he can only hone himself in society or the army, hoping to break through the 7th level before the age of 50. In this way, he will have the opportunity to participate in the doctoral enrollment of the Nine Swords Academy. In other words, Nandong Shue's talent is stronger than Gu Zhen. The Federation holds a college entrance examination once a year, and geniuses are not worth much. The two chatted casually for a few words, and came to the bottom of the obelisk. As far as the eye can see, there is a black area with no end in sight. Ding! The authority has been confirmed. And passage is allowed. A sense of danger followed, and then quickly dissipated. Fang Xing's heart moved, and he stretched out his hand to touch the somewhat cold body of the obelisk above. A rough rubbing feeling came. Cold. Smooth. It's like touching the skin of a scale. And an inexplicable life and vitality are jumping on the fingertips. In Fang Xing's perception, this dark red-topped obelisk actually seems to be alive. No! Not only that, his heart moved slightly, and he looked at the attribute panel. I suddenly discovered that the rune representing the Gate of All Heavens began to tremble slightly. The Gate of All Heavens has a reaction. This obelisk can be used as energy to be absorbed by the Gate of All Heavens? Fang Xing's heart was immediately filled with shock. Could it be that the obelisk is related to the Gate of Nothingness? His great son Tathagata mantra will accept anything that is related to the evil god. But the Gate of All Heavens has always been picky, and is only interested in the Gate of Nothingness. This forced Fang Xing to make associations. That's right. That alien race is said to be related to the evil god. And perhaps they worship an incarnation of the Gate of Nothingness. And their appearance. In addition, it may be that the level of the items I came into contact with before was too low to attract the interest of the Gate of All Heavens. Could this obelisk be related to a special evil god? The other two of the 3 pillars? He was thinking over and over again, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Nandong Shui just watched with a smile, as if she was used to the exclamations of outsiders. Let's go. The training room is inside the obelisk, and the time spent needs to be exchanged for credits, she explained with a smile, and a black crystal card appeared in her hand. After using the card to gently scratch the surface of the obelisk, a door opened automatically. Credits? Fang Xing nodded and called Han Chufeng directly. Professor Han, I have encountered a little trouble here. After more than 10 minutes, a golden light flew over, and it was Gu Zhen who used the Jin Dan Dharma domain to hurry on. He handed a black card to Fang Xing. The teacher said that he was going to take you to see this place in 3 days. But he didn't expect you to come first. So let's try to practice. The training room here can only be entered by Vajra Realm warriors, and it is dangerous. In addition, 1 credit can only be used for 1 day. This is a special temporary card with a quota of 1,000 credits, which can only be used in the obelisk. Thank you. Fang Xing took the black card and thanked him politely. Gu Zhen was relieved and looked at Nandong Shui next to him. Senior Nandong. Oh, do you know each other? Fang Xing smiled. After all, we are from the same school. Gu Zhen hesitated to speak. Don't look at this Nandong Shui who is weak and a little rustic. In fact, she is famous for being crazy in the 9 Swords Academy. She is also a sword saint. She has passed the 7 Swords trial. She even took the initiative to replace the blood of the evil god's offspring when she was in the Golden Core stage. She almost turned into an evil creature. And she also proposed several experiments to raise the offspring of the evil god. Although they were all shot, they are all famous in the 9 Swords Academy. She is particularly keen on the research of those ancient evil gods. Her preferences should be similar. It is said that those who caught her eye before were all those who had a close relationship with the evil gods. The Academy even relied on this to catch the evil god believers who were hiding very deeply. Then, I'm leaving. He was too embarrassed to speak in front of his senior, so he quickly said goodbye and left. Strange. Fang Xing watched Gu Zhen leave and walked into the obelisk. Tap tap. The low footsteps echoed back and forth in the wide passage. The interior of the obelisk was very empty, and even the space had a sense of confusion and disorder. He felt that if he took a step, he might cross a distance of 1,000 meters, or he might fall behind him. At the same time, a strange power descended, with a taste of sealing and suppression. Suppression? Evil god pollution? Fang Xing was a little surprised. He turned around and saw that Nangong Shui had black scales on her body. Her eyes turned into vertical pupils, and the whole person looked like the legendary Snake Girl. But the next moment, everything returned to normal. As expected, many of the professionals in the Nine Swords Academy are abnormal, especially those in the Sword Saint department. Fang Xing secretly complained in his heart, but a serious look appeared on his face. What's wrong with you? Nothing. It's just that the evil god blood in my body is passively stimulated. Nangong Shui adjusted her glasses and smiled widely. Every time I come here, I feel a lot more relaxed. The profession of the Sword Saint department focuses on refining the evil god into the body, and completely accommodating and digesting it with one's own body. It can be said that they are always fighting against the pollution of the evil god, whether it is the level of spiritual will or the body blood. It is the same. In this obelisk that can suppress the pollution of the evil god, some peace can indeed be obtained. It can even make some professionals, who are about to go half crazy, temporarily maintain their sanity. But in Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, the great sun Tathagata mantra slowly rotated, and a round of scarlet sun rose up. He touched the great sun relics between his eyebrows, and felt that everything was normal. Either this obelisk is abnormal, or I am abnormal. Then, there must be something wrong with the obelisk. Fang Xing muttered in his heart, and followed Nangong Shui into an elevator. This is just the inside of the obelisk, and we haven't reached the training room yet. Nangong Shui introduced Fang Xing. The training room here has a total of 9 levels, divided into 9 floors. Generally speaking, for foreign Vajra Realm warriors, my suggestion is to start from the first floor. Well, I have to see it. Fang Xing walked out of the elevator, and saw an empty corridor. Every few thousand meters, there is a huge door. This door is also carved from black stone, exuding a simple and mysterious flavor. The light in the passage is dim, but every line on the door is so clear and perfect. The feeling of the evil god's building. Fang Xing took out his temporary black card and gently swiped it on the door. Crash! The door opened with a bang, revealing a training room behind. This training room is very small, only about 10 square meters, and it is completely inconsistent with the towering gate from the outside, giving a sense of mismatch. Another spatial chaos. Fang Xing turned around and saw Nangong Shui waiting outside, but she did not come in. Then, the dark door slowly closed. In an instant, the training room fell into darkness. Endless darkness swept over, giving Fang Xing the feeling that it was like the darkness that could devour everything when the moon god attacked. No, it's not an illusion. This is it. It's just that the degree is controlled and the danger is much reduced. Could it be that the body of the moon god is under the obelisk? In Fang Xing Dancian, a golden light emerged and turned into a golden sun, rising from behind him. Then, like the scorching sun in the darkness, it illuminated everything. In the void, countless darkness was ignited and emerged in an endless stream. The darkness here seemed to have life, surging like a tide, trying to drown this little golden light. If it were an ordinary martial arts golden elixir, it would probably not be able to hold on at this time. No matter how strong the golden elixir is, facing this weakened version of the evil god's pollution, it is no different from a candle in the wind. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, his face unchanged. Countless darkness was ignited and consumed by the golden light. It was impossible to get within 3 feet. He had a thought in his mind and restrained the golden elixir domain. Crack! Crack! The darkness fell on him, and a terrible gnawing sound was heard. It seemed that countless hellish ghosts were gnawing at his limbs. Fang Xing was covered with golden light, like a golden arhut. Even if he fell into hell, he was still towering and motionless. As expected, after a moment, a look of realization appeared on his face. The principle of the obelisk to assist in body training is destruction, by controlling the intensity of pollution, eroding the martial arts golden body. Those low-turning golden bodies will be constantly worn away in this darkness, just like a process of constantly polishing a rough jade, blowing away the yellow sand to get the gold. But, for me, the pollution here is too weak. At least the 8th level of pollution will feel a little bit. If you want a good effect, you should go to the 9th level to hone your great diamond body. This Nine Swords Academy has really studied the evil god pollution very thoroughly. Fang Xing sighed in his heart. For him, this is a good place to practice. For ordinary Vajra Realm warriors, if they are not careful, they may end up like Pan Xiong and Wei Shitong. No, Wei Shitong is in the Great Vajra Realm, and he should be fine on the 9th level. On the contrary, Teacher Pan Xiong may not survive the 8th level. Chapter 276 10 years. How long can this classmate Fong hold on? Outside the dark door, Nandong Shui leaned against the dark wall. Her eyes turned into vertical pupils in an instant, and she stretched out her tongue with some expectation and licked her lips. Her tongue was fresh pink, but it was forked at the end, and both ends were very flexible. 10 minutes later, the dark door opened. Fong Xing walked out of it, with a trace of fear on his face. That kind of darkness. Moon God? Well, since the academy took in the remains of the moon god, the means of the obelisk have changed. Nandong Shui nodded seriously. In fact, I prefer the previous sea of blood. It's like steaming a sauna. Every time after that, I feel that my bones are several pounds lighter. If the bones are several pounds lighter, it will be dead. Fong Xing complained in his heart, knowing that the obelisk is the essence. As for what kind of evil god is used to pollute and polish the diamond body, it doesn't matter at all. What is classmate Fong going to do next? Nandong Shui had already returned to her previous rustic image and asked timidly, "Let's go up a few more floors. By the way, does the academy have any requirements for the length of time for training?" Fong Xing asked. "No. But for foreign Vajra warriors, it is best not to practice for more than 1 day for the first time. And don't go to the upper floors." Nandong Shui reminded, "For Vajra warriors in this academy, some conditions can be relaxed. Which floor do you want to go to?" She did not hide her expectations on her face with glasses. "The 5th floor. Maybe?" Fong Xing came to the elevator and went up with Nandong Shui. The elevator in the obelisk seemed to move space directly, without any sense of weightlessness. After swiping the card, he entered a training room similar to the previous one. Fong Xing sat cross-legged, feeling the darkness surging. This time, he directly closed the Jindan Dharma domain, allowing the infinite darkness to wrap his martial arts golden body. Click! Click! A teeth-grinding gnawing sound came out. The darkness that was enough to bite the low-turning Vajra warrior to death did not leave any trace on his body. There were strings of sparks. Fine. Fong Xing opened his eyes. It feels like a sauna massage. Switching to the first level is just like tickling. Through this all-round grinding, he can easily find the shortcomings and flaws of the martial arts golden body, and gradually polish it to no leaks. As the time of cultivation continues to increase, Fong Xing even feels an inexplicable pressure entering his body. Its strands, looming, are absorbed by the gate of the heavens in the attribute panel. Is this the power of the obelisk? I am now cultivating inside the obelisk. As expected, I will slowly absorb a little bit of the source power of the obelisk. This feeling is somewhat similar to absorbing those sex sacrificial vessels. Although the amount is not large, it is more durable. Fong Xing's eyes lit up slightly. If I can stay in the obelisk for a long time, absorb this kind of source power, and combine it with the several sex, holy objects, and sacrificial vessels that have been absorbed before, maybe the third world to open the gate of the heavens is not far away. Of course, if I let go completely and swallow the obelisk directly, it should be able to open immediately. But it is obvious that I will be beaten into a pig head by Jianqiu Wushan. Jianqiu Wushan is good at the star-destroying sword, but he was once a strong man who destroyed a star with one sword, before he reached the level of Wushan, or even got his own Wushan mecha. Fong Xing didn't want to provoke him. Now it's good like this. Ants moving. A steady stream of water. Wait slowly. Enough to wait until the gate of the heavens is fully charged. It's so long. Outside the training room, Nandong Shui, who had been waiting for a long time, showed a look of surprise on her face, and then showed a bright smile. Sure enough, I didn't make a mistake. The world of cultivating immortals. Time flies, and 10 years have passed in a flash since the Mu family closed the mountain. The acting head of the Mu family, Mu Wandong, the fake Dan Jinren, was standing in the ancestral hall, silently staring at the soul lamp belonging to Mu Wanlong, looking at the flame that was no longer a candle in the wind, but only a wisp of flame. He felt a complex feeling in his heart. The Grand Elder really worked hard for my Mu family, and is still holding on. Well, since the soul lamps of Mu Wanlong, Mu Wandao and others were extinguished one by one, the Mu family only had Mu Wanlong, a Jin Danjinren. His seniority automatically rose, and he became the only Grand Elder of the family. This was added by Mu Wanlong on purpose. Although it was useless, it could barely boost morale. He knew that the Grand Elder of the family was holding on to his last breath. As long as he didn't die, the Mu family would still have a glimmer of hope. If he could hold on until a new Jin Dan cultivator appeared in the family, perhaps there would be a possibility of revival in the future? Mu Wanzhong would come to see Mu Wanlong's soul lamp almost every day. In fact, he had already prepared himself in his heart. If the soul lamp of the Supreme Elder went out one day, he would definitely be the first to rush into the other party's cave, do everything to cover up and block the news. At this moment, the spiritual energy of Baiwa Mountain fluctuated. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, and spiritual energy swarmed in like clouds, forming a huge colorful vortex. The spiritual energy vortex continued to expand, shimmering and colorful, and expanded by several miles in an instant. Is it the family quasi-4th level spiritual cave? Mu Wanzhong flew up into the air and saw the landing point of the spiritual energy vortex. And a hint of joy appeared on his face. Is Qingshi ready to form a pill? As a Jin Dan family, or even a former Yuanying family, the probability of spiritual roots among the descendants of the Mu family bloodline is not low. Moreover, it also has a lot of background. And there are also echelons of immortal cultivation talents. Although this generation has lost many Jin Dan and fake Dan Real people, the next echelon still has Jin Dan seeds. This Mu Qingshi, from the 5th branch of the Mu family, is a talented immortal cultivator with earth-grade fire spiritual roots. Before the Mu family closed the mountain, he was a late-stage foundation cultivator. After the Mu family closed the mountain, due to the lack of many senior officials, there were many reserve resources in the warehouse, as well as vacant high-level caves. Mu Wanzhong immediately made the decision to grant the high-level spiritual vein cave to the best in foundation building. Mu Qingshi really lived up to everyone's expectations. He cultivated from the late stage of foundation building to the state of great perfection of foundation building in 10 years, and made great progress and tried to form a pill directly. Qingshi probably knew in his heart, after the family closed the mountain, it was difficult to go out to find opportunities for forming a pill. It was useless to continue to practice hard, as he was the first seed of the perfect foundation. The accumulated opportunities for forming a pill in the family would definitely be given priority to him. Otherwise, when the young foundation building cultivators in the family reached perfection in the future, the inventory of spiritual objects for forming a pill would definitely not be enough. The later it gets, the more embarrassed it will be. This is the helplessness of closing the mountain. No immortal cultivation force will choose this path unless it is absolutely necessary. Master, 2 streams of light flew over. Both of them were extremely old late-stage foundation building cultivators, who had given up the idea of forming a pill. Qingshi's Dan this time. The family produced a piece of Tianhui Yunjin, which can enhance the physical strength of the fire spiritual root cultivators. In addition, the last Jin Dan in the family collection will also be given, and it should be successful. A late foundation building deacon comforted. Just Dan is not enough. It's not enough for the lower Zhendan. Mu Wanzhong shook his head. A little bitter. This time, the family has consumed most of the Dan opportunities. I hope Qingshi can condense the upper Zhendan. The upper Zhendan cultivator can easily break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of Dan. And there is also hope for the late stage of Dan. There is even a slight possibility of condensing the nascent soul in the future. This is the real hope of the Mu family. As for the half-step Jin Dan, or even the immortal Jin Dan, Mu Wanzhong didn't dare to think so in his dreams. The last half-step Jin Dan cultivator of the Mu family, Mu Qinglan, prepared several top-level Jin Dan spiritual objects in one go in addition to the Jin Dan. And with his extraordinary talent, he barely condensed the quality of the half-step Jin Dan. Even for that one Jin Dan, the family invested a lot of resources and didn't catch their breath for decades. As a result, after waiting for a long time until Mu Qinglan was promoted to the late Jin Dan, he died in Linlang Fudi before he could dominate the dying cultivation world. When they first learned the news, several elders who were on the verge of death either couldn't breathe or went crazy and died together. It shows how badly the Mu family was hit. The death of Mu Qinglan seemed to be the beginning of the decline of the Mu family. After that, it was an even darker period, with Jin Dan and fake Dan masters falling one after another. Now, there is only one Jin Dan who is about to die and an old fake Dan to support the scene. Every time Mu Wanlong thought of this, his heart was torn. At this time, looking at the Jin Dan vision, he unconsciously clenched his fists. The range exceeds 3 miles. Qingshi is a ground-grade spiritual root, and there are golden elixir and elixir spiritual objects. So fake elixir is of course not a problem. The downstream true elixir should not be trapped. An old man who has established his foundation murmured. The downstream true elixir has a vision of 3 miles. The upstream true elixir has a vision of 6 miles. The immortal golden elixir has a vision of 10 miles. And there is the mysterious sound of the great way. In the expectant eyes of the Mu family, the spiritual energy vortex continued to expand, exceeding 5 miles, 6 miles. The upstream true elixir. Mu Wanzhong was overjoyed. The upstream true elixir. My Mu family has hope. Even in the incredible eyes of everyone, the vision of elixir continued to expand, although slowly, but gradually reached more than 8 miles. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a vague sound of nature emerging. Back then, when Mu Qinglan formed the elixir, the sky was 9 miles. 9 is the extreme number, which is the half-step golden elixir. The immortal golden elixir needs to break through the limit, which is extremely difficult. But is there hope for the half-step golden elixir? Mu Wanzhong's eyes were burning. If it is a half-step golden elixir, then there may be a chance to impact the nascent soul in the future. If it can be done, he, Mu Wanzhong, will definitely be the lord of the Mu family revival. And the family tree will have to open another page to record this great achievement. Suddenly, just when the spiritual energy vortex was about to touch 9 miles, the spiritual energy of the world became unstable and began to collapse in large quantities. A roar full of pain emerged. Then, countless spiritual energy collapsed like an avalanche. At an astonishing speed. From the original 8 miles, it was reduced to 6 miles. 3 miles. In the end, only 1 mile of spiritual energy vortex remained, slowly falling into the quasi-4th level cave. This failed to form a pill. Barely formed a fake pill. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An old foundation building deacon spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this scene, and fell from midair, without a trace of breath. Chapter 277 Demonic Pill. Inside the 4th level cave, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, and his consciousness looked into his dantian. I saw a white gold sword pill slowly rotating, and every rotation swallowed and exhaled a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The almost liquid spiritual energy was transformed and concentrated by the flying sword into a golden sword essence that was even stronger than the golden elixir true essence. And it quickly rotated along the fixed line in the body. The Great Freedom Xianjin Sword Classic is worthy of being the sect-defining practice of the Yuanying sect. After a long time, Fang Xing opened his eyes. The late stage of the golden elixir. I am just a little short of the golden elixir perfection. I am not even 50 years old now. Such a speed of cultivation would really shock the entire cultivation world. After all, ordinary cultivators would be very lucky if they could build a foundation before the age of 60. Even if the direct descendants of the Yuanying sect could form a pill before the age of 60, they would be a generation of genius. But for Fang Xing, before the age of 60, he would probably have to impact the Yuanying. Of course, his cultivation speed is very abnormal. Not only is he gifted, but he also has the bonus of the 4th level spiritual vein cave. More importantly, it is the contribution of a large number of spiritual medicines from Linlang Fudi and the magical effect of Wanhua Ding. To be frank, if Fang Xing can condense Yuanying in the future, the entire dying cultivation world, especially the righteous and evil sides, will all contribute. And the waste is also serious. Fang Xing secretly calculated the large amount of spiritual objects he consumed in pursuit of cultivation speed, and felt that it was enough to cultivate a few late Jin Dan cultivators. It feels very easy to break through from the middle Jin Dan to the late Jin Dan. For a true genius, the bottleneck is not a bottleneck at all. Before, after cultivating to the peak of mana in the middle Jin Dan, Fang Xing casually took some spiritual pills seized from the storage bags of the righteous and evil sides, which were purified by Wanhua Ding, and were said to be very useful for breaking through the bottleneck, and easily broke through to the late Jin Dan. For Jin Dan cultivators, the bottleneck that often traps them for decades seems to be non-existent for him. From now on, it will be a smooth journey to complete the formation of the elixir. You just need to keep accumulating mana. Moreover, when practicing, Fang Xing never forgets to purify his own mana and strengthen his foundation. Now, even if he does not use other means, he can kill several masters, like the 5 sons of the righteous path and the 6 heroes of the demonic path, with just 1 person and 1 sword. My alchemy skills have been honed to the quasi-4th level. I can prepare to refine the nascent soul pill. My requirements are not high, as long as I can barely make a pill. Anyway, there are enough main materials, and I can waste them at will. In the end, as long as one pill succeeds, it can be saved by the 1-watt ding. Of course, if it is best, you still have to refine a genuine product, so that after being improved by the 1-watt ding, the efficacy will be excellent, which can increase the chance of nascent soul condensation. Fong Xing silently calculated his own preparations for the nascent soul condensation. To break through the bottleneck, you usually have to face 3 levels: physical strength, mana, and spiritual awareness. The Great Freedom Black Gold Sword Classic I practice is a spiritual transformation method. The mana is pure and sharp with the golden sword element, and there is also a top-grade golden spirit stone, so it is not a big problem. As for the inner demon, I have never seen a Dan formation. I wonder if I can see it when I condense the nascent soul. As for the nascent soul thunder tribulation, I have already trained the 1-Fa ghost infant and mastered the 2 spiritual treasures Qingyang magic lamp and Jiaowei Qin. If I can't get through it, no cultivator can. It seems that this immortal clone has met all the conditions except for the physical strength. It would be unfair if he didn't condense the nascent soul. Fong Xing sighed. The effect of the Ningying pill is extraordinary. It can replenish the spirit of the cultivator in the late stage of Dan formation. Like the Gene Dan, it can temper the body with most of the medicinal power and help break through the 3 levels of spirit. Spirit and spirit. In short, it is to make up for the shortcomings. Some cultivators have strong physiques but weak mana, so they can concentrate most of the power of the elixir on the mana barrier to promote the transformation of mana. Some cultivators have poor spiritual consciousness, so they can concentrate the power of the medicine on the spiritual consciousness to assist the spiritual consciousness to break through. This is the basic principle of the elixir of breaking through the level, to make up for the innate deficiency. Of course, if there are cultivators whose spirit, energy and spirit are not good, and the power of the elixir is not enough to make up for the defects, then it is bound to fail, and no one can do anything about it. While thinking, Fong Xing felt the fluctuation of the external spiritual energy, and couldn't help but smile. Has anyone formed a pill? He actually didn't care about the Mu family at all, as long as the Mu family didn't have a Yuan Yingzhenjuan now. Even if someone condensed the immortal golden elixir, as long as they didn't come to rob his cave, he wouldn't bother to care. However, when Fong Xing released his spiritual consciousness, he found that the celestial phenomenon of the elixir was collapsing. In the end, the original upstream true elixir weather was forcibly turned into a fake elixir weather. Is this being too greedy, wanting to reach the half-step golden elixir, but failing and getting backlashed? Or did he fall in the hard demon tribulation and take away the great medicine for the golden core? Or even, did a villain do something wrong? Fong Xing took a look and knew where the unlucky guy who was forming the golden core had fallen. He was still too impatient. If he took steady steps, the upper true core would not be a big problem. In addition, if he could have one more golden core spirit object, the medicinal power of the golden core could be maintained to the end. Consolidating his cultivation, he would not fall into the realm. As a quasi-4th level alchemist, he had a lot of say in this regard. He just glanced at it and stopped paying attention to it, continuing his retreat. It's time to prepare to refine the condensing infant pill, thanks to the gift of nature. The main medicine is 5 divine infant fruits. In addition, the auxiliary materials have almost been collected from the storage bags of both the righteous and the evil. The previous recipe for the condensing infant pill came from Huamaching of the 9 Infants sect. He even thoughtfully prepared most of the auxiliary materials. The rest, Fong Xing intended to gather in Linlang Foodie. And the storage bags of those magic golden pills also have similar preparations. Gathering enough raw materials for 5 furnaces is not a problem. Now the key is to refine at least 1 pill within 5 furnaces, even if it is a low-quality pill. Fong Xing pondered for a while. The divine infant fruit cannot be divided, so each time it is refined, 1 furnace and 1 whole pill. If it is handed over to a 4th level alchemy master, 1 furnace of Ningying pill can guarantee at least 1 pill, or 1 or 2 more low-quality pills. Ningying pill is not a common pill. The highest record in the world of immortal cultivation is that a 5th level alchemist made 5 pills in 1 furnace. But he is only a quasi-4th level alchemist. Fortunately, there are enough raw materials, so there is still hope. It's just that, if a general quasi-4th level alchemist wants to be promoted to a 4th level alchemist, and tries to refine 4th level pills, he will definitely choose the cheapest ones. I use the Ninging pill to practice, which is really a bit of a waste. Let's take it slow. The Mu family is a family of immortal cultivators who have produced Yuanying. There are still 1 or 2 4th level pill recipes or residual recipes. You can try it first. Although it is not easy to collect materials for 4th level pills. Fang Xing is now rich and powerful, so he is still quite confident. In recent years, in addition to cultivation, he has basically spent all his time on refining pills. Wait until I condense Yuanying, and see if there is any progress in the pioneering war. If there is no progress, I will go to the Hanhai Xiuxian realm to pursue the skills and classics after the transformation of the spirit. In fact, for ordinary Yuanying Jinjuan, the Great Freedom Xianjin Sword Classic can be practiced to the transformation of the spirit, which is enough. But for Fang Xing, it is far from enough. His knowledge reserve in martial arts is enough to enable him to cultivate to the level of martial god. But there is no way after that. Although the Blue Star Federation is being created, Fang Xing still has to prepare his own retreat, which is the way of immortal martial arts. Therefore, collecting the cultivation techniques and books of the realm above the martial god in the world of immortal cultivation, letting the immortal clone take the lead first, and then feedback to the original body, is not a way to assist in breaking through the martial god. With a flash of light, Fang Xing jade slip with the recipe of Ninging pill appeared in his hand, and he began to comprehend it carefully. The divine infant falls into the furnace. The 9 dragons soar. There will be green bamboo and green waterfall flowing down the stream. The jade pot turns 3 times, and then 9 times. Quench it with red fruit, and the jade stone contains it. What the hell? The alchemist is not doing human work, and he still uses cryptic language and pursues rhyme. Cultivating immortals also needs science. What dosage? What temperature? Can't you just say it clearly? Fang Xing comprehended it, and wanted to vomit blood. These are the pitfalls in the immortal cultivation classics. The ones that are more sophisticated have to hide the key formulas, which can only be passed down orally from master to disciple. Fortunately, he has several copies of the Ninging pill recipe in his hand, which can be compared and referenced. He is also a quasi-4th level alchemist with rich experience in alchemy, and can barely deduce some things. Try it with the Shining fruit again, and after a few furnaces, you can probably figure out the way. While he was comprehending, a sound transmission note flew into the cave. Fang Xing grabbed it casually, and a magic power grabbed the sound transmission note and fell into his palm. He listened to a few words and sighed, well, I have to see it after all. Immediately, a green bead appeared in his hand, which was the Jiuing pearl. Fang Xing mind moved, and he turned into Mu Wanlong appearance, and his breath was still very weak. A small flag appeared in his hand, and he waved it casually. Colorful runes swam in the mist, covering the animal pens, alchemy rooms and other places that he didn't want outsiders to see. After doing all this, Fang Xing flicked his fingers, and a sound transmission talisman flew out, opening the formation outside the 4th level cave. Several streams of light flew in immediately, led by Mu Wanzong. In addition to him, there was a young man with regular features and a pale face, and several foundation building deacons. They came to the living room and saw Mu Wanlong on the cloud bed, and their eyes suddenly turned red. Grand Elder. At this time, Mu Wanlong's hair was gray, without a trace of vitality. His skin was wrinkled, his eyes were cloudy, and he even had a bad smell on his body. It was obvious that he would not live long. Ancestor, Qingshi has failed to live up to your trust. He consumed the family heritage and only condensed a fake pill. Please punish me. Ancestor. The young man with regular features was Mu Qingshi, who knelt on the ground to apologize, with a crying voice. Good boy. Fang Xing spoke in a hoarse voice. This is not your fault. What happened? He looked at Mu Wanzong. Mu Wanzong had no choice. The family pill-forming seeds only condensed fake pills, and the family was immediately unstable. At this time, he could only come to visit the ancestor and release the news that the ancestor was healthy to barely stabilize people's hearts. But I didn't expect that the ancestor, who had always refused to see him in the past, actually agreed this time. He felt bitter in his heart and said, Qingshi has a tough personality, but he is too thoughtful. He had already achieved the upper level of the true pill, but for the sake of his family, he tried his best to achieve the half-step golden pill. He did not expect that his inner demon had not been completely overcome. He thought that the golden pill was completed. But in fact, he was in the illusion of the inner demon and lost the great medicine of the golden pill. The quality of the original true pill plummeted and barely maintained the fake pill. Mu Qingshi was ashamed to death and could only kneel on the ground without saying a word. Alas, this is God's will. Fang Xing coughed and then looked at the cultivators present, but there is a way to save it. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the cultivators present suddenly became very exciting. Grand Elder, there is no regret after the pill is completed. Mu Wanzhong felt a little hot in his heart, and a little hesitant, and said this common sense in the world of immortal cultivation? Hee. As immortal cultivators, we have to make the impossible possible. There are countless miraculous skills and secrets in the immortal world, and it is too absolute to regret the success of the elixir. Fang Xing shook his head, this time in Linlang blessed land. I killed a demon cultivator who had formed the elixir, and seized a secret technique from his storage bag, called the Heavenly Demon Transformation Pill Method. It can dissolve the fake or even real pills in the cultivator's body without damaging the foundation, making it easier to form a new pill. This kind of destruction and then establishment will naturally improve the quality of the pill. He looked at Mu Qingshi. Qingshi, you are already the best among the seeds of the pill formation. If you can't succeed, no one can. I have decided to sacrifice all my remaining essence to perform this secret technique for you, and then give you all the pill formation spiritual objects in the family. You are only one step away from the half-step golden pill before. If you dissolve the fake pill and form a new pill, you will have a great chance of achieving the half-step golden pill and become the pillar of my Mu family. As soon as these words came out, Mu Qingshi's eyes immediately turned red. Grandfather, this secret technique, I'm afraid it's very difficult to perform. What's your health? Grand Elder? Mu Wanzhong hesitated. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't have many years to live, so I should give up this broken body and pave the way for the younger generation. Fang Xing said calmly, where the old leaves fall, the seeds will continue to grow. For a moment, many cultivators were very moved. Mu Wanzhong returned to his cave, and his heart was even more surging. If my Mu family can produce a half-step Jindan cultivator, and close the mountain for 100 years, maybe he can break through the middle stage of Jindan. A half-step Jindan middle stage cultivator is no worse than an ordinary late-stage cultivator. My Mu family finally has a little hope of revival. Just then, he suddenly heard a cough behind him, and his hair stood on end. Who? It's me. Fang Xing walked out of the darkness, with his hands behind his back. Grand Elder, didn't you say you were going to prepare for the use of the Heavenly Demon Transformation Method? Mu Wanzhong was surprised. What is the transformation method? I lied to you. Fang Xing showed a strange smile. In the magic way, there is indeed such a method of turning pills, but the prerequisites are very complicated and harsh. The key is that it requires the intervention of the Yuan Yingzhenjuan, and it consumes a lot of vitality to do it, not to mention whether he can do it or not. Even if he can use the Wanfa ghost infant to perform it, he is not Mu Qingshi's father, and he will never pay so much. Spreading this rumor is to bully these fake pills. The foundation building cultivators are ignorant. What? Mu Wanzhong's eyes widened. I suspect that someone tampered with Qingshi's pill formation process. Although the family has closed the mountain, the remnants inside have not been cleared. I deliberately said this just to lure the snake out of the hole. Fang Xing explained lightly. The forces outside must not want to see another half-step Jindan cultivator from the Mu family. And since they have made a move before, they will make a move again. Fang Xing is deliberately fishing. I see. Mu Wanzhong was quite moved. Sure enough, the old ginger is still spicy. No wonder the Supreme Elder was able to be the head of the family before. Chapter 278, Killing the Traitor. Late at night, in a secret room, an old man who was building his foundation stuffed pills into his mouth while pouring all his mana into a green talisman. The skin of this talisman was obviously from the skin of a high-level monster, and a vivid blue bird was depicted on it with blue cinnabar runes. It was a high-level talisman. The blue bird talisman. It was very valuable, and could not be owned by a cultivator who was building his foundation. After a while, as the old man muttered something, his face turned pale due to the exhaustion of mana, and this blue bird talisman was finally activated. The blue bird on the talisman seemed to come alive, and suddenly flew out of the talisman paper, and turned into a blue mysterious light mirror. 2 blue bird talismans were used to send messages, because its grade was high enough. Even a quasi-4th level formation could hardly stop it. In fact, if it was a high-level attack talisman, it would be useless even if the old man of the Foundation building had his mana drained. And it might even kill him. But the requirements of the communication talisman were much lowered. He was a cultivator in the late stage of the Foundation building. And with the help of the power of the elixir, he finally managed to activate it. The light in the blue Xuanguang mirror was flowing. And suddenly a cultivator in the late stage of the Jin Dan with white eyebrows and a crane cloak appeared. It was the Supreme Elder of the White Crane sect. The unlucky guy who designed to ambush the Mu family cultivators, but was killed by Fang Xing with his 3rd level upper grade natal spirit crane. Mu Qingbai. The White Crane sect's Grand Elder frowned. The blue bird talisman is expensive and in short supply. Our sect doesn't have many in stock. You rashly activated this talisman. Could it be that the old man is already dead? For the White Crane sect's Grand Elder, Mu Wanlong is a blood feud. Whether it was the previous natal spirit beast or the huge benefits of the Mu family, he wished that the other party would die on the spot and then take revenge immediately. That's not the case. Mu Qingbai said, the junior wants to see his own children and grandchildren. In fact, he was loyal to the Mu family before, but later when he went out, he met a confidant and even gave birth to a child. Because Mu Qingbai had been forced to marry a fierce woman from a cultivation family by the Mu family, he did not dare to bring his confidant back. So he could only raise her secretly in the Immortal City. But he did not expect that this secret matter would be known by the White Crane sect, and even control the whole family. Mu Qingbai had no choice but to be the insider. Hee. Your children and grandchildren are talented. I have decided to accept one of them as a disciple. The White Crane sect's Grand Elder said with a smile. I hope you don't make a mistake. Of course not. Mu Qingbai sighed. Today, Mu Qingshi failed to form a pill, and finally formed a fake pill. I used the reputation goo to exert influence secretly. Isn't this enough to prove loyalty? Oh, that kid failed to form a pill? The White Crane sect's Grand Elder laughed. Okay. For a Jin Dan true person, a fake pill is basically not considered a Jin Dan cultivator, especially a late Jin Dan cultivator. And even an early Jin Dan cultivator is not very worthy of attention. The Supreme Elder of the White Crane sect wanted to annex Baihua Mountain, so he was naturally very concerned about the future of the Mu family. A mere fake pill is no longer a threat. Haha. You did a great job on this matter, especially knowing how to use the goo worms. Reputation goo is a kind of unconventional goo worm, which is not only harmless to cultivators, but also has a certain effect on improving the family atmosphere. Mu Qingbai secretly used the reputation goo, often showing his concern for the family in front of Mu Qingshi, secretly stimulating his unwillingness and giving birth to the idea of taking a risk for the family. The formation of the pill is a matter of 1,000 times. If you have the intention to take risks, it is easy to fail. In addition, this matter was done without any trace. Even if the cave and the Dan formation spirit objects were checked 100 times, they would not be found. Even if he was caught, Mu Qingbai would have something to say. Is it wrong to be loyal to the family? Sure enough, this time he pitted Mu Qingshi with one move, and all his previous efforts were wasted. This time, we also went to pay respects to the Grand Elder. Mu Qingbai continued, I secretly sensed with the blood vessel plate. It was indeed Mu Wanlong in that cave. The senior's previous thoughts were biased. The Grand Elder of the White Crane sect had been waiting for Mu Wanlong to die. After all, according to his knowledge of the late Jin Dan period, the forbidden technique that could burst out in an instant and raise the cultivation level to a small realm was a death warrant for a seriously injured Jin Dan cultivator. But he waited and waited for 10 years, but still did not receive the news of Mu Wanlong's death. Immediately suspected that it was Mu Wanzhong who was playing tricks. In fact, Mu Wanlong had already passed away, but his soul lamp was replaced. And then someone was found to impersonate him. It was because of this that the Grand Elder of the White Crane sect asked Mu Qingbai to secretly spread the rumor that Mu Wanlong passed away, and secretly refine the blood vessel plate with his blood relatives. This kind of magic weapon is usually used to destroy a family, and can search for the location of a close bloodline. Although the sense is a little vague, it can still be confirmed within the range of a cave. That old man is not dead yet. The White Crane sect's Grand Elder was furious, and then turned into a sneer. He is probably using some secret technique. Elixir. He is forcibly hanging on to a glimmer of life. And I am afraid he has no strength to fight back. There are many secret methods in the world of immortal cultivation, And this kind of forced method of hanging on to life is not uncommon. With the background of the Mu family, it is normal to have one or two such treasures. But this makes the White Crane Sect's Grand Elder very uncomfortable. After all, he dare not gamble. Once he loses the bet, he will lose his life. Therefore, even if some treasures for breaking the formation are collected, the White Crane Sect still dare not launch a large-scale attack on the Mu family by Wan Mountain before Mu Wanlong is sure to sit and die. Although he is not dead, he will soon. Mu Wanlong summoned us today and said that he would use the Heavenly Demon Pill transformation technique to petrify Mu Qing to remove the fake pill and rebuild the foundation. Mu Qingbai thought about it and said it. He knew that once this information was revealed, it would be a complete betrayal of the Mu family. After all, Mu Qingshi was the Mu family greatest hope. But what else could he do? He had already offended Mu Qingshi to death by using the goo before. Even if the Mu family is weaker now, Mu Qingshi must be completely killed. The Heavenly Demon Transformation Pill method? The White Crane Sect's Grand Elder was startled, and then said, I have heard of the name of this sect's magic secret technique, but it can only be performed by the Yuaning True Lord. Even if the secret technique has been improved later, I am afraid that at least a great cultivator in the late Jindan stage can perform it. A mere dying Mu Wanlong. How can he be worthy? Not good. The White Crane Sect's Grand Elder was more knowledgeable after all. I am afraid this is the old guy's plan. You are going to be exposed. What? Mu Qingbai was shocked. And just when he was about to say something, he saw a ray of light breaking through the secret room. A 5-element aurora fell, turning into colorful chains, binding him tightly. All the 5 elements of light came from a small mirror. The one who used this magic weapon was of course the fake pill master Mu Wanlong. With his fake pill magic power, and the powerful magic weapon passed down by his clan, it was natural for him to catch a mere foundation-building cultivator like a turtle in a jar. Fang Xing coughed and walked out from behind Mu Wanzhong. Master! Grand Elder? Seeing this scene, Mu Qingbai looked ashen. Ahem. I originally thought that with Qingqi's spiritual roots and the ability to form a golden elixir, even if something went wrong during the formation of the elixir, the consequences would not be so disastrous. So I just used a little trick. But I didn't expect that someone was really playing tricks on me. Fang Xing coughed, looking emaciated, and looked at the green Xuanguang mirror again. Old Baihe. Old Mu. The White Crane Sect's Grand Elder was no longer as carefree as before. His eyes were red, and he seemed to want to bite a piece of Fang Xing flesh. Today's game. You won. But there is a long way to go. Let's play slowly. Hee hee. But old Mu, you may not have a future. As soon as the voice fell, the green Xuanguang mirror dissipated with a bang, turning into a green talisman, and then quickly burned. What happened? At this time, the movement here has attracted more and more Mu family cultivators. Even Mu Qingshi, who was in retreat, was alarmed. Mu Qingbai, you colluded with the White Crane Sect, murdered my Mu family genius, and sold out family intelligence. Death penalty. Mu Wanzhong announced Mu Qingbai's crime. Not only will you die, but your direct descendants will also be put on a separate list, and will never be employed again. In a family of immortal cultivators, it is normal for one person to betray and implicate the whole family. Of course, only 3 generations of direct bloodline will be implicated, and the 9 clans will not be implicated unless everyone wants to commit suicide together. Mu Qingbai, you really deserve to die. In the end, Mu Qingshi personally executed the sentence, and a spell beat Mu Qingbai into a meat paste. Speaking of which, he was the one who suffered the most in this incident. Not only was he calculated by Mu Qingbai, and the real pill became a fake pill, he was also lied to by Fang Xing. The result was that he was told the magic pill-making technique was fake. This undoubtedly made Mu Qingshi very depressed, and he had no way to argue with the Supreme Elder, so he could only vent all his anger on Mu Qingbai, even at the cost of bearing the infamy. He wanted to make the other party die without a complete corpse, just to make himself happy. Well, once the fake pill is condensed, the future is bleak. The personality will indeed change. Fang Xing took a few glances, and was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. He did not go back to the cave directly, but went to the Mu family storehouse, took out 3 4th-level pill recipes, and packed a set of herbs he needed and took it away. He helped the Mu family to find the traitor, so it was not for nothing. It is completely reasonable to take something as a reward for hard work. This time when I go back, I will practice with the 4th level pill recipe first. Then, I will practice wholeheartedly. And when the pill is perfected, I will immediately refine the Ninging pill. I will not come out of retreat until the Yuanying is condensed. Although the Mu family is very miserable now, relying on the family foundation, it can slowly lose the family for dozens or hundreds of years. If Mu Wanzhong suddenly becomes motivated and takes radical risks, he may lose all his family property overnight. Therefore, sometimes, it is beneficial to the family if the head of the family is a mediocre person who sticks to the status quo, or even a mediocre person. Chapter 279 Great Vajra Realm. Main Universe. 9 Swords Academy. The 9th floor of the obelisk. Pa. 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 In the training room, there were horrible explosions from time to time. 2 figures who looked like golden arhats were fighting in the darkness, with golden light spreading on their bodies, fighting against the darkness that was so dense that it was almost impossible to dissolve. Fang Xing's golden body was running to the limit, and it had reached the 8th level. A red gold luster bloomed on his skin, and every punch and every palm seemed to carry the power of destroying Vajra. Across from him was Nangong Shui. At this time, this originally rustic sister untied her braids and took off her round-frame glasses, and her facial features looked particularly mature and charming. It seemed that she had been promoted from a country girl to an urban beauty in an instant. Not only that, she was shining with golden light all over her body, and she was also an 8th level golden body. But unlike Fang Xing, her golden body looked thinner, and the golden light became much dimmer under the erosion of darkness. Suddenly, crack! Fang Xing had some enlightenment in his heart, and punched out. At this moment, he finally polished his golden body to perfection, turning it into a real Vajra physique. This is the best in the Vajra realm. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is a quasi-4th level physical cultivation. It has begun to cross the natural chasm between the Jin Dan and Yuanying. Bang! With one punch, Nandong Shui flew backwards and fell into the thick darkness. Countless gnawing sounds came, as if a large number of insects, were gnawing frantically on Nandong Shui. Ha! Fang Xing immortal matter circulated throughout his body, and punched out to dispel the darkness. From the darkness, Nandong Shui's somewhat embarrassed figure walked out, and on her jade-like arms, several bite marks like a baby's mouth suddenly appeared. Let's go! Fang Xing opened the door of the training room and walked out with Nandong Shui. It's really fun to fight today. He originally thought that Nandong Shui had some plans, but after 10 years, Fang Xing finally realized that this woman was after his body. No, she was after the knowledge of the evil god in his mind. In addition, Nandong Shui is a martial arts genius. The two sides promoted each other and made progress together. After 10 years of hard work, and with the help of Han Chufeng's subsequent funding of a large number of credits, he finally broke his own limit in the obelisk and was promoted to the Great Vajra realm today, and can be called the Little Martial Saint. Forget it. The title of Little Martial Saint is not very good, and the last one was beaten to death by me. Fang Xing complained in his heart and clenched his fists. He could feel that the Great Vajra realm had a completely different feeling from the previous golden body. At this point, the golden body was completely flawless, and the bones and blood in the body all seemed to have a faint golden color. The whole person exuded a sense of perfection, and perfection from the inside out. With my current strength, if I add the mecha of the wings of the sun god and the power of the triple secret pattern, even if I don't use the great sun Tathagata palm, I should be able to deal with a true lord in the early stage of the nascent soul. Fang Xing said goodbye to Nangong Shui, the target, and then went to take a bath. Half an hour later, he wore a loose bathrobe, wiped his hair, and scanned the attribute panel. The secret pattern of will has entered the mastery level, and the entry of the beast map can fully exert the full power of the wings of the sun god. After reading it, Fang Xing felt quite satisfied. However, the gate of the heavens, which has been stealing the origin of the obelisk for 10 years, still has not opened the third world. But Fang Xing feels that it should be soon. 10 years of the Great Vajra realm. It's not bad. With the help of the obelisk, Fang Xing can be said to be steady and solid, and has a solid foundation to the extreme. I even feel that if I meet Wei Shitong in his prime, I can beat him to death with my fists. After tidying up a bit, Fang Xing changed into casual clothes and came to Han Chufeng Design Studio. Not bad, Vajra? Han Chufeng looked up and glanced at Fang Xing, who was no longer hiding his talent. and nodded with satisfaction. I knew you were a bit shy, hee. How could an ordinary student kill Wei Shitong during college? Even if Wei Shitong is half crippled, he is still Vidra. The talent you show is even better than Nangong Shui. Han Chufeng didn't feel surprised by this. People always protect themselves habitually. Not to mention that he has come into contact with too many geniuses. I know that some geniuses are not brilliant at the beginning, but keep moving forward. And every step is very steady. Even later, it is more difficult to conceal the peerless brilliance. There is no doubt that Fang Xing is such a genius. Professor Han, you are too kind, Fang Xing said modestly. With your physical strength at the Great Vidra realm, you don't need to refine your spirit essence. You have a great chance of breaking through to the martial saint level. Han Chufeng said, but it's not easy to say whether it's a breakthrough. In history, some Great Vidra realm warriors broke through to the martial saint level in a single thought. Some suffered in this realm, but could not wait for the opportunity to break through. Some used the refinement of the spirit essence to force a breakthrough. He gave some pointers and then tested Fang Xing. Very good. Your body data is consistent with my theoretical curve. So it seems that this mecha design is finally complete. Did it succeed? Fang Xing was a little excited. In recent years, he used the excuse of going to Binyao Star to smuggle a large amount of materials from the world of immortal cultivation and provided a large amount of inhibitors for Jiujin Academy. The reward he received was the 10 years of hard work and the completed biological mecha design sketch. Master received a lot of documents. Xiao Lan's reminder floated in Fang Xing's ears. Biological mecha, also known as evil god mecha, is the cheapest type of mecha, and only we warriors can drive it. Han Chufeng took out a general design drawing. Fang Xing looked over and found that the design drawing was empty, with only a strange meatball. If it is a general sci-fi mecha, the energy must be eternal crystal. The secondary eternal crystals of those 7-level mechas can't fool at all. Han Chufeng said. In addition, there are a series of auxiliary facilities such as armor and life support cabins. It will cost tens of trillions. However, biological mecha is different. It is more like a flesh and blood seed. You just need to plant it, invest a lot of resources, and then wait for it to grow gradually, flourish, and bear fruit. As he spoke, Han Chufeng took out a silver-white box. Most of us warriors are idealistic and self-centered. We wish we could design, build, and maintain the mecha ourselves. But this is impossible. The set I designed for you is already in accordance with the standards that best meet your needs. In addition, I will give you another seed. As for the remains of the evil god's offspring, inhibitors, armor, various modules, you need to piece them together by yourself. Fang Xing took the silver-white box and felt that it was very heavy. Moreover, on the surface of the silver-white box, there is a scarlet X mark, which gives people a sense of taboo. Thank you, he thanked sincerely, although these treatments were exchanged for the new inhibitor. But no matter what, Han Chufeng did not make things difficult for him in any way, but gave him the green light. It's time to go back. After walking out of the design room, Fang Xing came to the Academy's spaceship berthing point. He flew into the air and came to a berthing cabin. Master, Xiaolan is always at your service. A sweet voice came from a blue private spaceship in the berthing cabin. Although it is not as good as the space battleship Kunpeng, it belongs entirely to Fang Xing. I got everything I could get. When I come here again, I may have broken through to the martial saint. Right? He flew into the cabin and ordered Xiaolan to set sail. Whoosh! The Azure spaceship turned into a smooth arc and flew into the atmosphere. Suddenly, a little golden light emerged. A figure suddenly stood in the universe, blocking the spaceship's way. I say, Fang Xing, you're leaving just like that? You didn't even say goodbye to me? Nangong Shui still looked like an urban beauty, with a hint of resentment in her tone. At first, she just thought Fang Xing was interesting, and might even be related to the evil god believers. But after 10 years, Nangong Shui knew that she had thought too much at the time. She was actually attracted by the other party's interesting soul. It's a pity that Fang Xing is stubborn and a scumbag. He also likes to go to the entertainment planet. Now, with the help of the resources of the Nine Swords Academy, after achieving the Great Vidra realm, he actually wants to run away. It's Nangong Shui. I'm sorry to bother you to come and see me off. Fang Xing turned on the holographic projection and greeted him with a smile. Is the wound on your arm healed? It's healed. Nangong Shui looked resentful. You? Have a safe journey. Well, didn't we leave the number of the virtual universe? We contact each other then. Fang Xing smiled. Nowadays, virtual universe technology is developing faster. Even natives who have lived on one planet all their lives can know all kinds of things about the Blue Star Federation through the interstellar network and meet with relatives and friends on various planets. When he was in the Nine Swords Academy, he often entertained Gu Yun, Song Jin Gang and other former friends in the virtual space. You bastard! Nandong Shui finally couldn't bear it anymore. A pitch-black python suddenly appeared in the atmosphere, and its tail swung on the blue spaceship, pulling it out of the atmosphere and flying into the depths of the universe. This is not a Dharma phase, but a special ability that the Sword Saint professional obtains from the evil god parts. It is even more powerful in Nandong Shui's hands. Even Fang Xing is a little afraid of it now. Chapter 280 Asking for Help. Evil Dragon Star. Wormhole. Against the vast starry sky, a large number of spaceships were like ants, going in and out of the elliptical light hole. A blue spaceship was mixed in among them. Not at all eye-catching. Fang Xing was sitting on the sofa, communicating with Nia Ying. Yes, teacher. Thanks to the obelisk of the Nine Swords Academy and a little luck, I successfully broke through the King Kong. With the excuse of the obelisk, it would not be so abrupt for him to break through the limit and achieve the King Kong physique. As for mechas, Jiujian Academy has already made a general design. After Fang Xing explained everything, Nia Ying, who was sitting opposite him, had a speechless expression on his face. You kid. You are so lucky. Inhibitors are something that big companies are working on. So many laboratories. But you succeeded? Haha. It's all luck. Luck. Binyao Star has a good environment, suitable for cultivating some new species. Fang Xing touched his head. So I plan to stay on Binyao Star in the future, and build a new inhibitor factory to save money for building mechas. Yang's expression was even more speechless. Back then, I signed a contract to sell myself for hundreds of years, and only then did I get the treatment of custom-made mechas. Forget it. It's a good thing that you can succeed now. How is the secret pattern of will practicing? In Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, the martial arts will moved, and a pattern was outlined in the air. It's a pity that the lines were very blurred, and it was hard to tell whether it was human or animal. You've also entered the realm of the strange beast map? Yang's eyes widened. Not bad. Not bad. Even if it's the peak of the Wei Shentong. But the star map is perfect. That kid has no talent. And his character is a bit shady. No wonder he's not as good as you. For us boxers, we can't do without the stage of sincerity and integrity. He gave a few more instructions on the cultivation of the secret pattern of will, and then hung up the call. Opposite Fang Xing, the projection on the sofa disappeared instantly. Sincerity and integrity? Fang Xing touched his face. Forget it. I'm following the path of immortal martial arts, which is different from traditional martial arts. He sighed, picked up a big book like a dictionary, and began to read it carefully. This is a book about mecha construction, designed by Han Chufeng himself. If all of it is printed out, it should be no problem to fill up several buildings. What he held in his hand was just a catalog. Fortunately, I have a photographic memory, but it's still a bit difficult to finish reading it. Take your time. Fang Xing began to immerse himself in learning. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly, an urgent communication came. Fang Xing raised his eyes and saw Xiaolan's anxious face. Master, I found the Federal Emergency Rescue Signal. He immediately glanced at the transmission. The secret world is coming? Danger intensity. Suspected to have the offspring of the evil god? No wonder we need help. No. What is the defense force of the imaginary space doing? They actually let an offspring of the evil god come? The defense of the imaginary space is like a fishing net. The bigger the fish, the harder it is to get through. Especially in recent decades, after the federal technology leaped again. Even ordinary servant-level events have become rare. It was only 10 years ago, when the creator sent people to make trouble, that there was a peak. But after Fang Xing secretly sold a wave of evil god believers, he immediately became quiet again. Now he actually encountered a major event of the offspring of the evil god coming, which really caught Fang Xing off guard. I'm still a nominal federal security consultant. He thought about it and gave an order. Xiaolan, connect to the combat channel. Soon, a virtual combat room was projected out. In the middle of the war room, there is a space image. In the universe, there is a huge transport spaceship. A woman in military uniform and capable image said, this time. The secret world descended on the transport spaceship Davis 19012. The current cosmic coordinates of the ship are. Fong Xing heard it, and suddenly understood. It's no wonder that the luck is so bad. The attacks of the evil gods in the imaginary space usually descend on the planets, where the life magnetic field is the most concentrated. Because the evil gods like to kill, and like to devour life, to promote their evolution. If it is released into the universe, what destructive power can it have? It is also easy to be surrounded by the Federal Fleet. I am the commander-in-chief of this operation. The Marshal Saint Zhou Yehua. A projection of a middle-aged man in black tights appeared. With regular features and a serious expression, what cargo is transported on this transport ship? As soon as this was said, it seemed that the war room was a little quiet. Finally, a chubby business elite spoke up. It's like this. The transport ship is carrying immigrants. The number is about 340,000. The procedures are all formal. A transport ship of the Aoi group? Zhou Yehua's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The nearest Federal Fleet will arrive within 3 universe hours. I am driving the group mechanical mecha, the 8-armed evil dragon beast. And I am on the way. All support is gathered at this coordinate point, waiting for me to join us. Our goal is to contain the offspring of the evil god until the Federal Fleet arrives. Soon, one task after another was issued. Fong Xing saw his flight route, which was the fastest and most labor-saving route that his spacecraft could take after calculation by the all-knowing brain. And it was guaranteed that when he arrived at the destination, others would arrive at the same time. And they had already started to form groups and set up responsible persons. It can be said that these highly qualified federal professionals, if put together at random, would be an elite space army. The descendants of the evil god, suspected to be from the Lord of Entropy? It turned out to be this foreign evil god who likes to create chaos? I thought it was the creator who ordered him to continue to make trouble. Fong Xing fell into deep thought. Among the evil god's followers, the upper followers can be comparable to ordinary 7th-level professionals. But the descendants of the evil god are hard to say. Their group has at least the 8th-level combat power. And the slightly higher ones are the 9th level. And the best among them can even be comparable to the 10th-level professionals, and enter the realm of the lower-level rulers. Of course, such descendants of the evil god are very rare. And their number may even be rarer than that of the foreign evil gods. Even if the upper ruler wants to give birth to such a powerful offspring, he must pay a huge price. Or even split his own authority. Since the capture of the 3 of Hearts 10 years ago, the Federation should have a better understanding of the evil gods, and should not directly attack the gods of dreams. As long as the creator does not wake up, the rest are trivial matters, and the Blue Star Federation is enough to deal with it. After all, the Federation has killed several extraterritorial evil gods before. Fong Xing exhaled deeply, and a pair of golden angel wings appeared behind him. Master, there are 1 minute and 12 seconds to reach the designated location. Xiaolan's voice came. I will go directly. You use the free cruise mode. And be careful not to be affected. Fong Xing was covered with a golden mecha and gave orders. This is his private spaceship. If it is blown up, it will be a huge loss. Whoosh! Fong Xing body is a space life, which can easily survive in space. With the wings of the sun god, he is like a god in space. Not only that, the outline of the strange beast in his sea of consciousness, the martial arts will that solidified again was mighty and mighty, combined with every part of the mecha, making his golden mecha surface have another layer of complex and mysterious patterns. The potential of the wings of the sun god, this 7th-level mecha, was almost fully developed by him, and it was controlled meticulously. Soon he came to a meteorite belt, and saw an extremely magnificent 8-armed evil dragon. Group Mechanical Mecha 8-armed evil dragon beast. Fong Xing felt the oppression coming from the supergiant mecha, and exhaled a long breath. The wings of the sun god is just a fine product among the 7th-level mecha. And the 8-armed evil dragon beast is definitely a 9th-level mecha, controlled by a martial saint and 8 Vajra realm masters. It can burst out the power of the martial god. In theory, such combat power is enough to deal with ordinary descendants of the evil god. But it is not safe. Fong Xing landed on a huge meteorite, and saw a dozen people who arrived together. Among these people, the weakest are all 6th-level professionals. Of course, there is no martial saint. Therefore, with his strength at the Great Vajra realm, he was appointed as the team leader by the all-knowing brain. At this moment, A ball of red light suddenly flashed in the huge dragon eyes of the eight-armed evil dragon beast. In a blink of an eye, everyone came to a square, probably the interior of this mecha. Zhou Yehua, dressed in black, stood with his hands behind his back. The battle will start in 3 minutes. I will contain the descendant of the evil god. And your mission is to break into the transport ship, rescue important hostages, and transfer important supplies. As soon as these words came out, the professionals present all frowned. A rough voice came from a black humanoid mecha. Once the descendants of the evil god come, hundreds of thousands of people will be sacrificed. Are there any living people in that transport ship? Yes. There is a life support cabin of the highest level in the Federation in that transport ship. Even if facing the evil god from outside the domain, it can last for more than half an hour. A secretary who looked like a female white-collar worker spoke and sent a map to everyone's brain. Fang Xing glanced at it and found that it was a ship design drawing with a very clear internal structure. There must be an important person trapped on the ship. I don't know which Chaebol family eldest daughter it is. A slightly sarcastic voice came. Okay. Take action immediately in 30 seconds. Zhou Yehua didn't say much and gave the order directly. Beyond the starry sky of the universe, Fang Xing was covered in a golden mecha, and even his face was covered with a golden mask. Behind him, one professional after another remained silent, all looking at a spaceship that had lost power and was floating in the universe in the distance. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Roar! At the moment when the countdown reached 0, an unimaginably huge dragon beast mecha emerged. Each of its arms could hold a planet, and the originally huge spaceship was not even a speck of dust to it. The next moment, the eight-armed dragon shrank in size. Although it was still huge, it was about the same size as the spaceship. 8 arms stretched out and firmly fixed the spaceship. Woo wow! The next moment, a baby's cry sounded from inside the spaceship. Countless dark liquids seeped out from the deck of the spaceship, between the windows, and even in the cracks of the steel. They seemed as viscous as oil, but with an indescribable sense of chaos. The power of the offspring of the evil god is not only in strength, but also in the change of the environment and even the influence of the rules. The offspring of the evil god of the Lord of Entropy will cause everything around to fall into chaos. Zhou Yehua's voice came out one after another. We are neither good nor bad. This offspring of the evil god is about the 9th realm in strength, and is not the most difficult one to deal with. I will pull that offspring of chaos into the imaginary space later, try to eliminate its influence. You break into the ship and prepare for rescue. Be careful. There is a high probability that a large number of servants, family-level evil creatures, have been bred in that spaceship. Before he finished speaking, Fang Xing saw the 8 arms of the huge dragon beast directly pierce into the spaceship. Its heavy deck, under the 8 arms of the evil dragon beast, was easily torn like paper. Woo wow! The baby's crying became extremely sharp. These cries carried a strong mental pollution, which caused a commotion among several 6th-level professionals. Pay attention. We may face the real body of the descendant of the evil god. If you have mental protection and mental medicine, remember to use them. Fang Xing gave the order in a deep voice. Not every professional is like him, who can condense the Vajra relic or even the Great Sun relic when he is at a low level. Not every professional on Blue Star is a warrior. However, the Federation has long developed similar defense methods for this situation. The most convenient one is naturally the mecha, which can load the corresponding mental protection module. Other professionals can also use special medicines and other methods. Woo wow! The next moment after Fang Xing reminded, the baby's crying became more shrill. Countless viscous oil-like black liquids seeped out of the spaceship, trying to completely wrap the 8 arms of the 8-armed evil dragon beast. Then, in the black liquid that looked like an ocean or lake, a chaotic descendant suddenly emerged. It seemed to be composed of countless black lines, without a fixed shape, and even the structure and organs on its body showed a chaotic and contradictory trend. Chaos. Disorder. It can make ordinary professionals go crazy at a glance. The 8-armed dragon beast mecha allowed its body to be soaked in black liquid, and several arms grabbed the children of chaos. Then, the 2 huge figures disappeared at the same time. It's our turn. Fang Xing took a deep breath and flew to the spaceship with a lot of black liquid left. He stretched out his right hand, and a phoenix-like lightwing flashed, breaking a big hole on the deck of the ship. Then the whole person rushed in, looking extremely brave. This scene surprised the professionals following Fang Xing. It's just a temporary captain. Why are you risking your life? Chapter 281 Failure. Fang Xing certainly didn't risk his life. In fact, he didn't even activate the first level of the secret pattern effect of the mecha. It's just that he was too strong, and gave the team members the feeling that he was a desperate 7th level professional. Clatter! Accompanied by the torn armor plates and the flames of the explosion, he landed in a cultivation plant. All he could see was a large number of dead mealworms. Their bodies shriveled, as if they had lost all their nutrients. There must be a food circulation system on this large immigration spacecraft. This mealworm factory should be used to make nutrient blocks. Fang Xing's face looked a little bad. The taste of the nutrient blocks obviously brought back his not-so-good memories. I heard that some luxury tourist spaceships will deliberately open up an ecosystem in the cabin to cultivate all natural dairy cows, beef cattle, barley and other crops and food. A professional following him looked at the meatworm cultivation room next to him and shook his head with a smile. It seems that this ship is full of poor people. Maybe there are more biochemical people, but I don't know why there are big shots in it. Hee hee. What does it have to do with these people that big shots live in luxury cabins? A female professional next to him sneered and looked at the map. According to the map, we want to go to the life support cabin, and the route should be this way. She walked through a cabin door and then returned to the original place. This spatial disorder? A trace of fear came out of her voice immediately. The place where the chaotic offspring is located will actively radiate around, making everything chaotic, including space. Fang Xing was thoughtful, and the golden elixir domain unfolded, dissecting a meatworm. At this time, the professionals present also found something wrong. These meatworms, why do some of them have their heads on their butts? The internal organs are all reversed. No wonder they died. This is the chaos field of the chaos descendants. Oops. The map is useless. Fang Xing discovered more under the cover of the Jindan domain. The arrangement here is also problematic. The buildings are asymmetrical, and there is a sense of force splicing, but the joints are seamless. It's really scary. If that chaos descendant is still here, this chaos will increase by who knows how many times. He finally understood why Zhou Yehua Wuxing wanted to take that chaos descendant away. If he didn't take it away, they would have no use at all. Be careful. Just then, several dangerous auras approached quickly. Fang Xing issued a warning and punched out. Bang! On the ground, the deck cracked, and a giant earthworm-like black clan emerged. Its head cracked open, like a chrysanthemum, with dense sharp teeth like a whirlpool. Blazing, a layer of terrible doji suddenly burned on Fang Xing's golden arm. Doji took shape, like a sharp sword, piercing straight through the mouth of this upper family member, and piercing through the entire body. The extremely hard skin of this upper family member was easily torn like paper under the doji, and fell to the ground in an instant, twitching constantly. Ah! Save me! A professional was attacked by a pitch-black worm, and one of his arms was bitten off. A golden feather appeared in Fang Xing's hand, and was thrown out instantly. Puff! A golden light flashed, and the head of the pitch-black worm exploded, and the corpse fell to the ground and twitched. They are all upper family level evil creatures. 6th level professionals, be careful, Fang Xing reminded, and the mecha in his hand flashed a light and turned into a golden bow. He bent the bow and put the arrow, and the golden laser condensed into an arrow. Boom! A big hole suddenly appeared in the steel wall in front of him, and countless black worms inside were instantly evaporated, and a huge cabin emerged. Under his martial arts will, the original chaotic space was finally broken open. He walked into the cabin and saw human corpses on the ground. These should be the original immigrants, right? How did they become like this? A professional looked at a corpse and found that the corpse looked very strange. Slanting eyes and flat nose. One hand had 7 fingers, and the other hand had 8 fingers. The rest of the corpses also underwent terrible deformities. Their facial features seemed to be randomly molded with mud, and their limbs were twisted weirdly. Obviously, they were all normal people, but after being irradiated by the chaotic field, they became like this. Most of the living people on this spaceship should be dead. Fang Xing sighed, and then said, be careful. The previous fleshworm factory could breed black worms of the upper clan level. What kind of terrible evil could there be in this cabin filled with the breath of human death? Ah, I don't want to stay here. We are just high-level professionals nearby, and we were temporarily recruited here. It's okay to be recruited by the Federation. But why do we have to work for the Chable? A female professional screamed, as if she was on the verge of collapse. You are not right. Is the spiritual amulet on your body charged? Fang Xing glanced at it, and the sun relics between his eyebrows slowly moved. Frowning. You are all bad guys. The female professional screamed, and countless black blood vessels suddenly appeared near her eye sockets. Swish. The external armor on her back opened, allowing her to directly grab her spine and turn it into a white-boned sword. It's a sword saint professional. The people around were startled and avoided a distance. Shi Ling. What are you going to do? Kill! Kill, kill! Shi Ling's eyes turned dark, and the white-boned sword in her hand turned. A sword domain descended, and countless sword blade storms swept through it. According to common sense, she was just an ordinary 6th level professional, facing such a team of 6th level and 7th level elites. She had no power to fight back. But this time it was different. Ah! A 7th level mecha master screamed, and the mecha on his body was cut open by the sword storm, and streams of blood spurted out. She is the 7th level? A group of professionals immediately woke up. No. She is possessed by the Soul Shadow. 2 flames burned in Fang Xing's eyes. The Soul Shadow is a kind of upper-level family without entity, good at lurking in the dark depths of the professional's mind. Obviously, the environment here is too depressing, which has aroused negative emotions such as fear, anger and fear in Shi Ling's heart, creating favorable conditions for the parasitism of the Soul Shadow. If it is a pure martial artist with martial arts will and soul amulet, the problem is not big. At least it can be discovered in advance. But the other party is a sword master profession, and a part of the evil god pollution is sealed in his body. At this time, it broke out completely, and it was completely corrupted. The speed was so fast that everyone had no time to react. Humph! Fang Xing snorted coldly, and the golden core domain descended. The golden light flashed, crushing the domain of the blade storm in an instant. Bang! He put his 5 fingers together, exerted a little force, and a fist force emerged. Crack! The white bone giant sword in the air stopped for a moment, and then began to shatter from the tip of the sword. Fang Xing took a step forward, appeared in front of Shi Ling as if crossing space, and punched her forehead. Boom! At this moment, he was like a sun, shining brightly. Captain, what is this? The Great Light Fist? A team member's eyes lit up when he saw the scene. The next moment, Shi Ling fell down softly, and behind her, a black shadow was swept away by the fist wind, making a piercing scream. Fang Xing changed his fist into a palm and turned his palm over. The overwhelming palm shadow fell down, covering all directions, making people feel that there was no escape or escape. Sky-covering hand. Bang! The black shadow screamed, and then turned into nothingness under his mighty fist. After condensing the secret pattern of martial arts will, it seems that the lethality to the evil god's followers has also increased. Fang Xing saw this scene, and couldn't help thinking. Captain. Shi Ling's eyes rolled back, and then she fainted. She was strongly polluted and her physical condition is very poor now. A female professional came up to check and her face was not good. There may be more than one spiritual black shadow here. Retreat first. Fang Xing martial arts will was mighty, like a scorching sun, breaking through the surrounding space chaos, and took the team back to the previous meatworm factory. Zizizi. Team A was attacked, with heavy casualties. We are retreating. Team C found the nest of aconite. Too many followers. We decided to retreat. The originally interfered communicator suddenly recovered, and news from several other teams came out. Retreat. Fang Xing waved his hand, and led a group of team members to retreat along the previous route. After leaving the spaceship that seemed to be completely corrupted by the black liquid, every professional exhaled a long breath. Not long after, a team of space battleships slowly drove over in the galaxy. They looked slow, but in fact their speed was amazing. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and they all entered the imaginary space. Through this torn void, Fang Xing vaguely saw the 8-armed evil dragon beast and the entangled chaos descendants. When that fleet entered, countless artillery fire instantly submerged the chaos descendants. Star Destroyer? Dark matter bomb? Fang Xing retracted his gaze. He finally saw the tip of the iceberg of the Federation's powerful technological strength, and the might of the huge fleet that could fight against the evil gods outside the domain on the front line. Go to the meteorite belt first and join up with other teams. This mission. Failed. He waved his hand, turned into a golden stream of light, and left first. For Fang Xing. He really had no intention of risking his life for some chaebol bigwig. He could just fool around and it would be over. Even his previous performance of taking the lead was close to performance. Not long after arriving at the asteroid belt, Fang Xing saw an 8-armed dragon beast emerge in the universe. Compared with the previous one, this group mechanical mecha not only had many black marks on its surface, but also lost 3 arms. Mission accomplished. Let's go back. The voice of Zhou Yehua Wuxing came out with a hint of fatigue. Chapter 282 Alchemy. A few days later. White Bird Star. Galaxy Island. Villa. Fang Xing sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, holding a glass of juice in his hand. This juice came from a food planet cultivated by the Federation. Like a rainbow, with 9 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black and white. 9-color juice. Tastes really good. He took another sip of the juice, and then clicked on an email. Master. Xiaolon was beside him, wearing a teacher uniform, gold-rimmed glasses, and holding a teaching stick in his hand. This time your contribution has been recorded and recognized by the Federation. And, according to the promise of Zhou Yehua Wuxing, you can exchange for some rare resources. For example, the flesh and blood of this Chaos Child. That Chaos Child is very big, and there are many places where the body can be used. Even extracted a few refining spirit essence that can assist in breaking through the martial saint. Of course, Fang Xing contribution is definitely not enough to exchange for this. Then let's exchange all of them for the flesh and blood of the children of chaos. It just so happens that my mecha is in great need of such materials. Fang Xing made a decision. In fact, the amount of flesh and blood he could exchange might not even be 1,000th of the amount needed to complete his own biological mecha. But no matter what, it was a good start. I haven't understood the design drawings yet. I'm not in a hurry to start working. Besides, the mecha factory is not the breeding field and laboratory before. The investment is huge. I have to sell more inhibitors to accumulate funds and recruit talents. He pondered for a while, flipped through other emails, and found that there was indeed one, which was sent by a female professional who teamed up with him last time. Fang Xing took a look and dialed the call directly. Captain! On the opposite screen, there was a ward, and Xiling was lying in the repair cabin with her eyes closed. You sent Xiling to the hospital? You really thought about it. Fang Xing looked at a long-legged white woman wearing a black tights next to him and smiled. Everyone was wearing mechas before, so they were not very familiar with each other. Now it seems that this female professional has a surging figure, slender thighs, and burgundy curly hair. She looks very good. But at this moment, a trace of worry appeared on her distinct facial features. Captain, I just got the news that the Alway group secretly spread the word that they are very dissatisfied with us. Is it because the hostage rescue failed in the end? Fang Xing smiled and didn't care at all. We are just volunteering to rescue. When did we become guilty if we didn't succeed? Officially, this is the case. So our rewards and contributions have not changed. It is said that Zhou Yehua Wuxing fought for it. But privately, a little princess of the Alway group died there. The expression of the female professional opposite was a little aggrieved. We also tried hard. Xiling almost died there. And other teams even had casualties. Forget it. I just want to remind you, Captain, to be careful. Don't worry. I am a doctoral student at Blue Star University. And there are several Wuxings standing behind me. Fang Xing laughed. What's more, he was ready to lie down and be a salted fish. How did the Alway group suppress him? On the contrary, the current situation made him feel that he was right to work without putting in any effort before. The poor people on a spaceship died. So can't the chaebol die? There is no such reason. In the face of death, no matter noble or poor, they are all equal. Although, the federal dignitaries have top-level genetic surgery and various means to live much longer than ordinary people, they still have to die. When? Even death is not equal. That is the real despair. Captain, you are awesome. The female professional on the opposite side was speechless for a while, and then said, I want to work for you. She is a smart person. She knows that she is only a 6th-level professional with an average background. She can't stop the Alway group, so she hopes to find a backer to support her. Sure. Send a resume to Shanghai Company on by Niao Star. I hire you if I see no problem. Fang Xing looked at her again, and found that she looked very similar to the Black Widow in his previous life. He smiled and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" The professional on the other side was speechless. "The gully." "Boss." "Sure." The other party moved quickly. Fang Xing looked at the resume sent by the other party. "Then congratulations on getting this position. Come to the company first, and be my secretary temporarily. Also, Xiling is actually a very nice person," the gully said. "She is in a very bad condition now. She may need a sore sea-level treatment chamber. I believe she will be very grateful to you after she is cured. Well, she came from Jiujin Academy. She is really good. I will apply for treatment for her. I will work with you later to pay off the debt." Fang Xing agreed indifferently and regarded it as a good deed. After all, he had been living a life of idleness in the Nine Swords Academy before. So of course, he had to give the graduates of the Nine Swords Academy some leniency. The World of Immortal Cultivation. Baiwan Mountain. The 4th level cave. Fang Xing looked at the Wanhua Ding in front of him with a piercing gaze, and waved his hands from time to cast a few spells. In the Wanhua Ding, many medicinal materials were refined in an instant, and countless strange powders and liquid medicines were barely mixed together under the spitting of 9 fire dragons, turning into several pills with uneven surfaces. That was because the medicinal power had not yet completely settled and was undergoing the final drastic change. Open! After another half an hour, Fang Xing clasped his hands together and injected the majestic nascent soul magic power into the Wanhua Ding. Bang! The Wanhua Ding opened with a bang, and 4 pills flew out of it. Each pill contained unimaginable majestic energy. A strange pill fragrance overflowed. A golden hand of magical power fell, picked up 4 pills, and placed them in Fang Xing palm. 4th level meat white bone pills are good healing pills for Yuan Jinjuan. 1 furnace of materials can produce 8 pills at most. I only made 4 pills, 2 of which are inferior and 2 are genuine. Not bad. Although the Wanhua Ding contributed a lot, Fang Xing felt that if he changed to a better furnace, he should be able to make a pill. Generally speaking, the skill judgment requirements in the world of immortal cultivation are very low. As long as you can make a 4th level pill, you can barely call yourself a 4th level alchemy master. The materials for practice are also used up, and you can start refining Ninging pill. Fang Xing has been practicing hard these days, from the late stage of Jin Dan to the perfect stage of Jin Dan without any bottleneck. His progress can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. In addition, he refines pills every day. When refining pills, he found that Wanhua Ding also has an effect on 4th level pills, which is a pleasant surprise. He put away the meat white bone pill, went to rest for a few days, bathed, changed clothes, burned incense and calmed his mind. Then he came to the alchemy room to check the ground fire and the alchemy furnace. After closing his eyes slightly and thinking for a while, Fang Xing patted the storage bag. 1 jade box after another emerged, containing various rare spiritual herbs in the outside world. Shining fruit, dragon locust vine, green bamboo heart, 1,000-year-old red fruit, and the 10,000-year-old stone milk that was specially saved. There are only 5 shining fruits. I will use at most 4. And the last one is a backup. If I really can't refine it, I will eat it raw. Fang Xing secretly made a plan. Eating the shining fruit raw can also help condense the nascent soul, although it is very wasteful and a waste of natural resources. And it is not as good as the nascent soul pill. But if there is really no other way, it can only be eaten raw. If it is not that only one can be taken raw, and eating more is ineffective. Fang Xing even has the urge to eat 5 shining fruits together. After all, if 1 divine infant fruit is not as good as the condensing infant pill, 5 should be about the same, right? As for taking it to other 4th level alchemists who are confident, such alchemists must belong to both the righteous and the evil, which is equivalent to admitting that he is the Feng Shengren. Even a fool would not do that. Fang Xing gathered his mind and picked up a divine infant fruit. This divine infant fruit is like a ginseng fruit, white and tender, with an extremely tempting fragrance. When the divine infant falls into the furnace, 9 dragons soar, and there will be green bamboo and green waterfalls flowing down the stream. The jade pot turns 3 times, and then 9 times, quench it with red fruit, and fill it with jade. He silently recited the alchemy formula that he had comprehended countless times in his heart, and a ball of magic power flew out, wrapped the divine infant fruit, and threw it into the Wanhua Ding. The first step of the condensing infant pill is to refine the main material first. If it fails, it will be a complete failure. One divine infant fruit can refine up to 5 condensing infant pills. I am not sure about this first furnace. It is purely for practice. Fang Xing's powerful spiritual consciousness surged out, triggering the earth fire. Roar! The earth fire rose and turned into 9 fire dragons, which continuously spewed out flames and burned the god infant fruit. Under the coils of the 9 fire dragons, the god infant fruit did not burn black, but began to melt slowly according to the controlled temperature. Well, this first step of fire control finally did not fail. Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He had practiced this set of fire control techniques several times on the previous 4th level pill recipe, and at least he did not go wrong at the beginning. The next moment, he took out the green bamboo heart and threw it into the alchemy furnace. Quick! Accompanied by a spell, a breeze emerged and continuously polished the green bamboo heart. This raw material cannot be refined by fire, but needs to be polished by wind. Fang Xing made a hand gesture, and the strange power of the Wanhua Ding fell again, purifying the powder again, like a green waterfall falling from the sky. Turn! 3 fire dragons flew up, taking over this green waterfall and spitting continuously. The liquid medicine made of the divine infant fruit fell into the center of the vortex. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. After 9 turns, the green waterfall had completely merged into the liquid medicine, showing a light green color. Fang Xing immediately added the dragon Sephora japonica vine and the 1,000-year-old red fruit. In the Wanhua Ding, the fire was blazing. Suddenly, the big cauldron trembled slightly, and a ball of charred black smoke came out. Fang Xing, who was taking out the 10,000-year-old stone milk, paused, failed. But I was able to persist to the last step. It seems that I have a talent for alchemy. It was the right decision to practice with other 4th level pills before. The first furnace of Ningying pills could persist to the last step before failing. Fang Xing was immediately full of confidence in the remaining 3 furnaces. Chapter 283, Condensation of Infant. Half a year later, inside the cave, Fang Xing stared at the 4 condensation of infant pills lined up in front of him, and he was silent. After failing once, he performed as if he had divine help in the second furnace, and easily refined a low-quality condensation of infant pill. Although it is not as good as those 4th level alchemists who can guarantee a genuine condensation of infant pill, it is also quite good. If this low-quality condensation of infant pill was exposed, I am afraid that it would cause a lot of bloody storms, and cause the death of many great monks in the late stage of condensation of infant pill. Even the Wanhua master who had perfected the condensation of infant pill back then did not have the opportunity to see a low-quality condensation of infant pill. In other words, if he could get a low-quality condensation of infant pill with the Wanhua Ding in hand, he might be able to break through the Yuanying stage and become the Wanhua Jinjuan. With the help of the Wanhua Ding, the low-quality condensation of infant pill can be upgraded to the genuine one. But Fang Xing was ambitious at this time and wanted to make a top-grade pill. So he did not hesitate and started to refine the 3rd furnace while he was at it. The 3rd furnace lived up to everyone's expectations, and he refined a genuine Ningying pill. Fang Xing took advantage of the victory and started to refine the 4th furnace of Ningying pill. This time, he was very lucky and refined 1 genuine and 1 inferior one. It can be said that at least in the refining of Ningying pill, he has caught up with those 4th level alchemists in the dying Xiuxian world. This made Fang Xing speechless. But he understood it after thinking about it. Even if it is a 4th level alchemist, how many opportunities does he have to refine Ningying pill in his life? Even if it is a Yuanying Jinjuan who lives for 1,000 years, I am afraid that he can only encounter 2 times when the Linlang Blessed Land is opened at most. And he can only refine a few furnaces. A serious 4th level alchemist guarantees the success rate of Ningying pill by refining other 4th level pills and learning by analogy. Although he refined less other 4th level pills, the number of furnaces he opened for Ningying pills might be similar to those of the 4th level alchemists, or even more. In addition, the Wanhua Ding has a certain effect of increasing the success rate of pills, which leads to this outcome. For Shining fruits, 2 genuine pills and 2 inferior pills. If it were the righteous and evil sides, the alchemists would be beaten to death. But for me, it's okay. Fang Xing put away the 5th Shining fruit and had no intention of opening the furnace again. The effects of Ninging pills cannot be superimposed if taken multiple times. So one is enough. The remaining Shining fruit, whether it is taken out for exchange or used in other 4th level or even 5th level pill recipes in the future, is very useful. Fang Xing picked up a Ninging pill. This pill is very strange, showing a sky blue color, and there seems to be a vague shadow of a baby inside. It's just that the shadow of the baby in the inferior pill is very vague, while the genuine pill is clearer. Moreover, each pill is sealed in a milky white translucent crystal. This is a medicine shell made of 10,000 years of stone milk and other spiritual medicine essences, which can lock the power of the pill and prevent any leakage. In addition, the efficacy of this sealed Ninging pill can be maintained for at least 500 years. I don't know how many good things I can get in exchange for the remaining 3 Ninging pills. Fang Xing sealed all 4 Ninging pills into the 1 watt ding. With a hint of expectation in his eyes, all preparations are almost done, and I can try to condense the Yuanying after I complete the pill formation. I didn't expect that it was the Xiaoxian clone who was the first to truly enter the 8 realms. A few years later, outside Baiwan Mountain, on a peak, is Mu Wanlong. Dead? The White Crane Sect's Grand Elder twisted his white eyebrows in his hand, staring at the Wan Huan formation, feeling quite helpless. Although he had planted some people in the Mu family, they had experienced 2 disasters and were almost dead. The remaining few crooked melons and cracked dates. Under the current situation of the Mu family closing the mountain, it is really difficult to spread any news. It can be said that after Mu Qingbai's death, he was almost completely in the dark about the information of the Mu family. Hee hee. Old ghost Bai, huh? I heard that your precious heir died in the hands of Mu Wanlong. No wonder you are so resentful. A big-headed weirdo in a black robe laughed a few times. No wonder you want to join forces with us. Otherwise, after 100 years, with your lifespan, you might even die. The expression of the White Crane Sect's Grand Elder was slightly gloomy. Originally, the main strategy of the White Crane Sect was to rely on the Qingquan Dao, destroy the Mu family, and occupy this rare 4th level spiritual vein, so that it could develop slowly and accumulate Yuanying resources. But I didn't expect that with that damn Mu Wanlong. The originally smooth plan went wrong. If they continue to fight, the old Taoist Baihe is afraid that he will die first. Therefore, he had to take a risky move and join forces with the demons. This time, you don't need to bother me. Just sell the 4th level broken vein bead to me as agreed. The Supreme Elder of the Baihe sect sighed. The 4th level broken vein bead is very rare even in the Yuanying sect, and it is a real top-level strategic resource. Even if his granddaughter became Wu Xingzi's concubine, Beiman had no channels to purchase such spiritual objects. Even Qian Kundo might not have any in stock. A 4th level broken vein bead was enough to shake the 4th level spiritual vein, and the quasi-4th level Wan Huan formation would be severely damaged. At that time, Baihe Lao Dao felt that he was enough to kill Mu Wanlong, who was still alive. What he was afraid of before was that the other party would use the power of the quasi-4th level formation to perish with him. If there was no formation to protect him, Baihe Lao Dao would not be afraid of a dying person, even if he could still perform forbidden techniques. Don't worry. Since we want you Beiman to be the insider in the righteous way, we will naturally protect you. Everything has been done, and the 4th level broken vein bead will appear at the Yiling Xiancheng auction in half a year. The seller does not want spirit stones, but requires several spiritual objects. The big-headed black-robed man explained the precautions one by one. Taoist Baihe's face lightened up a little. In this way, even if he found out that the 4th level broken vein bead came from the devil, he won it by bidding, so it wouldn't be a big problem. In order to destroy the Mu family, I don't know if it's worth it to bear such a huge price, but I don't have 100 years of life. Taoist Baihe looked at Baiwan Mountain and clenched his fists secretly. This hatred, Baihe, will avenge it. If the previous fight against the Mu family was just coveting the 4th level spiritual vein, when Mu Wanlong killed his natal spiritual crane, the two sides had a blood feud and would never stop until death. That alien spiritual crane was Taoist Baihe's natal spiritual beast. They had been accompanying each other since the Qi training period, supporting each other and going through countless disasters. There were 3 death disasters that the spiritual crane blocked for Taoist Baihe alone. After Taoist Baihe broke through the late stage of Jin Dan, he also spent a lot of effort and cost to cultivate the spiritual crane to the 3rd level upper grade. The relationship between the two sides is even closer than that between a Taoist partner and his own son. As a result, he died at the hands of Mu Wanlong. The old Taoist Baihe would not hesitate to collude with the demons to destroy the Mu family, even if he did not want the spiritual veins of Baiwa Mountain. Because this matter has almost become his inner demon. If he does not kill Mu Wanlong personally, he even feels that his magic power cultivation will not be able to improve in this life. As long as this formation is broken. The Mu family now has only one dying Jin Dan and two fake Dan Jinren. There is really no need for me to take action. Then, the big-headed weirdo in black wanted to say something more. But his expression suddenly changed. The old Taoist Baihe was also shocked and looked at the direction of Baiwa Mountain. I saw that the originally flying flowers in the sky gradually stagnated at some point, and the operation was disturbed. And the spiritual vein hills appeared behind them one after another. Whoosh! The wind howled, and the spiritual energy within 100 miles was attracted. It emerged from the void, from the flowers and trees, from the famous mountains and rivers, gathered together, and turned into a colorful ball of light, floating near Baiwa Mountain, shimmering and colorful, and carrying an indescribable spiritual pressure. In Baiwa Mountain, many Qi training monks near the 4th level cave were trembling and knelt on the ground. Even the foundation building monks felt a disorder in their mana. Even the old Taoist Baihe and the big-headed black-clothed weirdo in the distance felt an indescribable pressure. The Taoist Baihe looked at the scene and his expression became dull. It's impossible. Spiritual energy is like clouds, affecting 100 miles. This is the celestial phenomenon of the infant formation. There is no mistake. The big-headed black-clothed weirdo stared at the Taoist Baihe with triangular eyes. There is actually a Jin Dan perfect cultivator hidden in the Mu family. And there is also a chance to form an infant formation. I don't know either. The Taoist Baihe felt bitter in his mouth, even with a hint of sweetness. He wiped it slightly, and a trace of blood appeared on his hand. In any case, the Taoist Baihe knew that with the appearance of this infant formation celestial phenomenon, his previous plan was like a joke. He looked at the celestial phenomenon that affected 100 miles. His face full of disbelief. This is impossible. If the Mu family had such a foundation, how could they be forced so badly by the Baihe sect? Even the head of the family and other Jin Dan real people died in the battle. But this infant formation celestial phenomenon, it just couldn't be faked. The range of the immortal golden elixir is only about 10 miles. But when the Yuanying is condensed, the range of the celestial phenomena is 100 miles at the beginning. This is the natural barrier between the elixir and the Yuanying. How can we stop this? The expression of the Taoist Baihe suddenly became extremely ferocious. It's difficult. Now we are in the battle of land reclamation. The old ancestor of Qianquan Dao has appeared in the frontline battlefield of Bibo Cave, dealing with the 4th level Bisui Cold Dragon. The black-clothed big-headed weirdo sighed, except for the Yuanying Jinjuan. The other Yuanying cultivators are too far away, and it is even more impossible for them to be nearby. However, there are many Yuanying tribulations. Even if you can barely condense the Yuanying, there are still the hard demon tribulations and thunder tribulations. He laughed strangely. Those who are slightly less powerful may fall under the tribulations, which saves you and me from fighting. No! The old Taoist Baihe's eyes were fierce. If the Mu family succeeds, my Baihe sect will die without a burial place. I can't gamble. He was surrounded by white light, and he let out a shrill crane cry and rushed towards Baiwa Mountain. At this time, the Wanhua Qianhuan formation was unstable because of the Yuanying celestial phenomena competing for spiritual energy. If there is a great cultivator in the late Jin Dan stage, with the help of the 3rd level forbidden breaking talisman and other forbidden breaking treasures, there will be absolutely no problem in breaking into Baiwa Mountain. He really took action. The black-clothed big-headed weirdo stood with his hands behind his back, silently watching this scene. No matter what, it is better not to have another Yuanying Jinjuan in the righteous path. After all, my demon path has fallen behind a lot. Except for Xiao Ho. The 6 heroes of the previous demon path have all fallen, and a few of the 5 sons of the righteous path are still alive. Even if the demon path later urgently cultivated other Yuanying seeds, how can the immortal golden elixir be so easily created? It can be imagined that the demon path Yuanying will inevitably be inferior to the righteous path in the future. If the righteous path has one more Yuanying Jinjuan at this time, it will be even more disadvantageous to the demon path. Chapter 284 Raid. A moment ago, in the 4th level spiritual cave. Finally, the elixir has been completed. Fang Xing slowly finished his work, and looked into his dantian with his spiritual consciousness. He saw that the white gold immortal golden elixir had expanded to its limit, and the natal flying sword Lan tie-in and had even been promoted to the level of a top-grade magic weapon. He came to the alchemy room on the side, and casually made a seal. The Wan Hua Ding roared, and a blue pill wrapped in milky white crystal flew out of it. It was the Ninging pill. At this time, this Ninging pill was as blue as water, and the baby in it was extremely clear. Even the facial features were lifelike. It was the upgraded top-grade Ninging pill. Sword cultivators should be brave and diligent. The elixir has been completed, and there are top-grade Ninging pills and top-grade spirit stones in hand. What are you waiting for? Break through the Yuanying directly. A flash of silver light. Fang Xing original body, wearing a casual suit, appeared in the cave. Although he practiced bravely and diligently, he was not a fool. At the critical moment of the nascent soul condensation, of course, he needs someone to protect him, with a deity in charge. Even if there happens to be a nascent soul true lord wandering nearby, or even attacking directly, he can slap him to death with one slap. In the cave, Fang Xing immortal clone sat cross-legged, silently adjusting his state. When his spirit and energy reached the peak, he swallowed the nascent soul condensation pill without hesitation. Then, holding the golden attributed top-grade spirit stone in his hand, he began to silently operate the method of breaking the pill to become a nascent soul in the Great Freedom Xianjin Sword Classic. Crack! Crack! When the secret method was activated, Fang Xing suddenly felt the mana in his body reversed and rushed straight to the dantian. A terrible pain came, followed by the twisting of the meridians, almost like a demon. Breaking the elixir to become an infant, if you don't succeed, you will die. Once you fail, the golden elixir will be broken, and the cultivator will die in 99% of cases. A crazy smile appeared on Fang Xing's mouth. Is this the true meaning of breaking the elixir to become an infant? The whole body's magic power is reversed. The meridians are twisted, and the elixir field is overturned. The reverse technique causes the golden elixir to break, and then the primordial infant is conceived? Sure enough, this step requires a very high physique of the cultivator, a little weaker. You may die directly. Generally speaking, at least the third level of body refining is required to barely bear it, of course. You can also use external objects, such as some spiritual objects that condense the infant, which can make the cultivator's blood and chi like a dragon in a short period of time. And they are also not afraid of this kind of backlash. I haven't practiced my body as a cultivator. I still have the physique brought by the Yijing marrow washing when I formed the elixir. Even after several realm breakthroughs, now it is equivalent to a second-level upper-grade body refiner. It's not that Fang Xing doesn't know the benefits of body refining, but he needs to practice with all his heart to increase his magic power. If he practices a physical training method, it will inevitably squeeze his training time. How can he complete the formation of the elixir at the age of 50? In addition, physical weakness is a common problem for sword practitioners, and there are other means to make up for it. There seems to be a secret talisman in the Tianjin sect, called the 4th level Woodborn Talisman. Even if the body is severely injured, the heart is dug out or even the head is cut off, it can be restored to its original state in an instant. I came out in a hurry before and didn't have time to plan. But it doesn't matter. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, and suddenly a gentle force burst out from his limbs and bones. It was dense and filled with powerful green vitality and vigor, spreading all over his body. The terrible backlash brought by the reversal method was soothed by the powerful medicinal power of the Ninging pill. Not only that, under the catalysis of the Ninging pill, his body constantly experienced the process of destruction, recovery, destruction, and recovery again, destruction and then establishment, gradually climbing to the level of the 3rd level body refining. Swish. In the outside world, strange phenomena appeared in the world, and the spiritual energy of the world within 100 miles was all attracted and fell into the 4th level spiritual vein cave. The rich 4th level spiritual energy emerged from the spiritual vein, condensed into colorful crystals, and was completely absorbed by Fang Xing. In his body, a crack suddenly appeared on the platinum golden pill that had been cultivated to the limit. A bit of strange vitality was bred inside the immortal golden pill. Zheng! The rotten iron sword roared, and a clear sword sound resounded through the world. According to the Great Freedom Black Gold Sword Classic, sword cultivators condense sword pills, and when they are in the nascent soul stage, they naturally condense sword infants. My mana is the mana of the immortal golden pill, and it has reached the perfect state of the golden pill. And it also carries a sharp sword energy, coupled with that piece of golden attributed top-grade spirit stone. The mana barrier can be broken with a snap of a finger. In terms of spiritual consciousness, if the fake infant bonus is removed, of course there is some deficiency, which can be compensated by the remaining medicinal power of the condensing infant pill. Fang Xing began to absorb the pure spiritual energy from the top-grade spirit stone, and manipulated the remaining medicinal power of the condensing infant pill into his own sea of consciousness. The original purple mansion expanded immediately, and his spiritual consciousness limit also broke through the 10 miles of the Jindan cultivator, barely able to manipulate the reverse mana and rush into the immortal sword pill. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the sword pill one after another. Then, with another sword sound, the white gold immortal golden pill completely shattered, and a shadow of a baby emerged from it. This baby was white and tender, and his face was 70% similar to Fang Xing's original body, with a sword mark between his eyebrows. He was a circle smaller than the Wanfa ghost baby, but he carried an inexplicable pressure, the real spiritual pressure of an early nascent soul cultivator. The sword baby opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, like a child's heart, stretched out his hands, grabbed a fragment of the immortal golden pill, and refined it in an instant. It turned from virtual to real, and its size seemed to grow a little bit, and its body size also became larger. Then, the sword baby made a series of moves, capturing the fragments of the immortal golden pill and refining it. The Wanfa ghost baby looked at this scene with a smile, and occasionally made a move to assist the sword baby in completely refining the immortal golden pill. After eating and drinking, the sword infant yawned, sat cross-legged in the center of the Dan Tianqi Sea, and pinched his hands. A Yuaning level magic power emerged, with the unparalleled sharpness of a sword cultivator, and began to operate slowly. This Yuaning level magic power is even stronger than the magic power of the Wanfa ghost infant. More importantly, along with the operation of the Yuaning level magic power, Fang Xing body, consciousness, and a new round of transformation began at the same time. The physique of the Yuaning True Lord is at least comparable to that of a third-level body cultivator, and the range of his consciousness is as high as 100 miles. And at the time of the transformation, the sky outside was covered with dark clouds and thunder was faint. The achievement of the Yuaning must face disasters. The hard demon disaster and the thunder disaster are almost instantaneous. For the newly promoted Yuaning cultivator, it is a huge test given by heaven and earth. There are many unlucky people who succeeded in refining the nascent soul with great difficulty, but eventually fell under the demon or thunder tribulation. Demon tribulation? Come on! Fang Xing was full of confidence. With my sword intent, any demon tribulation can be slashed with one sword. Outside the world, Fang Xing, who was sitting cross-legged, smiled slightly, and then looked at the outside world. Outside the 4th level cave, under the majestic pressure of the nascent soul, it was difficult for the foundation building cultivators to get close. At this time, there were 2 fake Dan Rail people who could not fly and could only walk slowly. They were Mu Wanong and Mu Qingshi. Master, at this time, are you still hiding it from me? Mu Qingshi looked at Mu Wanzhong with a hint of resentment in his expression. The Supreme Elder was actually not injured at all, and even secretly broke through the late stage of the Dan formation. Now he is trying to condense the nascent soul. Right? After confirming that the place where the nascent soul was formed was Mu Wanlong Cave, he had this guess in his mind. This kid has been deceived. Even if Mu Wanzhong swore to the heaven, he would not believe it. This. Mu Wanzhong looked innocent. I am wronged. For God's sake. He had just seen Mu Wanlong's soul lamp today, and it was still like a candle in the wind. How could he suddenly break through to the nascent soul? But in his heart, there was a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the Supreme Elder had deceived me too? Even the soul lamp was fake? That's right. When breaking through to the nascent soul, it's never too cautious. If the Grand Elder succeeds in breaking through, what about our Mu family? Mu Qingshi's face showed a trace of excitement. But suddenly, he heard a shrill crane cry, and his face changed drastically. Not good. Mu Wanzhong barely raised his head and saw a late Jindan cultivator, who was driving a jade flute magic weapon and rushing towards him aggressively. It's the Grand Elder of the White Crane sect. Damn it! Why is he nearby? Mu Wanzhong was furious, and the token of the formation appeared in his hand, and he waved it fiercely. In the void, Countless petals appeared, and with colorful runes, they turned into a storm and swept towards the Grand Elder of the White Crane sect. However, now that Fang Xing condensed his nascent soul, the earth veins were shaking, and he absorbed too much spiritual energy. The power of the thousand flowers and thousand illusions array was not as powerful as before. Taoist Baiha raised his hand, and 3 silver talismans flew out, which were the 3rd level forbidden breaking talismans. One of them flashed with silver light, suspected to have reached the 3rd level top grade level. Countless silver lights flashed and hit the rune storm of the Wanhua Qianhuan formation. The next moment, the rune storm actually collapsed directly. Kill. Die. There was madness and pleasure in Taoist Baiha's eyes. He pinched his hands, and a white crane phantom emerged. Amid the high-pitched crane cry, countless white crane feathers fell like a rainstorm. His goal was very clear: not to kill Mu Wanlong, just to have a slight impact on him. Back then, Mu Qingshi was just a pill. And then, he was affected by the outside world. He took a wrong step and fell from the upper real pill to the fake pill. If they were disturbed when condensing their nascent soul, they would not be able to save their lives and would die. Damn it! Mu Wanhong and Mu Qingshi's eyes were bloodshot, and they each flew out a small mirror and a flying sword magic weapon. It was a pity that they were too weak to resist even a single move from a great cultivator in the late Jindan stage. The mysterious light emitted by the small mirror could only barely hold 2 crane feather flying swords. Mu Qingshi was even worse, as his flying sword magic weapon and the crane feathers perished together, and he immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, the 2 fake Dan cultivators watched the countless crane feather flying swords about to fall into the 4th level cave. At this moment, a magical hand appeared out of thin air. It carried an indescribable immortal golden light, held up the sky with one hand, and suppressed the 10 directions. With just a light grab, the crane feather flying swords in the sky were pinched in the big hand and turned into scrap copper and iron. Xianwu Ichi Great Handprint. Chapter 285 Preparing to run away. Fang Xing snorted coldly, and a stream of blood rose from the cave like a blazing sun. With his current martial arts will, Mu Wanzhong and Mu Qingshi fainted instantly. Even the Taoist Baiha, who was in the late Jindan stage, was in a daze above the sky. But a bright red flash appeared between his eyebrows, and he recovered quickly. It was obvious that there was some treasure or secret technique to protect his mind. The Guardian? Kill! After the Taoist Baiha recovered his clarity, he raised his hand, and a talisman appeared. The talisman was light green, with only a circular pattern on it. This was a 4th level talisman treasure, which he obtained during his greatest adventure. In the talisman treasure, the power of a spiritual treasure was sealed. Facing ordinary Jindan cultivators, it could be said to be a sure kill. But this kind of talisman treasure is not easy to refine. Not only does it consume the power of the spiritual treasure, it can even weaken the spirituality of the spiritual treasure. Therefore, unless a Yuan Ancient Yuan is at the end of his rope, he will not try to refine it. Moreover, without the foundation of a 4th level talisman master, he cannot refine a talisman even if he wants to. Buzz! Under the cover of a ball of green and red light, the talisman instantly burned and turned into a green and red ring. Powerful mana fluctuations burst out, no less than that of ordinary Yuanian cultivators. The ring rotated rapidly, and the power of water and fire emerged on it, which unexpectedly merged together harmoniously, making the flame flow slowly like a stream of water, while the water burned violently. Roar! From the center of the ring, a water and fire dragon emerged, carrying the terrifying breath of a 4th level transformed monster, and grabbed with one claw. Sizzle! Fang Xing Jindan domain was directly crushed, and his chest clothes were torn, revealing a red gold chest. Dang! The claws of the water and fire dragon fell on his chest, bursting out with an astonishing sound. The extremely cold flames and scorching water flowed over, which was enough to kill an ordinary 3rd level body cultivator without a burial place. But to him, it was like a breeze blowing on his face. Boom! Countless water and fire forces exploded, and then dissipated with a bang. The talisman consumed its own power and turned directly into ashes. And the Taoist Baiha behind the talisman looked at Fang Xing, who was ragged but covered in red gold and had the meaning of great perfection. And a look of horror appeared on his face. 4th level body cultivator? God wants to kill me! God wants to kill me! Bang! Before he finished speaking, Fong Xing had already arrived in front of Taoist Baihe and grabbed with one claw Taoist Baihe's defensive magic weapon, and true essence shield shattered like soap bubbles under his golden fingers. Then, Fong Xing palm penetrated Taoist Baihe's chest without any hindrance, and the terrifying force exploded, directly annihilating the Taoist's true elixir. My Vajra physique. Is it actually considered as a 4th level physical cultivation? It seems to be stronger than the Guardian Divine Power, Fong Xing murmured. He had previously condensed the Purple Vein Longevity Golden Pill, and the origin of the innate Golden Pill was extremely powerful. Later, he practiced the Dragon Elephant Vajra Indestructible Divine Power and entered the perfect state. Once he broke through the Vajra state, he became a 7-turn golden body. He also honed himself in the obelisk of the 9 Swords Academy for 10 years, completely integrating the indestructible substance with every inch of his skin, every bone, and every drop of blood. Thus, he instantly achieved the Vajra physique. In general, it is stronger than the Guardian Divine Power, but the 9-turn Vajra originally represents perfection and limit, so it will not be much stronger. In fact, the Talisman of the Water and Fire Dragon Ring just now still caused me some injuries, but I recovered too quickly, which is equivalent to not being injured. Fong Xing smiled slightly and fell into the cave again. For him, the most important thing now is to protect the immortal clone and condense the nascent soul. If you indulge in killing and then go out to kill the enemy, it will lead to the tiger leaving the mountain, which is not good. Boom! At this time, the sky is already covered with dark clouds, and countless purple thunder pythons are entangled with each other, bringing terrifying pressure. This is the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. In the cave. In the training room. Where is the inner demon? Where is such a big inner demon like me? Get out of here! Fong Xing opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, and his full sword intent had nowhere to scatter. And he felt that he had something but no use. Just like the last breakthrough to the Jinden stage. This time he broke through the nascent soul stage. He did not encounter the nascent soul inner demon. Sure enough, I am still too strong. Fong Xing sighed. I want to see the inner demon, but I can't. After all, he is the same consciousness as the original body. And the original body's martial arts has reached a higher level after practicing the secret pattern of will. Not to mention facing the original body of the evil god from outside the domain. Even the pollution of the pillar-level evil god cannot move him in the slightest. Theoretically, the inner demon of the nascent soul stage is only the spiritual pollution of the 8th realm in the main universe. If a warrior in the Great Vajra realm is shaken by this level of pollution, then Fong Xing martial arts teachers from childhood to adulthood would be ashamed to commit suicide. Forget it. If there is no power, then there is no power. Fong Xing looked up and could already feel the power of the thunderbolt locking onto him. And there was no way to avoid it. Although the sword infant in the Dantian had already condensed, it was in a weak period of just being promoted, and it still needed to consolidate its realm. Of course, it was also possible to force it, but it would easily hurt the vitality. This was also the reason why many Yuanian cultivators were afraid of the thunderbolt. They had just passed the inner demon tribulation, and their minds were even weaker and in a worse state. Moreover, the thunderbolt could not be shared by outsiders, so they could only rely on themselves. Sure enough, I can only rely on myself. Fong Xing looked solemn, took out the 9 infant's pearl, and turned into Mu Wanlong appearance again, one Fa Ghost infant. Jai Weiken. Go! The Jai Weiken, a spiritual treasure, had reached the 4th order middle grade. However, the spirituality in it was stubborn, and Fong Xing would not cooperate unless he became the blood of the Mu family. Of course, before, his magic power was still a little lacking, and he could not do anything to the Jai Weiken spirit. Now that he has truly been promoted to become a sword cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, he can try to unite with the Wanfa Ghost infant and force the weapon spirit to submit without damaging the power of the spiritual treasure. But refining the spiritual treasure is not a one-day job. At this time, he still has to wear Mu Wanlong mask to exert the full power of the Jiaowei Qin. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the thunder is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A purple thunder crashed down with a roar, carrying the majesty of destroying all living beings. Clang! A piano sound danced up, accompanied by a loud phoenix cry. A Jiaowei phoenix flew out of the 4th level cave. Its feathers were very gorgeous, and it spread its wings to welcome the thunder. Cry! The Jiaowei phoenix opened its beak and actually swallowed the thunder directly. Master! Beside the cave, lying on the ground, Mu Qingshi opened his eyes and murmured to himself, I seem to hear the sound of our family's spiritual treasure. Mu Wanlong opened his eyes. I saw it too. His face was extremely complicated. Watching the figure of Mu Wanlong rushing out of the 4th level cave, with the family-inherited spiritual treasure Jiawei Qin floating in front of him. Grand Elder, you have deceived us badly. Mu Wanzhong smiled bitterly in his heart, and even felt a little awe-inspiring. According to what the Supreme Elder said before, the Jiaweikan spiritual treasure was taken away by the unknown physical cultivator. How could it appear here? Could it be? Everything is fake. Did the Supreme Elder collude with the strange quasi-4th level physical cultivator in the Blessed Land to secretly harm Mu Qinglan and seize the opportunity of nascent soul and the family's spiritual treasure? But this suspicion is too dark. Murdering the family peerless genius and seizing the opportunity. It's really too dirty. But Mu Wanlong knows that if the Supreme Elder succeeds, he will be a hero of the Mu family, and his reputation will be passed down for generations. Legend. As for Mu Qinglan, he was just an unlucky guy who fell in the secret realm and will soon be forgotten. But the cultivation of the Supreme Elder was not fake. Why did he kill him? Is it just for the Jiaweikan? The family control of the Jiaweikan is different from an individual's possession of a spiritual treasure. But it doesn't make sense. Could it be that Qinglan has a greater opportunity? So he was secretly killed by the Supreme Elder to steal the treasure? Mu Wanzhong's mind was full of thoughts, which were really complicated and hard to describe. He did not associate the Yuaning Sword Lord in the Blessed Land with Mu Wanlong, thinking that Mu Wanlong was the Yuaning Sword Lord, because the two appeared in the same place at the same time, and one was a Jin Dan Jinren, and the other was a Yuaning Jinren, which were completely different things. Mu Wanlong is still forming a Yuaning. How could he be the Yuaning Sword Lord in the Blessed Land? Even if the Yuaning Sword Lord later pretended to be Mu Wanlong, it was unlikely, because both the good and the evil confirmed that the other party had already been a Yuaning cultivator. How could he condense a Yuaning now? Boom! Boom! At this time, the 2nd and 3rd thunders fell in succession, and were easily blocked by Fang Xing with the Jiawei Qin. Sure enough, although my sword infant has not passed the weak period, I have the Wanfa Ghost infant. Add 2 spiritual treasures. If I can't pass the Yuaning Thunder Tribulation, no one can. Fang Xing was safe and sound under the Thunder Tribulation with Mu Wanlong appearance. He even thought about using the Qingyang magic lamp to put a layer of Qingyang shield on himself. As for the issue of identity exposure, that really doesn't matter at all. Anyway, he is going to return to the sect after forming a baby. As for knowing that Mu Wanlong is Feng Shangren or a quasi-4th level physical cultivator, what does it matter? Under his vest, there is another vest. Boom! After rounds of thunder, the dark clouds in the sky finally dissipated unwillingly, and Fang Xing felt a sense of comfort throughout his body. From today on, I am the real Yuaning Sword King. 50 years of cultivation finally reached the Yuaning stage. Fang Xing was very happy, feeling the powerful and sharp Yuaning magic power in his body, and his consciousness expanded rapidly. 50 miles. 80 miles. 100 miles. As soon as he entered the nascent soul stage, both the strength of his mana and the limit of his consciousness were better than his own in the Wanfa Ghost infant stage. At this moment, his consciousness caught a ray of light, in which there was a Jin Dan demon cultivator. The other party was desperately fleeing from the Baiwa mountain. Seeing this scene, Fang Xing's mouth curled slightly, and then turned into a sword light and chased after him. The sword escape technique was originally ranked first among many escape techniques. Now that he has been promoted to the nascent soul stage, the rotten iron sword has also been promoted to his lifelong spiritual treasure, and he can perform the 4th level sword escape. In addition, the Great Freedom Xianjin Sword Classic is originally known for its sword speed. At this time, his sword light is even faster than the escape light of ordinary nascent soul mid-stage cultivators. It didn't take long for him to catch up with the dark magic light, and saw one of the big-headed demon cultivators. The big-headed demon cultivator was so scared when he saw Fang Xing chasing him that he gritted his teeth and took out 2 white skulls from his storage bag. Red light flashed from the eyes of the white skull, and it bit off 2 of his fingers and chewed them quickly. Then, it landed at the feet of the big-headed monk, like a pair of white bone windfire wheels, causing his escape speed to soar. Stay! Fang Xing waved his sleeves, and a sword light emerged. After condensing the sword infant, his life spirit sword had merged with the Yuanying, and he still used sword light and sword shadow, but the power was already very good. Under his sleeves, the sky was full of starlight, and a white and gold sword shadow flashed through the dantian of the big-headed demon cultivator. He screamed and was caught by Fang Xing's powerful hand, and hurriedly shouted, "Senior, spare my life. I am just passing by." "Ha. Who would believe your words?" Fang Xing laughed, and did not torture him, and directly searched his soul. After a moment, he threw the corpse of the big-headed demon cultivator casually, and a soul-devouring demon fire bounced up, turning it into ashes in an instant. The demons have a long hand. Now they are not in a hurry to cultivate the demon's golden elixir, but they are planting undercovers in the righteous way. This time, if he hadn't condensed the nascent soul, the White Crane sect might have really broken the Mu family formation, and then they would be crushed to death one by him. Well, the ending seems to be similar, even for the White Crane sect. Only one Jin Danjinren died now, which is considered a prophet. Fang Xing flicked his sleeves. The sword light turned, and returned to the cave house in Baiwan Mountain. Congratulations to the Supreme Elder for condensing the nascent soul, and live forever from now on. Mu Wanzhong and Mu Qingshi hurriedly greeted him, with excitement flushed on their faces. They originally thought that after the Mu family closed the mountain, they could not escape the fate of slow decline. But I didn't expect that the Grand Elder would endure this, and occupy the 4th level spiritual vein cave to condense the nascent soul. Although I secretly complained that the Grand Elder even deceived his own people, he is now a nascent soul true lord. So whatever he said is right. I will be in seclusion for a period of time to consolidate my cultivation, so don't disturb me. Fang Xing went back to the cave with a cold face, and closed the cave door. As for the 2 fake pills, they would not dare to break in even if they had 10 courage. Okay, pack up and leave. Fang Xing was ready to pat his butt and leave. Otherwise it would be embarrassing when the nascent soul true lords of both the righteous and the evil sides came. He first came to the alchemy room, collected the Wanhua Ding, and then came to the animal pen. The treasure hunting rat is still at the level of the 3rd level middle grade. After all, not everyone is like him, and the speed of cultivation is amazing. When the treasure hunting rat saw Fang Xing in the nascent soul stage, he immediately stood up to please people, and put his 2 paws together, as if he was bowing. Ha. Good job. It's a reward. Fang Xing casually took out a bottle of 3rd level pills, and threw it over. The treasure hunting rat was overjoyed, and swallowed all the pills in one gulp. After it was promoted to the 3rd level middle grade, it awakened a natural magical power, which Fang Xing named rumination. It opened up a small space in its stomach, and could store many things. As a result, the treasure hunting rat did not need to develop any great magical power on the right path. Instead, it liked to swallow a lot of natural treasures first, and then spit them out when it was free. Chew them slowly. Alas, it's like a starving ghost. What a virtue. Fang Xing was speechless about the treasure hunting rat's new talent, but he still pinched the magic formula and put the treasure hunting rat into the spirit beast bag. After tidying up the cave, he performed an earth escape technique and came to the basement of the cave, where he saw the 5 mixed demons and Mu Wanlong, who was unconscious and guarded by the 5 mixed demons. Chapter 286 Showdown. A few months later, the entire dying cultivation world was buzzing with the news that the Mu family Grand Elder Mu Wanlong had successfully condensed his nascent soul, which really shocked many cultivators. Who is Mu Wanlong? Although he was once the head of the first Jindan family, he was only in the middle stage of Jindan. Later, it was said that his cultivation was half-wasted, and he lived in seclusion in the family. And the Mu family declined because of this. How could it be possible that he suddenly condensed his nascent soul and became a true lord? However, the celestial phenomena and thunder tribulations within a radius of 100 miles could not be concealed at all, and immediately made the dying cultivation world boil. On Baiwan Mountain, when Mu Wanzhong and Mu Qingshi were unable to withstand the pressure from Qianquan Dao, they trembled and sent hundreds of sound transmission notes. But no one in the cave responded. Finally, they gritted their teeth and pushed open the door of the 4th level cave. A scene that shocked them happened. The cave was empty, and there was no trace of Mu Wanlong at all. Even the soul lamp belonging to Mu Wanlong in the ancestral hall disappeared. At the same time, in the distant Qi kingdom, taking away Mu Wanlong's soul lamp is to give the Mu family a chance. From now on, Their family will have a nascent soul ancestor in the Schrödinger state. Fang Xing drove the sword light and flew away. Not long after, he arrived outside the gate of the Tianjin sect. He stared at the mountain protection formation, smiled slightly, and the escape light became vague, and he went directly into the Tianjin sect. Although the combination of several Yuaning's engines will certainly defeat the green water cold dragon, it is very difficult to kill it. It is even more difficult to kill it without any damage, because the Yuaning's engines of the righteous path are not on good terms with each other. They have to be on guard against each other's dirty tricks. Under mutual restraint, there are concerns. The same situation is also happening on the side of the demon path. They are blocked in front of the Black Cloud Mountain and fight a 4th level bear monster. Fortunately, the righteous sects have reached an agreement now. Each of them will take turns to open up the wasteland, and everything they gain during the period will belong to their own sect. With the strength of the middle stage of the Yuaning of the Supreme Elder, it should not be a problem to kill a 4th level lower grade Bisui Cold Dragon. Unfortunately, there are not enough Jindan sword cultivators in the sect now. Otherwise it would be safer to form a Jinwu 7-star sword formation to help. Just as Kongfinga was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Oh? Isn't that little dragon still dead? Who is this master? Are you kidding me? Kongfinga was full of sword energy, and he spit out a broken sword magic weapon from his mouth, flew forward for a distance, and then turned around. He dared not imagine the cultivation level of the person who could break into the sect formation silently and lurk beside him. But when he actually saw the person, his eyes widened. Are you junior brother Fang Xing? He was very impressed with this true swordsman in the sect, and even wanted to recommend him to Chu Kuangtu to become his disciple. It's just that the Supreme Elder wanted to observe him for a while, at least until he formed a pill. After that, this swordsman went out to travel and explore, probably to the dying immortal cultivation world. But he didn't expect that the next time they met would be under such circumstances. Junior brother? Fang Xing sneered, and his Yuaning level consciousness was released, instantly covering the inside and outside of the Tianjin sect. It seems that Senior Brother Chu is not here. Junior Brother Kong, please contact Senior Brother Chu as soon as possible. I want to see him. And remember to keep it secret. When he spoke, a Yuaning level mana fluctuation flashed by. The majestic spiritual pressure directly made Kongfinga's face change wildly. Yuaning? Impossible. How long have you been out? He suspected that he was possessed and saw hallucinations. Or, this true disciple was possessed by the Yuaning Zhenjuan when he was out? Compared to the fact that the other party condensed the Yuaning in a few decades, being possessed by a Yuaning cultivator seems to be a more reasonable explanation. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Fang Xing laughed. He was being honest this time. Anyway, there was no threat in this mature wasteland, but the training that Tianjin sect had given him before, from the cave to the formation of the golden elixir, and the great freedom Xianjin sword classic were not false. And this favor must be acknowledged. What's more, he didn't want to give up the identity of this Tianjin sect disciple, because if he wanted to venture into the Hanhai Xiuxian realm in the future, with this layer of skin, it would be much easier to contact the upper sect of Tianjin sect. He didn't forget that the many Yuaning sects that opened up the Great Wasteland were actually branches of several major immortal sects in the Hanhai Xiuxian realm. In those upper sects, there might be Shenhua cultivators, or even immortal cultivation techniques after Shenhua. This is very important for Fang Xing, who wants to walk the path of immortal martial arts. The key is that he is not his own disciple. So why should he teach the fundamental law? Even if he wants to snatch it, Fang Xing can't snatch it from the divine transformation cultivator. If he can't beat him, he will naturally join. Besides, he is originally a branch cultivator with a good family background. It will save a lot of trouble to obtain the inheritance with this identity. Yes. Please wait a moment. Senior. Kongfinga bowed and agreed, with a respectful look that Fang Xing had never seen before. It is indeed a good custom in the world of immortal cultivation to judge seniority by the realm. A few days later, outside the Tianjin sect, a barren mountain, Fang Xing was waiting silently, and in his consciousness, he sensed a sharp sword light approaching. The sword escape he performed was extremely fast, even faster than his own. It was 100 miles away before, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived on the barren mountain. The sword light converged, and a gray-robed man appeared, with broad shoulders and narrow arms. It was Chu Kuangtu. His spiritual sense swept over Fang Xing, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Are you really Fang Xing? Or which fellow Taoist? Obviously, Chu Kuangtu did not believe that Fang Xing had been promoted to the nascent soul in just 50 years, and suspected that this outstanding disciple was possessed by an old monster. Brother Chu, I am really Fang Xing. Fang Xing smiled. Hee hee. Chu Kuangtu sneered and suddenly raised his hand. Swish. A sword light fell and turned into stars in the sky, and one of the purple stars suddenly shone brightly. Chu Kuangtu practiced the Ziwei sword cannon. Ziwei is the master of all stars. He swung his sword and the stars in the sky moved with it. It was a state of sword intent. Not only that, Ziwei's sword intent led the stars. And with one move, there was really a sense of oppression from the stars in the sky. This supreme elder is worthy of being a sword cultivator. He really said he would start. Fang Xing sneered and also flicked his fingers. The Lingbao level rotten iron sword roared, and a great free sword light shot up into the sky. Not only that, in his body, the one fog ghost baby opened his eyes and smiled and shot out a magic power. The combined power of the two Yuaning made his magic power rise steadily. Although it was not as good as the magic power of the middle stage of the Yuaning, it was only a millimeter away. Swish. The sword light flashed in the void, and the sword was brilliant, as if the sun was coming, breaking the stars in the sky. Even though Ziwei star is the master of the stars, it still needs to retreat under the sun. Countless sword lights flashed, and sharp sword energy scattered, leaving countless sword holes on the barren mountain. Great freedom black gold sword chi? Chu Kuangtu held a white and gold sword energy in his hand, and his face became very strange. What you practiced is really the core technique of our sect. With one move, he admitted that Fang Xing had the capital to talk to him. This is also the normal communication between Yuaning and Jinjuan. Generally speaking, although Yuaning early-stage cultivators are not as good as Yuaning middle-stage cultivators, it is not difficult for them to save their lives. Only the great Jinjuan in the late stage of Yuaning can cultivate many incredible magical skills and have the ability to completely kill Yuaning, and they are widely respected. Chu Kuangtu tried a sword and knew that he could not do anything to Fang Xing, so he could only talk first. This is also the reason why Fang Xing did not stay in Tianjin sect to meet. Chu Kuangtu is a Yuaning middle-stage cultivator. If he is in Tianjin sect, with the help of formations and holding the free sword of the top spiritual treasure, even if his combat power is comparable to that of Yuaning middle stage, he will be unlucky and fall to the street. Brother Chu, I am not taking over someone else's body. I am really Fang Xing, the true disciple of our sect. I have been traveling outside before. Recently, I was lucky enough to condense Yuaning and return to the sect. Fang Xing directly revealed his cards. If one can become a nascent soul in 50 years, it is either the nascent soul possessing another body or the reincarnation of a great being. Chu Kuangtu suddenly thought of something. There is a rumor in the dying cultivation world recently. There is a cultivator in the Baiwa mountain of the Mu family who has condensed a nascent soul? Yes, it is me. Fang Xing laughed. Chu Kuangtu fell into deep thought, and suddenly said, the Feng Shangren and Linlang Fudi. Now that I think about it, he may not be a real nascent soul, but even a fake nascent soul cultivator cannot enter Linlang Fudi. It seems that this is also your trick, junior brother? Fang Xing was slightly surprised, but it is normal to think about it. The dying cultivation world is so small, and there are so many major events. The nascent soul true lords are all smart people, and it is easy to follow a clue. If you want to quickly advance to the nascent soul, you must need a lot of resources. In the past 100 years, the biggest loss of dying's resources was in Linlang Blessed Land. Junior brother, are you a great man who has reincarnated and rebuilt? It makes sense to use the resources in Linlang Blessed Land to quickly form a baby. Chu Kuangtu's swordsmanship is clear, and he speculated, the fake baby cannot be brought into Linlang Blessed Land. Otherwise the Wanxiang demon sect would have done it countless times. But junior brother, you have an extraordinary origin, and you have some secret technique to bring the fake baby in. So everything makes sense. It seems that the Wanxiang demon sect's wind department was. The Lord was also destroyed by you. Junior brother, our Tianjin sect has to accept this favor. Fang Xing was silent for a moment, and suddenly smiled. No matter what, I am also a disciple of Tianjin sect, and I naturally have to work for the sect. Senior brother, please don't blame me for hiding it before. Hee hee. Every high-level cultivator has their own secrets and opportunities. Chu Kuangtu's expression became gentle, Junior brother Fong. You are practicing our sect skills. And you have condensed your nascent soul. It's time to hold a celebration and tell the world. Our Tianjin sect has 2 nascent souls. And we should be the leader of the righteous way. Chapter 287 Yuanshan Sword Sect. Alas, senior brother, you don't have to do this. Fong Xing sighed, junior brother. In order to condense the nascent soul as soon as possible, I have offended countless cultivators from both the righteous and the evil sides. It is better to hide. Chu Kuangtu nodded, was silent for a moment, and then said, it seems, junior brother is leaving? Are you going to the vast sea to cultivate immortals? Fong Xing nodded, not feeling strange at all about being guessed. I condensed the nascent soul at the age of 50. And I will surely break through to the late nascent soul in the future and become a great true lord. In this case, I should pursue the way of transformation. Or even the realm above the transformation. Sure enough, Chu Kuangtu showed a look of realization. It is difficult to raise a dragon in shallow water. Your talent will only be delayed in the great wilderness. He himself is also a rare genius in cultivating immortals. But compared with Fong Xing, he is simply ashamed of himself, and feels that he has lived like a dog at his age. A nascent soul at the age of 50. There is hope for transformation to the god in the future, and the great true lord is stable. At this thought, Chu Kuangtu's heart was a little hot. Now Fong Xing is on par with him, and he can't be defeated at all. If we can't be enemies, we can only be friends. Once we cling to this person who has the talent of transformation, how glorious will the Tianjin sect be in the future? Fong Xing said no more, just patted his storage bag, and a genuine Ninging pill flew out and fell into Chu Kuangtu's hands. This Ninging pill, just consider it as my compensation to the sect. Before, he took away most of the Shining fruit, which was equivalent to reducing the Ninging opportunity of Tianjin sect. So naturally he had to make up for it. Moreover, Fong Xing was just throwing a brick to attract jade. If Chu Kuangtu didn't spit out anything after he took out an extremely precious Ninging pill, he would definitely turn around and leave. And he wouldn't have to come to this Tianjin sect in the future, and cut off all ties with the sect. In this way, using this pill is just the right way to end the cause and effect. Junior brother, you are too polite. Even if you didn't help, Fu Hongyi would not be able to snatch back a divine infant fruit. Each of those demonic golden pills this time is not simple. Junior brother, you can destroy those demonic golden pills, which is equivalent to destroying the future of the demonic path for decades. And your contribution is indispensable. Chu Kuangtu put away the condensing infant pill with a flip of his hand. Feeling quite sorry, he immediately slapped his storage bag, and a black iron sword order appeared in his hand, the founder of our Tianjin sect. The old man's eye came from the Hanhai Xiuxian world. The founder was a disciple of the Holy Land Yuanshan sword sect, and was later sent to the great wilderness to reclaim and establish a branch sect. This black iron sword order is the proof. The founder once said that among the descendants of our Tianjin sect, if there are amazing talents, they can use this order to worship Yuanshan sword sect. The holy land of the Xiuxian world must be ruled by a god-transforming master, with the qualifications of junior brother. If you don't worship Yuanshan sword sect, it's a pity. Thank you for your generous gift, senior brother. Fong Xing took the Xiantai sword order and was delighted. Chu Kuangtu was even more kind and took out a jade slip. The vast sea cultivation world is extremely far away from the great wilderness, and there are many dangers. This is the map left by the ancestor. You can take it for reference. Fong Xing took it and felt relieved. He had a lot of confidence in going to the vast sea cultivation world. However, he came to the Tianjin sect and wanted to intervene in the war of opening up the wilderness. After all, after the nascent soul, it is more difficult for cultivators to practice. Many nascent souls don't even have elixirs to increase their mana, and they rely entirely on their own hard training. In the war of opening up the wilderness, there are few opportunities to obtain 4th level spiritual medicines. I heard from Nephew Kong that now our Tianjin sect has taken on the task of destroying the cold dragon in the Bibo cave. Fong Xing bowed his hands. If you need me, please let me know. Now I really have a problem. If you are willing to help, that would be great. Chu Kuangtu said, it's not the cold dragon in the Bibo cave. Hee. Now that the sect has the help of my junior brother, there is no shortage of opportunities for the nascent soul. So why bother to provoke that beast? What did you say? Could it be the nascent soul old monster of the Wanxiang demon sect? Fong Xing pondered for a moment and understood Chu Kuang-tu plan. This is indeed a good opportunity. The Wanxiang old demon was not Chu Kuang-tu opponent in the first place. If he added himself, he would definitely die. It's just right to avenge the previous shame. After defeating the Wanxiang sect, the Tianjian sect can also gain a huge strategic depth in the south. That's cultivated land, which is much more profitable than opening up wasteland. Exactly, Chu Kuang-tu said, before the ceasefire. We Yuanning true lords have each sworn a great oath to the inner demon, agreeing not to fight. There are many fourth-level means to limit it. If it is violated, even Yuanning cultivators must pay a heavy price. But you are not in the contract. Is this? Let me be the main force. Fang Xing did not comment. With his current strength, he would not be afraid of any Yuanning from both the righteous and evil paths. Exactly. Now is the best opportunity. The old demon Wanxiang would never have thought that with the presence of my junior brother, it would be just the right time to give him a fatal blow. Chu Kuang-tu sneered several times. I can still help my junior brother or block other reinforcements even if I am seriously injured and slightly violate some contracts. This time, at least we must destroy the Yuanning body of Wanxiang old demon. It is best to destroy Wanxiang sect in one go. The Wanxiang sect has lost a false infant cultivator and Yuanning seeds in succession. And it is at its weakest. Once Wanxiang old demon is killed, it may be possible to destroy Wanxiang sect. This sect also has a deep hatred with Fang Xing, and they wanted to capture his real body to refine his corpse before. It is extremely difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator, especially when the nascent soul leaves the body and escapes into the void. It is enough to ignore most spell restrictions, and the escape speed is extremely fast. Fang Xing shook his head. I wonder how senior brother is going to deal with it. Oh! It seems that junior brother is confident that he can destroy the body of Wanxiang old demon. I wonder if there is any means to deal with the nascent soul spirit body. Chu Kuang-tu eyes lit up. And he was also testing Fang Xing means. Unfortunately, there is no. Fang Xing shook his head. In fact, his immortal clone does not have it. But the original body does. Whether it is the palm of the great sun Tathagata palms mountains and rivers, or the sun god's wings blocking the void, they are all moves against the void. The power is also above the 8 realms. I don't know if it will let the nascent soul spirit body escape. But this trump card will naturally not be said casually. What's more, the highest control authority of the sun god's wings mecha is not in his hands. And it is impossible to bring it to the immortal world to stir up trouble. Alas, Chu Kuang-tu sighed, in this case, we can only activate the sex heritage. The infant trapping net. This is a 4th level secret treasure that can only be used once. For the nascent soul of the early nascent soul cultivators, there is a 70% chance of catching them, compared to Fang Xing, who basically has no weaknesses. If one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. Chu Kuang-tu is more afraid that the old demon Wanxiang will escape from the nascent soul, and then go against the Tianjian sect wholeheartedly and hunt low-level cultivators. Once the nascent soul escapes, as long as the body is seized by the right object, it will take only a dozen or dozens of years to restore the mana. Because of this, Fang Xing has gone from foundation building to nascent soul for decades, and was mistaken for the nascent soul taking over the body. Infant trapping net? Good. Fang Xing nodded. I am sure that I can destroy the old demon Wanxiang's body. After that, it depends on my senior brother. The land of 5 sects and 10 countries. Fang Xing revisited the old place, and felt quite emotional. Back then, he led his troops to fight here. But the Wanxiang sect did not follow the moral principles of martial arts, and sent out fake infant monks, causing the Tianjian sect to retreat completely. Later, he slapped the leader of the Wind Department to death with a slap, which was considered to be a barely winning back. But both sides were unable to continue the war, so they stopped fighting with the actual control area as the boundary. Fang Xing deliberately went to the evil cave of the 5 Elements sect to take a look, and reminisced a little, and then went deeper, and came to the ruling area of the Blood River Hall. The Blood River Hall is actually the strongest among the 5 sects and 10 countries, and the Grand Hall Master has the cultivation level of the late Jindan stage. Even when the righteous and the evil fought each other, the war was blocked outside the Blood River Hall. Today, the Blood River Hall is the largest vassal force of the Wanxiang sect, and is highly valued. In addition to the fact that the Grand Hall Master of the Blood River Hall is a late Jindan cultivator, there is also a medium-sized spirit stone vein here. The medium-sized spirit stone vein can already stably produce medium-grade spirit stones, and occasionally dig out high-grade spirit stones, which are of great value. Even the Blood River Palace cannot keep such a huge profit, and 70% of it must be handed over to the Wanxiang sect. That Wanxiang old demon should still be hunting bears in Black Cloud Mountain now. Fang Xing came to the sky above the mineral vein and pondered in silence. The 4th level transformed bear demon in Black Cloud Mountain is not only thick-skinned and tough, but also proficient in earth escape techniques. No one can escape in the earth at a speed that is unmatched. Just like the Bisui Cold Dragon in Bibbo Cave, it takes advantage of the terrain to cause great trouble to both the righteous and the evil. More importantly, once they give up the attack and turn to open up other uncultivated land, there is a 100% risk of being cut off from the retreat. With the locust-like mentality of the immortal cultivators, those who can stop the reclamation before are naturally hard bones. Now they are really short of 4th level resources, and they have to gnaw on hard bones. The war of reclamation is obviously going very hard. Whether in the front line or in the Wanxiang sect, it is not suitable to attack and kill the Wanxiang old demon. The former may involve other Yuanying old demons, and in the Wanxiang sect, the other party has a 4th level formation and many backgrounds to help. Even Chu Kuang dare not say this. Therefore, it is best to lure this beast out. This old demon has a unique escape method. Fortunately, senior brother Chu has figured out a way to restrain it. Fang Xing wanted to lure out the Wanxiang old demon, which was actually very simple. As long as the other party's backyard caught fire, and ordinary late-stage Jindan cultivators could not solve it, they could naturally lure the snake out of the hole. The key lies in this Yuanying Xinjuan, who is beyond his cognition. He thought about it, took out a black corpse bag, and threw it casually. In a layer of dark demonic cloud, 5 corpses with different appearances emerged, with the 5 characters of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth engraved on their masks. They were the 5 mixed demons. Although these 5 mixed demons were useless in Fang Xing hands, they were enough to stir up the world of immortal cultivation if they were released. At least the master of the Blood River Hall was no match for them. Chapter 288 Sword Cuts Yuanying. A few days later, near a medium-sized spirit stone mine, the Lord of the Blood River Hall still looks like a teenager, driving a blood river, with a trace of worry between his eyebrows. How could something suddenly happen to the Chibai Mountain mine? How could the Jindan elder who guards the mine disappear for no reason? Looking at the means, it is somewhat similar to the Devil's Way. Could it be a lone devil? Or is it a deliberate disguise of the Righteous Way? Due to the battle of land reclamation, the front line is tight, and the demand for spirit stones and other materials is very high. Now that the mining of spirit stone mines has been greatly affected, the Wanxiang sect has clearly expressed its dissatisfaction. It even implies that if it cannot be solved, he will be transferred to the battlefield of Black Cloud Mountain. The Lord of the Blood River Hall certainly does not want to go to the front line of land reclamation, so he personally prepares to patrol Chibai Mountain and look for the scoundrels hiding in the dark. Boom! What he didn't expect was that before he patrolled a circle, 5 demonic auras came fiercely and surrounded him instead. Level 3 Corpse Refinement? The Grand Hall Master looked at the 5 Chaos Demons, and a bad feeling emerged in his heart. It seems that only the Wanxiang sect can come up with such a big move. Could it be that the Wanxiang sect is going to use him as a scapegoat? This kind of thing is not uncommon in the demonic world. But soon, he couldn't think about it anymore. The 5 corpse refinements each made a hand gesture, and 5 light pillars of pure white, red, dark black, earth yellow, and emerald green rose into the sky, forming a 5-element battle formation that surrounded him. Hua la la. The Grand Hall Master had been through hundreds of battles, and was extremely experienced. He immediately made a hand gesture with both hands, and the blood river boiled and turned into a lake, guarding him firmly inside. In his hands, a pair of bright red blood cones appeared. Go! The Grand Hall Master thought, and the sea of blood churned, drowning the 5 corpse refinements. The black cloaks on their bodies were quickly corroded, revealing dark golden bodies. The sea of blood that could melt immortal cultivators was like bath water for corpse refinement, and had no effect at all. Swish! A red blood cone pierced the 4-armed golden corpse, and on the cone, a bright red poisonous insect flew out, trying to drill into the body of the corpse. The mask of the 4-armed golden corpse was broken, and it opened its mouth wide, spewing out a ball of black magic fire, burning the poisonous insect to ashes. Flipping the sky golden corpse? The Hall Master screamed, but felt that it was not the people of the Wanxiang demon sect who wanted to kill him, because as far as he knew, this four-armed golden corpse seemed to have been killed in the Linlang Blessed Land along with the 6 heroes of the previous generation of the demon Dao. Just as he was pondering, a golden corpse had already broken through the air, and his fist was comparable to a magic weapon, and it hit with a bang. The Hall Master figure shook, and turned into 9 blood shadows, and he was already thinking about how to escape. But at this moment, Shui Hun Mo pinched his hands, grasped a blood-colored long banner, and waved it vigorously. Blood God Banner? Or a quasi-4th level magic weapon? The Grand Hall Master was immediately frightened to death when he saw this scene. The founder of the Blood River Hall was said to be from the Blood God cult, so the blood-related skills practiced by the Blood River Hall were basically restrained by the Blood God cult. This quasi-4th level Blood God Banner, obtained from Shui Yuanzi, hit his dead spot directly. Clang! As the spiritual light on the Blood God Banner flashed, a huge suction force suddenly appeared on the surface of the banner. The boundless blood lake was like a dragon sucking water, and a large amount of red blood was directly absorbed by the Blood God Banner, leaving no drop. Several red chains suddenly stretched out from the Blood God Banner, like tentacles, sucking and exploding the blood shadows one by one. Then, they drilled into the Grand Hall Master body. The Grand Hall Master cheeks quickly became thinner, and his body became hunched, as if all the blood in his body was emptied in an instant. Then, a golden Nyx demon corpse came forward and punched out. Bang! The dried corpse of the Master of the Blood River Hall exploded in an instant, turning into fragments all over the sky. It was very neat. Fang Xing watched the whole process and applauded. Then, his consciousness spread out, and his body turned into a sword light and came to the ground not far away. Swish! The sword light flashed. The ground cracked, and a groundhog appeared. There was a trace of scarlet in its eyes, and it was hit by Fang Xing magic formula. The voice of the Master of the Blood River Hall came out immediately. Master, I was attacked. Suspected to be the sky-turning golden corpse, as expected of an old demon in the late stage of Jin Dan. You can even send out a distress signal. I wonder what kind of secret technique it is. Fang Xing powerful consciousness swept over, erased the content about the sky-turning golden corpse, and then released the mouse. The current Wanxiang sect's movements are easy to guess. What can't be solved by the late stage of Jin Dan? No one in the Wanxiang sect can solve it. After all, Jin Dan cultivators are extremely rare, and their main force is still in Black Cloud Mountain. The most convenient way is, of course, for the old demon Wanxiang to come back and solve it. If not, Fang Xing will just think of it as a failed attempt at fishing, and find another way. Time flies. In a trance, another 10 days have passed. An old man in a black robe, with kind eyes and a chubby look, is driving the wind and thunder escape light and rushing towards Chibai Mountain. It is probably difficult for the cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation to associate this kind-looking old fat man with the Yuanying old demon of Wanxiang sect. Suddenly, the Wanxiang old demon stopped escaping, narrowed his eyes, and sneered, "Fellow Taoist, what are you doing to make things difficult for me? Alas, I know that it is difficult to conceal the Yuanying consciousness." The sword light flashed, and Fang Xing figure emerged, holding a strange ring in his hand. The ring was blue and red, with ancient seal characters inside. At this time, the light shone brightly, and it immediately affected the surroundings, as if forming a formation, or like some kind of realm. Yuanying early cultivator? Xianquan ring? Xianquan Daoli old ghost. Who are you? The Wanxiang old demon showed a trace of solemnity on his face. In any case, the appearance of a strange Yuanying Zhenjuan was enough to arouse his vigilance. Not to mention, the Qianquan ring in the opponent's hand is the treasure of Qianquan Dao, which just restrains his wind and thunder great escape. This is obviously a bad intention. No, you are a sword cultivator. Wanxiang old demon pondered for a while, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. You are Fang Xing, a true disciple of Tianjin sect. As the Yuanying Zhenjuan of Wanxiang sect, he would not pay attention to the foundation-building disciples of Tianjin sect. But Fang Xing is different. This true sword son killed fake Dan cultivators as soon as he debuted, just like cutting melons and vegetables. Later, he even killed Jin Dan cultivators with a sword and possessed Jin Dan combat power. As a Jin Dan sword cultivator of a hostile sect, He is already qualified to enter the eyes of Wanxiang Old Demon, and will naturally be remembered. Wanxiang Old Demon actually recognized me. I am really flattered. Fang Xing laughed. Wanxiang Old Demon's escape method is amazing, and Chu Kuang-tu naturally remembers it clearly. This time, in order to limit his escape speed, he paid a price and borrowed this Qingkuan ring magic treasure from Qingkuan Dao. You actually condensed the nascent soul? Impossible. The Wanxiang Old Demon suddenly shouted, Chu Kuang-tu, when was your body destroyed? Hiding in the body of a junior? You actually thought I was Chu Kuang-tu? If Chu Kuang-tu's body was destroyed, it would be reasonable for the nascent soul to take over the body of his own sword cultivation genius. Fang Xing was speechless, but it was just what he wanted. In the Dantian, the white and tender sword infant opened his eyes and reached out to touch the sword mark on his forehead. Swish! A small sword suddenly appeared in his hand, with stars on it. It was his natal flying sword. Rotten iron. Fang Xing slashed with a sword, and the sword light was incredibly fast. He also drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with a sword, turning it into a grand momentum, crushing the Wanxiang Old Demon. It was the fourth realm of sword cultivation. The sword intent became momentum. Humph! The Wanxiang Old Demon had fought with Chu Kuang-tu many times, and he knew the methods of the nascent soul sword lord very well. At this time, he shook his robe. His robe is ranked as a 4th level spiritual treasure, and is also the inheritance treasure of Wanxiang sect. Hua la la. At this time, the magic weapon automatically expanded and turned into a dark wall. Wild wind, rain, lightning, thunder. The 4 symbols of heavens were all in it, which is the Tianyi 4 symbols robe. The sword light in the sky fell into the 4 symbols, and was completely consumed by the wild wind and lightning. Fang Xing's sword was in vain. This sword intent is completely different from Chu Kuang-tu. Wanxiang Old Demon was really surprised. You are really not Chu Kuang-tu. The second Yuanying sword lord was born in Tianjin sect. It turns out that Fu Hongyi is just a cover. Haha. Chu Laogui is really calculating. A blue-black wooden stick appeared in his hand, and there was a one-horned ghost head on the top of the stick. At this time, the one-horned ghost head opened his eyes, with a ferocious and bloodthirsty intention, and it turned out to be another spiritual treasure, the green ghost staff. With the injection of the magic power of the Wanxiang Old Demon's nascent soul, a burst of ghost cries and wolf howls suddenly broke out on the green ghost staff. The staff body suddenly became extremely huge, like a giant pillar supporting the sky, and it fell down with a bang. Fang Xing's expression did not change. He flipped his palm, and an ancient bronze lamp emerged. The light of the Qingyang magic lamp flashed, and a layer of Qingyang cover was put on him. He flicked his sleeves, and a powerful magic power rushed out of his sleeves and injected into the Qingyang cover. The green light cover suddenly expanded, like a round of green sun, colliding with the green ghost staff. Not only that, at the moment when the Qingyang cover emerged, the void behind Fang Xing moved, and a green-faced and fanged evil ghost was forced to show up. It turns out that the old demon Wanxiang is good at fighting. He attacked with the green ghost staff and secretly released a recently refined quasi-4th level Wujian evil ghost, waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, the Qingyang magic lamp has the effect of breaking illusions. Under the Qingyang cover, the Wujian evil ghost has no chance of a successful sneak attack. Humph! Fang Xing snorted coldly and threw out the corpse bag. The 5 mixed demons roared out and turned into a 5-color magic cloud, surrounding the Wujian evil ghost. The 2 sides fought together. Qingyang magic lamp. 5 sky-turning golden corpses? The old demon Wanxiang's eyelids jumped. The girl from the phone department of our sect, and the Yuanying seed, all died in your hands? Not only that, Fang Xing laughed and slapped his forehead. A flash of light flashed above the heavenly spirit, and the Wanfa ghost infant emerged, grinning at the Wanxiang old demon and rubbing his hands together. On the Qingyang magic lamp, a bean-sized soul-devouring magic fire fell into the hands of the Wanfa ghost infant, who condensed it into a fireball and flicked it with his fingers. Blazing, the dark green fireball swelled in the wind and fell on the Tianyi 4 symbols robe. This spiritual treasure cried out in sorrow, as if even its spirituality was being burned. If it were any other 3rd-level magic weapon, it would turn into a pool of juice and be completely scrapped the moment it came into contact with it. How come this magic fire seems to be more terrifying than the Qingyang magic fire? The Wanxiang old demon was really about to vomit blood. Fang Xing's second nascent soul, spiritual treasure, and refined corpse. All of them were from his Wanxiang sect. In other words, the fact that the other party could become a nascent soul was mostly funded by the Wanxiang sect. If Fang Xing was willing to change his fundamental skills, he could directly serve as the Grand Elder of the Wanxiang demon sect. Hee hee. The Wanfa ghost baby laughed strangely, and the dark blue little hand picked up two dark green lights and flicked them with its fingers. The spiritual attack attached to the green ghost staff magic treasure was immune to Fang Xing. At this time, it was in a stalemate with the Qingyang cover, and the one-horned evil ghost opened its bloody mouth and kept gnawing at the Qingyang cover light curtain. Swish! A dark green flame fell into the one-horned evil ghost's mouth and burst into flames instantly, burning the ghost head and making it scream. Another spark fell into the five-color magic cloud on the Wujian evil ghost. Burning! The Wujian evil ghost, which was originally fierce and powerful, screamed and turned into a torch. The power of this soul-devouring magic fire was beyond Fang Xing expectations, and the ferocity it showed was so fierce that even the Wanxiang old demon was dumbfounded. Burning! At this time, the fireball that originally burned the Tianyi Four Symbols robe exploded, burning a big hole in this magic robe. Fang Xing immediately rushed forward, with the Wanfa ghost infant and his own Yuanying. The power of the Wanfa ghost infant was almost the same as that of a cultivator who had just entered the middle stage of the Yuanying. The Qingyang cover suddenly expanded and bounced away the Qin ghost staff that was burned by the magic fire. The five mixed demons followed closely behind, as if they were besieging. If this scene was seen by outsiders, there would be an uproar. Fang Xing, a cultivator who had just been promoted to the Yuanying, was actually suppressing the old Wanxiang demon, a veteran Jinjuan. At this moment, something strange happened. A cruel and mysterious smile appeared on the chubby face of the Wanxiang demon. You used the treasure of my sect, and now it's time to return it. Quick! He pinched a mysterious seal with his hands, and the five mixed demons suddenly stopped moving, and the aura on his body fluctuated. Then, the Wanfa ghost infant above Fang Xing screamed and hugged his head. Even the Qingyang demon lamp, which activated the Qingyang cover, was unstable. Fang Xing could sense that some hidden restrictions in the body of Wuhan Mo were starting to work like crazy. A look of shock appeared on his face, and he quickly retreated. Ha, this fake baby and the demon corpse were made by my Wanxiang sect. I'm afraid you can't imagine how many hidden restrictions there are. The Wanxiang old demon was full of magical power. And suddenly he made another gesture, and a golden body of Dharma appeared in front of him. This golden body of Dharma had 4 faces and 8 arms, and was wearing a robe of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The 8 arms were either covered with scales or wrapped in light golden Sanskrit. Each of them exuded an extraordinary aura and grabbed Fang Xing. This 4th-level golden body of Dharma was the last trump card of the Wanxiang old demon, and it had been hidden deep. Even when he faced Chu Kuangtu and was forced into a desperate situation, he did not show it. At this moment, the purpose of using it in one fell swoop was to kill Fang Xing, the newly promoted nascent soul, or at least destroy his physical body and delay his cultivation. Fang Xing saw this, and a smile appeared on his face. Above his head, the Wanfa ghost infant, who had been wailing with his head in his hands, suddenly became lively and controlled a Jiawaikan to smash forward fiercely. After being promoted to nascent soul, Fang Xing magic power was almost comparable to that of the middle stage of nascent soul. He finally forced the Jiawaikan's spirituality to be suppressed, and he didn't have to wear Mu Wanlong mask every time he appeared. Although the Wanfa ghost infant had the most restrictions buried inside, it was thoroughly cleansed by Fang Xing with the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. So any restrictions had long been invalid. I pretended to attack back just to lure you into a trap. Zheng! The Jiaowei Qin made a clear sound, and a handsome and majestic Jiaowei phoenix emerged, blocking the golden body of the Dharma with 4 faces and 8 arms. Fang Xing combined the power of the 2 Yuanyings, and the shadow of the rotten iron sword appeared in his hand. A sword light penetrated the sky and the earth, like a white dragon, passing through the loopholes in the Tianyi Four Symbols robe and directly killed the Wanxiang old demon on his body. Puff! The Wanxiang old demon was immediately split into 2, and blood was spilled in the sky. Chapter 289, Capture and Soul Search. Swish! A black light suddenly flashed from the bodies on both sides of the Wanxiang old demon, In the middle of the black light, there was a dark palm-sized Yuanying. Its appearance was almost exactly the same as the Wanxiang old demon, with a dark body, a black magic armor on his body, and a bead in his hand. At this time, he glared at Fang Xing with extreme resentment and let out a sharp cry. The four-faced and eight-armed Dharma-like golden body disappeared instantly and appeared in the bead in the Yuanying little hand. The Yuanying teleported at an extremely fast speed and had already reached several miles away. Quick! Fang Xing pinched his fingers with one hand, and the Qianquan ring that he had released before suddenly shone brightly. The green light and the red light entangled, forming a huge boundary, constantly weakening the Yuanying escape technique. But it was useless. The Yuanying of the Wanxiang old demon came to the edge of the boundary, pinched his hands, and saw a silver light flash, and the Yuanying immediately broke into the void. When he reappeared, he came to the outside world. The interior of Taishu is very dangerous for Yuanying. Although Yuanying spirit can break into the void, even Yuanying Zhenjuan is unwilling to stay in Taishu for a long time. Generally, they just use Taishu to pass through the formation restriction, and then come out immediately to avoid encountering void gaps, void storms, and other accidents. Mr. Fang, today's hatred, I will definitely avenge it in the future. The Yuanying of Wanxiang old demon made a harsh statement and was about to flee thousands of miles away. Hee. I have no children, no relatives or friends. You can take revenge as you like. But if you leave, I will worry about whether Wanxiang sect will still exist. Fang Xing laughed, which made Wanxiang old demon's face suddenly gloomy. At this moment, he pinched his hands, and a golden net appeared at some point, grabbing Wanxiang old demon. Ah? Infant trap net? Wanxiang old demon knew that his mind had just revealed a flaw and fell into this kid's trick. Seeing the infant trap net open, he immediately felt his soul tremble, knowing that it was a matter of life and death. This was more targeted at his nascent soul teleportation than the Qianquan ring, directly blocking the void. He gritted his teeth and sacrificed the orb in his arms. Bang! Inside the orb, the demon's golden body roared and exploded. The terrifying power fell on the infant trap net, causing the net to stagnate suddenly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old demon Wanxiang's nascent soul slapped his magic armor with his little hand, and countless ancient magic patterns emerged, forming a layer of dark light curtain, wrapping the nascent soul body, and was about to force his way out of the infant trap net. Oh my! With this broken quality, you still have the nerve to say 70% sure? Fang Xing was too lazy to complain when he saw this scene. Boom! At this moment, the outer ground cracked, and a yellow-haired mouse jumped out. There was a person standing on top of the yellow-haired treasure-hunting rat, and it was Fang Xing himself. Humph! He snorted coldly, and his martial arts will soared into the sky, transformed into a hazy beast, and rushed into the sea of consciousness of Wanxiang old demon. Wanxiang old demon's nascent soul staggered, and his figure was actually stagnant in midair. Hua la la. Then, the infant trap net finally fell, tightly wrapping the black nascent soul inside. In the end, I still have to take action. Fang Xing shook his head, rode on the treasure-hunting rat, and drilled into the ground again, disappearing. Today's battle may not be over yet, so as many trump cards as possible must be kept. Fang Xing Immortal Clone was not in a hurry. First he flicked his 10 fingers with both hands, and sword energy crossed the sky, sealing the green ghost staff layer by layer, and then picked up the Tianyi 4 symbols robe with a big hole in it, and the body of Wanxiang old demon. This old demon's body is only of the 3rd level, but he has a storage ring hidden on his body, which should have a lot of good things. 2 spiritual treasures, a storage ring, and the Yuanying of Wanxiang old demon. According to the rules of the cultivation world, I took action, and these are all mine. Of course, Senior Brother Chu lent the Qianquan ring and the infant trapping net, and also had the task of blocking the enemy. Therefore, giving him the Tianyi 4 symbols robe spiritual treasure is enough compensation. Fang Xing grabbed the green ghost staff spiritual treasure, checked it briefly, and laughed dumbly. Sure enough, the most powerful of this spiritual treasure is the ghost crying and wolf howling technique, which specifically attacks the soul and attracts the inner demon. But for me, it is useless. No wonder I feel that this spiritual treasure is very weak. He put away the 5 chaos demons who had regained their calm, cleaned up the battlefield, turned into a sword light, and left quickly. thousands of miles away from the battlefield. Somewhere in the void. The day was as bright as night, and the stars in the sky were shining. In the middle was a purple star, with a strong purple aura, faintly forming a Oteon star sword formation. Old Ghost Chu. You are going too far. Old Ghost Chu. Are you still trying to quibble? We have clearly received the letter of help from Old Ghost Wanxiang. Two slightly exasperated voices came from the Joteon star sword formation. Hee hee. I think you two are going to break the contract. Right? I have signed a contract and sworn a great oath. If you take action, you will take the initiative to break the oath. Come on! Chu Kuangtu swung his sword across the sky, looking like he was facing a million-man army with a cold face. The two demon Yuanings on the opposite side were actually a little hesitant. Old Chu. Did you find external help? No. In our previous contract, we also made restrictions on this aspect. Chu Kuangtu smiled but said nothing. Would he say that it was his own newly promoted Yuaning who took action? This was also considered a loophole in the contract. At this moment, the two Yuaning old demons on the opposite side suddenly looked at each other and flew back directly, looking at their escape light. They actually felt like they were running for their lives in a panic. Chu Kuangtu put away his sword, and a trace of expectation appeared on his face. It seems that Wanxiang old demon has been defeated, even severely injured? It's impossible that even the Dharma body was cut off? As for the complete annihilation of the captured Yuaning, Chu Kuangtu didn't quite believe it. Even if he had used his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation to personally attack, he would still have been unable to defeat the Wanxiang old demon. It was already very remarkable that Fang Xing could severely injure the Wanxiang old demon. He turned into a sword light and quickly rushed to the battlefield, where he saw Fang Xing coming to support him. Junior brother Fang. Chu Kuangtu's face showed a trace of apology. Alas, my plan went wrong. I originally thought that in addition to blocking the enemy reinforcements for my junior brother, I could also come to the battlefield to help. I didn't expect that there would be a traitor in our righteous camp. Although the old ghost of Qian Kundo lent the spiritual treasure, he himself was unwilling to take action. I originally planned to stop one demonic nascent soul, but it turned out to be two. But it seems that there will be a good result for my junior brother. Indeed, the result is not bad. Fang Xing nodded. Chu Kuangtu's eyes lit up. Could it be that his body was really destroyed? The old demon Wanxiang is old, and this time he has severely damaged his essence. If he spends decades to cultivate back to the nascent soul stage, I'm afraid he won't live for many years. Ahem. Not only the body. Fang Xing raised his hand and returned the Qingquan ring and the Tianyi Four Symbols robe. Huh? You actually left a spiritual treasure? Chu Kuangtu's palms trembled a little, and he touched the Tianyi Four Symbols robe lovingly. Then, he saw the old demon Wanxiang's nascent soul that Fang Xing took out, and his face became a little embarrassed. Late at night, in the Tianjin sect, there was a commotion. When Fang Xing released his consciousness, he saw many familiar faces, such as Blood Sword Master Fu Hongyi, and even Meng Zijin, Han Qingyuan, and Green Lotus Master. Although Chu Kuangtu's performance during the day was not good, he immediately prepared to attack Wanxiang sect after knowing that Wanxiang old demon was dead and even Yuaning was captured, and there was no possibility of a comeback. Although there was an agreement not to fight, it was not too difficult to bypass it. For example, let the Zheng State's immortal cultivation forces take action. As long as Tianjin sect kept taking sides in the back, Wanxiang sect, which had already lost Yuaning master, would naturally end up with a tree falling and monkey scattering. In this process, how heavy the casualties of the lower-level cultivators and immortal cultivators were was not within Chu Kuangtu's consideration at all. But Han Qingyun is no good. Last time he had built his foundation, but I hadn't formed a pill yet. Now I'm in the nascent soul stage. But this guy hasn't even reached the late stage of building his foundation. Bad review. But Meng Zijin, has he barely built his foundation? In the next round of brutal war, it's the chance for these small sex cultivators. As long as they perform well, the Tianjin sect will definitely not be stingy in rewarding them with the opportunity to form a pill. No. I'm the biggest laborer. Fang Xing rolled his eyes, recalling Chu Kuangtu's request. One thing doesn't bother two masters. It's just right to take advantage of the death of the Wanxiang old demon to directly break the Wanxiang sect's mountain protection formation. And by the way, destroy all the outstanding Jindan cultivators in the Wanxiang sect. The sect-destroying war between cultivators is so cruel. Otherwise, relying on such a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they may not even be able to touch the mountain gate of the Wanxiang sect in the end. And they can't break it even if they touch it. Of course, Fang Xing is going to rest for a night. On the surface, he was recovering from his previous injuries and mana. But in reality, he was preparing to search the soul of the Wanxiang old demon's nascent soul first, so that he could know himself and his enemy. And, if he took action, he would have to get some reward. After breaking the mountain gate of the Wanxiang sect, its treasure house would naturally belong to him, and he could take whatever he wanted. Not only that, after defeating the Wanxiang sect, while the Qingquan ring is not returned, he can kill the green water cold dragon. The green water cold dragon is not only good at water escape, but also said to have cultivated an extremely terrifying cold flame magical power. Even the Wanxiang old demon may not be its opponent. But it happened to be restrained by Fang Xing, and the green water dragon is not protected by the contract. So Chu Kuangtu can attack without scruples. It is equivalent to 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators serving the little dragon, and it should be possible to kill it without injury and gain the greatest benefit. With this thought, Fang Xing hand flashed with black light, and the nascent soul of the Wanxiang old demon emerged. The nascent soul is very condensed, and most soul-searching spells have no effect. A silver light flashed, and Fang Xing's original body appeared, studying the black man who was bound by the golden net rope and unconscious. Therefore, the first step of soul-searching should be to weaken his spirit as much as possible. I have a high level of cultivation now, and I have seized a large number of high-level magic spells, including soul-searching spells. If I try them one by one, I will always get some information. If it doesn't work, throw it into the Great Sun Furnace. Generally speaking, even if the nascent soul is captured, it is difficult to search its soul. But Fang Xing thought about it casually, and found that he had quite a lot of means to deal with the nascent soul. Chapter 290 Killing the Dragon. Inside the cave, ancient and difficult to pronounce spells sounded one after another. A gust of cold wind blew, like the whisper of an evil ghost. 2 gray rays flashed in Fang Xing's eyes, and they expanded by an inch and pierced into the yuaning of the Wanxiang old demon. Then, his consciousness was divided into thousands, like a thread of fine needles, piercing the 7 orifices of the Wanxiang old demon. Some scattered fragments of memory slowly emerged in front of him. No! Half an hour later, Fang Xing opened his eyes, and the sword infant in his body yawned, showing a tendency to be listless. Facts have proved that it is extremely difficult to search the soul of the yuaning spirit body. Even if the soul is searched, what is obtained are some meaningless fragments and life information. Sure enough, I still have to take action. Fang Xing sighed, grabbed the yuaning of the Wanxiang old demon, and the sun shone between his eyebrows. A ray of sunlight appeared, and the yuaning of Wanxiang old demon disappeared in a flash. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. In the past, the cultivators took the initiative to take over my body, but today I passively asked you to take over my body, Fang Xing complained, and the Great Sun Furnace appeared in an instant. Rays of Great Sun True Fire fell on the black yuaning, completely igniting it. Wanxiang old demon immediately let out a wail that was not like a human. Fang Xing felt that the Great Sun Tathagata mantra had improved again, and glanced at the attribute panel. Great Sun Tathagata mantra, 270/400 master. Oh! It seems that the yuaning of the yuaning cultivator is indeed okay. If there are 10 or 8 more, my Great Sun Tathagata mantra will almost be cultivated to the Grandmaster level. He closed his eyes slightly, and began to recall the useful fragments in the memory of Wanxiang old demon. For example, the formation diagram and important formation points. Defects of the Wanxiang sect's mountain protection formation. The Wanxiang Wuchang formation. For example, the location of some sect secret treasures and secret vaults. Well, after the death of a fake infant and a yuaning seed in the Wanxiang sect, there is really a lack of successors. Nowadays, the hope of Jindan cultivators to condense the infant is generally not great. Fang Xing was too lazy to hunt down such Jindan cultivators one by one. If he happened to meet one, he would kill him. If he didn't meet one, he would consider the other party lucky. Even if he is a genius in cultivating immortals, can his cultivation speed be as fast as mine? If he wants to seek revenge on me, he might end up in despair. There are also some extraordinary skills and secret techniques. This Wanxiang old demon is very cunning. Most of the jade slips in his storage bag are true and false. They are missing the most critical steps. Once you fall into this trap, even if you cultivate powerful spells and refine corpses, such as the kind of golden corpse that turns the sky upside down, if you meet the real owner, you might be snatched away by a mantra. As for the basic skills of the magic way, there are also a few mantras missing, so it is easy to go astray. Fong Xing was casually browsing the secret techniques of Wanxiang old demon, and suddenly a look of interest appeared on his face. How to refine a fake infant. He silently pondered and found that behind the refining method, there was a formula, which was how to improve the fake infant and turn it into the secret technique of the second infant of the cultivator. This is good. However, after reading it, Fong Xing knew why the secret technique of the second infant did not bloom brilliantly in the hands of the Wanxiang sect. A fake infant is equivalent to a fake pill. It is extremely difficult to improve it. If you want to turn a fake pill into a real pill, you have to dissolve the fake pill first. Fake infants are different. They need to be transformed through the secret technique of eating infants, and devour all the essence of another nascent soul to restore a little vitality. In fact, one nascent soul is not enough. At least two are needed to be promoted to the second nascent soul in the early stage of the nascent soul. The second nascent soul that is refined in this way is essentially similar to an evil demon. It can devour other nascent souls, and its magic power will increase by leaps and bounds. It can easily be promoted to the middle stage of the nascent soul, or even the late stage of the nascent soul. However, the late stage of the nascent soul is the limit. The monsters cultivated by such evil ways have no possibility of breaking through to the god transformation. And the more it devours, the more ferocious its character becomes. The more it is, the easier it is to bite back at its master. What a pity for Wanxiang old demon's nascent soul. Fong Xing felt sorry. Otherwise, if I swallowed one more, wouldn't I be able to be promoted to the real second nascent soul? Then my magical powers would be no less powerful than those of a cultivator in the middle stage of nascent soul. However, judging from the description of this secret technique, in addition to the nascent soul of cultivators, the essence pill of a 4th level transformed demon should also be able to replace the effect of a nascent soul. In this case, that jade water cold dragon can't be let go. Fong Xing's face showed a thoughtful look. A few days later, a piece of news spread like thunder in the dying cultivation world. The Wanxiang sect, one of the 5 major sects of the demon path, was wiped out. Not only did the supreme elder Wanxiang old demon die, but even the mountain gate of the Wanxiang sect was breached by an unknown nascent soul true lord. All kinds of treasures were looted, and the Jindan cultivators suffered heavy casualties. The Tianjin sect took the opportunity to send a large number of subordinate forces into the land of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms, and the demon realm further south. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was to root out the evil. The scattered cultivators and small and medium-sized immortal cultivation forces in the entire Zheng and Qi countries were immediately in a frenzy, even though most of their gains had to be handed over to the Tianjin sect, especially those high-level spiritual veins, spiritual medicine gardens, and other resources. The gains were enough to make a cultivator rich overnight. Just as the eyes of the entire immortal cultivation world were focused on the Wanxiang sect, Fong Xing had already arrived at the Bibo Cave area with Chu Kuangtu. Bibo Cave is called a cave, but it is actually a huge inland lake. Its lake water is emerald green and carries a chilling aura. According to rumors, in an earlier period, although there was a lake here, the lake water was clear and there was no chill. In the emerald green lake, there is an ancient cultivator's cave, named Bibo Cave. Later, the cave was opened, and after a great battle, the Bibo Cave collapsed. The 18 ancient cold beads in it shattered and turned into the lake, creating this tens of thousands of miles of cold lake. After many years, a 3rd-level snake python cultivated here survived the transformation disaster, turned into a cold dragon, and collected a large number of monsters, becoming a powerful monster king. In the initial opening up, the righteous forces were blocked in front of the Bibo Cave and could not advance at all. One day, the Bibo Lake was cold and chilly, and there was a Qingquan ring on it, with a layer of blue and red light covering it. All around the lake that was about to set off a storm suddenly became calm and peaceful. In the sky, the stars were shining, and a purple star shone brightly. Chu Kuangtu was like an emperor on earth. He waved a flying sword in his hand with the majesty of the emperor's sword, forcing a green dragon several dozen feet long to have no way to go up to the sky or enter the earth. This dragon had fish-like scales all over its body, which glowed coldly under the sword light. It only lost a few dragon scales when it collided with Chu Kuang's natal flying sword. Its defense was amazing. It had 2 small horns on its head, which were not forked. It had 2 claws on its belly, each with 3 toes, and no reverse scales under its neck. Obviously, this was not a real dragon, but a dragon. Damn human. At this time, the cold dragon of Bisui spoke in human language, and suddenly let out a loud dragon roar. Endless water flow was generated out of thin air, like a huge whirlpool, which was about to draw in all the sword lights of the stars in the sky. Swish. At the critical moment, Fang Xing rushed in with a sword. The sword and the others merged into one, and the sword light was incredibly fast, like a cold sword prison, sweeping the green water cold dragon in. Countless white and gold sword lights burst out, with a little blood dragon scales falling from the air. It can be imagined that in this Bibo cave next year, all kinds of dragon blood monsters will thrive and reproduce wildly. Roar! The green water cold dragon felt pain and was even more anxious. Before, it could only rely on the powerful monster body and the lack of unity of the righteous Yuanying people to barely entangle. Now 2 Yuanying sword lords have come, with amazing killing power. There are also rare treasures to restrain its water escape. This even makes it smell a hint of death. The more it faces death, the crazier the transformed monster becomes. Roar! In the dragon roar, the green water cold dragon spewed out a green cold flame. This flame is definitely ranked 4th, with a green color, and the flame core inside is like flowing water. As soon as it appeared, the world seemed to suddenly enter a cold winter where water turns to ice, and the entire lake began to freeze. The sword lights in the sky seemed to be stained by the cold, slowing down, and finally stagnating. 4th level cold flame? It's really a good beast. Fang Xing cursed, and a flash of light appeared above his head, and the Wanfa ghost baby came out of his body directly. This scene made Chu Kuang's eyes twitch slightly. The Yuanying spirit body is the foundation of Yuanying cultivators. Unless it is a last resort, they are reluctant to let the Yuanying out of their bodies, for fear of various injuries. Although using Yuanying to fight is more unexpected, Yuanying Shinjuan almost never does this. But Fang Xing is different. With the Wanfa ghost baby, he directly uses the fake baby out of his body as a regular means. At this time, the Wanfa Yuanying stood on his head, holding the Qingyang magic lamp in his hand. His body made hand gestures, and the Qing ghost staff came out with a sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. The movement of the Bishwahangio was stagnant. The spirit of the demon beast was weaker than that of the immortal cultivator. This was considered a blow above the 7 inches. At the same time, the Wanfa ghost baby above Fang Xing's head flicked his fingers with a smile, and a bean-sized dark green light flew out. It was the soul-devouring demon fire. Burning! The soul-devouring demon fire came into contact with the 4th level cold flame, and the extremely hot and extremely cold flames collided with each other, instantly raising a cloud of fire about the size of an acre, which spread wildly around. Cut! Taking advantage of this God-given opportunity, Chu Kuang merged with his sword and turned into a huge purple sword light, cutting through the green water dragon. Crash! 2 pieces of dragon corpses fell from midair, and blood was spilled all the way. From the dragon corpse's belly, a fist-sized light green demon pill emerged, and one of the miniature green dragons let out a dragon roar, rushed out of the dragon bead, holding the dragon bead in its mouth, and rushed to the periphery in a hurry. Boom! The 5 colors of black, white, red, yellow, and green rose into the sky, turning into a magic cloud about the size of an acre, trapping the dragon spirit in it. The body of a 4th level transformed demon is extremely powerful, but the spirit elixir is not as naturally close to the void as the Yuanying spirit body of a cultivator, and can't teleport and escape. Fang Xing looked at this scene and couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 291 Infant Devourer. A few days later, in a cave somewhere underground, Fang Xing opened a jade box and saw a fist-sized pale green spirit pill in it, with a smile on his face. Before, he and Chu Kuang worked together to kill the green water cold dragon, and didn't want anything else. Just this spirit pill and the green water cold flame. The green water cold flame is ranked 4th, and Fang Xing directly put it into the Qingyang magic lamp, slowly absorbing its origin and enhancing the power of the soul-devouring demon fire. The Qingyang magic lamp is originally a rare treasure that can absorb various spiritual fires and increase the power of the origin fire. After Fang Xing put the green water cold flame into the Qingyang magic lamp, he didn't care about it anymore. At this time, his attention was focused on this spirit pill. In the translucent dragon bead, a mini dragon was lying, looking very weak. Just right. Take this spirit essence pill and experiment with the Wanxiang sex infant devouring technique. Fang Xing sat cross-legged and slapped his head. A black light flashed above the top of his head, and the Wanfa ghost infant appeared with a smile. It stretched out its hands and continuously made seals, which turned into strands of black threads and sank into the spirit essence pill of the green water cold dragon. The miniature dragon seemed to sense the impending disaster and kept rushing left and right. But it had no effect at all. The black threads kept wrapping around the dragon's body, like black shackles, and finally made the green dragon unable to move. Seeing this, the Wanfa ghost infant showed satisfaction on his face and changed his hand seals. The majestic mana surged out and wrapped the spirit essence pill, as one ancient rune after another flashed. This fourth-level spirit essence pill kept shrinking and finally sank into the mouth of the Wanfa ghost infant. After the Wanfa ghost infant swallowed the Jingpa pill, it immediately sat cross-legged. Its mana was uncertain, and its breath was unstable. A flash of light. Fang Xing's sword infant also came out of his body, and a stream of mana hit the Wanfa ghost infant, helping it to break through. Time passed bit by bit. After a few hours, the mana fluctuations on the Wanfa ghost infant finally stabilized slowly. Its body seemed to have grown stronger, and it was slowly moving from a false infant to the early stage of the Yuanying. But it was obvious that it was still a long way off and had not reached the early stage of the Yuanying. Sure enough, there is still a Yuanying missing. The sword infant returned to its position. Fang Xing opened his eyes and kept looking at the Wanfa ghost infant. This magic way of the second Yuanying method is really evil and extremely difficult. No wonder no one in the Wanxiang sect can practice it. Although the cultivators in the Wanxiang sect who practiced false infants were rare, there were still a few who left records in history. But there has never been any record of a great master who cultivated a second Yuanying. Obviously, the requirement of killing 2 Yuanying true lords, or even capturing Yuanying alive for one Fa Yuanying to devour, is too demanding. If the Yuanying old monster of Wanxiang sect has such strength, he can unify the dying cultivation world. However, this infant-eating technique is indeed feasible, but the sequelae are a little bit serious. Fang Xing saw the Wanfa ghost baby open his eyes, with a hint of madness and malice in his scarlet eyes, and knew that the sequelae of swallowing the essence alive were coming. This Wanfa ghost baby has been aroused to be fierce and may backfire at any time. He was fearless and grabbed the Wanfa ghost baby in his hand and operated the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. After refining the Wanfa ghost baby again, it opened its eyes again, with a clear look and confusion, and no longer had the previous fierceness. Sure enough, even if the Yuanying is the most evil, my Great Sun Tathagata mantra can suppress it. Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief, since he decided to use the infant devouring technique to improve the cultivation of the Wanfa Yuanying. He would naturally have to bear the consequences of the Wanfa ghost infant's great improvement in magical powers, the rebirth of the inner demon, and even the direct backlash. The solution has long been thought of. That is, to suppress it with the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. As for the evil demon, how could the madness of devouring a little Yuanying essence be comparable to the evil gods from outside the domain? Facts have proved that Fang Xing's guess is correct. Now the Wanfa ghost infant has not only greatly improved its magic power, but the great sun pattern on its forehead has become more and more dazzling, and there is no tendency to rebel at all. Very good. I can continue to feed the Yuanying. I can even push it to advance to the middle stage of the Yuanying, or even the late stage of the Yuanying. Although the Wanxiang sect's secret technique records that the second Yuanying promoted by this method of infant devouring has a much higher probability of rebellion in the middle stage of the Yuanying, and will definitely rebel in the late stage of the Yuanying. But Fang Xing is not very afraid of it, because he has mastered the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. More importantly, this is the fastest way to improve your cultivation. After being promoted to the nascent soul stage, Fang Xing also tried to practice, and then came to a somewhat desperate conclusion. Even if he was above the 4th level spiritual vein, with his spiritual root talent, it would take hundreds of years to practice to the peak of mana in the early stage of the nascent soul. If he encounters a bottleneck again, It may take hundreds of years to be promoted to the middle stage of the nascent soul. This is the normal state of the nascent soul true lord. Most of the nascent soul true lords on both the righteous and evil sides in dying are only in the early stage of the nascent soul. As for learning from the previous advanced experience and swallowing a large number of pills to practice, the value of the fourth level pill is difficult to measure with spirit stones. Even if it is a waste pill, it is enough to attract the gene and cultivators. It is basically impossible to obtain a large amount. As for refining it yourself, after Fang Xing searched the Wunxiang sect's treasury, he made a little calculation and came to a conclusion. If you want to refine enough pills to advance to the peak of the early nascent soul, one Wunxiang sect is not enough. If you destroy 4 or 5 more nascent soul sects, it will be almost enough. The resources obtained in this way, all refined into 4th level pills, can barely enable him to cultivate to the peak of the early nascent soul within 10 years. But if he had this strength, wouldn't it be great to unify the dying immortal cultivation world directly? In short, after the nascent soul stage, the speed of mana improvement is even slower, and it may take hundreds of years. But it may not be easy for the nascent soul in the early stage to survive in the high immortal cultivation world. I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. It is a good plan to cultivate the Wunfa ghost infant, even if this ghost infant cannot break through the realm of transformation. If it can be cultivated to the late nascent soul realm, it can run rampant in the high immortal cultivation world. The late nascent soul cultivator is called the Great True Lord. If he does not transform into a god, he is the absolute top of the immortal cultivation world. Compared to his own advancement to the righteous sword infant, Fang Xing feels that he may be faster in the devil's way. A rough estimate shows that with one more nascent soul, the fake nascent soul can be transformed into the second nascent soul, and the cultivation can reach the early stage of the nascent soul. Then refine 4 to 8 nascent souls, and you can probably break through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. After the middle stage of the nascent soul, refine a dozen or 20 more nascent souls, and you should be able to try to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul. But the second nascent soul forcibly promoted by this kind of magic secret technique has a disordered foundation and must be crazy. It is absolutely impossible to be promoted to the god transformation, and it will definitely backfire on its master. Fortunately, it is not a problem for me. After all, the second nascent soul is just a transition, and it is enough to have the combat power of a great true lord temporarily. To advance to the god of transformation, of course a real sword infant is needed. Destroy dozens of Yuanying Jinjuan? It seems difficult. It is more realistic to first promote Wunfa ghost infant to the middle stage of Yuanying. And these are all calculated based on the early stage of Yuanying and the 4th level lower grade Jingpa Great Pill. If there is a Yuanying of a Jinjuan in the middle stage of Yuanying, or even a Yuanying of a great Jinjuan in the late stage of Yuanying, naturally one can replace 4 or 5, or even 10 or 8. More importantly, Wunfa Yuanying grows fast enough, and there is almost no bottleneck. As long as enough Yuanying is devoured, it can always be promoted to the late stage of Yuanying. Although Fang Xing did not encounter any bottlenecks in the Jindan stage, he felt that it was not so good after the Yuanying stage. Which cultivator who can advance to the Yuanying stage is not gifted and has opportunities and adventures. The number of heaven-grade spiritual roots can account for about half. My talent is only slightly better than the heavenly spiritual roots, which is not good enough. Whether it's the inheritance of high-level skills, or the 4th level elixir, or even the nascent soul of the cultivators, or the spirit pill, the vast sea immortal cultivation world is more suitable for cultivation. And it's time to leave. Fang Xing stood up, collected the Wunfa ghost infant, and looked a little disappointed, thinking back then. When I traveled through time, I came to the wild land, and then went to the ripening land. I was always wandering around in the great wilderness immortal cultivation world. Now, am I finally going to a higher level of the immortal cultivation world? A jade slip appeared in his hand, with a rough map on it. It can be seen that this immortal cultivation world is extremely vast. Even the great wilderness and the vast sea are only a tiny part of it, and most of it is in the fog. From the great wilderness immortal cultivation world to the vast sea immortal cultivation world, even if the nascent soul cultivator flies at full speed, it will take several years. Not to mention that there are many dangerous forbidden areas in between. Fang Xing thought for a while. I can get a spaceship from the main universe, which can serve as a temporary cave and a vehicle, as long as he doesn't bring the spaceship back to the main universe. He doesn't have to worry about any leaks. Even if the spaceship flies at the speed of light, it will take a long time to reach the vast sea of immortal cultivation world. So the length and width of this immortal cultivation world are calculated in light years? Sure enough, this place and the main universe are completely two different worlds. After figuring this out, Fang Xing was relieved. In the main universe, the creator has awakened and settled all threats. Now, he finally confirmed that this immortal cultivation world, or immortal cultivation universe, can be operated as a retreat. Main universe. White Bird Star. Galaxy Island. Fang Xing lay on the beach chair, looking at the shells washed by the tide. A hermit crab climbed and dug holes on the golden beach. I have a half day of leisure. He stretched, drank another sip of juice, opened the virtual network, and directly checked the spaceship store. He used his own private spaceship very well, and was going to buy another one to send to the world of immortal cultivation. Moreover, he could buy one with a large biochemical laboratory, which would be convenient for research in the world of immortal cultivation. In addition, we have to solve the problem of mechas. Biological mechas, or evil god mechas. The main raw materials are the descendants of evil gods, and even the flesh and bones of foreign evil gods. Fang Xing swallowed it whole for so many days, and finally barely understood Han Chufeng's introduction. At this time, he fell into deep thought. The best target is of course the evil god world. After the death of an evil god from outside the domain, the whale fall formed constitutes an ecological cycle model, which is quite interesting. It's a pity the evil god's descendant has been born. Once I go there again, he will definitely target me. If it is the weakest kind of evil god's descendant, with only the 8th realm combat power, Fang Xing is not so afraid now. But if it is a 9th realm descendant like the chaotic descendant in the last rescue operation, it will be a big problem. After placing an order on the virtual network, Fang Xing stood up and went to the laboratory. Boss! A woman with burgundy hair, a good figure, and a secretary's uniform came out to greet him immediately. Vigali, what's up recently? Fang Xing casually took a document handed over by his female secretary and took a look. Well, the flesh and blood of the children of chaos have been delivered? Good news. It's mainly the business of Shanghai Company. Our new inhibitor is a flagship product and has no worries about sales. The main output is supplied to Jiujian College, and many companies have sent cooperation invitations. There are a few of them that need special attention. Even if you refuse, it's best for the boss to communicate in person. As a high-level professional, Vigali's thinking is very fast, and she is a very competent secretary. I know. Fang Xing looked at it, and his expression changed. This Davis is also here to be a lobbyist? Among the key customers that Vigali has highlighted, there are large companies under the name of the Su family and school-run enterprises of Blue Star University. Sure enough, it is not easy to refuse these directly. Even if you refuse, you must come in person. It's not that I'm afraid of them, but that's how relationships work. Fang Xing thought about it and called Davis first. Fang, I didn't know that you are not only an excellent martial artist, but also a genius scientist and an outstanding businessman. Davis's projection appeared, walking beside Fang Xing like a real person, with exaggerated movements and expressions. Today's Shanghai Company, the amount of tax alone is enough to compare with the top 100 companies on Binao Star. I believe it's only a matter of time before it becomes the number one on the planet. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Davis. Fang Xing smiled slightly. You also want to reserve a share of inhibitors? Sorry. Our company's production is limited. No, not me, but a friend of mine. He is a real rich man with more than 100 outstanding descendants. One of the mecha masters is considering taking the biological mecha route and needs some inhibitor research. Believe me, Fang, he hasn't reached the point of building his own mecha, so the amount needed is very small. Davis reported a number. Fang Xing listened. His eyes moved slightly, and he felt satisfied. After all, the raw material channels are in his hands, and the production is naturally decided by him. However, Fang Xing took a few steps before mentioning another question. Davis, we are good friends. I will definitely help you if I can, but I want to ask about the retirement and scrapping of the Federation's aging mechas. Chapter 292 Plan. Mecha retirement? Davis was startled, and then a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Indeed, Many defensive mechas on this planet are nearing the end of their service life and should be scrapped. Otherwise, it is easy to cause various leaks and explosion threats. I wonder if Shanghai Company is interested in taking over this business. Recycling and scrapping business? Vigali's eyes lit up when she heard it. Is this the business model of the upper class of the Federation? It really broadened my horizons. Of course she knew that Davis had to pay for handling those scrap products. Yes. The Federation paid Shanghai Company a fee and entrusted the company to dispose of a batch of scrap mechas. You can consider it. My secretary, Vigali, will handle this matter. You can talk to her directly. Fong Xing laughed and started discussing the inhibitor business with Davis again. Davis, who got a satisfactory answer, seemed very excited. Fong Xing also benefited. The only thing that was damaged was the interests of the Federation. Davis was completely generous to the Federation. So he was very generous and gave Vigary a very favorable contract. Watching Davis leave, Fong Xing was also quite emotional. This is human nature. I can't bear to give up my own money. But I'm very generous to covet the companies and public things. But no matter what, I get the benefit in the end. He used the Sun God Wing mecha quite well. After this scrapping treatment, it can be taken to the Xioshin world or other alien worlds for use. As long as it is never brought back to the main universe, there will be no future troubles. Even if someone from the Federation comes to investigate later, they can say that this mecha has been destroyed. Anyway, there will be absolutely no trace of it in the main universe. I find that I am getting bolder and bolder. Is it the confidence brought by the upcoming promotion to the Martial Saint? Fong Xing began to analyze his heart. The Martial Saint is already a real big shot in the Federation. He can form a team and participate in the parliamentary election. Just like Su Sanyong. This guy has begun to travel around the major planets and canvass for votes. Fong Xing felt that even if he was promoted to Martial Saint, he would definitely not be able to compete with others in the election for the seat of the senator. But no matter what, this is the qualification and ticket to enter the upper-class circle of the Federation. Martial Saint. I hope I don't end up like Wei Shintong. It's better to break through as soon as possible, if there are no resources provided by the Federation. The step of Martial Saint is completely based on luck. Some martial artists can break through with a single thought. Some martial artists become demons in their hearts, and even fail when using the refined divine essence. I am now in the 9-turn Great Vidra realm, and I have already completed the 7 realms. Going up, I can only break through to the Martial Saint. If it were an ordinary Great Vidra realm martial artist, in addition to hard practice, he could only seek support from those big forces. Fong Xing is still a doctoral student at Blue Star University, so he can naturally ask for help from his alma mater. He had sent an email to Niang before to test the issue of refining the spirit. But this kind of strategic resource of the Federation is very rare, and the output is very small. There are too many martial artists in the Federation. Even if there is enough contribution, it is unknown how long it will take to queue up. Fortunately, Fong Xing is a rising star of the Academy after all. Niang gave several options. He needs to do more dangerous tasks. And once he does it, it is equivalent to handing in a letter of surrender. At the beginning, Wei Shitong should have also got such an opportunity, and was assigned a special task by the big boss of the faction behind him. But he should have failed. Such a task is not only very dangerous, but also has a strong personal nature. Once it is done, it will be a handle. Fong Xing sighed. For a mere refining the spirit, he obviously would not accept it. Many martial arts geniuses in the Federation may have such thoughts. And then, they have been waiting for a breakthrough opportunity for a long time. And finally they have no choice but to compromise with reality and become like Wei Shintong. But I am different. With the resources of another world of cultivation, how can I not be able to break through the 8th realm? Fong Xing is under urgent pressure to be promoted to a martial saint. Not to mention some external shadows. Even in the evil god world, the offspring of the evil god is constantly growing. I must be promoted to the strongest state as soon as possible, and then try to turn the evil god world into my own backyard. He pondered for a while, and then thought of the genuine and excellent Ninging pill in his hand. Ordinary Vidra realm warriors, of course, cannot take Ninging pill to break through. But I am different. I am an immortal warrior, with special advantages. This time I just took advantage of this opportunity to try it out, and also paved the way for the future breakthrough above the martial god. Just as Fong Xing was thinking. White Bird Star. On the space station, a man in a suit, dressed like an upper-class elite, walked down the spacecraft. Is that Mr. Ollie Jones? We have prepared a private hovercraft for you. A white woman in a small suit with a plump but bowed to welcome him. Let's go! Ollie Jones and the secretary came to the outside of the Space Center and got on a hovercraft. The hovercraft started lightly without any vibration, almost making people think it was still in a static state. Mr. Ollie Jones, this time I have prepared all the materials of Galaxy Company. I believe it will have a certain advantage in business negotiations, the secretary said softly. Ollie Jones received a lot of information and quickly read it with the help of smart glasses. As a business elite, he also has many unknown part-time jobs. This time he came to White Bird Star. In fact, he was commissioned by the Alway Group to observe the federal security consultant. As a martial artist in the Vidra realm, he has the relationship between Blue Star University and the Sioux family. And recently he is also hooked up with the Nine Swords Academy. He is indeed different from those people before. It's not easy to deal with. But he also took in those two women. It's a bit confusing. Ollie Jones silently read the documents, like a clever and bloodthirsty hunter, trying to find flaws in his prey. However, the Alway Group did not order to act directly, but to observe. Even if there is a chance, they can do the inhibitor business together. Of course, it is better to get the patent in their own hands. This kind of federal chable has already had a mature processing mode. This time, his arrival is not so much for revenge as for more of the new inhibitor. After all, if the son and daughter die, they can be reborn. But if you miss such a good business, you don't know when you will meet them again. Which of the federal oligarchs doesn't have thousands of children? It's harmless to die occasionally, even if they are the ones who are particularly favored. Nowadays, the biotechnology of the Federation is advanced, and even genes can be modulated and cloned, and the blood connection is greatly weakened, even if they are particularly favored. The family affection is actually very indifferent. Maybe it's okay at ordinary times, but in the face of huge interests, it's not worth mentioning at all. The laboratory belongs to Shanghai Company, which is fully controlled by that person. The important research members are all a bunch of idiots. It's mainly special raw materials. It seems that the various breeding bases on White Bird Star have not found that magical inhibitor material. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Huh? Ollie Jones scanned the last few pages of the information, and his eyes lit up. The military of White Bird Star is preparing to deal with a batch of scrap mechas. Did they hand over this business to Shanghai Company? Although there was no problem with the procedure, Ollie Jones knew that there must be a story behind it. Activate my S-level authority. I want to know everything about this scrap mecha transaction. Ollie Jones' eyes lit up. He had a hunch that perhaps the key to completing the mission this time was this scrap service plan. Cultivation World. Wanxiang Sect. Mountain Gate. Meng Zijin stepped on the 4th level spiritual field and felt a little dizzy. He squatted down, grabbed a handful of 5-color spiritual soil like an old farmer, and murmured, 4th level 5-color soil. Good stuff. Planting spiritual medicine here. 1 year is equivalent to 10 or 100 years in the outside world. As a low-level cultivator, he is also a spiritual plant husband. But no matter what, he would never have thought that one day he would work in a 4th level spiritual field. Yes, Wanxiang Sect is worthy of being a Yuaning sect. It is really extravagant to have so much accumulation. Han Qingyun was happy, although most of the spiritual objects and classics have to be archived and then handed over to Tianjin sect. But being able to use the spiritual energy of this 4th level spiritual vein for spiritual cultivation is a great benefit to us. He had cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation building before, and now he felt that with the help of the 4th level spiritual vein, it would be no problem to break through the late stage of foundation building. This cultivation speed has greatly exceeded his expectations. It feels that there should be a chance to impact the Dan in the future. When thinking of this, Han Qingyun was a little excited. After all, in the small market where he was born, the foundation building cultivators could act arrogantly. As for the Jin Danjinren, even if they were fake Jin Danjinren, they were the ones who had the final say in Zheng State. At this moment, a sword light fell. Who? Han Qingyun was startled. And then he saw Fang Xing, and he couldn't help but bowed. Greetings to Jianzi. So the upper sect ordered Jianzi to come here to take charge? So it's really safe. Of course, he didn't know that Fang Xing had been promoted to Yuaning. And at this time, he still regarded Fang Xing as the original true disciple. He was even more surprised in his heart Jianzi's cultivation is introverted and hidden. But he has definitely condensed the real pill. No. It may be a half-step Jin Dan. Or immortal Jin Dan? Although he also had a chance to impact the Jin Dan. He only dared to think about the Jin Dan in his dreams. Yes. Fang Xing nodded and threw 2 jade bottles over. Rewards for you. Also, I'm going to retreat in the best 4th level cave here. You should prepare everything as soon as possible. Yes. Han Qingyuan and Meng Zijin felt a little strange when they heard that Fang Xing was going to retreat in Wanxiang sect. But they didn't think of resisting at all. And immediately went down to prepare. Chapter 293 The Advantages of Immortal Warriors. Wanxiang sect. Originally, in the retreat cave of Wanxiang Old Demon, Fang Xing and his immortal clone sat opposite each other. And they were speechless. The breakthrough of the martial saint requires an opportunity. But according to the exploration during this period, it should be feasible to use other external objects instead of refining the essence. After a long time, Fang Xing had made up his mind and silently operated the immortal warrior's talent. Immortal and martial arts merge. Boom! In his body, the surging blood like a dragon is rapidly transforming into pure mana. The martial arts golden elixir in his body is slowly running. And suddenly there is a sense of immortality. So strong. This kind of mana fluctuation seems to be even better than when my immortal sword elixir is perfected. Fang Xing immortal clone's eyes move slightly. The quality of his immortal sword elixir is even better than that of ordinary golden elixir cultivators. As a result, the mana transformed by the original body is even better than the immortal golden elixir. It should be close to the mana of the fake infant. Of course, it is not as good as the current Wanfa ghost infant. He pondered for a while, pinched his hands, and the sword infant appeared on his head. The sword infant in the early stage of the nascent soul was white and tender, wearing a green robe with condensed mana, and there was a sword mark on the forehead. At this time, the little face was serious, and his hands also pinched. A magnificent nascent soul mana was injected into the original body. If it were other cultivators, the foreign mana would enter the body, and the only outcome would be a conflict to death. But the clone of Xiuxian and the original body are one and the same. So the mana can be integrated in theory. Once the clone of Xiuxian is used to accumulate the original body's mana to the level of Yuanying, and then through the fusion of Xianwu, converted into qi and blood. The converted high-quality qi and blood may replace the refinement of the soul essence and stimulate the original body to break through the martial saint. Hua la la. As Fang Xing mana continued to be injected, the sword baby's face was a little depressed. Fang Xing original body had great mana, and there were white and gold auras emerging. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and snorted coldly. A trace of red with light gold blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fang Xing wiped it off with a casual touch, and the Vidra's body was in operation. And the original internal injuries quickly recovered as before. Is it not possible? Just now, although the 2 mana came from the same source, they still encountered obstacles when they wanted to completely melt them into one. The deepest point of disharmony caused the Yuanying mana of the clone of Xiuxian to conflict with his own mana in his body after all. If it weren't for the fact that I was a martial artist in the Great Vidra realm, with my whole body in the same state of primordial chaos, and a 9-turn golden body tempered by indestructible matter, just this one conflict of mana could damage the dantian of an ordinary Jin Dan cultivator, and ruin his cultivation. It seems there is no shortcut. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, and the indestructible matter circulated throughout his body, repairing all hidden injuries. At the same time, he was still thinking. He was the one who created the path of immortal martial arts, so he could only think and solve any problems he encountered. Fortunately, there were immortal cultivation classics and immortal cultivation clones to comprehend, and the problems he encountered were much less than those of magnetic martial arts and strange martial arts. The clone and the original are different after all. I was too fanciful before. Or is it because my clone technique has not been fully cultivated yet? Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel. Tianmu Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Original, 1/400, Master. This clone technique is very strange and cannot exceed the grade of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. The Vairocana mantra is still at the master level. So the Heavenly Mother Power Golden Lotus Twin Guardian secret art is also at the master level, and has never even added experience points. But Fang Xing believes that as long as his Vairocana mantra breaks through the Grandmaster level, the Heavenly Mother Power Golden Lotus Twin Guardian art will soon break through the Grandmaster level as well, bringing different changes. If it goes up, What secret art will it be? 1 chi into 3 pure ones? No need to 1 chi into 3 pure ones. As long as the essence of the mana is the same, without the slightest conflict, it will be enough. Fang Xing thought silently, and continued to deduce with the help of the previously purchased intelligent brain. In the end, he sighed, sure enough, there is no way to save a top-grade Ninging pill. The mana of the immortal clone is still a little inconsistent in the end. But the power of the pill refined by the original body is different. For other Vajra Realm martial artists, refining the spirit essence is refining the spirit essence. And the condensing infant pill is the condensing infant pill, which are completely different things. But for Fang Xing, who is now transforming chi and blood into mana, the condensing infant pill is also a great medicine that can help break through the bottleneck. I didn't expect. It was the real disciple Jianzi who was in charge of this place in person. In the cave, Han Qingyan felt the bottleneck in his body break through and let out a long roar of satisfaction. He originally had signs of breaking through the bottleneck, and Fang Xing rewarded him with a bottle of second-level elixir. After taking one, he immediately broke through the bottleneck and entered the late stage of foundation building. If I finish taking this bottle of Qinghua pill, maybe I can reach the perfect foundation? Han Qingyan thought about it for a while, and was stunned. He had low aptitude and thought that he would be a blessing if he could form a pill once in his life. But according to the current calculation, he can at least have several chances to break through the formation of a pill. The difference is like heaven and earth. It can be said that the ancestral tomb is no longer emitting green smoke, but on fire. The Yuanying sect? Is this the foundation of the Yuanying sect? Han Qingyun turned into a stream of light and flew out of the cave. Just as he was about to find a few friends, his face suddenly changed. Boom! A terrifying spiritual pressure came from the Wanqiang sect and spread to 100 miles. The spiritual energy within 100 miles was turbulent. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Dark clouds rolled, and thunder dragons danced wildly. This terrifying pressure made it difficult for Han Qingyun, a fresh late foundation cultivator, to maintain his flight and had to land on the ground. Other Qigong cultivators fainted directly. This. Han Qingyun looked at the sky phenomenon of Bailey and was stunned. The center of the phenomenon is Jianzi's cave. Could it be that Jianzi wants to attack the nascent soul? No! How is this possible? No matter how talented he is, Jianzi is less than 60 years old now. Right? At this age, for a cultivator, being able to form a pill is a peerless genius. As for forming a nascent soul, that's not a genius, but a monster. Boom! The thunder and lightning danced wildly, as if the nascent soul thunder tribulation was about to fall. But the next moment, a scene that made Han Qingyun confused happened. The thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be unable to find a target and dissipated directly. The sky was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. He stared at all this in a daze, wondering if he had gone astray and seen an illusion of his inner demons. How could the Yuanying thunder tribulation suddenly dissipate? Could it be that Jianzi? No. The senior who was trying to reach the Yuanying stage had already died before the thunder tribulation came? In the cave, Fang Xing immortal clone was guarding outside. In the core training room of the cave, the original body sat cross-legged, with a red Yuanying on his head, curiously looking at everything around. Is this my Yuanying? It's really mysterious. Fang Xing sensed the thunder tribulation in the sky, smiled slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Without his original body, the Yuanying thunder tribulation in the sky could not find a target, and could only dissipate helplessly. Main universe. White Bird Star. Xinghe Island. Sure enough, the main universe doesn't even have spiritual energy. So how can it brew a heavenly calamity? In the villa, Fang Xing true form suddenly appeared, and he smiled slightly. It's time to truly break through to the martial saint. Before, in the cave of the Wanqiang sect, with the help of the 4th level spiritual veins, he transformed the blood and qi in his body into mana, becoming a great cultivator who had completed the Dan formation. Then, he swallowed a pill of the best Ninging pill. This pill can greatly replenish the 3 treasures of essence, energy, and spirit, and is beneficial for the Dan formation cultivator to break through the Yuanying stage. It is definitely useless for ordinary Vajra Realm martial artists to eat it, and it can't be used to break through the martial saint. But Fang Xing is a unique immortal warrior, so of course he can. What he did was to assist the true form to break through the Yuanying stage. After swallowing the best Ninging pill, he did not waste the medicine power on his body and consciousness. Are you kidding me? His physique is almost the same as that of a 4th-level physical cultivator. And his original martial arts will is so profound. And he has also achieved a breakthrough in the spiritual consciousness of his immortal clone. So he doesn't need to waste the power of the Ninging pill. Therefore, he used all the power of the top-grade Ninging pill to increase his mana. Fang Xing original mana was already extremely powerful. And with the help of the power of the top-grade Ninging pill, he immediately turned into a raging dragon and rushed into the purple vein longevity golden pill. Then, the golden pill shattered and the Yuaning came out. Of course, Fang Xing also knew that his mana was just a fake. And without the foundation and accumulation of the immortal clone, it was difficult to control the Yuaning. In other words, this track was not his. Xianwu. From Xian to Wu. In the end, you still have to learn martial arts. Therefore, after a brief breakthrough to Yuaning, Fang Xing immediately chose to return to the main universe and began to break through to the martial saint. Now it is very simple to break through to the martial saint. My immortal cultivation magic power has broken through and condensed Yuaning. Next, as long as the Yuaning magic power is converted into martial arts blood, the benefits obtained will never be less than that of refining the essence. And even, it will be better. This is the convenience and advantage of the immortal warrior. Although it is a bit shameless. Fang Xing himself, after all, wants to go to the martial arts. Even if he has barely condensed Yuaning, without many preconditions and accumulation, he may fall down in the end. But as long as he breaks through, he can convert the magic power into blood and break through to the martial saint. With his accumulation in the martial arts, he can certainly maintain his status after breaking through to the martial saint, and immediately become a strong martial saint. This is the unparalleled advantage that Fang Xing had planned for himself when he designed the martial saint path. Then, let's get started. Fang Xing used the characteristics of the fusion of the martial saint and slowly dispersed the red Yuaning in his body with the sun mark on his forehead. A stream of amazing blood and energy emerged, like the blazing sun, and the dragon soared into the sky. The amazing power even alarmed the people in Shanghai Company. The Gali came to the rooftop, staring at the direction of the villa, with a hint of surprise on her face. Is this the boss going to break through to the martial saint? She was full of surprises. She didn't expect that she had hit the jackpot in her previous bet. Chapter 294 Martial Saint. White Bird Star. In a skyscraper, Davis held a glass of red wine in his hand, with a serious look, looking at Ollie Jones in front of him. Davis, my friend. Ollie Jones showed a commercial smile on his face. I really don't understand why you are still hesitating. Do you want to reject the olive branch of the Aoi Group? Ollie Jones. I'm just a small figure. Davis took a sip of red wine. Advisor Fang is my friend. At the same time, he has a good relationship with Blue Star University, Nine Swords Academy, and the Su family. And he is also a martial artist with a promising future. I believe that if I do this today, I may gain your friendship. But when he is promoted to martial saint, this friendship will not be worth mentioning. For the oligarchs, the most important thing is only interest. Interest. Other than interest. Once Fang Xing is promoted to martial saint in the future, the best choice for the Aoi Group will definitely be to turn the enemy into a friend, and then hand him Davis over. Davis is not stupid, so he can naturally see this. Let's talk about his relationship first. Blue Star University is considered his alma mater, and the relationship is the best. As for the Su family and the Nine Swords Academy, I believe that at most they are just some interests. And in front of the Aoi Group, they are nothing. As for the academic faction, according to the latest news, this consultant Fang has refused the special assignment and is ready to be a free man. A playful smile appeared on Ollie Jones's face. Free men seem to have everything, but they are the first to die when they encounter storms. If you want to rely on your own talents to become a martial saint, there are so many Vidra Realm professionals in the Federation, even those in the Great Vidra Realm, who have been trapped and died for hundreds of years. Your concerns are really not worth mentioning. Not to mention, a martial artist in the Great Vidra Realm at Blue Star University, named Wei Shentong, died. Davis took a sip of red wine, and seemed to be persuaded. Consultant Fang has a good personal relationship with me, and he has helped me. I mean, he is a very good friend of mine. You have to pay more. Wait. At this moment, Davis's watch suddenly issued a harsh warning sound. Space satellite captures the energy reaction fluctuations of the 8 realms? Davis immediately opened the virtual computer and operated quickly, locked the target. Xingha Island? The system judged it to be the spirit of the martial saint. No emergency response is required. How is this possible? Ollie Jones stared at the screen. His face distorted, without refining the essence. He broke through directly. A true genius? Well, now it's not a question of whether to add money or not. Davis kept a smile on his face. I refuse. Because I don't want to be beaten to death by a martial saint. The martial saint of the Federation has immunity. Even if he, one of the 3 leaders of the White Bird Star, is killed, only the Supreme Council of the Blue Star Federation can judge. After the personal power can be extraordinary. Absolute fairness has long disappeared. The Federation can barely maintain relative fairness, which is the result of technological progress and the continuous efforts of the all-knowing brain. Impossible. How could he break through to the martial saint level just after being promoted to the Great Vajra realm? Ollie Jones's face was dejected, with a hint of defeat and relief. Fortunately, I didn't make a formal move, so it doesn't count as an enemy, Mr. Davis. The Alway Group will still give you friendship. But this time, you don't need to do anything. I know. Just keep it secret. Right? I can only remain silent. Davis raised his glass. And there was also a hint of relief in his heart. I didn't expect that this consultant Fong was a real genius. No. After breaking through to the martial saint level, he was a genius who realized his potential, and has become an important figure in the Federation. Ollie Jones quickly thought about Fong Xing's resume. And suddenly his eyes moved. This Fong martial saint is really not simple. We may have all been deceived by him. The 10 years of silence in the Nine Swords Academy is not just to polish the Great Vajra physique. Maybe he has already achieved the Great Vajra, but has been hiding and accumulating, waiting for today, to make a big splash. Xingha Island. Fong Xing was too lazy to pay attention to the outside world. As the Yuanying level mana continued to transform into blood and qi, a terrifying aura gradually emerged from him. The originally ethereal aura gradually condensed, as if it were real, and turned into the spirit of the martial saint. The spirit of the martial saint condensed and merged with the golden elixir Dharma realm, like a blazing sun, covering the entire villa. And the scope was still expanding. In the sun, a virtual image of a Dharma image gradually emerged. He sat upright on the white lotus platform. His whole body was in the color of Yambu's sandalwood purple gold, with 32 perfect phases, wearing a bun on his head, emitting various colors of light, covered with silk clothes, and his hands made the Dharma realm seal. Blazing, the light of the sun continued to overflow. This is the great sun Dharma realm. In the Dharma realm, a red sun rises and falls, and the real Tathagata of the sun appears in the scarlet sun, with a face vaguely resembling Fong Xing. He is a doctoral student at Blue Star University. He was promoted to a martial saint with the Tathagata palm and condensed the martial saint's Dharma image, which is reasonable. As for the slight difference between the Dharma image and the real Tathagata Dharma body, different warriors practice peerless martial arts, so they have different understandings. The sun can be said to be a gathering of Fong Xing personal style. At this time, with Fong Xing mind moving, the infinite Tathagata Dharma image of the sun condensed and completely merged with himself. Boom! Every inch of his skin, flesh, and bones roared, bringing a new kind of enhancement. Is this the power of the martial saint? Fong Xing clenched his fist and felt that he could shatter the world. This is of course an illusion, but the strength of the martial saint has already entered the high-level combat power of the Federation. If it is matched with a mecha, it is even more extreme. On the road of martial arts, I have only reached a peak, although there are still higher mountains behind. Fong Xing sighed. His martial arts will was mighty, and he observed his whole body. On the attribute panel, a new piece of information appeared. Immortal Warrior level upgrade. You get a new professional feature gathering into Yuanying, dispersing into Dharma. Is this feature an upgraded version of the fusion of immortal and martial arts? Fong Xing smiled slightly and silently operated the feature. Soon, the spirit and Dharma in his body disappeared instantly, replaced by a scarlet great sun infant. Although it is also in the early stage of Yuanying, this great sun infant is much taller and stronger than the sword infant. Not only is the breath very condensed, but there are also strands of great sun true fire, condensed into a scarlet robe, draped over the body. although there is a great sun mark on the forehead. The eyes are as clear as a pool of autumn water. Obviously, the martial arts will of the deity is enough to control the great sun Tathagata mantra, without any sense of madness or confusion. If it was before, even if my Yuan was condensed, there would be a risk of falling back to a lower realm. How could it be so stable? This is obviously the result of the new professional characteristics. Yuan gathers and disperses unpredictably. Once it disperses, will it be the Tathagata Dharma image? After a brief experiment, Fang Xing transformed Yuan into a Dharma image and carefully experienced the power of the martial saint. Well, the first thing that was enhanced was my physique. At this time, in the world of immortal cultivation, I am not even considered a 4th order lower grade physique cultivator, but at least comparable to a 4th order middle grade physique cultivator, or even a 4th order upper grade physique cultivator. This is naturally the credit of the great Vajra physique. If it is an ordinary 7-turn golden body Vajra realm, even if it barely breaks through to the martial saint, it is likely to be a 4th order lower grade physique, called a weak martial saint. My 9-turn golden body, flawless and perfect physique is promoted to a stronger strong martial saint. In addition, the surge in strength and speed are all common sense. There is also the golden core Dharma realm, which is upgraded to the great sun Dharma realm. Even if a cultivator with a perfect golden core falls into the great sun Dharma realm, in the middle, they can only become fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Fang Xing stood up, feeling the strength of his body, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, a martial saint. Blue Star Martial Arts. The martial saint is close to the top, and the next is the martial god standing at the top. It is very simple for a martial saint to become a martial god. It is to practice peerless martial arts, constantly temper his own Dharma image, and upgrade the Dharma image to a Dharma body. For example, Fang Xing, when his Dharma image of the great sun Tathagata is promoted to the Dharma body of the great sun Tathagata, it means entering the realm of the martial god. Of course, it is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to do. Moreover, the greatest advantage of the federal martial god is that after scientific research, its cells can divide infinitely. In other words, it can be immortal, without life limit. It is naturally very difficult to take this step. Infinite lifespan. As the next goal, it's not bad. Fang Xing stretched his body and focused his consciousness on the attribute panel. Other things are easy to say. After becoming a martial saint, you can really practice the great sun Tathagata palm. Will the proficiency of this martial art be directly promoted to a higher level? In the future, I'm afraid I will have to put more energy into this peerless martial art. Fang Xing went to the bathroom first, washed himself, and changed into a casual bathrobe. He looked much more relaxed. He lay on the recliner, with a hint of hesitation on his face. Xiao Lan. After calling out softly, Xiao Lan immediately appeared. Master, congratulations on your promotion to a martial saint. In the future, you will have the hope of becoming a martial god and living forever. Haha. You are such a clever little ghost. The longevity of the flesh may not be the real longevity. If the mind and spirit are decayed, what's the use of the remaining longevity of the flesh? This is Fang Xing thinking. After all, Lan Xing martial arts did not go through the test for too long. The body of the god of war is immortal and can live forever. But what about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of years later? Can the spirit of the god of war be maintained? Once it cannot be maintained, the spirit dies, collapses, goes crazy. What will the body become? Maybe it is a brand new descendant of the evil god? Or even an alien evil god? The origin of alien evil gods has always been a cutting-edge topic of the Blue Star Academy of Sciences. Since the emergence of the Creator School, the creator origin theory has occupied an overwhelming advantage. But Fang Xing prefers to think about a question. Where did the original creator come from? Forget it, this kind of thing is too illusory for me at the moment. He laughed dumbly. Xiao Lan, bring the 9 Swords Academy briefcase with the highest level of confidentiality. Yes. Xiao Lan agreed. And soon, a housework robot came in carrying a box. The box was silver-white with an X-shaped symbol on the front. It was the core of the evil god mecha that Han Chafeng had given him. Or, the seed? I just had an idea before. But now that I have been promoted to a martial saint, and I have read so many design drawings, I have a preliminary understanding of the evil god mecha, and I feel it should be feasible. Fong Xing entered the triple password and passed the DNA and iris verification. Tick! The silver-white metal box opened, and a layer of strong cold air emerged. And in the cold air, there was a strange glass test tube. In the center of the test tube, there was a black seed. Just by looking at it, there was a strong mental pollution, which ordinary martial arts Jindan martial artists might not be able to bear. Fong Xing picked up the test tube. His face showed a contemplative look. In his body, the spirit of the Dharma changed and turned into the Great Sun Infant. The Great Sun Infant's consciousness probed out and completely immersed in the evil god seed, feeling a vast and strong pollution. Of course, for the Sun-born infant, this bit of evil god pollution is just a tonic and can be eaten directly. It seems somewhat feasible. This mecha core may be sacrificed by the Sun-born infant and turned into the natal spiritual treasure of the Sun-born infant. Although I will definitely switch to the Sun-born martial saint state when I start the mecha. As long as I can refine it, I will make a lot of money. Even if the compatibility with the mecha can be improved, it is excellent. Not to mention, no one can take away the final authority. From now on, I can go to the immortal world to kill and set fire, and I can keep it secret. As for the pollution of the seeds of the evil god mecha, the Sun-born infant is not afraid of this at all. Moreover, it is best to take advantage of the weakest time when the seeds have not yet taken root and sprouted. If it succeeds, my natal spiritual treasure in the future is my own mecha? It seems that it is not impossible. Fong Xing picked up the test tube and crushed it with a click. This glass test tube is made of special glass, which is extremely strong. After all, it is used to seal the seeds of the evil god. If it is leaked accidentally, it will cause great trouble. However, he has now been promoted to a martial saint, and with a few fingers, the special glass shattered. The seed in his hand suddenly disappeared and fell into the hands of the Great Sun Infant. The Great Sun Infant held the seed of the evil god mecha, like a child holding a toy, and played with it with great love. Chapter 295 Processing. Inside the villa, Fong Xing lay on the sofa, quietly watching the Great Sun Infant in his body constantly refining the seeds of the evil god mecha. In this refining process, the outside world can't see anything unusual. Therefore, even in front of Xiaolan, he can do it unscrupulously. Any technological scanning tool can hardly break through the spirit defense of the martial saint and scan the inner self of the martial saint, unless the other party is willing. Fong Xing hard moved and began to deal with emails. He once naively thought that after being promoted to martial saint, he would go to pretend to be awesome and slap his face. But in fact, after being promoted to martial saint, the most important thing is to answer the phone and make calls. Various congratulations. Congratulations. Some can be handed over to Xiaolan, and some must be handled by himself. For example, his own mentor Niang, and Su Sanyang's. Of course, Principal Xia Long of the Eagle Star is one of them. Principal Xia, the school and the planet can use me for publicity. But forget about building statues, personal museums, memorial halls, etc. Fong Xing hung up the call with Xiao Long. His face was speechless. After becoming the principal, Xiao Long's style of doing things has become more bureaucratic. Although the Eagle Star has indeed not produced many martial saints, it is understandable that he has added himself to the list of celebrities on the planet. But he also wants to buy all the Happy Garden community where he lived and transform it into a memorial hall, museum, etc. It's a bit too much. Does he even have to take out the flush toilet he used to exhibit? Isn't it just social death? I think Xiao Long is teasing me on purpose. Humph. A mere martial arts golden elixir. And he hasn't yet practiced to the level of a diamond. It's pure jealousy. Fong Xing snorted coldly and answered another call. His expression immediately softened. Teacher, congratulations on your breakthrough. Ever since you refused the special dispatch mission, I knew your intentions. Now that you have been promoted to martial saint, you should work hard. Niang did not say much. He congratulated and reminded her, then hung up the phone. Although the centrists are free, they are also miserable. Even if they are promoted to martial saint, they do not have many resources to invest. After all, if you want benefits, you have to fight and rob. And how can a single person fight against a group of people in a faction circle? Usually, it is like this. But Fong Xing is dead. He hung up the call, smiled bitterly, and then received another call request from Su Sanyang. Senior, after the call was connected, The exterior of Qinshan Mental Hospital appeared on the other side. Su Sanyong was finally not wearing a hospital gown, but ordinary casual clothes. Sitting on a recliner, there seemed to be a jade-like female hand next to him, feeding him grapes. "Oh, you are really good. When I was promoted to Martial Saint, you were still a small shrimp. Now I am still a Martial Saint. And you are also a Martial Saint." Su Sanyong smiled and said, "Congratulations. I knew you were abnormal, and must have had an extraordinary experience. Facts have proved that my early investment was right. It's a pity that you grow up too fast. To be honest, do you really consider my sister? She is definitely in good condition. I am just a newly promoted Martial Saint. How can I compare with you? Senior? You should be a federal congressman." "Right." Fang Xing smiled and said, "As one of the hundreds of people who hold the highest power in the Federation, you should take care of me in the future. Alas, speaking of it, being a congressman is also quite boring. You either attend various cocktail parties or various disgusting and dirty interest exchanges. It happened that my family supported me to get promoted, and I couldn't help it. So I took advantage of the recent period of time to quickly apply for a recuperation program and come here to recuperate for a while." "Are you recuperating? Are you going to relive your old dreams?" Fang Xing complained in his heart. However, he found that for Su Sanyong, it seemed that he was happier when he was a mental patient. As for the resources from Martial Saint to Martial God, you don't have to think about it. I have to queue up. Su Sanyong revealed some information. Although there is no way to become a Martial God, the highest combat power can reach the 10th realm, which is already the top combat power of the Federation. Each one is unique and extraordinary. Don't talk about the resources to break through the Martial God. You kids should first fix the mecha. No matter how strong the Martial Saint is, he can't beat a mecha of the 9th realm. This is indeed a piece of advice. The source of professional rights is ultimately their own strength. Even a strong Martial Saint is only at the 8th realm, facing a descendant of the evil god of the 9th realm. He will be exhausted and even die if he is not careful. Well, I just need the help of Senior to purchase some strategic materials." Fang Xing said, "I can exchange for a new inhibitor." "Yes, if it was before. You might not be able to keep this new inhibitor. But after the Martial Saint, it is barely possible." Su Sanyong nodded. "Alas, I was not as lucky as you at the beginning. For my own mecha, I had to agree to a lot of conditions from my family against my will." The two sides simply made an agreement and hung up the call immediately. Fang Xing deeply felt the change in his identity and status. At the same time, he also made plans. In the future, he will continue to be a security consultant on Binyao Star. To the outside world, he will naturally announce that he will protect the inhibitor raw material production area and build his own mecha. Just then, another communication came in. Fang Xing took a look and answered directly, "Davis? This one of the 3 powerful people on Binyao Star is quite sensible." He knew that he was very busy, so he didn't call in at the first time. Nor did he call in late. It can be said that he is very clever in grasping time. An old bureaucrat. First of all, congratulations to Consultant Fawn on his promotion to Martial Saint. There is one more thing. Alway Group has a senior assistant named Ollie Jones. He was investigating the scrapping business of mechas. People want me to keep silent. But how can our friendship be measured by just adding money? Davis opened his mouth and sold Ollie Jones directly. He felt that he would see the scene of the Martial Saint suddenly killing people tonight. "Thank you." Fang Xing thanked him and then asked, "By the way, Davis, do you have the contact number of the president of the Galaxy region of the Alway Group? I want to contact him." "Yes, I will send it to you right away." Davis hung up the call with a complicated expression and shook his head. Young people nowadays have no martial ethics. Shouldn't martial artists go to the door and kill their enemies directly? They are colluding with each other like this, and they have no martial arts blood at all. Even if I am a martial god, I can't destroy the Alway Group directly. Unless I break through the 11th realm now, I can take revenge and destroy those who I don't like. Fang Xing hung up the call. His expression was also a bit speechless. Now he is a hot new Martial Saint. Why should he throw dirty water on himself because of a villain? As for the dog, let the dog owner kill it himself. Aren't dogs like this anyway? When they are guarding the house, they have some leftovers to eat. Once they are no longer useful, they can be killed and eaten immediately. As for the Alway Group, when I break through the Martial God, I will naturally have the opportunity to slowly settle accounts with the other party. Space Center? Ollie Jones, a senior assistant of the Aoi Group, wore sunglasses and waited for the flight expressionlessly. As a senior worker, he did not have enough star yuan and authority to buy a private spaceship. Even if he wanted to run, he had to look at the aerospace company's schedule. It must be said that this is a very helpless thing. Ollie Jones was waiting for the spaceship while reading the newspaper idly. White Bird Star, warmly celebrate Fong Xing breakthrough as a martial saint. He glanced at the title, and his heart suddenly sank. Then, he began to comfort himself. Strictly speaking, I am only here to investigate, and have not taken action yet. I should not really offend that martial saint. As long as I run fast. I believe that a newly promoted martial saint will not take the initiative to provoke the Aoi Group. Even, the other party is likely to not know about this. As long as Davis does not tell on him, it is of no benefit to him. So he should not do this. It must be said that the smarter people are, the more they like to deceive themselves and have a fluke mentality. Ollie Jones suddenly felt a shadow appear in front of him. He raised his head, took off his sunglasses, and saw a young white man in a suit and leather shoes standing in front of him. Ollie Jones? The young white man spoke with a cold voice, which gave people an ominous premonition. It's me. Ollie Jones was shocked. Who sent you? Aoi Group Investigation Department. The young white man raised his ID. The company now suspects you of embezzlement. Come back with me for investigation. No. Impossible. This is slander. Ollie Jones's face was suddenly filled with fear. Being targeted by the Internal Investigation Department of such a chaebol oligarch is definitely bad luck. These giant companies generally have close relations with the federal top leaders, and even have private law enforcement powers. He wanted to run away. And then he saw two dark-skinned, burly security guards standing behind this member of the investigation department. Ollie Jones is not a high-level professional. In fact, if he had such talent or capital, he would not be used as a black glove to do such dirty work. Seeing that the group security department had come and carried advanced weapons, Ollie Jones immediately gave up resistance, because he knew that his resistance would be useless, and he might even be shot on the spot. When he put on the special handcuffs, Ollie Jones suddenly realized, it's Fong Xing Wuxing. Right? Have the top leaders decided to compromise with the other party? You are very perceptive. But unfortunately, it's useless. The young man from the investigation department smiled slightly, and whispered in Ollie Jones' ear, your fate is already doomed. Remember? Don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with in your next life. Damn it! Do you think I want to? Ollie Jones looked at the special handcuffs on his wrists, and the surprised and disgusted eyes of the surrounding federal citizens. And he couldn't help but feel hopeless. Chapter 296. The style is wrong. A few days later, Shanghai Company. Fong Xing stood behind a huge special glass, looking at the vast space inside. At this time, several mechanical arms were holding a huge container and slowly landing in the middle of the laboratory. Behind him stood several researchers, as well as two secretaries, Wei Jieli and Shi Ling, who had recovered from her injuries. Boss, since you were promoted to Marshal Saint, the original procedures and approvals in all aspects have become much easier. We worked overtime and finally built this highly safe biochemical laboratory. Dr. Wang touched his bald head and introduced excitedly, here we use our own inhibitors and the highest federal anti-pollution measures. It is enough to conduct flesh and blood experiments at the level of extraterritorial evil gods. After expansion in the future, it can be transformed into a mecha construction factory. Well, let's get started. Fong Xing took over the previous experimental data parameters and nodded. Swish. After entering a long string of passwords, the container opened with a bang, revealing a huge mass of dark flesh and blood. It looks like a black tai sui, but its body is made up of countless black lines, and a large number of granulation tissues are dancing, like tentacles. Even if it is frozen and anesthetized, it is still very energetic and slaps the ground. The lines on the black tai sui's body are twisted, and it seems to have a unique beauty, interpreting the special rhythm of the universe, which makes people unconsciously intoxicated. Fortunately, the entire laboratory has taken anti-pollution measures. After weakening several layers, even Dr. Wang can barely withstand the mental pollution. His voice is a little dry. Now start. The first experiment. ZZ. A laser immediately emitted from a mechanical arm, like the most accurate scalpel, cutting off a granulation tentacle. The original meatball black tai sui immediately righted. Quick! Inhibitor. Dr. Wang shouted. And several mechanical nozzles that had been ready for a long time immediately sprayed a layer of white mist. The black tie sway's movement slowed down, and finally seemed to accept his fate, lying there again, and the wounds on his body were healing rapidly. The cut-off tentacle seemed to have turned into an earthworm, lying on the ground, occasionally wriggling, and the wound was almost invisible. The flesh and blood of the descendants of the evil god are extremely polluting. If a large amount of fresh flesh and blood is put in at this time, they will devour it crazily, and then expand in size, and derive the secondary flesh and blood of the descendants of the evil god. Dr. Wang said, although this can be used to cultivate a large amount of secondary flesh and blood, the strength cannot meet the needs of biological armor. The little flesh and blood of the descendants of chaos we have obtained can only be used for some preliminary research. And we still cannot start building mechas. I know. Fang Xing nodded and watched Dr. Wang conduct one experiment after another. The chaos radiation experiment begins. The dark earthworm was grabbed by the mechanical arm and put into a built model house. After the inhibitor was removed, an amazing scene happened. With the spread of dots of dark mist and spiritual light, the originally clean and tidy model house suddenly became chaotic. On the wall, a layer of blue-black moss was crawling on it at some point. The tables and chairs were covered with traces of rust. What was even more surprising was that the originally tidy room had become extremely messy. It seemed that order was a poison to the descendants of chaos. No wonder the members of the Chaos Association like to create all kinds of riots. It turns out that the civilized order of human beings may be poison to the Lord of Entropy. Dr. Wang was deeply moved when he saw this scene. This is the information that the Federation has known for a long time. What is the degree of pollution in the chaos field? Fang Xing asked. It is currently at the lowest level and cannot affect the space. Even the largest flesh and blood cannot do this. Dr. Wang looked at the data and answered. Sure enough. Is the chaotic space the authority of the descendants of the evil god? With the division, the authority is incomplete and has lost its effect? Fang Xing murmured. And a black seed appeared in his hand, which was the seed of the evil god Mecha. At this time, this seed has been refined by his great son infant, with a hint of mysterious connection. Now, start the first trial experiment. He opened his mouth and placed the seed on the tray. Not long after, the seed landed in the laboratory and came to a chaotic room. The earthworm-like chaotic flesh seemed to sense danger, and without inhibitors, it madly emitted a dark mist. Humph! Fang Xing snorted coldly, and a trace of the power of the great sun realm emerged. The tiny chaotic field dissipated in an instant, allowing the mecha seed to easily land on the flesh earthworm. Roots emerged and pierced into the flesh earthworm. The dark flesh screamed and withered visibly. In the end, it lost all its vitality and turned into a pile of powder. As for the mecha seed, it looks the same as before. After all, the amount of blood and flesh absorbed from the offspring of the evil god is too small. But Fang Xing, who has already sacrificed it as his life spirit treasure, can still feel that the seed is a little active. Even with his sensitivity at the level of martial saint, he has some illusions. Okay, let's continue with various experiments to prepare for the construction of the evil god Mecha in the future. Fang Xing praised and finally encouraged all staff. Double the salary. Boss, please rest assured. Dr. Wang smiled immediately. We will do our best to get things done. Immortal cultivation world. A desert land. Since the original body was promoted, Fang Xing Immortal Clone has not stayed in the Wanxiang sect for a long time, and is really ready to set off for the vast sea Immortal cultivation world. Of course, the spaceship has not been delivered yet, so he can only rely on his own escaped light to travel. He specifically found this large desert. There was no human habitation within a radius of thousands of miles. It was an excellent place to overcome the tribulation. Whoosh! A flash of silver light. Fang Xing original body emerged. A scarlet sun suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. In the sun was the original body of Tathagata. The Tathagata's body was extremely majestic. One hand pointed to the sky, and the other to the ground. His face vaguely resembled Fang Xing. The Dharma realm of the sun spread with it, carrying a terrifying aura. There was no thundercloud gathering above the sky. Sure enough, my martial saint's body had no thunder tribulation in the world of immortal cultivation. After all, it was not a system, and it did not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Fang Xing nodded, and then activated the characteristics of the immortal warrior, dispersed into a body, gathered into a nascent soul. The scarlet sun continued to condense, and the Tathagata's body in it also shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a scarlet nascent soul. This nascent soul landed on Fang Xing's head, flashed away, and went straight from the sky to the Dantian, sitting cross-legged, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom! Above the sky, within 100 miles, countless dark clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning danced wildly. This is the nascent soul heavenly tribulation in the world of cultivation. It seems that I still can't escape it. But the tribulation that the cultivation clone could calmly pass through at the beginning. You still want to affect me? Fang Xing sneered. Did not use any spiritual treasures for defense, and did not let the cultivation clone take action. Instead, the original body soared into the sky and rushed directly into the thundercloud. The nascent soul thunder tribulation can cause serious injuries, or even death to the newly promoted nascent soul cultivators with severely damaged vitality. But for the nascent soul cultivators in the early stage with truly stable mana and spiritual treasures to protect themselves, it is easier to pass through. Fang Xing's physical body is at least at the level of a 4th-order middle-grade physical cultivator. It would be ridiculous if a powerful martial saint who broke through the Great Vidra realm could be injured by a mere Yuaning heavenly thunder. Boom! Countless blue and purple thunders violently fell on Fang Xing. Well, numb, like electrotherapy. Fang Xing put his hands behind his head, and his expression was even somewhat enjoyable. Boom! Boom! The heavenly tribulation seemed to be enraged, and one after another thunderbolt struck his head, knocking him down from the thundercloud layer. Then, the last thunderbolt with a blue-purple color and a fierce heavenly power fell with a bang. Ah! Fang Xing opened his mouth wide and swallowed the last Yuaning thunderbolt directly. Boom! His internal organs roared, and the chi of his internal organs slightly shook, and he continued to consume the power of this thunderbolt, and then used it to refine his body. Huh? After a few breaths, he exhaled a breath of black air, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. It is worthy of being the last nascent soul thunder tribulation. It is powerful enough to make my internal organs further tempered. The power is not bad. The immortal clone next to him just watched quietly. This style of crossing the tribulation is very different from that of the cultivators in the immortal world. All cultivators are very careful and well prepared when crossing the tribulation. The higher the level of cultivators, the more so. What treasures that weaken the thunder tribulation? The recovery pills. Each one is enough to make them risk their lives. As for actively bathing in thunder tribulation, or even swallowing the thunder tribulation to refine the body, even physical cultivators dare not be so crazy. Of course, this is also because Fang Xing follows the Blue Star martial arts. Although he is now in the 8th realm, he is the strong 8th realm, with a body comparable to that of a 4th-level middle-grade monster. He is naturally not afraid of the mere nascent soul heaven tribulation. If it is the heaven tribulation of the god transformation, he will definitely hide as far as possible and dare not be so arrogant. After the calamity dissipated, Fang Xing Yuaning suddenly felt that it seemed to be more sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He touched his head, and a flash of spiritual light flashed in the spiritual place of the top of his head, and the Yuaning of the great sun emerged. He chuckled and pinched a spell with his hands. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth fluctuated slightly, and then 9 huge fireballs emerged around him. In terms of power, it is far beyond any foundation building and elixir forming spells. Yuaning cultivators can slightly attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, greatly increasing the power of spiritual treasures and spells. In the world of immortal cultivation, there is a huge watershed between Yuaning and below Yuaning. However, in terms of truly controlling the spiritual power of heaven and earth in an area, it has to be the God-transforming venerable. Yuaning cultivators only slightly attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, passively increasing the power of spells. The God-transforming venerable directly manipulates the spiritual power of heaven and earth and uses it for their own benefit. One attracts, the other manipulates. The former is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the latter is directly the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The difference of one word represents a world of difference. Now that we have been promoted, it is time to get down to business. Fang Xing looked at the Xiaoxian clone and smiled. Chapter 297 Raid. The World of Evil Gods. A plain. 2 armies of more than 100,000 people were fighting each other madly. Although most of them were serfs holding pitchforks, and without even a pair of leather armor. But there were also armored cavalrymen who were armed to the teeth with sharp weapons, and even their mounts were armed to the teeth. For the Lord of Glory, one side, with the banner of the Lord of Glory, the most elite cavalrymen all rode white horses, tall and handsome, and were the holy knights of the church. The other side wore red armor, with a golden flag and a scorching sun on it. The glory is gone, and the sun will rise again. The Church of Glory has been punished by God. Kill all these pagans. The knights here were more chaotic. In addition to all holding the sun flag, there were also family emblems of various large families. For example, tulips, bauhinia flowers, golden lions, bighorned elks. The entire battlefield was entangled with fighting spirit and spells, and countless arrows fell from the sky. Death. Death is everywhere. The blood and flesh of countless enemies and friends merged, as if they had gathered into a long stream. The battle lasted until noon, when the sun was blazing. Roar! A dragon roar suddenly appeared. A huge red dragon suddenly flew out from the army of the sun god cult. Its body was over 100 meters long, and its wings spread out to almost cover the sky and the sun. It opened its mouth and spit out red dragon flames. It is the Pope of the Sun cult. Wall! Damn traitor! If the holy mountain had not been overturned, with the foundation of our glorious church, we could easily resist it by sending a great spirit at will. On the side of the glorious church, several black-robed archbishops, who were urgently promoted from regional bishops, saw this scene, and couldn't help but be a little furious. Isn't this expected? For the victory of glory? A little darkness and sacrifice are inevitable. An old black-robed cardinal said calmly, notify the Sada cult, the Lotus Eaters, the Midoriya organization, prepare to take action, in order to stop the newly born Church of the Sun God. The Church of Glory compromised with many of the original evil god sects. It has to be said that this is a very ironic thing. But the world is like this. Only the victor can right everything. Roar! In the air, the red dragon spirit that was showing off its might suddenly cried out. On its scales, one voodoo spell after another appeared. In the void, a red and enchanting lotus was slowly blooming, and countless stamens stretched out, like arms, to bind the red dragon spirit. Your Highness. On the side of the sun god cult, several noble lords immediately looked at Sophia. We worship the god of the sun, and we are justified by faith. Now we can only pray devoutly and believe that the sun will bring down his miracles. Sophia clasped her hands together and prayed slowly. Above the sky, a tiny silver light flashed at some point. Fong Xing immortal clone emerged and found this battlefield. Such a big melee. How did it start? Are Wall and Sophia so powerful? Because the evil god world is extremely dangerous. Fong Xing of course sent his immortal clone here first. He felt a little stunned when he scanned it with his spiritual sense. Then, Fong Xing noticed Sophia Prayer, the omnipresent sun god, the favorite offspring of the Pale Mother, the master of death and rebirth. I pray to you. Pray for your response. Pray for your miracle. Fong Xing's mouth twitched a little. Is this my believer? Isn't their cognition tampered with? Now they worship the son of the glow? He replaced the original belief in the sun god and gave up the glorious church? Preparing to start a new business? Or calling for death? Fong Xing immediately hid his body and waited silently. Soon, a pale sun appeared on the battlefield. Under its light, the lotus withered quickly, and the curse on the red dragon scales also dissipated quickly. Interesting. Fong Xing saw this scene and understood it directly. For the descendants of the radiant light, the original church was a bondage? So after the umbilical cord was cut, they had to stay away from it, or even destroy it. And now it seems that the ones who support the radiant light church have become that group of original spirits. The extraordinary path in this world all originates from the Pale Mother body. The speed of that group of original spirits' promotion is particularly fast because they devour the Pale Mother body and obtain nutrition from the Pale Mother body. But this behavior has advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that those original spirits can no longer leave the Pale Mother body and descend to the mortal world. Now the only living descendants are the descendants of the radiant light who have left the mother body, compared to the descendants of the evil gods killed by the Federation. These descendants of the evil gods are smarter, or not as crazy and chaotic? Fong Xing looked at the pale sun, and a sense of joy emerged in his heart. It's still the 8th realm, can fight. The status of the offspring of the evil god can range from the 8th realm to the 9th realm. The 10th realm. All possible. This offspring of the glow is obviously born malnourished. And there are a lot of people competing for food. He fought with a bunch of original spirits the day after tomorrow, and has not yet fully grown up. Of course, he now has the home advantage. As long as he grows slowly, he can always become a 9th realm, or even a 10th realm existence. Moreover, in the case of the death of the pale mother body, if the offspring of the glow really grows up and devours that group of original spirits and the mother body, it may not be impossible to be promoted to a new foreign evil god. It is precisely because there is a growing threat here that Feng Xing will break through the 8th realm as soon as possible, and then come to see if he can get a bargain. If the offspring of the glow has become a powerful existence of the 9th realm, or even the 10th realm at this time, then the worst thing for him is the loss of his immortal clone. Now it seems that the opponent is still at the 8th realm level, so he can be beaten, if he is not killed while he is still weak, and waits until the opponent absorbs a lot of death and other blood food here, and is promoted to the 9th realm. Then he is finished. Feng Xing thought that his own promotion speed might not catch up with the fast-growing descendants of the evil god here. At that time, he would have to give up this world completely. Whoosh! On the battlefield, the dragon spirit incarnated by Wall was about to show his power. But suddenly he felt a chill on his body. His dragon eyes turned, and he saw an extremely horrifying scene. A long white rainbow, like a white rainbow piercing the sun, pierced through the pure white sun. Whoosh! It was not until he saw this scene that he heard the whistling sound of countless swords rubbing against the air. Hum! Feng Xing was dressed in green, and the Jiaowei Qin Ling Bao appeared in his hand, and he played it lightly. Clang! Under the sound of the qin, countless knights were scared to death, and the war horses fell to the ground in fear, unable to get up. With just a flick of his finger, Feng Xing stopped this battle of hundreds of thousands of people. Wall's eyes were confused, as if he remembered something, and he suddenly turned into a human form, with cold sweat on his forehead. Sun God! What am I doing? On the ground, with the range attack of the Jiaowei, countless people fell down like wheat being cut, fainted. Only a few could still stand. The Qingyang magic lamp appeared in Feng Xing's hand. After this lamp swallowed the 4th level cold flame, the power of the soul-devouring magic fire in it was even higher. Now, I am afraid that only the flame is enough to threaten or even seriously injure the cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, provided that it can burn the opponent's body. His consciousness spread out, and the area within 100 miles was under control. At this time, the consciousness locked a suspect. He was mixed in the militia of the Sun God Church, wearing a tattered leather armor, and his skin looked abnormally pale. Whoosh! Feng Xing flicked his finger, and a bean-sized soul-devouring demon fire fell from the sky, growing larger and larger, turning into a fireball the size of a house, like justice from heaven, flooding the area where the opponent was. Burning! The fire exploded suddenly, and the dark green flame melted gold and iron, and even burned a huge depression on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the place where the flame landed turned into a huge deep pit. Snap! A pale big hand clung to the edge of the deep pit. Then, another big hand, a pale giant over 20 meters tall, climbed out of the deep pit. He was naked, but his muscle lines were incomparably perfect. There was a strange sun mark on his back, which looked like a tattoo. His facial features were deep and clear, making Feng Xing think that he saw the statue of the thinker in his previous life. It was that brilliant offspring. Strong pollution followed, but no mortal died or went crazy because of it. After all, the inhabitants of this world live in a world formed after the fall of an evil god from outside the domain. They have long been half-evil god's followers, and will not go crazy just by looking directly at the descendants of the evil god. At this time, a layer of dark green soul-devouring magic fire was still burning on the body of the descendants of the glow. But he opened his big hand and wiped out the dark green flame directly. It was as if this soul-devouring magic fire that burned the soul and everything was just an ordinary flame. Seeing this scene, Feng Xing's eyes twitched slightly. Death! The descendants of the evil god spoke and said a language of the evil god from outside the domain. Boom! A layer of pale domain spread out, and anyone in the domain, whether human or animal, or even flowers, plants, insects and fish, instantly lost their vitality and died completely. Different from the descendants of chaos who hold the power of chaos, this descendant of the light holds the power of death. A layer of paleness continues to spread, bringing more than tens of thousands of deaths. Go! Go! Wall grabbed Sophia and retreated quickly. Sun God, What have we done? Sophia burst into tears and seemed to have collapsed. Wall said nothing. As a former knight of the Holy See, he had come into contact with all kinds of spirits. But it was unprecedented to see something as terrifying as this one. Unconsciously, he had tampered with his cognition, making him mistakenly believe that the pale sun was the real sun god, and even started a war for it. He could see that the pale sun liked death and flesh and blood. But unlike the deer-head spirit, the deer-head spirit only needed a dozen blood sacrifices to satisfy it. But this pale sun required thousands of deaths and flesh and blood. Fangxing also felt dizzy, and then turned into a sword light and flew back, while secretly thinking that he was lucky. This death field obviously has an instant death effect. Once a certain judgment is not passed, death will occur immediately. But he and the original body have the same consciousness, possess the will of martial arts, and pass the judgment of death. If it were any other Yuaning Zhenjuan, if he did not pass the judgment, he would probably become a corpse at this time. And even the Yuaning would not be able to escape. Even the descendants of the evil gods in the 8th realm are equally powerful, and should not be underestimated. He sighed in his heart, and it seemed as if there was a shadow covering his head. The pale glowing giant had come to him at some point, grabbing him with a huge hand. Woohoo! Amidst the howling of ghosts and wolves, a green ghost staff spiritual treasure soared into the sky, like a pillar supporting the sky. Crack! The green ghost staff spiritual treasure broke directly in the middle. This 4th level inferior spiritual treasure was destroyed by a single blow from the pale descendant. But at last, it bought a little time for Fangxing to escape from his palm. No. It seems that the immortal cultivators are at a disadvantage when dealing with the descendants of the evil god. After all, there is no spiritual energy in this world. Yuanian cultivators cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is a big disadvantage. Sure enough, we should follow the advanced experience of the Blue Star Federation and let the warriors go. Fangxing's mind turned quickly, and his hands quickly made hand gestures. A shocking sword light appeared in front of him, turning into a white and gold giant sword. The tip of the sword pointed to the sky, and it fell down with a bang. The heir of glory raised one hand and directly grabbed the giant sword condensed by the power of the nascent soul. With a little force on his 5 fingers, cracks appeared on the sword body. The gap is too big. Fangxing immortal clone shook his head. Fortunately, I am not attacking at all, but covering. Beside him, a silver light flashed, and Fangxing original body appeared. On his body, he was still wearing the scrapped mecha wings of the sun god. Since I have decided to take action, I must go all out. Although this wings of the sun god is only the 7th realm. After adding the secret pattern of martial arts will, the 2nd layer of the secret pattern diagram has the combat power of the 8th realm. Not to mention, there is also a 3rd layer as a surprise. With Fangxing's current attainments in the Atlas of Martial Arts will, the beast diagram has already been introduced, so he can naturally stimulate the full power of this mecha. On the wings of the sun god mecha, layer after layer of secret pattern diagrams lit up. Countless secret patterns spread into the void, like a golden cage. Block the void. Fangxing activated the 3rd secret pattern, and saw another layer of flames appear on the armor. Attached to the golden cage, it was also an attack of the 8 realms, and even had the charm of the Tathagata palm. Is this the surprise Master Apollo is talking about? Tathagata palm? It's really good. Unfortunately, I'm no longer in the Vajra realm. Fangxing put his 5 fingers together and turned them into a palm. A scarlet sun appeared, and the great sun Tathagata Dharma descended, stretching out his 5 fingers and turning them into the great sun Tathagata palm. After being promoted to the martial saint, Fangxing was able to truly perform the great sun Tathagata palm. A peerless martial art. No need to consume the great sun's divinity. But at this time, the great sun relics on his forehead turned, and a ray of the great sun's divinity evaporated instantly. Consuming the great sun's divinity can give blessings and burst out the strongest palm power. A Buddha lamp emerged from the sun, and infinite light and fire drowned the descendants of glory. The 2nd style of the great sun Tathagata palm is the green lamp ancient Buddha. Chapter 298 Killing. That is, Saint Sophia, who was escaping with Wall, looked back and saw a red sun across the sky. And in the red sun, there was a golden mecha figure. That is the real sun god. Sophia's eyes were filled with tears. The glory of the sun god is red, and he wears golden armor. Fang Xing didn't care about the ants in the outside world at all. His martial arts will was mighty, like a blazing sun, and the power of spirit radiated. Everything was integrated into the second style of the Great Sun Tathagata Palm, the Green Lantern Ancient Buddha. Originally, he was a martial saint, and he used the Great Sun Tathagata Dharma to promote the Great Sun Tathagata Palm. And the power was amazing. According to the immortal world, the attack power is at least above the 4th level middle grade, and at this time, he consumed the Great Sun divinity at all costs to increase the power of the palm. Under the light of the sun, the descendants of Huiguang screamed, and their bodies were melting. A huge palm print appeared on his chest, penetrating from the chest to the back. Such a serious injury, if it were a human martial artist, would have been dead. But at this time, countless flesh and blood were rapidly growing on the chest of the pale giant, trying to fill the hole in his chest. Behind Fang Xing, his spirit condensed and turned into the Dharmakaya of the Great Sun Tathagata. The Dharmakaya had a solemn appearance, and his palm slowly pushed forward. The third style of the Great Sun Tathagata palm is the Buddha's Zen heart. This is a palm method that transmits the heart to the heart. When the palm is pushed out, there is no scorching sun across the sky. But Fang Xing martial arts will has turned into a red sun, falling into the spiritual sea of the descendants of Huiguang. The vitality of the descendants of the evil god is extremely strong. If you want to really kill them, you must use your own strong martial arts will to destroy their spiritual sea. Fang Xing has now condensed the secret pattern of will, and has comprehended most of the pictures of strange beasts. His will is like the scorching sun of martial arts, and it is like an extremely sharp heavenly sword. Even if the sky wants to stop him, he will cut it open with one sword. Splash! The sun fell, like a boulder falling into a lake, stirring up thousands of tons of cold lake water. In the huge spiritual sea, all kinds of pollution boiled, and there was a strange cry of a baby. Woo! However, these kinds of pollution could not shake Fang Xing's mind in the slightest. His will was like a knife, and with one slash, he cut most of the spiritual sea of the descendant of glory. Woo! The cry of the baby became more and more shrill. In fact, Fang Xing also knew that this descendant of the evil god had not grown up yet, and was not even a child, but at most a 1-year-old baby. By doing this, he was no longer beating a child, but beating a baby. But facing the descendant of the evil god, it was best to be able to bully him like this. Bang! After using the Great Sun Tathagata palm to severely damage the opponent's spiritual sea, Fang Xing knew that he had already occupied an absolute advantage in this battle. This was the judgment of the university doctoral student who had been taught by the Federation for many years, and the leader of the evil god sect. In reality, after Fang Xing performed the third move of the Great Sun Tathagata palm, he immediately felt his own weakness. The Great Sun Tathagata palm is indeed a peerless martial art. Just 2 moves have made me a little exhausted. Of course, his martial saint body recovered very quickly, and his spirit was recondensing. But at this moment, the pale giant actually struggled to death, struggling to raise his palm. Snap! One of his fingers fell off, like a cannonball, and suddenly blasted towards Fang Xing. Clang! The rotten iron sword came out of his body, and the body of the sword infant appeared above Fang Xing immortal clone's head. In the blink of an eye, a sword light arrived in an instant. Even so, it only broke half a finger. The flesh and blood on the pale finger fell off, and a piece of bone emerged, like a flying arrow, piercing Fang Xing original mecha. Crack! The sun god's wings were launched with all their strength, and countless golden feathers gathered on Fang Xing's chest, like a heart-protecting mirror. Bow! The mecha was pierced as if it were paper, and then the bone arrow fell on a layer of dense, yet extremely flexible golden light. It was the Dragon Elephant Vidra indestructible magical power. Snap! The magic power was broken in an instant, but after breaking through 2 layers of defense, the speed of the bone arrow was a little slower, and it fell on Fang Xing martial saint body again. Puff! His face changed, and the whole person retreated rapidly. With a grab of his right hand, he grabbed the bone arrow and pulled it out. On the chest, there was a deep wound that could see the bone, and a trace of dark red with light gold blood flowed out. And then the bleeding stopped quickly. Awesome. If I wasn't a powerful martial saint who had ascended to the Great Vidra realm and the 9-turned golden body, I would have been seriously injured just now. Fang Xing was quite emotional. In fact, the real horror was not the physical injury, It was the blood of the evil god attached to the white bone arrow. The strong pollution broke Fang Xing's defense and began to invade his limbs. It was as if the offspring of the evil god was going to parasitize his body and revive in him. Even the martial saints of the Federation, as long as they are not orthodox sword saints from the Nine Swords Academy, will be in great trouble if they encounter this trick. But for Fang Xing, the moment these evil god bloods entered his body, they were all sent to the Sea of Consciousness furnace and burned by the Great Sun furnace. Even the progress of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra was soaring, telling him that this kind of evil god blood was the best fuel. Bang! Just as Fang Xing used the Great Sun Tathagata mantra to solve the pollution of the evil god blood, the glowing offspring on the opposite side also lost all mental fluctuations, and the huge corpse fell to the ground, still full of vitality. Good guy. Such an almost complete corpse of the evil god's offspring should be enough to refine my biological mecha. Right? However, according to Han Chufeng design, my martial saint mecha must reserve room for future upgrades. Some key parts are best to use the remains of the original body of the foreign evil god. Fang Xing separated several storage bags with large capacity and properly stored the corpse of the glowing offspring. Then, he looked at the mecha on his body. After being hit by the Sun of Radiance, this wing of the Sun God was really on the verge of being scrapped. Fortunately, it is an activated metal material with a certain self-repair function. In this case, he pressed his chest, and countless golden feathers fell and turned into a pair of golden wings. Go. Find Wall and Sophia. Tell them that although the road is wrong, the goal is right, and those evil god sects in this world should not exist at all. The pair of wings immediately turned into a golden light and chased Sophia and Wall. With such a 7-level mecha to suppress it, the Sun God cult must be able to rule the world in the future. Moreover, this mecha will most likely become a divine artifact, a holy relic, etc. A group of medieval believers worship the mecha of the interstellar era as a divine artifact. It seems quite reasonable, right? With a flash of silver light, Fang Xing disappeared with his immortal clone. A few hours later, light flickered in the void, and Fang Xing's figure emerged again. After killing this evil god's offspring, the danger of this world to him was greatly reduced. Many things can be done. Building your own martial saint level mecha is of course the most important thing. If you want to reserve room for the future transformation and improvement of the mecha, it is better to use materials of the foreign evil god level for the key parts. The Pale Mother Body is the most suitable choice. Even if I haven't seen the mecha design drawings and have taken some mecha construction courses, I know that among biological mechas, the mother-child materials are highly compatible. Since my martial saint mecha uses the glow offspring as the main material, it is the best option to use the Pale Mother Body when transforming the martial god level. It's easy to go to the Pale Mother Body, but it's also difficult to say it. Fang Xing's mouth curled slightly. He just returned to the main universe, and the first thing he did was to put the benefits in his pocket. The second is to recuperate. As a martial saint, his physical strength recovers very quickly. After soaking in the treatment cabin, the big hole in his chest disappears without a trace. He took a deep breath and operated the 6 unique skills of Xingwu. One of them immediately turned into a blazing fighting spirit, which spread all over his limbs and bones. It was the cross-breathing method. This kind of extraordinary path in this world has 4 levels. Now Fang Xing pushed forward with the spirit of the martial saint and immediately reached the level of the sun. This was created by the original saint of the glorious church, Saint Longinus. Throughout the ages, only he has reached the level of the sun, which is the realm of the origin spirit. But today, Fang Xing has also reached it. Boom! The terrifying fighting spirit condensed, as if it were real, and Fang Xing saw the Pale Mother Body. It was like a whole world, and on its body, there were various origin spirits, biting and sucking like parasites. Although there are so many original spirits parasitizing, the size of the Pale Mother Body may not decrease much even if it eats for another 10,000 years. This is the horror of an evil god from outside the domain. He took a step forward and came to a place with the help of the induction in the dark. As far as the eye can see, more than a dozen original spirits of different shapes are gnawing at a pale giant wall. At this time, they all turned their heads, and blood and flesh residue fell between their teeth. Saint Longinus. Fang Xing knew that he was led to the area where the glorious church was located. Strictly speaking, this should be one of the best seats. Sorry to bother you with the buffet. Fang Xing smiled slightly. and the aura around him condensed into a statue of the great sun Tathagata. Then, the great sun Tathagata pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other, and gave a scolding. The seventh style of the great sun Tathagata palm, cursing Buddha and ancestors. Fangxing Great Sun Tathagata palm is a mixture of the Tathagata palm and the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, and is not the orthodox inheritance of Blue Star University. Therefore, the more you go back, the more heretical the moves are. The sound waves with Buddhist sounds and Zen rhythms, like rolling waves, swept through this area. The original spirits that could not bear it exploded and burst like soap bubbles. You are all around the eighth realm. You are far inferior to the descendants of brilliant light. Seeing this scene, Fangxing showed disdain on his face and grabbed with his big hand. Crack! On the pale wall, a lot of flesh and bones fell off, with a little bit of white. The rhythm of death. Chapter 299 Stunned. Main Universe. White Bird Star. Galaxy Island. Fangxing figure emerged with a flash of silver light. Following that, several large pale pieces of flesh fell to the ground. As the pieces of flesh fell to the ground, a pale color continued to spread, carrying the charm of all things dying. Alarm! Alarm! Shaolin screamed. Out-of-domain evil god-level pollution has been discovered. Alarm lifted. I have specially modified this place. It is strong enough to withstand it. Fangxing took out several biological storage boxes, put away the remains of the pale mother one by one, and prepared to take them to the laboratory for research another day. That group of origin spirits is a result of overexerting their power. They are nothing to me. Besides, their growth is slow enough. If one day the pale mother body is insufficient, or the great sun Tathagata mantra needs to be improved, I can go to the buffet. One origin spirit is probably equivalent to a nascent soul, which is enough to make my great sun Tathagata mantra soar in proficiency. Although the origin spirits are not strong, there are enough of them. I can be regarded as snatching food from the tiger's mouth this time. Ha ha. Before, Fangxing deliberately used the group attack moves in the Great Sun Tathagata palm to scare the enemy with one palm. Then, he robbed the things and ran away. Otherwise, he was just a martial saint after all. If he was besieged by a group of counterfeit origin spirits, it would still be quite dangerous. There are too many ants, and they can bite an elephant to death. Fortunately, this time the risk is worth it. At least the main materials of the martial saint level mecha are available. Fangxing lay on the floor and laughed unscrupulously. As for the laboratory, he didn't need to explain the raw material issue at all, because it was a wholly owned laboratory, and he was the only boss. 1 year later, Immortal Cultivation World. Above the boundless sea, there suddenly appeared an extremely large spaceship. It was as majestic as a mountain, and the paint on the deck reflected different halos in the sun, covering the hideous gun barrel. Inside the spaceship, Fangxing sat cross-legged, staring at a scanned image, staring carefully at the fish, shrimp and other marine life on it. Finally, I saw a living thing. It seems that I should have flown over the range of the Absolute Spirit Sea. Right. Back then, he got a map to the vast sea Immortal Cultivation World from Senior Brother Chu of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and learned that to go from the Great Wilderness Immortal Cultivation World to the vast sea Immortal Cultivation World, not only did he need to pass through several extremely dangerous places, but he also had to fly over an Absolute Spirit Sea. This Absolute Spirit Sea not only had no spiritual energy, but even no living things. What's more terrifying is that its range is extremely vast. Even if a Yuanine cultivator flies away, it will take several years. Flying in the Absolute Spirit Land, unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, consumes the cultivator's own mana. Even for Yuanine Jinjuan, it is a matter of great loss of vitality. Fortunately, the Explorer spaceship he bought finally arrived, and he took it and used it immediately. For the technological spaceship, whether there is spiritual energy in the Absolute Spirit Sea is not important at all. In fact, its flying speed is even faster than Yuanine Jinjuan. And finally Fangxing flew over the Absolute Spirit Sea and arrived at the vast Sea Xiaoxian realm. The appearance of sea fish means that we have passed the Absolute Spirit Sea. According to the map, this should be the Five Pearl Sea of the vast Sea Xiaoxian realm. As for what other forces there are in this sea area, the map has no idea. After all, this is a map passed down for who knows how many years ago. And now everything has changed. Xiaolu, find nearby islands where humans live, and try to collect information and enter hidden mode, Fangxing said. Yes, Commander. On the screen, the image of a female elf with green wings appeared. She saluted in a proper manner, and the paint color of the spaceship outside changed and became transparent in an instant. The whole spaceship seemed to be invisible and disappeared quickly, since the traces of fish and shrimp were found. The further east they went, the more obvious the traces of this life became. 3 days later, Fong Xing finally found an island where mortal fishermen lived. After another 10 days, he found an island with a small spiritual vein, on which there was a small chi training family. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately understood there are tens of thousands of languages and characters in the mortal world, which is normal. But the language and characters of the cultivators are exactly the same as those in the great wilderness cultivation world. If you think about it carefully, this situation is also a proof. After all, the pioneers of the great wilderness cultivation world all came from the Han Hai cultivation world. The language and characters used are originally the same, even if they are completely different. With Fong Xing current nascent soul level divine sense, it only takes a little effort to learn. Fish and Snake Island. Ancestor. This time we went out to sea. We caught 13 adult fish and snakes. According to the market price, one adult fish and snake is worth 1 spirit bead, which is enough to exchange for 13 spirit beads. A bamboo building was built on a tiny spiritual vein. Behind the bamboo building, a spring was opened to irrigate dozens of acres of spiritual fields. At this time, an old farmer-like cultivator in the late stage of chi training was inspecting the spiritual fields. Next to him, a middle-aged man in the middle stage of chi training was following closely and reporting. After half a day of going out to sea, there is such a harvest, which is not bad. The old farmer nodded, his wrinkled face full of joy. This is more than 1 low-grade spiritual stone. If there is such a harvest every day, there will be nearly 40 low-grade spiritual stones in a month. And our family gap can be filled a lot, and we don't have to suffer from famine this year. Spirit beads are small currencies below the low-grade spiritual stones in the Han Hai Xiaoxian world. In terms of value, about 10 spirit beads are equivalent to 1 low-grade spiritual stone. In fact, the second and third brothers have worked very hard. The middle-aged man said carefully, if we stop offering to Yuqing, or treat him the same as others, perhaps there won't be so much resentment in the family. Humph. Short-sighted. The old farmer was immediately angry. You want me to treat everyone equally. But God won't treat us equally. We all have low-grade spiritual roots, and the road to cultivation is bumpy. It's rare to have a genius with middle-grade spiritual roots. If we don't work hard to cultivate, our Yusha Island will not have a late-stage chi training cultivator in the future. Sooner or later, there will be a disaster of overthrow. The Yu family and the Lu family will probably laugh to death. The middle-aged man hurriedly pretended to be terrified, the ancestor taught. In fact, he was a little secretly happy in his heart, feeling that he had put a slap in the face of the people below. The cultivator who looked like an old farmer saw this scene, but a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. As a shrewd person who has lived for so many years, he knew exactly what these grandsons were thinking. At this time, there was only deep helplessness. Immortal cultivation sects can select disciples based on merit, but in immortal cultivation families, they can't abandon their own sons and grandsons. Alas, if I had been more diligent in the past, I might have been accepted by Huaya sect, and maybe I would have had a chance to compete for the foundation building pill. Just when the old farmer was feeling sad, a stream of light fell, revealing a figure with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. This person was Fong Xing. He suppressed the fluctuation of his mana to the level of forming a pill, and flew over so carelessly, emitting a trace of mana fluctuation. Greetings, Senior. I wonder if you have any instructions. My Yusha Island Zhang family will do our best. The old farmer immediately knelt with the middle-aged man. This senior, his mana cultivation is simply unfathomable, even deeper than the foundation building masters he has seen. Where is the nearest market? Fong Xing asked. The nearest market is the market on Xiaogui Island, 300 miles southeast. It was built by Guiling sect and has a foundation building master in charge all year round. The Zhang family ancestor quickly replied, if the senior is willing to wait, the merchant treasure ship will arrive in 3 years. When the sea market opens, even the Jinan ancestor will show up. Give me the map. Fong Xing shouted coldly. The Zhang family ancestor quickly took out a jade slip from his arms and handed it over respectfully. Fong Xing took it, scanned it with his spiritual sense, nodded with satisfaction. and threw out a spiritual stone. In that case, we will not pass by. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace. The Zhang family ancestor and the middle-aged junior kept kneeling until half an hour later. When the middle-aged man looked up, "Ancestor, that senior seems to have left." The Zhang family ancestor stroked the spirit stone in his hand. Somewhat unbelievable, it turned out to be a mid-grade spirit stone. It seems that it is right. That senior is not an ordinary foundation building, but a Jin master. Alas, this matter must be kept secret. It is unknown whether it is a blessing or a curse for our family to be related to such a big shot. Fang Xing wanted to throw something of lower value. But before he came, he exchanged all the low-grade spirit stones in the Tianjin sect's warehouse. There was nothing on him that was less valuable than the mid-grade spirit stone. After a while, Xiaguadao Market, Fang Xing came to the tea house, ordered a cup of local specialty spirit tea and fish meatballs, casually threw a pile of jade slips on the table, and slowly flipped through them. This was what he got from shopping in the bookstore in the market. And the one he valued most was Hanhai Fengwuzi. In addition, there are many travel notes, maps, and some low-level basic skills, elixirs, and talismans. Through these, at least we can have some understanding of the vast sea immortal cultivation world. Well, after all, it is a sea-based immortal cultivation world, where water-attributed spiritual materials are abundant, and there are many sea-beast resources. In terms of skills, there are also more water-attributed skills and spells. Fang Xing picked up the Hanhai Fengwuzi, and his spiritual consciousness entered it, and he saw thousands of lines at a glance. It turns out that the vast sea immortal cultivation world is divided into inner and outer seas, which are equivalent to the wild and cultivated lands in the great wilderness immortal cultivation world. The inner sea is equivalent to the cultivated land, with the richest immortal cultivation resources, occupied by many large sects. There are also three major holy places, namely Yuanshan Sword Sect, Piamu Immortal Palace, and Wuji Palace. There are many forces in the outer sea, and from time to time, they will face powerful sea beast tides and various natural disasters. The Wuju Sea is an inconspicuous corner of the outer sea. Good. Very good. As a Yuaning of Tianjin sect, I should join you in Xinjian sect and ascend to heaven in one step. Fang Xing put down Hanhai Fengwuzi with satisfaction, picked up a jade slip, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his face changed. 1,000-year demonic tribulation records? What? So the Hanhai Xiaoxian world actually experienced a demonic tribulation? He looked at it carefully, and his face became extremely ugly. It turned out that more than 1,000 years ago, a real demon suddenly ran out of the Hanhai Xiaoxian world for some reason. Although there are many demon cultivators in the Xiaoxian world, real demons are different. It is said that this kind of real demon comes from the upper world, not only with extremely strong physique, but also with all kinds of incredible magical powers. As soon as the real demon appeared, it was a Yuaning period existence, which set off a bloody storm. Later, he was surrounded by dozens of Jinjuan, but he actually fought to support the war, broke through to the realm of Dejinjuan, and destroyed dozens of Yuaning sects in a row, making everyone in the Hanhai Xiaoxian world feel insecure. It is said that several great masters who had been in seclusion were alarmed and joined forces to fight the true demon, but were eventually defeated by the true demon using incredible magical powers. The great master Wu Lei was killed on the spot, and even the nascent soul did not escape. It is said that there is almost no bottleneck in the cultivation of the true demon. The true demon may be a descending existence in ancient times, and was originally an ancient demon of the god transformation or even higher level. When it finally led to the god transformation venerable, the ancient demon suddenly disappeared for 100 years. When it reappeared, it was already a god transformation level existence, and even directly killed the gate of the Yuanshan Sword Sect. It is said that the battle was so fierce that even the gate of the Yuanshan Sword Sect sank into the sea. The final result was that this holy place perished together with the ancient demon, and disappeared from the world of immortal cultivation together. And it has been 1,000 years since then. The Yuanshan Sword Sect is gone? My holy place of such a big place is gone? Fang Xing's eyes widened, and his heart was full of astonishment. Then what's the use of my deliberately maintained Tianjin sect identity and the Black Iron Sword Order? No. This Hanhai Fengwuzi heard me. He almost wanted to swing the sword light and overturn the bookstore. Fortunately, he still had reason after all. He first looked at the year and month of compilation of Han-Wuzi, and then did a little calculation. And he was speechless immediately. A book from 2,000 years ago. And you have the nerve to sell it directly without updating a version to hurt people. The ancient demon rebellion happened more than 1,000 years ago. And the Yuanshan sword sect was still fine 2,000 years ago. It is indeed understandable that there is no record in Han-Wuzi. However, Fang Xing still suspected that this place was too remote. And these jade slips that had been refined long ago were unsaleable. So they were sent to such a remote place in the cultivation world. And they could get as many as they could. If it was a large-scale cultivation city, the contents of the Fengwuzi should have been modified long ago. No wonder the great wilderness cultivation world didn't receive any news. After all, it's only been more than 1,000 years, which is only the lifespan of a Yuan Jingjuan. As far as Fang Xing knows, the great wilderness cultivation world has long been disconnected from the Han-Hai cultivation world. And there has been no communication for at least thousands of years. Then I really can't blame Chu Kuangtu for tricking me. Fang Xing figured out the cause and effect. And his heart was suddenly speechless. He had planned everything before, just to maintain the personality of the Tianjin sect, and then naturally join the Yuanshan sword sect, and obtain the inheritance of the skills above the Huashan. The result? Reality gave him a ruthless blow, letting him know what it means that man's plans are not as good as God's. Wanted to join the Yuanshan sword sect. But the Yuanshan sword sect was gone. Chapter 300 Teleportation Array 10 days later. The Explorer spacecraft landed in the sea. And after turning on the protective color, it looked like an isolated island in the sea. Fang Xing sat on the sofa in the cabin, with a pile of jade slips in front of him. These were the information he had bought in various major sea markets as a Jian Danjinren. Is Yuanshan sword sect really dead? Not only that, it is said that it perished together with the ancient demon. The place where the sect was located sank into the sea, and the formation restrictions underwent unknown changes, making it difficult to enter. Even the sea area near the ruins is full of various monsters produced by the pollution of the blood of the real demon, including some 4th-level fierce characters. At that time, the disciples of Yuanshan sword sect who were outside had also gathered a group and had the idea of rebuilding Yuanshan sword sect. But for some reason, they encountered a disaster and fell one after another. The sects related to Yuanshan sword sect also suffered heavy losses. Today, there are only 2 or 3 disciples of Yuanshan sword sect, and they may not dare to admit their identities. Fang Xing touched his chin. This is the case of an innocent man who is guilty of possessing a treasure, without the protection of the Huashan sect. It is normal for those disciples to seek death if they are more domineering, even if they are kind to others. The secret treasures, sect secrets, and even the inheritance of skills, are all coveted by countless cultivators. In the past, they did not dare to do anything because they were worried about the support of Yuanshan sword sect. But now, it's all fat meat. Even Fang Xing wants to take a bite. After all, rejoining Yuanshan sword sect is just his wishful thinking. And the disciples of the branch may not be valued much and have to pass on the sect's Huashan skills. Besides, what he wants is not the Huashan skills, but the inheritance above Huashan. It seems that the destruction of Yuanshan sword sect is also good. It's convenient for me to compete for the inheritance? Fang Xing pondered for a while. My Tianjin sect has nothing to do with Yuanshan sword sect since the old man's eye. The reaction of the other 2 holy places after the destruction of the inner sea holy land is also very subtle. Even if they didn't add insult to injury, they just stood by and watched. This made Fang Xing guess that the relationship between Yuanshan sword sect and Qiaomu Fairy Palace and Wuji Palace was not very good. After all, sword cultivators just stand out for their pride and arrogance. It seems that the banner of Yuanshan sword sect's secret teaching cannot be used. I'd better be a casual cultivator first. That real demon. Did he kill Yuanshan sword sect for revenge or for some treasure? Fang Xing thought of another key question. Unfortunately, this level of intelligence is not something he can access now. At this time, he began to think about his next cultivation problem. The accumulation of mana in the nascent soul stage is already very slow. And if there is no 4th-level spiritual vein, it will be even slower. He tapped a jade slip in his hand, recalling the information he had collected. His expression solemn. The vast sea of immortal cultivation is vast, with countless spiritual veins, and the resources for immortal cultivation are indeed rich. There are hundreds of nascent soul forces alone. Most of them are gathered in the inner sea. A few are in the outer sea. Nowadays, there are 2 5th-level spiritual veins in the inner sea, which are holy places for cultivating immortals. Those 2 5th-level spiritual veins were not originally in the inner sea, but were seized from the outer sea monsters by the predecessors of the Holy Land with supreme magical powers, and then moved here. A 5th-level spiritual vein can be called a Holy Land. It is extremely difficult to cultivate it from scratch or upgrade the 4th-level upper-grade spiritual vein. It is easier to seize the original 5th-level spiritual veins and move them. Of course, I probably can't enter those 2 holy places to practice, but I can consider joining or grabbing a 4th-level spiritual vein. The key is, go to the inner sea first, or practice in the outer sea. Fang Xing thought about it. The inner sea is rich in spiritual resources, while the outer sea has sea beast resources. More importantly, there are 5th-level Holy Land sects in the inner sea, and there may be remnants of the Yuanshan sword sect, which is suitable for planning the inheritance above the transformation of the spirit. He immediately decided to go to the inner sea. From the outer sea to the inner sea, you can either fly slowly for a few years, or take a teleportation array. Fang Xing was a little tearful when he thought of this. Coming to a higher level cultivation world, he finally gained some knowledge and knew that you don't have to rush to travel long distances. You can also take a teleportation array. I just regret that there is no ancient teleportation array in the great wilderness cultivation world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to rush so hard before. If I take the teleportation array, the explorer can only stay here, or set up a fixed cruise. Let it go back and forth between the great wilderness cultivation world and the vast sea cultivation world, and resell some supplies, which is also a way to make money. A few days later, Nanli Island. There is a 4th-level spiritual vein on this island, which belongs to the Nanhua Gate. The Nanhua Gate is a Yuaning sect, with 3 Yuaning engines sitting in the sect, and they are powerful. Because of this, they can control the teleportation array business, and control a teleportation array leading to the inner sea. From this teleportation array, a Nanli Sea market was derived, the scale of which far exceeded the general treasure ship sea market transactions. Fang Xing still maintained his Jindan level mana, swaggering into Nanlihai City and heading straight for the teleportation array. Nanhuimen was very open about the teleportation array business, and they would send you away for money. Fellow Taoist, do you want to go to the inner sea? The teleportation hall was made entirely of bronze, and the walls were covered with various colors of spiritual light, which obviously contained powerful restrictions. A late Jindan cultivator, wearing the red robe of Nanhuimen, smiled at Fang Xing. Our sect's teleportation array connects to the inner sea Pingma Island. Do you have any objections? This was a kind reminder. If the teleporting cultivator had a grudge against Pingma Island, he would be detained after going there, which would greatly affect his reputation. Of course not. Fang Xing was upright and fearless. Anyway, he should not have any enemies in this vast sea of immortal cultivation. Good. The teleportation fee is 1 high-grade spirit stone per time. 10 people can be teleported at a time. Please wait for a moment. The late Jindan cultivator took the high-grade spirit stone and said slowly. Fang Xing looked at the other side of the hall and found that there were about 10 bright yellow cushions, on which 4 or 5 cultivators were sitting. Most of them were in the Jindan stage, and only one was in the late foundation building stage. Many of them hid their faces and bodies. He walked over and sat cross-legged, while looking at the teleportation array in the center of the hall. The teleportation array was shrouded in a spiritual light restriction, with a gray-white array base at the bottom and silver ancient seal characters on all 4 sides. At the 4 corners of the teleportation array, there was also a gray-white stone pillar standing on each of them, with various complex patterns on it. The teleportation array definitely involves the void. This kind of void shuttle technology has not been mastered by the Blue Star Federation yet. Seeing this scene, Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The skills of the immortal cultivators are not without something to see. After waiting for about half an hour, the 10 teleportation quotas were finally gathered. Good. Everyone please stand on the teleportation array. There will be some discomfort during the teleportation, but it's not a big deal for the foundation building cultivators. The late Jindan cultivator of the Nanhua Gate smiled and took out a token and waved it gently. Pa! Like a soap bubble bursting. The spiritual light restriction that originally covered the teleportation array dissipated instantly. In about an hour, 10 high-grade spiritual stones were credited. This business is really good. Fang Xing nodded and was about to stand on the teleportation array, but suddenly frowned and looked outside the hall. Wait! After a few breaths, a deep voice came. Then, several Jindan-level spiritual lights flew from outside the bronze hall. The leader was a bearded man with lightning eyes and a powerful look. A major case just happened in the Nanhua Gate. The gate master has ordered to block the market and not allow teleportation. As soon as these words came out, the late Jindan cultivator, who was responsible for guarding the teleportation array, immediately shook the token in his hand. The light that was spreading on the teleportation array suddenly dimmed. Isn't this Brother Miao? This is the old Taoist Qingsong Guanmingxiu. A Jindan Jinren dressed as a Taoist stepped forward. I wonder what happened to the Nanhua Gate. No problem. Just a thief sneaked in and stole an important thing. A treasure mirror appeared in the hands of the Jindan man surnamed Miao. And a mirror light enveloped the hall. This is the most precious treasure of our sect. The true illusion mirror, which is the best at distinguishing disguises, and cultivation. Although you can leave, you must take a photo under the true illusion mirror before you can. Humph! You are too much. A black-robed man who was traveling with Fang Xing snorted coldly. The Nanhua Gate did not have such a rule before. He was also a late Jindan cultivator, so he spoke with more confidence. This rule has been changed now. The Jindan Jinren surnamed Miao snorted coldly, not giving in at all. After all, this is Nanli Island, with 3 Yuanying engines in charge. Who are they afraid of? Forget it. The black-robed man sighed, removed his disguise, and revealed a scholar. It turned out to be Taoist friend Miao Bisheng. The Miao Jinren suddenly realized, I heard that Taoist friend had offended the long-on old demon because of writing strange stories before. So you want to hide in the inner sea? Ahem. How can you hide from a scholar? I'm only going out to visit friends this time. Miao Bisheng's face changed, and he responded awkwardly. Hee hee. The Miao Jinren smiled but said nothing. Fang Xing recalled that he seemed to have read the introduction of this long-on old demon. He was a demon Jinjuan who liked to practice the art of collecting and replenishing. When he looked at Miao Bisheng again, there was more sympathy in his eyes. Even so, the process still needs to be followed. Miao cast a spell on the Jindan, and a brilliant light flashed on the true illusion mirror, covering Miao Bisheng. It is indeed a fellow Taoist, and there is no disguise. At this moment, the late-stage foundation building cultivator suddenly threw out a black lightning bead. There was a ray of flame burning in the black lightning bead, and it exploded directly at this time. The terrifying lightning and flame swept the entire bronze hall in an instant, and the mana fluctuations on the late-stage foundation building cultivator broke through the Jindan. And he bit his tongue hard, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The person also turned into a blood-colored escape light, and was about to rush out of the hall and disappear without a trace. Huh? Can you run away? The late-stage Jindan cultivator, who was guarding the teleportation array, snorted coldly. Countless restrictions were intertwined in the bronze hall, like a huge cage. The blood light hit the restriction and immediately made a muffled hum. The sound was crisp and melodious. It was actually a female cultivator.